Chapter 81 Chu-Machan leaves. Well, Chi-Chi is the best. After Chu-Machan finished speaking, he hugged Xiaomi tightly, and the two hugged each other and slowly fell asleep. As a result, after just 2 hours of sleep, the alarm that Chu-Machan had set in advance rang. Chu-Machan turned off the alarm the moment the alarm rang, looking at Xiaomi sleeping soundly in his arms. A smile appeared on Chu-Machan's face. Then he gently put Xiaomi on the bed, leaned over and slowly kissed Xiaomi's forehead, and his fingers gently stroked Xiaomi's outline. His eyes were full of reluctance. Xiaomi slowly moaned, found a comfortable position, and continued to sleep. Chu-Machan was so scared that he stayed there for a long time without any reaction. After seeing Xiaomi fall asleep again, he exhaled heavily. He patted his chest, slowly got up, and left Xiaomi's room. After going out, Chu-Machan took out a piece of paper and a pen and wrote a message to Xiaomi. After finishing, he turned into Xiaomi's room and put the letter on Xiaomi's bedside table. He took a deep look at Xiaomi's sleeping face. After engraving Xiaomi's appearance in his mind, he turned and left the room. After Chu-Machan left, Xiaomi's face was left with 2 lines of tears, and the gray-green pillowcase was wet. Xiaomi did not get up, but continued to close her eyes, wanting to fall asleep again. After Chu-Machan left, he went downstairs and put another letter in his hand into Chu Ting's room, and finally knocked on Shen Wentao's door. When Shen Wentao heard the door open, he knew it was Chu-Machan. He hurriedly got up and opened the door. "Boss, are you leaving? Well, go in and talk." After Chu-Machan finished speaking, Shen Wentao stepped aside and let Chu-Machan in. After the two of them went in, Chu-Machan began to tell Shen Wentao all kinds of things, and sorted out many things in his space and gave them to Shen Wentao. Let him put them into the space. After everything was done, Chu-Machan was ready to get up and leave. Shen Wentao hesitated for a while, but still said, "Boss, you really don't want to say goodbye to Xiaomi? Or say it. She must want to talk to you too. She knows I'm gone. Okay. You must be careful. If you can, try not to go out. Okay. Boss, don't worry. I will do my best to protect everyone." Chu-Machan reached out and patted Shen Wentao on the shoulder, then turned and left. Yes, that's right. After Chu-Machan went in for the second time, he found that Xiaomi had woken up and looked at the tears on Xiaomi's face. He felt bad, so he chose to leave directly after putting the letter away. They all don't like parting, so this is the best. After Chu-Machan left, Xiaomi slept for a while, but couldn't fall asleep, so she got up and stood at the window, looking down, until she saw Chu-Machan's car leave. The tears on Xiaomi's face slowly flowed down. Really hypocritical. Xiaomi laughed at herself. Then she sat on the bed, said nothing, looked at her toes with a bad face, and then lay on the bed looking at the ceiling. With Chu-Machan's departure, Xiaomi felt that her heart was very uncomfortable for a while. She even felt that she had no strength. She didn't want to do anything. After staring at it until after 6 o'clock, she got up to wash. Then she drove out to find supplies. When Shen Wentao and his friends came up, they found that Xiaomi was gone. Shen Yun's face was full of worry. "Where is Chi-Chi? Has anyone seen Chi-Chi? Why is she gone? Could she have gone with Chu Shen? Impossible. She couldn't leave us here. She must have gone out for something." After hearing Shen Wentao's words, Shen Yun slowly calmed down, but he was still very worried. Here Xiaomi went directly to the largest jade market in Kyoto to see if he could find any good things there. As soon as he got there, Xiaomi was stunned by the zombies in front of him. It should be that there were more people here when the zombies broke out before, so Xiaomi's car couldn't get in before reaching the Jade City. After getting off the car, Xiaomi put on his boxing gloves and rushed directly into the zombies. He began his own massacre. How? Monitor the zombies around you, and tell me immediately if you find zombies with special powers. Okay, host. How will definitely monitor you. Xiaomi curled her lips, feeling that since she'd lost her temper last time, How seemed to be even more servile, even to the point that her enthusiasm was a little hard to accept. How, you should be more normal. I am not used to your behavior. Are you thinking of doing something tricky? How in the virtual space waved his mechanical arm. She expressed her dissatisfaction in a low voice, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, what she did before was really not kind. Host, can we have a little more trust? No need for more. Just a little. Really, just a little. Hao Hao's tone was full of caution when he said this. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. Let's not talk about trust between us. There is no such thing. After that, Xiaomi ignored Hao Hao. Hao Hao hugged his arms aggrievedly, and didn't dare to say anything else. 10 minutes later, Hao Hao said anxiously, Host. It's bad. There are many people behind you. At least 30 or 40. Xiaomi heart tightened after Hao Hao finished speaking. They can't judge in advance whether it is a superpower or an ordinary person. I'm retreating now. You prepare my weapons, and give them to me directly when necessary. Yes, host. After knowing this, Xiaomi immediately began to deal with the zombies around and prepared to leave here temporarily. In any case, it's better to leave now. After retreating to the back, Xiaomi shook off the zombies, and released the car that had been put away before. Then he drove away. As a result, the car was stopped by those people after only a few steps. After lowering the window, Xiaomi looked at the people who stopped him and asked, What are you doing? Hee. We just want to ask the young lady to go and clean up the zombies inside. What do you think? Xiaomi smiled and said, No. You continue. There is nothing I want here. Even after saying that, those people still surrounded Xiaomi's car and had no intention of leaving. Xiaomi looked at the leading few people, and her eyes became sharp. What do you mean? No. I just want you to come down and talk and communicate with me. How about it? After the man finished speaking, he was ready to step forward to open Xiaomi's car window, and even prepared to pull Xiaomi out of the car. Xiaomi snorted coldly and twisted the man's hand that was stretched in. Ah. Shit. You bitch. You're looking for death. The man stretched out his other hand towards Xiaomi. He went straight to Xiaomi's head. Chapter 82 In Danger. Xiaomi looked at the man coldly, and directly reached out to throw him away. Then she opened the car door, jumped out of the car, looked at those people, and said, Want to fight? Looking at Xiaomi's expression and actions, those people began to doubt whether Xiaomi had any trump cards. And for a while, no one dared to step forward. And the man who was beaten by Xiaomi just now was looking at everyone with a bad face. You are a bunch of cowards. So many people are still afraid of such a woman? Hurry up. Get rid of this woman, so that we can leave. After the man finished speaking, a group of people looked at each other, and then rushed directly towards Xiaomi. Started a group attack. Xiaomi looked at these people, and asked how to count the specific number of people. Then she began to attack those people. Fortunately, when she took action, she found that most of them were ordinary people. It's just that there are a few middle and high-level superpowers among those superpowers. This made Xiaomi's heart tighten, and her mind began to beat. She knew that her current strength was really no match for them. Therefore, she didn't want to retain her strength. Her hands moved very quickly, and the people in front of her were quickly knocked down by Xiaomi. But the superpowers behind her also realized that Xiaomi had no superpowers. Therefore, a girl shouted, She is not a superpower. Let's take action. After the girl finished shouting, the people on the side retreated to the side, leaving the venue to the superpowers. After all, they were just ordinary people, and they were really helpless in the face of Xiaomi's skills. The moment those superpowers surrounded her, Xiaomi directly supported the car window and jumped towards the car. She was going to occupy the high ground first. Although this would make her a live target for those people, it would also be more convenient to take action. After Xiaomi stood up, she directly asked how to take out the machine gun that Chu Machin gave her, and fired at the superpowers below. Everyone was frightened by Xiaomi's action. They were not as strong as Xiaomi to begin with. And now Xiaomi took out a gun out of thin air. Everyone was stunned instantly. The girl who had just spoken changed her expression. She is not a superpower. I can feel it. She is really not. The girl's face was broken. Others looked at the girl with reproach. Their faces were very bad. After hearing this, Xiaomi knew that this girl could not be kept. She could sense whether she was a superpower. It was very likely that she was a psychic superpower. Psychic superpowers were actually very rare. To be honest, she was not very willing to kill her. Just by looking at the girl's appearance, Xiaomi knew that this person could not be kept. If the girl's personality and character were not so bad, she would not kill her directly, aiming at the girl's heart. She killed the girl, who was still explaining to her teammates. The reason for doing this was that she needed the crystal of this girl. After the girl fell, the people behind her began to retreat, not daring to attack again. And Xiaomi did not attack those who retreated. The man who was still arrogant just now shouted, "Let's get out now. Stop it. Everyone stop it. Sister, let's leave now." He gestured to Xiaomi to put away the gun. Xiaomi raised her chin. "What? Not arrogant anymore? Didn't you want me to get down?" The man's face turned red with anger at Xiaomi's words. Just as he was about to say something, he saw the zombies over there running over. He suddenly felt bad. He hurriedly said, "Run." After saying that, the man wanted to get on Xiaomi's car. Xiaomi shot the man, and the zombies became more violent after hearing the sound, and ran towards Xiaomi and the others with stiff bodies. The rest of the people dared not covet Xiaomi's car anymore. He ran forward quickly. Xiaomi jumped out of the car, got into the car, and drove forward. She wanted to see how these people were going to escape the pursuit of so many zombies. Seeing the panic expressions on their faces, Xiaomi's mouth curled up with a sarcastic smile. What she didn't expect was that these people directly blocked her way. There were even people in front who smiled provocatively at her. "Hey, I have a bad temper." Xiaomi was really angry this time. She accelerated the car directly. When she was about to hit the group of people, Xiaomi put the car directly into the space. Then she ran towards those people. She was very fast and ran to the front in 2 seconds. Looking at the stunned people, Xiaomi was in a good mood. She kicked down the first few people and then rushed towards them. She threw one at the zombies behind her and kicked the ones behind her to leave time for herself to deal with them. With Xiaomi's intervention, the last person was less than 10 meters away from the zombies. A man with glasses pleaded, "Miss, we didn't cause you any real harm. There's no need to do this." "Yes, young lady. We didn't do anything to you. You don't have to kill us all. How can you be so cruel at such a young age? I know you are the big star Xiaomi. I will call the police if you do this." "That's right. We will all call the police. But you are legally holding a gun. You can just wait to spend the rest of your life in jail." Everyone condemned Xiaomi. But Xiaomi was not moved at all. Haha. This shitty zombie virus doesn't even know how it started. And you still want to eliminate it? What a joke. Now all the police can't protect themselves. And you still want them to make decisions for you. It's just a foolish dream. Seeing that Xiaomi was not prepared to let them go, everyone could only run forward with all their strength. A woman hugged Xiaomi's legs tightly. "Husband, run. Run quickly. Remember to avenge me later." The tall and thin man next to him had a flash of hesitation on his face, and then ran straight forward. While running, he said to the woman, "Don't worry. Just delay for a while." Xiaomi looked at the woman, then at the man who ran away, and said coldly, "Is it worth it?" The woman said with determination, "It's worth it." Xiaomi sneered, pulled the woman up, and threw her into the zombies that rushed over. She had already thought about the ending of the couple. She would not move the man. It's just, she didn't move. But it didn't mean that she wouldn't let the woman move. Xiaomi thought about it, and felt that she was really good. It's better for a family to be neat and tidy. After quickly throwing everyone into the zombies, Xiaomi looked at the man in front of him. "Are you surprised? Wait a minute. I have a more surprising gift for you." After saying that, Xiaomi took out an oversized trash can and turned to look at the zombies. After confirming the woman's location, he sneered at the tall and thin man in front of him and ran towards the woman quickly. Chapter 83: A Great Harvest. After running to the woman, Xiaomi directly put the large trash can in his hand over the woman's head. Then he pulled the woman's arms and carried her on his shoulders. He ran towards her husband. After Xiaomi threw everyone into the zombie group, the tall and thin man was already full of fear of Xiaomi. After Xiaomi left him, he ran quickly towards his home. He was really scared now. He didn't want to die. But in just 10 seconds, Xiaomi had already carried his wife over and pushed the woman, who was about to turn into a zombie, to the tall and thin man. "There is still 1 minute left. And your wife will mutate. Come on. Stage your love drama." Xiaomi said this, her eyes full of sarcasm towards the tall and thin man. It's not that she looks down on this man. It's just that this man is really not a human being. He can actually say that sentence to delay it a little longer. It's really outrageous. The key is that this woman is still so willing. Which directly reminds Xiaomi of the previous joke. Wang, who waited for her husband to come home for 18 years by digging wild vegetables. It's outrageous. If it were her, she would have kicked the scumbag long ago and enjoyed her life. Is it because the braised pork elbow is not fragrant or the pearwood bed is not comfortable to sleep on? She has to sleep in a thatched house and eat wild vegetables. It's so stupid. What Xiaomi didn't expect was that the woman looked at her husband in front of her affectionately and said, "Husband, you go quickly. Don't look back. I do the rest." The man nodded, although there was no expression on his face. But his heart was full of disgust. After all, the woman was now bitten by zombies, and was covered with wounds. The whole person was disfigured and looked quite scary. But in order to comfort the woman, he still suppressed his inner disgust. He said affectionately, "You must hold her tight." After that, he pushed the woman directly to Xiaomi. This scene simply shocked Xiaomi. What the hell? This woman is really hopeless. When the woman came over, Xiaomi dodged the woman's hands and ran directly to the man, grabbing the man's arm. Bang! With an over-the-shoulder throw, the man fell to the ground, and then looked at the woman whose eyes had begun to change and said, "It's okay. You will always be together." Xiaomi kicked the man again when he wanted to stand up. After kicking the man down, the woman collapsed and watched her husband being beaten, and rushed towards Xiaomi. But she was kicked down by Xiaomi. After 2 or 3 times, the woman could no longer get up. Xiaomi knew that this was the beginning of the mutation, and looked at the man in a good mood. "Oh, what should I do? Your wife has mutated." The man looked at Xiaomi hatefully. "Evil woman. Bitch. Wait. I become a zombie, and you will be the next one." After the man said this, he wanted to pounce on Xiaomi. But the woman on the ground had already started to twitch and mutate. Her whole body curled up, and then stretched out again. The bones made a crisp sound. The tall and thin man was shocked at this time, looking at Xiaomi and said with a little pleading, "Please. I don't want to become a zombie. Let's run away quickly. The zombies behind will catch up soon." Xiaomi ignored the man, and only glanced at him with her peripheral vision. After the woman slowly stood up stiffly, Xiaomi stepped forward and threw the man towards the woman who had become a zombie. The woman pounced on the man the moment he landed. The man was terrified and kept hitting the woman's head with his fists, trying to beat the woman to death. But the woman who became a zombie had no sense of pain. No matter how the man hit her, she still pounced on the man. In the end, she bit the man's arm directly. The man looked at the tooth marks and knew he was finished, his face full of despair. The look he gave Xiaomi was like poison. Xiaomi ignored the man and ran directly to the place where they had just fought. She wanted to deal with those people before they mutated. In order to save time, Xiaomi took the machine gun directly. She started shooting at the zombies. Fortunately, her shooting skills were very good, and basically no bullets were wasted. She almost dealt with those zombies directly. Xiaomi directly attacked the remaining ones with boxing gloves. After all the zombies were dealt with, some people who had not yet mutated looked at Xiaomi with such vicious eyes. They all blamed Xiaomi for not saving them just now. It would be fine if she didn't save them. But the key is that she still hurt them. Xiaomi looked at their expressions, smiled at them, and then made a move. "Goodbye everyone. You really should thank me. If it weren't for me, you would still have to endure the pain of mutation." After saying that, Xiaomi took action to deal with the remaining people in front of her, and then went to find the girl she had just killed. The crystal of that girl was what she wanted most, and the rest were not important. Holding the transparent crystal, Xiaomi was in a very good mood. It seemed that this could produce a master among their group of people. Then he turned around to dig the crystals of several superpowers that he had just remembered. It was okay. He found 3 white ones, 1 green one and 1 red one. In addition to the girl just now, there were actually 2 high-level superpowers here. Are high-level superpowers so worthless these days? 3? Or are there 3 in one team? What the hell? After complaining, he put the crystal core into the space and walked towards the jade market inside again. With this episode, Xiaomi has now completely recovered from Chu Machin departure, and is in a good mood to find jade. Go to earn points. There are very few zombies left. Basically only dozens. And they are scattered. Not like before. Many of them are gathered together, making it difficult for her to deal with them. But what Xiaomi knows is that she must leave as soon as possible. The gunshots just now must have attracted a lot of people, and it is estimated that some people have already rushed over. After getting the collections of 3 or 4 stores, Xiaomi did not go deeper. Instead, he took the car out of the space and drove away. It was already past 11 when they got home. Xinyun and the others had been worried for the whole morning, and finally saw Xiaomi. Xinyun went up and punched Xiaomi in the chest. "Xiao Qiqi, I warn you. If you do this to me again, I will never forgive you. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun red eyes, smiled and nodded. Well, I know. Sister Yun, look at what this is. After that, she took out today's harvest directly. Before, they could only harvest 1 or 2 a day at most. But Xiaomi took out 8 directly. And 3 of them were transparent crystal cores that they had never seen before. Shen Yun's face did not show the surprise of others. But heartache. Xiaomi patted Shen Yun's hand and wanted to say that she was fine. It was very simple. But looking at Shen Yun's eyes, she couldn't say a word. Chapter 84 The Truth? 3 transparent ones. Sister Yun, you and Lao San each have one. And I'm going to give the other one to Hui Yin. Lao San, if possible, I want to give yours to Hui Yin as well. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Shen Wentao said directly, okay, give it to Lao Hua. Chi. Mine can also be given to Hui Yin. Xiaomi shook her head. No. You have to upgrade as soon as possible. You will be the guarantee for our survival in the future. After hearing Xiaomi's words, Shen Yun didn't say anything else. She knew the current situation and really needed her to upgrade quickly. Xiaomi then gave the green one to Ouyang Qi. Your ability is wood. Just absorb this. It's best not to absorb other colors. Otherwise you may die suddenly. Absorb less white. Transparent ones can be absorbed. Thank you. After Ouyang Qi took it, he bowed to Xiaomi. Xiaomi didn't say anything, but handed the red crystal core in her hand to Chu Tingsu. Yours, little guy. You guys absorb it together later. Finally, she looked at Huiningshuan. Huiningshuan waved her hand and said, No. I know. I need a transparent one. It's more important to give it to my brother. Xiaomi smiled and handed Huiningshuan 2 white ones. You can absorb the white ones, although it may not help much. But there is no problem with absorption. Also, you can absorb them all. But it's best to be transparent. The same as you. The third brother and sister Yun. Oh. Okay. Haha. It's okay as long as you can absorb it. Then my third brother and I will each have one. After saying that, Huiningshuan handed one to Shen Wentao. Xiaomi ignored them. Everyone likes to share. And it's best to be willing to share. Okay. Now you start absorbing. I help you watch. Sister Yun, you're the last one. You may need to treat them later. Okay. After Shen Yun finished speaking, he stood with Xiaomi, and the rest of the people began to absorb the energy in the crystal core. Xiaomi went to find How. How many levels can I upgrade now? Reply to the host. You can choose 2 of the 3 strength, Constitution and Strength to upgrade 1 level each, and the others can only upgrade 1. Then upgrade the Constitution and Strength. What level is the Constitution now? The Constitution is now level 4. And the Strength is also now level 4. Okay. That's these 2. Okay. Host. Then the host. The following is your current level. Please check. After How finished speaking, a panel appeared in Xiaomi's mind. And the content on it was as follows. Flexibility, 5 agility, 5 strength, 3 constitution, vision plus hearing plus smell 5 speed, 7 strength, 5 after reading it. Xiaomi was quite satisfied. At least the current situation was better than that of the superpowers. She must take advantage of the current situation to kill more zombies. When advanced zombies appear, she will have no advantage at all. She can only upgrade as soon as possible now, so that she can fight later. After watching, Xiaomi looked at the absorption of everyone. Seeing that everyone had no problem, Xiaomi asked Shen Yun to absorb as well. Can you do it yourself? Or I'd better wait a while. Wait until they have absorbed it before going. Shen Yun was still a little hesitant. After all, there were so many of them. If something appeared, Xiaomi might not be able to deal with it. Xiaomi waved her hand. It's okay. They are still stable now, so nothing will happen. Okay. I listen to you. After that, Shen Yun went to absorb. In the living room, except Xiaomi, only Gu Haoyu was still awake. The remaining 5 people sat in the middle of the living room, with crystal cores suspended on their chests. The energy inside continued to flow into their bodies. Gu Haoyu looked at this scene and felt that it was really amazing. Slowly approaching Xiaomi, he whispered, Chi, thank you for the equipment. From now on, I, Gu Haoyu, will be your younger brother. If you have any questions, just tell me directly. Xiaomi was amused by Gu Haoyu's words. Not really. But there is one thing I really need from you. No. Sister Chiao. Just tell me. Don't use that word. I really don't deserve you to use that word. Really. Just tell me directly. Looking at Gu Haoyu's sincere face, Xiaomi smiled. Okay. I won't be polite with you. It's like this. I need some high-value things now. Preferably some jewelry. Jade and gemstones. I don't want to use calligraphy and paintings for the time being. That's no problem. My mother has a lot of these things. I can give them to you. When are we going to get them? Xiaomi thought for a while and said, wait until they have absorbed them. And then go to the Hua family and give the things to Hui Yin. Okay. No problem. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Xiaomi looked at Gu Haoyu directly. Gu Haoyu felt uneasy. What do you want to do? Don't look at me like that. I'm very timid. Xiaomi looked at Gu Haoyu interrogatively. Do you think I'm good to you? I got you such awesome things. Very good. Then can you tell me what Chu Machin did? Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi crying. Sister Chiao. You're asking me to commit suicide. If I tell you, I really be hunted down by your Chu Machin. It's okay. I make the decision for you. He doesn't dare. Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi, was silent for a while, and said, can I just tell you a little bit? Xiaomi nodded at Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu then told him all the things he had done for Chu Machin, such as Chu Machin reducing his pay in order to be on the same stage, which were all small things. What Xiaomi didn't expect the most was that Chu Machin had threatened the director of her previous play. Also, her current company was actually under Gu Haoyu's name, but it was Chu Machin who funded it, and many of her negative news were suppressed by Chu Machin. Even in their circle, everyone knows that Chu Machin idol is her Xiaomi. This made Xiaomi unbelievable. Combined with Chu Machin's departure today, Xiaomi suddenly remembered the time of her death in the previous life. So, the soldier she saw before her death was very likely Chu Machin. The more Xiaomi thought about it, the more she felt that her idea was very likely true. It was Chu Machin who saved her from the zombies in the previous life. With this guess, Xiaomi was stunned for a while. Gu Haoyu thought that Xiaomi was stunned because of what he said, and said with a smile, oh, Sister Chiao, do you think our boss is very simple? He has been chasing girls for so long, but he dare not confess. No, he dare not let others know. Xiaomi really wants to catch Chu Machin and beat him up now. He must have suffered a lot in his previous life, and he didn't know what he would encounter if they hadn't met in the electronic city in this life. Would he not look for me? No. He would. He would definitely look for me. Seeing Xiaomi's eyes suddenly redden, Gu Haoyu stood up quickly. Sister Chiao, don't be like this. The boss is very nice, but don't be moved to tears. Even with Gu Haoyu interruption, Xiaomi still didn't cry. She just smiled. I know. Okay. Do you want to eat something? We can eat while waiting for them. That's great. Chapter 85 Shushu Upgrade. The two of them ate a simple box lunch and hurriedly continued to watch the crowd. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Xiaomi saw that they had almost absorbed it and there were no problems. So she watched TV and ate snacks with Gu Haoyu. From time to time, he looked at the people who were absorbing. The fastest were Shen Wentao and Huan Ningxuan. At around 4 o'clock, the two had absorbed all the energy in the white crystal core. The entire crystal core was no longer as beautiful as before. It was very dark and slowly fell to the ground. After Huan Ningxuan opened his eyes, he looked at the crystal core in front of him and picked it up. I want to make this into a pendant. No need. There will definitely be better ones later. Wait for the back. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Huan Ningxuan nodded, took the thing and asked, what should I do with this thing? Throw it away. Well, throw it away. It's useless anyway. Huan Ningxuan still felt a little sorry, but didn't say anything. After throwing the crystal core away, he sat aside, waiting for the rest of the people to absorb the crystal core. Slowly, everyone basically absorbed it, leaving only Shen Yun, who still had half of the crystal core in his hand. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun, and it was a bit difficult. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Xiaomi quickly asked Chu Tingsu to separate the crystal core from Shen Yun. The reason why she didn't do it was because she was an ordinary person, and if she did it, she would be hurt by the energy. Among the people present, only Chu Tingsu was already at level 2. This surprised Xiaomi. She didn't expect Chu Tingsu 2 crystal cores to be upgraded to level 2. After level 2, he could actually condense a flame more than 2 meters long, which was considered a powerful existence among fire-type mutants. After Chu Tingsu separated the crystal core, Shen Yun slowly opened his eyes. Chi-Chi, I seem to have fallen into a nightmare just now. And I think of my childhood again. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun and said, Sister Yun, next time you feel tired or have wild thoughts, stop absorbing immediately. Otherwise you will be attacked by the energy inside. Well, I know. Shen Yun is very scared now. Thinking of the situation just now, Shen Yun back feels cold. It's okay. Just pay attention next time. Don't be anxious. Stop when you feel your limit. After Xiaomi finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Xian, let's go to your house together and send your crystal core over first. Gu Haoyu, you come with us. Okay. Sister Qiao. Thank you. Sister Chi-Chi. Let's go now. After the two said it in unison, they looked at each other with dissatisfaction. And then, they hummed in tacit understanding and looked away. Ouyang Qi looked at the interaction between the two, and looked at Gu Haoyu with scrutiny in his eyes. This look made Gu Haoyu back cold. He couldn't help but shiver. Then he looked at Xiaomi. Sister Qiao, are you leaving now? Well, let's go. You guys are at home. If you meet those blind people, just take action. Oh, by the way, help Kujia if you can. Third brother, you should pay attention. Okay, I know. Xiaomi left after she finished her instructions. After Xiaomi left, a young man at the window on the 18th floor had already passed the news of Xiaomi's departure with a drone. Xiaomi didn't know all this, and the people at home didn't know even more. They were leisurely browsing their phones at this time. Less than 5 minutes after the young man's message was sent out, the message came back from the other side. The young man took down the note on the drone. After reading it, the young man's eyes were full of happiness. Then he took out a piece of paper and wrote, 10 minutes later, we will take action. Then he flew the drone away. Xiaomi was driving towards the Hua family. Everyone was in a good mood and even sang. Of course, Xiaomi and Hua Ningxuan were singing. Gu Haoyu was a good cheerleader and referee, and he made some comments from time to time. It must be said that it was really fun. They didn't know that a group of people were coming from the next building to them. On the top floor next door, several young men threw the eagle hook rope in their hands to the roof of this building, hooked the fire hydrant, and then slowly climbed towards them through the rope. On the 24th floor, Shen Yun was making dinner. Ouyang Qi was helping, and Shen Wentao and Chu Tingsu in the living room were looking at the map. They were planning their route. They didn't know that the danger outside was coming. The people coming from the roof were preparing to enter the 24th floor through the rooftop. But the door here had been replaced by a stronger door by Xiaomi and others. Therefore, they couldn't break through it at all. And it was even nonsense to want to pry the lock open. A muscular boy looked at the situation and said in annoyance, "What should we do now?" The other thin boy did not speak, but looked at the door in front of him, wondering what he was thinking. "I try to break the door." After saying that, a big muscular man walked towards the door. He was a superpower among them. He was a bodybuilding coach before, and he awakened his power after the end of the world. Now his strength is 5 or 6 times that of before, so he is still very confident in himself. He went forward and punched the door lock, looking at the deformed door lock in front of him. The man smiled happily. "It seems that we will have food soon." The man looked at everyone happily. Then he actually pulled out the door handle directly. Looking at the door handle in his hand, the man showed a happy smile on his face. The thin man looked at them and said hesitantly, "Do we really have to go? We might as well go collect supplies ourselves." "Are you crazy? Do you know how many zombies we will face when we go out? What are you thinking? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet." "No. We knew how powerful they were before. If we go now? What if we—" "Chopsticks. If you are afraid, go back. For people have left, leaving only 2 men. A woman and a child. Are you still afraid? If we are so weak, we really don't need to live." After saying that, the man looked at the thin man with disdain. But the thin man still looked at them hesitantly. And after a long time, he said, "I think we should still be conservative." Before he finished speaking, the man interrupted him again. "Stop nagging me. Okay. Let's go down." After saying that, several people walked downstairs, ready to open the door for them. And the thin man was still very hesitant. In the end, he did not follow them downstairs. Chapter 86 Being Attacked. This is of good quality. I dare not hit it. It would be bad if I alarm them. the muscular man said with a frown. After seeing this situation, the others began to hesitate. How about we all climb up from the building? I also think this is the most reliable way. What do you think? I will listen to you. If you say go, go. If you think it's not possible, try your best. If you make a noise, you will get it. The four of them expressed their opinions, and everyone was at a loss for a moment. Then go up. One of you goes down and tells them. After that, the muscular man took the others to the roof. The thin man on the roof was sitting on the roof and looking at the scenery below. I have to say that the sunset is really beautiful. But he doesn't have the slightest appreciation now. All he can think about is whether they will be wiped out. After the people below came up, the man looked at the disdain in their eyes and didn't say a word, but just looked at them. You, go down and let them go to the top floor and come up along the rope. After the muscular man finished speaking, he turned his head with disdain and stopped looking at the thin man. The thin man glanced at them, then climbed over along the rope without saying a word. After going down, the man decided not to go up again. First, his energy did not allow him to go over again. And second, he really felt that they were no match for those people. He had seen those people take action. They were really amazing. Each of them was a unique one. And they were not comparable to them at all. He really didn't understand why they kept going. But these people were all his friends and relatives. He really couldn't do anything about them. The more Yunqing thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was really unreliable. After making up his mind, Yunqing slowly walked downstairs. All the way, he was thinking about how to persuade them. But after really seeing them, seeing the disgust in their eyes, Yunqing swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He just whispered, the door above. Hoo-hoo. Can't be opened. Force it. It makes too much noise. Xiaohei brother asked you to go through the roof. Ha-ha. You are such a waste. Just a few floors. It's outrageous. Looking at the disdain in his cousin's eyes, Yunqing turned around and walked downstairs. The woman who spoke was even more angry when she saw Yunqing's appearance. Their whole family lived in the building in front, and the building next door. After the end of the world, their family relied on their large number of people to rob several families. But they were too many people. There were about 40 people in total. That's why they took the risk and decided to rob their supplies after Qiaomi and the others left. But what they didn't know was that Shen Wento and the others were all upgraded now. This battle was destined to be their loss. The middle-aged man watched Yunqing leave, then looked at the door in front of him, and said, let's go to the roof over there. After everyone left, Kujia quietly opened his door. After looking at the people who left, Kujia hurried to the 23rd floor until they completely left their building. He didn't know what was going on upstairs, and he didn't hear any movement upstairs just now, so he guessed that they couldn't do anything with those doors. He took the mace given to him by Qiaomi and quickly walked upstairs, knocking on the iron fence frantically, trying to remind the people upstairs. None of the 4 people in the room heard the knocking outside. It wasn't until 5 minutes later, when Shen Yunmeal was ready, that he heard a sound outside and frowned. Someone is looking for death again. After Shen Yun finished speaking, Chu Tingsu stood up hurriedly. I heard it. It was the sound of knocking on the fence door downstairs. Shen Wentao and Ouyang Qi looked at each other and knew that neither of them heard it. But now is not the time to doubt. So they still have to go down quickly to see who it is. Shen Wentao made a prompt decision and took out the gun directly from the space. After loading the bullets, he walked towards the door. Ouyang Qi thought it would be better to act together. Brother Shen, let's go and take a look together. The situation outside is unclear. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. I think so too. Seeing them all say so, Shen Wentao nodded. Okay. Lock the door to prevent anyone from coming in later. Okay. Before Shen Yun finished speaking, she took off her apron, picked up the electric baton given to her by Qiaomi, and gave one to Ouyang Qi. Shen Wentao then began to open the door. After several people went out, they closed the door and walked towards the security door. After reaching the 23rd floor and opening the door, they saw Kujia sweating profusely. Seeing them, Kujia hurriedly said, a lot of people came here just now. Hoo-hoo. Let me remind you. If they see that they can't go up here, I don't know if they will find other ways. Shen Wentao frowned, then thought of something and his face changed drastically. Not good. Hurry. Go back. After saying that, he looked at Kujia and said, go home quickly. Don't come out. And don't make any noise. As soon as Shen Wentao finished speaking, a sneer came from above his head. It's too late. The speaker was the flat-headed man who had mocked Yuan Qing before. The man looked down at them at this time, his eyes full of teasing. Looking at the people next to the man, Shen Wentao was shocked. I'm afraid it will be difficult today. Leave now. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he looked at Kujia with a warning. Kujia knew what Shen Wentao meant. He didn't want to stay here any longer. After all, his current strength was indeed not suitable for staying here. Okay. After saying that, Kujia left. After Kujia left, Shen Wentao and the others looked at each other. The terrain where they were now was very low, and they were not in an advantageous position. Shen Wentao glanced at Chu Tingsu. You will attack from a distance later. Don't go up. You are not their opponent. Got it. Then the four of them walked up. Shen Wentao quietly took out the pistol from the space. And then when he walked to the corner, he shot the muscular man upstairs. It hit the man hard directly. The muscular man looked at them in disbelief and knelt on the ground. The remaining few people ran down directly towards them, ready to use human wave tactics. Shen Yun pulled Chu Tingsu back a little, and Ouyang Qi instantly jumped up with Shen Wentao's strength, and smashed the electric baton in his hand towards the group of people. A crackling sound rang out, and the middle-aged man who was hit fell to the ground, twitching continuously and falling from the steps. And after seeing his father being beaten, a boy upstairs was full of anger in his eyes, and a fireball condensed in his hand was ready to hit Ouyang Qi. Chapter 87 finally over. Chu Tingsu looked at the fireball that was about to hit Ouyang Qi's head, his eyes full of anxiety. Then he climbed up the guardrail next to him and rushed towards the fireball. When he did so, Chu Tingsu turned himself into a fireman. The next scene stunned everyone. After Chu Tingsu rushed forward, the fireball was actually absorbed by Chu Tingsu. Not only those people, but also Shen Yun and the others were looking at Chu Tingsu in shock. All eyes were full of disbelief. Shen Yun was afraid that something would happen to Chu Tingsu, so he hurried forward and began to heal Chu Tingsu, but found that he didn't seem to need healing, because Chu Tingsu was in good condition now. He didn't look injured at all. Shen Yun was relieved a little. Su, step back. Chu Tingsu said directly, I can do it. After that, Chu Tingsu jumped into the middle of the group of people upstairs, using the guardrail next to him. There are also people with superpowers in the group above, but they are basically low-level superpowers. There are only two intermediate ones. One is Earth's superpower, and the other is with superpower, which basically has no room for development here. In addition, they don't know how to use superpowers, which makes them even worse. They are not as good as those ordinary people with better physical fitness. At least, they can cause some minor damage to Shen Wentao and his group. Yes, that's right. It's minor damage. At most it's the extent of breaking the skin. The biggest reason is that they can't touch it. Plus Shen Wentao ammunition suppression. This group of people is now retreating quickly. Now they have come to the stairs to the rooftop on the 24th floor. The people at the back have already gone up and are discussing what to do next on the rooftop. And both sides have already ambushed, just waiting for Shen Wentao and his group to come up. After they retreated, Shen Wentao guessed that there might be people hiding behind them. So after going up, he directly took out the shield, blocked in front of his chest, and then pointed the gun at the other side. Even if the people outside could see Shen Wentao movements, they couldn't do anything, even if they reminded him. So what? They couldn't avoid Shen Wentao's attack. Shen Wentao shot the man hiding on the right side in the leg and knocked him down with one shot. Then he protected himself, went out quickly, fired 3 shots in a row, and killed several people at the door. Shen Yun and his men had also come out at this time. Almost half of this group of people had been dealt with by them, and the rest were basically some people with little strength and those with superpowers. After going out, Chu Tingsu had the upper hand, and his fireballs and flames kept attacking those people. Wherever he went, his fire burned. A woman in her 30s looked at the situation and said hurriedly, Don't fight. Don't fight. We leave now. Don't fight. After Shen Yun heard it, he laughed sarcastically. Oh, you know you're leaving now? Why didn't you say that just now? After saying that, Shen Yun continued his attack. After hearing Shen Yun's words, the woman said, with a face full of despair, she started to retreat directly, preparing to leave from the rope they had just come from. But as soon as she passed by, Chu Tingsu was a fireball, burning the rope directly. Auntie, You can jump over. I won't stop you. The woman looked at Chu Tingsu's appearance and scolded directly. You are so vicious at such a young age. Is this how your parents taught you? Your family education is really not good. Rubbish, ah. Without waiting for the woman to continue, Shen Wintao shot her in the head, and the woman fell from the roof. The group of people now realized that they were demons. Demons who kill without blinking. The eyes of the crowd changed from disdain at the beginning, to seriousness later, to fear now, and even some despair. After what happened in the past few days, Shen Wintao and his friends no longer have the softness in their hearts, no matter how they requested. The final result was that Shen Wintao and his friends continued to take action, even because of the woman's words just now. Chu Tingsu was in a very uncomfortable mood, and his actions became faster and faster. Then out all your bad mood. In addition, Chu Tingsu was originally very lethal, and many people on the opposite side were injured at once. And now there was no one who was not injured. If he had seen such a scene before, Chu Tingsu might have been sad and soft-hearted. But this time, these people wanted to kill them. Especially the words the woman said just now completely angered the little guy. Now the little guy's face was tight, and his eyes were full of seriousness. Because Ouyang Qi and Shen Yun ability did not cause much damage. They mainly used electric batons. Xiaomi gave them maces before. But Shen Yun thought that a small electric baton was more suitable. He asked for the electric baton. Shen Wintao mainly used a gun. Of course, with a silencer installed. Mainly because without a silencer it would likely attract the attention of the zombies. That would be really uncomfortable. After all, they had finally cleared the zombies in this community. In fact, it would be easier for these people to go out to find supplies. But they didn't want to fight those zombies. And they often saw Xiaomi and others going out to find supplies recently. They thought there would be a lot more supplies here. They had a lot of people, so it should be no problem to deal with a few of them. But they didn't expect that after 4 people left, the remaining 4 could be so harmful. It was simply scary. Yun Qing just went upstairs and saw that his relatives and friends were basically killed. He looked sad and turned down quickly. The young man who released the drone before looked at Shen Yun desperately at this time. I begged. I am from the Department of Computer Science of Tsinghua University and Peking University. I can help you. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. Shen Wintao said disdainfully. Sister Yun, just deal with it. I am better than him. Shen Yun was not soft-hearted, but wanted to know how they found him. So he wanted to keep a person alive. We need a living person for interrogation. A boy next to the young man who had just spoken said weakly. This incident was caused by him. You keep me, and I will tell you everything. No. I will tell you everything. Shen Wintao looked at the remaining 4 people, and put the guns in his hands into the space. Oh Yang. Xiu. Stop. We still have use for these people. After Shen Wintao finished speaking, several people stopped and looked at the remaining people with bad faces. No one is better than Shen Wintao at interrogation. He walked up and said, only one of you can survive. Now start to tell why you came here today. Look. It's late at night, and it's getting dark. Let's finish it quickly. Chapter 88. Hold the zombie king thigh tightly. The 4 people huddled in the corner, trembling and looking at Shen Wintao. Then the young man who had just spoken pointed at the young man who controlled the drone and said, it was him. He had been watching you. And he said that you had 4 main forces gone. And the rest were not good. So we went. Really? I didn't lie to you. After the young man finished speaking, he looked at Shen Wintao pleadingly. I hope Shen Wintao can let her go. And the young man from Tsinghua and Peking University looked at Shen Wintao in panic. No, it's not like that. They asked me to watch you. It was my second uncle and others. They are gone now. Really? I'm telling the truth. Several people nodded in succession. But Shen Wintao didn't care about these. Anyway, they were involved. As long as they were involved, they were not innocent. If I didn't want to know how they got up, these 4 people would have been solved now. After getting the information he wanted, Shen Wintao fired 4 shots and killed the 4 people. Then he looked at Chu Tingsu and said, Xiu, I trouble you next. Oh Yang. Let's gather the people together. Okay. After Ouyang Qi finished speaking, he went down with Shen Wintao and brought up all the bodies of those people. Then Shen Yun waved at them. Wait a minute. Lao San. Come here and I tell you. Shen Wintao didn't understand, but still followed Shen Yun to the side. Did you forget? These superpowers have crystal cores in their heads. Now we move the superpowers to the building. Dig out the crystal cores and throw them here. Shen Wentao then remembered what Xiaomi said before. Forgot. Then I take it in. But Ouyang should have known it. So there's no need to hide it. I thought so too. But this doesn't require your consent. The two walked over there while talking. Shen Wentao pointed at the few superpowers and said, Ouyang, let's move the superpowers in. And you can see the rest later. Okay. Third brother. Then the two began to move. After entering, they closed the door directly. Shen Wentao looked around and started to move after not finding any surveillance drones or anything like that. And he signaled Ouyang Qi to cover his mouth and not make any sound. Even though Ouyang Qi didn't know what would happen later. He knew that what would happen later was something he couldn't accept. Listen to Shen Wentao words and cover your mouth tightly. Then you saw Shen Wentao directly insert the dagger into the man's brain. Then turn it around. And then use the groove behind the dagger to dig out a white crystal core with blood in the man's brain. Ouyang Qi almost vomited when he saw this scene. But he quickly adjusted his emotions, observed Shen Wentao techniques, and squatted down after watching 3. Third brother. Give me a dagger. I should be able to do it. Shen Wentao's eyes were full of admiration. To be honest, he liked such people. He took out a military dagger in the space and handed it to Ouyang Qi. Ouyang Qi squatted down and started to work without saying a word. There were not many superpowers here, so he only took out 2 in total, and the rest were taken out by Shen Wentao. But even with this, he was sweating profusely and felt weak all over, even because of nausea. His whole face was abnormally pale. Shen Wentao didn't say anything about these. After all, he had been here before, and it wouldn't be bad for him to get familiar with it now. They didn't know what they would encounter later. After cremating all the bodies together, they went down. The whole air was filled with the smell of burnt meat. Yuanqing knelt in the corridor next door, counted a few times in this direction, and then slowly walked down. As for Yuanqing, they didn't notice him, and they didn't even know that he existed. Fortunately, even if Yuanqing knew that they killed his relatives, he did not have the obsession to avenge his relatives. And Shen Yuan and the others went downstairs directly after handling it. Here, Xiaomi and the others had already arrived at the Hua family. Originally, they thought they would wait until Chu Machin came back before coming here, but they did not expect to come today. The Hua family couple was still very happy to see their daughter, and hurriedly pulled a few people in. After entering, Hua mother hurriedly asked, "Have you eaten?" "No, Mom. We are anxious to come to see your situation." Hua father knew that they must have something to do. Otherwise, they would not come today. So he looked at Xiaomi and said, "Daughter, let's go upstairs and talk. I just happen to have something to tell you about Xiao Chu. Come with me." "Okay, Uncle Hua." After that, he winked at Gu Haoyu and Hua Ningxuan, and followed Hua father upstairs. When he got upstairs, he saw Hua Yin reading in the study. Xiaomi couldn't help but admire him. After closing the door, Hua father said, "My daughter, you have something to ask our Hua Yin." "Yes, Uncle." After that, Xiaomi took out the crystal core from the space and handed it to Hua Yin. "Absorb it. It's the best for you." Hua Yin bowed to Xiaomi gratefully, and then took the crystal core. "Thank you, Xiaomi. I will definitely help you with all your strength in the future. Hua Yin, your boss will pay me back for these. You just owe it. The more you owe, the more your boss will pay." So don't have psychological pressure. Hua Yin knew that this was Xiaomi comforting himself. But there was no point in saying this now. He didn't say anything else. Instead, he took the crystal core and began to absorb it, while Xiaomi looked at Hua father. "Uncle Hua, Hua Yin will probably take a long time. How do you think you should tell Aunt Hua? You have to watch him all the time?" "Well, there are 2 crystal cores, and they are high-level crystal cores. There may be accidents when he absorbs them, but it is best for Xianxian to watch. I am not a superpower, and I can't save him quickly. Let me think about it. Let me think about it, and see what to say." After that, Hua father began to think about what to say. Xiaomi looked at Hua Yin's situation. In fact, Hua Yin can use crystal cores of all properties, but it is best to be transparent. The reason why the transparent crystal core was given to Hua Yin was because she had a hunch that Hua Yin would be the future zombie king. Their current abilities are not strong, especially since they only have her and Chu Tingsu who have real attack power. And now they can add Gu Haoyu. No one else can do it. They need someone to stand up and protect them. After Chu Machin left, the only one who could stand up was Hui Yin. And only Hui Yin could grow up quickly. That's why he gave these things to Hui Yin. Hui father looked at the white energy lingering around Hui Yin, his eyes full of disbelief. These things were really mysterious to him, and he couldn't accept them. Chapter 89. Hui Yin talent is incredible. Father Hui walked downstairs and looked at his wife, who was inviting everyone to dinner. His eyes flickering. He thought of many possibilities, but none of them seemed appropriate. Finally, he said directly, "Wife?" Xiao girl asked Xian Xian to go upstairs, saying that she was going to upgrade Xian Xian. You should bring them some food and ask them to go to the study. Wen Ningxuan knew why this happened and said happily, "Haha. Sister Qiqi is still good to me. Come on. I will be more invincible after the upgrade." When Hui mother heard this, her original doubts disappeared and she went forward to serve them food. You should eat more. This chicken wing is delicious. There is also this. You should also take more pig's trotters. They are all delicious. While talking, Hui mother kept filling them with food. After taking out Jin Jiang and Hui Ningxuan's food separately, Hui mother handed one of the 2 plates piled up in front of her to Hui Ningxuan. I take it up. Father Hui took the plate and said, "Wait for me downstairs." I take it up. Your legs hurt recently, so don't keep going up and down the stairs. After saying that, he glanced at Hui Ningxuan and motioned her to hurry up. Gu Haoyu hurried forward and pulled Mother Hui to the dining table. And Hui, just eat. Now you just need to eat and drink well every day. We will take care of the rest. Our Hao Hao is still good at talking. He is so obedient. He patted Gu Haoyu's head and sat down. After Hui Ningxuan and Father Hui went upstairs, Father Hui handed the food to Qiaomi and hurried downstairs, mainly because he was afraid that Mother Hui would be suspicious. When Qiaomi saw Hui Ningxuan coming up, she roughly guessed their plan. Then he sat at the desk with Hui Ningxuan to eat. Don't worry. Your brother is almost at level 1 now. There won't be any problem. Just eat. Well, I know. My brother should be level 1 after absorbing these 2. At least level 1. If nothing goes wrong, it should be the middle of level 1. And if he's lucky, he may be promoted to level 2. But it depends on his absorption situation. After Qiaomi finished speaking, Hui Ningxuan looked at Qiaomi in disbelief. In other words, Su Su's upgrade is very fast. Well, indeed. I didn't expect him to be promoted to level 2 so quickly. Now he has absorbed 2 crystal cores and has been promoted to level 2. But I don't know if it will be so fast in the future. Hui Ningxuan expressed her incomprehension. It's really a big gap between everyone. Looking at her brother appearance, Hui Ningxuan said again, "Can my brother disguise himself as a normal human and meet my mother in the future?" In principle. It's okay. Qiaomi's words gave Hui Ningxuan some expectations. Fortunately, my brother has regained consciousness. It's great. He can wear contact lenses and put on makeup. But my brother can't speak, which is a big problem. After Hui Ningxuan finished speaking, Qiaomi said while eating chicken wings, "It's not a big problem. Just say that your brother is a psychic. So he can speak with consciousness, but can't speak with his mouth. It can only be like this." But even so, Hui Ningxuan was still in a good mood. Qiaomi looked at Hui Yin's situation and found that he absorbed very smoothly, without any expression. When she watched them absorb today, she thought it was so difficult to absorb the crystal core. It turned out that it was not. Chu Tingsu's absorption was very smooth, and now Hui Yin was added. It must be said that their qualifications are really good. Hui Yin's current situation is much better than when she was the zombie king before, which made her envy him. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Hui Yin absorbed 1. After opening his eyes, Hui Yin looked at Qiaomi in surprise and said with his consciousness, "I am now level 1. I feel that I can control zombies farther away. I am going to control Xian Xian. Is that okay?" Yes. I won't hurt her. But, what do you want to control her for? Just an experiment. Qiaomi was speechless. This guy is simply an expert at cheating girls. Looking at the confused Hui Ningxuan with sympathy, he was just about to wish her good luck. As a result, he saw Hui Ningxuan start boxing directly. The expression on his face was so serious. Qiaomi hurriedly took out his mobile phone and started recording. 5 minutes later, Hui Ningxuan stopped his movements. After Hui Yin withdrew his mental power, Hui Ningxuan slowly regained his consciousness. Looking at Qiaomi in confusion. What did I do just now? Why am I so tired? Why don't I have any memory? Xiaomi handed the mobile phone in her hand to Huiningshuan. Then he looked at Hui Yin with a hard-to-speak expression. You are really cruel. Will Xian kill you later? No. I am very powerful now. After Hui Yin finished speaking confidently, he looked at Huiningshuan with a smile. As a result, he saw Huiningshuan looking at him with a red face, and the murderous intent in his eyes was too obvious. Xian, calm down, or I will control you again. Huiningshuan sneered. Hui Yin, try it. If you dare to control me again, I will definitely take the opportunity to freeze you into ice. Do you believe it? Hui Yin looked at Huiningshuan with his scarlet eyes, but gave up and walked to Huiningshuan. Go ahead. I was wrong. Seeing that his brother admitted his mistake with a good attitude and did not do anything excessive, Huiningshuan snorted and stopped talking to him. Hui Yin continued to absorb the remaining crystal core. Xiaomi saw that Hui Yin had no problem, so she prepared to leave. It was almost 9 o'clock now, and it would take at least an hour for them to go back. If they encountered many zombies, it might take 2 hours. I don't know what the situation is over there, and I don't know if there are still blind people going home. Xiaomi was actually very worried, but I thought that their defense was pretty good, so there should be no problem. But I was still worried. Therefore, they did not go to Gu Haoyu house to get something, but went home directly. Gu Haoyu drove very fast on the way, mainly because Xiaomi felt uneasy for some reason. But she didn't know why she had this feeling. Xiaomi was worried that something might happen to the people at home, so she urged Gu Haoyu. What she didn't know was that Chu Machin was the one who was really in danger at this time. After Chu Machin met up with the team, he was told that they had to rescue several scientists in the laboratory. They had been doing experiments in a closed environment before, so they couldn't evacuate at that time. Now they had to rescue them, and the first choice was Chu Machin. That's why they went to find Chu Machin yesterday. What Chu Machin didn't expect was that these people would conceal the situation inside, and didn't even tell the specific situation of the research inside. At this time, Chu Machin looked at the 2-meter-tall and 3-meter-long mutant zombie tiger in front of him, and he was dumbfounded. You retreat? Quickly! Retreat! Chu Machin shouted anxiously. Chapter 90 Mutant Tiger? Kitten? The mutant tiger snorted twice, waiting for Chu Machin and the others, and walked slowly towards them. The oppressive feeling scared some timid people, and made them tremble all over. Chu Machin covered the retreat of the crowd, and at the same time stared at the mutant tiger in front of him. He could not think of why there was a mutant tiger in this biological research institute. But this is not the time to think about these things. The most important thing now is to escape first. But several mutant white mice came out from behind the mutant tiger, each of which was the size of a wolfhound. The scarlet eyes became even redder now, and Chu Machin's hair stood up when he saw it, and he had a bad premonition. This feeling made Chu Machin frown involuntarily. He hurriedly contacted his deputy through the communication. Gong Qiu, the situation here is not very good. Send someone in to pick you up. If I don't come out, I will directly detonate this place. You all have 10 minutes to evacuate. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he directly cut off the communication and looked at the mutant tiger in front of him fiercely. The mutant tiger opened its mouth wide, as if it was going to bite Chu Machin's neck directly in the next second. And the zombie rats behind him also stared at Chu Machin. The nose kept sniffing. After seeing them all retreat, Chu Machin began to use his supernatural power. The black mist lingered all over his body, and the next second, something Chu Machin didn't expect happened. The fierce mutant tiger just now was like a giant kitten, kneeling in front of Chu Machin, and the zombie rats behind it crawled on the ground after it knelt down. Chu Machin looked at the mutant tiger and was stunned. The black mist in his hand slowly dissipated, and then he looked at the mutant tiger with a hard word. What's wrong with you? After Chu Machin asked, he couldn't help laughing. What was he doing? It didn't understand a thing. Then he took the dagger in his hand and prepared to kill them. Just as he stepped forward, the mutant tiger retreated, and the zombie rats were still crawling on the ground. Chu Machin didn't know why and stepped forward and killed the zombie rats directly. Then he dug out their crystal cores. Looking at the white crystal cores in his hand, Chu Machin's eyes flashed a trace of disappointment. After putting the crystal cores into the space, Chu Machin prepared to attack the mutant tiger. He could feel that the mutant tiger was very powerful. But what he didn't understand was why the mutant tiger retreated just now. And he didn't sneak attack when he attacked. He put away the dagger, frowned and looked at the mutant tiger, and said coldly, "Since you let me go once, I will let you go this time. The next time we meet, I will kill you directly. After that, Chu Machin turned around and left. But the mutant tiger still followed him. It even wailed pitifully. As soon as Chu Machin turned around, it stopped and looked at Chu Machin with a face full of resentment. Looking at the expression of the giant in front of him, Jin Zhang's mouth twitched. He really didn't understand what was going on. You want to follow me? The mutant tiger nodded quickly, and then looked at Chu Machin expectantly. Chu Machin's mouth twitched. What was going on? Why did he get such a giant after releasing his superpowers? Where are the people inside? After Chu Machin finished speaking, he felt that he was sick. He actually started to communicate with the mutant tiger. It was simply outrageous. But the next second, the mutant tiger raised its head and turned to walk inside. Chu Machin stood there without moving. The mutant tiger took 2 steps, turned around and saw that Chu Machin didn't move, raised his head again, and Chu Machin asked in confusion, "Follow you?" After seeing the mutant tiger nod, Chu Machin took his right foot, walked forward. Here, Xiaomi and the others smelled the smell of burnt meat when they arrived at the community, and a trace of panic flashed in their eyes at the same time. Stop the car. I go up first. You go park the car, Xiaomi said. And after Gu Haoyu slowed down the car, she jumped out of the car directly. Then she ran towards their house. When she saw the fire on the roof, Xiaomi's heart began to beat wildly. She ran to the 23rd floor in one breath. And looking at the impact marks on the iron fence, Xiaomi's heart was directly raised to her throat. She quickly opened the door and ran upstairs. When opening the door, Xiaomi's hands were shaking. It took a long time to insert the key. After opening the door lock inside was a password lock. Xiaomi entered the password and the door opened. If their house was not a password lock, Xiaomi would not be able to hold the key now. After opening the door, Xiaomi saw them exercising in the living room, and her legs were weak and leaned against the wall. What happened? When Xinyun saw Xiaomi, he stood up and helped Xiaomi. After Xiaomi asked, he explained, "It's okay. Some blind people came to steal the supplies." Xiaomi frowned when she heard what Xinyun said. They can't come up? Yes. They climbed the rope from the roof next to them. After Xinyun finished explaining, Xiaomi knew. We will refit the roof tomorrow. Are you all okay? No. We are not even injured. We have the King Su Su. Who can hurt us? At this point, Xinyun raised his chin proudly. Xiaomi smiled. Yes. Su Su is the best. Chu Ting's face was full of black lines. He wanted to say that he was not a child anymore. He would not be scared. And he did not need comfort. But seeing Xiaomi's worried expression, he still did not say it. He said shyly, "Not that powerful." Hee. After Chu Tingsu finished speaking, Hu Ningxuan and Gu Haoyu behind him also came up panting. After seeing that they were all fine, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, fortunately, you are all alive. Shin Wintel walked up quickly and slapped them. If you are so good at talking, just say less. Then he looked at Gu Haoyu with disgust. Gu Haoyu stroked his head that was hurt by the beating and looked at Shin Wintao pitifully. Oh, third. You really have no conscience. I ran so fast because I was worried that something would happen to you. But you are still like this. She looked like a wronged young wife. Looking at everyone, she felt a chill in her heart. Xiaomi touched her arm in disgust. I go down and close the door. After saying that, she went down. When Xinyun explained what happened later, Xiaomi was still a little surprised when he mentioned Kujia's actions. Unexpectedly, Kujia saved them in the end. I go down and give him some supplies. Tomorrow we reinforce the roof. There will definitely be a lot of people targeting us. We must act collectively from now on. After Xiaomi finished speaking, everyone nodded in agreement. Chapter 91 Abnormal Research. Chu Machin followed the mutant tiger to the innermost laboratory. Looking at the heavy iron door, Chu Machin knew that they were hiding inside. You leave first. After Chu Machin finished speaking, the mutant tiger still stood there and refused to leave. After Chu Machin looked at him with a warning, the mutant tiger lowered his head in grievance and slowly turned away. After the mutant tiger left, Chu Machin knocked on the door and turned on the video on the door. Informed the people inside of his identity. A minute later, the people inside opened the door. When Chu Machin saw those people, his brows frowned directly. There was only one expert from our country, and the others were foreign. This was also inconsistent with the previous report. Out of humanitarianism, they would rescue them. but they would definitely not rescue them before our experts. What's more, this research institute is foreign funded, not ours. But what they said at the time was that there are many domestic researchers here now, hiding in a laboratory, and they can hold on for a while. Chu Muchen's face is so black now. If they hadn't been wearing their special masks and hats, these people would definitely be able to see Chu Muchen's dark face. Come out quickly. After Chu Muchen finished speaking, a blonde woman inside said directly, "You alone? Is this how you treat us?" Seeing the disgust in the woman's eyes, Chu Muchen didn't say anything, turned around and was about to leave. Those people were angered by Chu Muchen's attitude, and a fire-type mutant threw a fireball directly at Chu Muchen. The mutant tiger hiding in the dark saw this scene and immediately ran out from behind. It clawed at the black man who attacked Chu Muchen. Ah! After the black man screamed, the rest of the people began to attack the mutant tiger. Chu Muchen didn't expect this person to be so fearless and make such a thing. At this time, he looked at those people with disdain in his eyes. Why didn't he go out by himself if he was so powerful? And lied about the news and asked them to come to rescue. Tiger. Stop. You guys. Either follow me out or stay here. After Chu Muchen finished speaking, the mutant tiger stopped its attack. A researcher from Country F cursed directly in their language. "Oh, arrogant young man. I will kill you when I get out. I wait." Chu Muchen also responded to the man in Country F. The man was frightened by Chu Muchen's words, and then he stammered for a long time. His face flushed, and he didn't say a word. But they all began to fear Chu Muchen, especially this tiger that was almost 2 people tall and listened to Chu Muchen very much. This made them feel bad. 2 of the men looked at each other and saw obvious murderous intent in each other's eyes. Yes, they wanted to kill Chu Muchen, and they were even determined to win. The 2 took advantage of the time when everyone got up and went out to gather together, begin to discuss what to do next. When Chu Muchen and the others didn't notice, the 2 joined forces with the other 3 people, and the 5 people began to observe the surrounding situation. When turning, one of them took a few quick steps and quietly pulled out a knife. The white old man behind Chu Muchen asked Chu Muchen, "Hello? Can we still return to our country? Can you guarantee our safety?" "Wait for the answer from above." Chu Muchen said this lightly and ignored him. But the man kept talking to him. He either asked about the current situation outside or why these people became zombies. Chu Muchen frowned, but he couldn't ignore him. He answered meaningfully. Just as he answered, the white muscular man with a knife had already walked behind Chu Muchen. When the man took action, those who saw it chose to keep their mouths shut, and no one spoke to remind Chu Muchen. So the man stabbed the knife directly into Chu Muchen's abdomen. Chu Muchen stretched out his hand and waved. The man was thrown directly against the wall, spit out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. The mutant tiger that was driven away by Chu Muchen didn't know what was happening on Chu Muchen's side. At this time, the mutant tiger was waiting for Chu Muchen to come out at the door. Chu Muchen didn't have time to look at the wound on his abdomen because those researchers had already attacked him. As for the researcher from our country, he had already run towards the door. After receiving Chu Muchen's instructions and the description of the people who came out, most of Chu Muchen's teammates outside had retreated to a safe position behind. Geng Qiu stared at the research institute, ready to rescue Chu Muchen at any time. The team members behind were all ready to go, just waiting for Geng Qiu's order. Chu Muchen looked at the malice in their eyes, sneered, and then directly began to use his supernatural power, with black mist lingering all over his body. Then he waved his hand to hit the mist at the crowd. A group of people disappeared directly. Chu Muchen sneered, then turned around and prepared to go out. As soon as he turned around, he saw the mutant tiger holding the researcher who ran away in its mouth. Put him down. After Chu Muchen finished speaking, the mutant tiger happily ran to Chu Muchen with the person in its mouth and threw the person directly in front of Chu Muchen. Looking at the person who closed his eyes and shivered, Chu Muchen asked coldly, "What's going on here? Why did this white tiger become so big?" The man opened his eyes and looked at Chu Muchen, and his whole body shook like a sieve. His eyes were full of fear. Chu Muchen didn't have that much time to wait for him to think, and said coldly, "If you want to die, just make it up slowly." After the voice fell, the man hurriedly shook his head in fear. No, it hasn't changed. Yes, we studied the samples they brought. This white tiger ate our white mice, so it became like this. When did they bring the samples? Do you still have them now? Where is the research data? The man shook his head immediately. No. No. They were all eaten by him. They brought them almost a month ago. And they were smuggled in. But they have mercenaries. And we can only obey their orders. The research data was transferred by them. Every day. And after they were transferred, they would delete our data here. So now except for this white tiger, there are no research samples and no research data. Right? Yes. Where are the others? Do you have any survivors? No. When it just happened, several core researchers were picked up by helicopter. But I don't know where they went. Seeing that the man didn't seem to be lying, Chu Machin believed it temporarily. It's just that he didn't understand whether this zombie virus had anything to do with this place. I was going to kill him directly. But now it seems that I can only leave him here. The only problem is how to deal with this white tiger. Seeing Chu Machin frowning, the man pleaded, I have been exposed to the core experiment. And I still remember a lot of data. I can continue the experiment. What kind of experiment is this? It's really powerful to make people stronger. You can see how powerful this experiment is by looking at this white tiger. I can make you as powerful as it. Give me a chance. After listening to the man's words, Chu Machin decided to send him away. This man can't stay. Chapter 92 Questioning. If this man had been more normal, Chu Machin would have rescued him. The man's words really made Chu Machin feel uncomfortable. He didn't want to listen to his nonsense anymore. So he waved his hand and turned the man into dust. Then he took out the special medicine powder that Xiaomi gave him from the space. Sprinkled it on the wound. Looking at the mutant tiger beside him, Chu Machin wanted to get rid of it. But for some reason, every time he was about to do it, a voice would appear in the depths of his mind, telling him to put his hand down. But he definitely couldn't take it with him where he was going. Stay here by yourself. Don't go out. You will be killed if you go out. Understand? After Chu Machin finished speaking, the mutant tiger looked at him with a pleading face, and those eyes seemed to say, don't leave me. For a moment, Chu Machin was a little difficult to decide. He took a step, and the white tiger followed one step. Finally, Chu Machin turned and looked at the white tiger. You are too big. I can't take you away. The white tiger had to follow Chu Machin no matter what he said. Then Chu Machin explored his own space, and prepared to try to see if he could take it in. If he couldn't, forget it. He certainly couldn't let it follow him. Chu Machin waved at the mutant tiger. And then, the mutant tiger disappeared in front of him. Then he explored and found that the mutant tiger was already in his space. And he was still shocked. Can living things enter his own space? It seems that he needs to find time to try it. This discovery makes Chu Machin feel very good. As soon as he went out, he saw Geng Qiu and others waiting at the door. Chu Machin took a few steps quickly. It's okay inside now. Retreat. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he walked directly towards the armored vehicle in front. Geng Qiu looked at the research institute behind him with some doubt in his eyes. But after Chu Machin left, he didn't say anything, but followed Chu Machin away. In the car, Chu Machin took off his clothes and bandaged his wounds after getting in the car. Just now at the research institute, he just treated the wound simply, and didn't bandage it, just to show them that he was still injured. It didn't come out intact, so that they won't have to rely on themselves for everything in the future. Geng Qiu looked at the wounds on Chu Machin's body, and his eyes changed. Is it scratched by zombies? Are you blind? Can't you see that it's a knife wound? I think you need to learn more. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Geng Qiu clearly felt that the faces of the people in the car changed. And he felt bad all of a sudden. He was just talking nonsense. But Chu Machin directly confronted him. Now he really feels embarrassed. Geng Qiu sat in the back of the car with a gloomy face and didn't say a word all the way. Chu Machin was thinking about what the man said just now at the research institute. And he even had a bad guess. That is, this zombie virus is not a natural disaster, but a man-made one. If that's the case, it's really troublesome. Moreover, the things reported at the research institute at that time were completely different from what he saw. Before, these people didn't say that there were many foreign experts here, and there were even white tigers used as experimental subjects here. This behavior is completely illegal, but the experiment was still carried out. If no one gave them a guarantee, Chu Machin would not believe it at all. And he even had few people he could trust. I always felt that this matter was not that simple. Along the way, Chu Machin did not say a word, and his face was very gloomy. After arriving at the place, Chu Machin went directly to the control room. After arriving, he took off his hat and threw it on the table. Who will investigate the situation at the institute? A cold voice sounded in the quiet control room. Everyone looked at Chu Machin cold face and indifferent look. And their eyes changed. An old man looked at Chu Machin and asked puzzledly, "What's wrong?" "Xiao Chu. The situation over there is not like this. What we have seen are foreign researchers who have mutated. And there is even a white tiger among the experimental subjects over there. So what is the situation over there?" Chu Machin words made the old man stunned. "No. Gong Qiu. Go find your teacher Liao." After the old man finished speaking, he stood there with a bad look on his face. Then looked at Chu Machin and said, "You go down and clean up. I will give you an explanation after I understand it. What is the situation over there now? There is still a mutant tiger without a trace. It is too fast. I can't catch up. As for those researchers, there should be no survivors." After Chu Machin finished speaking, the old man's face changed and his expression flickered. After thinking for a while, the old man said, "Well, let's go and have a look after dawn. You go and rest first." "No. I want to see what they say. Why are there those monsters there?" "Monster? What monster?" The old man looked at Chu Machin in confusion. Chu Machin did not speak, but connected the camera on his helmet to the mobile phone. Then he found the last picture. When the old man saw the huge mutant tiger and several mutant zombie rats as big as wolfhounds, his face turned pale. He pointed at the white tiger and zombie rats in the video with trembling fingers. Chu Machin's expression was very calm. After all, he had recovered now, and the incredibleness just now had been restrained a lot. From time to time, he had to go to the space to see the mutant tiger. There were still many things in his yard, and he couldn't let this guy harm them. So in the eyes of those people, Chu Machin was very angry now. And he was even so angry that he didn't want to talk. Everyone looked at Chu Machin quietly with fear. After all, although Chu Machin did not work with him, they all knew that Chu Machin's identity was SSS level confidential. Except for the above people. No one knew his specific position. But his position is higher than the old man in front of him. Which is why Chu Machin can directly question them at this time. Who let him be the boss? When Gong Qiu found Master Liao, he was sleeping. When Gong Qiu brought him here, Chu Machin's patience had run out. When he saw Master Liao's messy hair, Chu Machin became even more irritable. He looked at Master Liao with a gloomy face. "Master Liao, the matter of the research institute has not been resolved yet. And you can sleep? Hee hee. It's not because you are here. We are all worrying about nothing. Look, aren't you back? There are no casualties yet. So I know that I can trust you." "Well, this is a cheap trick." Chu Machin sneered twice. "Then let's talk about who Master Liao got the news from, and who went to investigate before the action." After Chu Machin finished speaking, Master Liao's face changed. "Oh, isn't it all over? Why are you asking these questions again?" Chapter 93 Motherhood Learns the Truth. Chu Machin looked at Master Liao coldly. "Are you going to say it yourself, or am I forcing you to say it?" Master Liao looked at Chu Machin cold and gloomy look, and immediately began to feel nervous. Could this kid know something? Not really. No, it shouldn't be. Haven't the main people left? Didn't they take all the things away? Why does this kid Chu Machin look at me like this? No. I can't be fake. Chu Machin, I'm your superior. Is this how you talk to me? I've already told you all the information that everyone has reported about the situation over there. What do you want to do by making such a fuss now? After saying that, Master Liao glared at Chu Machin in dissatisfaction. Chu Machin didn't say anything, just looked at Master Liao. It made him feel creepy. But thinking of the consequences if Chu Machin knew about those things, he immediately became tough again, staring at Chu Machin angrily. Chu Machin, I am your superior anyway. And you are talking like this? Your attitude is very problematic. Gong Qiu on the side hurriedly said, Master Liao, don't be angry. Maybe the situation there is really dangerous today. So Captain Chu got angry. Getting angry at me because it's dangerous? I'm used to it. After saying that, Master Liao snorted and turned around to leave. Chu Machin's cold voice came from behind him. Master Liao, it's not appropriate to leave without any explanation. What do you want? Master Liao looked at Chu Machin coldly. Chu Machin played the video just now. Just watch it, and you will know. After saying that, Chu Machin didn't say anything else. Sitting there calmly, looking at Master Liao coldly. After seeing the huge white rat and the giant mutant tiger, Master Liao's whole body began to tremble. and he looked at Chu Machin with some horror. This is inside the institute. Didn't Master Liao send people and drones in before? Didn't he find anything? Listening to Chu Machin's sarcastic words, Master Liao's temples were throbbing with anger. But he didn't dare to say it. What could he say? After all, he had concealed these things before. And those people were those people who had to be rescued. He didn't want to do these bad things. But what could he do? If he didn't do it, those people would still cause him a lot of trouble later. Master Liao gave the helmet thrown by Chu Machin to Geng Qiu. I really don't know about this. The drone that went to investigate before was destroyed, and nothing was filmed. So you lied about the situation? The old man looked at Master Liao with disapproval, thinking that he was really confused. Master Liao lowered his head helplessly. What can I do? There are several experts in this field in the Biological Research Institute. But the people I sent out can't get in at all. I can only come up with this last resort. After saying that, Master Liao pretended to be in pain and squatted on the ground directly. Chu Machin really wanted to deal with this man directly. But he couldn't. If he was outside, he wouldn't have so many concerns. Chu Machin felt very uncomfortable and unhappy in an instant. But he also knew the problem of Master Liao. He definitely had a close relationship with those people there. And he was not even the last big tree. Chu Machin, who didn't want to alert the enemy, stood up directly and said coldly, I hope this is the last time. After that, he took his things and left. After Chu Machin turned around and left, Master Liao breathed a sigh of relief. Hoo-hoo. Finally. This level is over now. The next day, Hua family. Hui Yin used his consciousness to tell his father that many people came here, and asked him to contact Xiaomi quickly, and he would go out to see what was going on. After that, Hui Yin went directly to the top floor, and took a telescope to see what was going on outside. Just this look. Hui Yin was full of gloomy aura. I saw many people holding weapons, and wrapped tightly from head to toe coming from a distance. Every time they arrived at a villa, at least 10 people would go in, seeing them getting closer and closer to his home. Hui Yin's heart was in his throat. Dad, you all retreat to the basement. Go now. And take down the supplies upstairs now. Hurry up. Forget it. It's too late. You take my mom and the others down first. I deal with these things. Remember to explain to my mom. After saying that, Hui Yin hurried down to move the supplies. He had to create a situation where no one was here before they came in. He was not sure if he could eliminate all these people. Or to be safe, retreating to the basement was the safest. Fortunately, every time they arrived at a villa, they had to destroy the defense outside first, and then leave people behind, and the others continued to go to the remaining villas. Hui Yin had to take advantage of this time to put all the things in the basement. After hearing what Hui Yin said, Hua father hurriedly pulled Hua mother and called the housekeeper to go to the basement. Old man, what are you going to do? Don't ask first. I tell you later when we go downstairs. Just follow me now. After Hua father finished speaking, he hurriedly pulled Hua mother downstairs. Butler Hua didn't say anything. After all, he knew that if it wasn't a critical moment, Hua father wouldn't just take them to the basement. I'm afraid the situation is more serious than he thought. After several people went downstairs. After a while, Hui Yin came down with a few boxes of supplies. After putting the things down, he immediately turned around and left again. After running back and forth several times, Hui Yin hurried to the house where they stored garbage and took out a lot of rotten things. Then they were scattered at home, mainly in the refrigerator and the living room. He had taken the things in the refrigerator away. At this time, Hua father was explaining Hui Yin's current situation to Hua mother. After he finished speaking, Hua mother and several others started to cry, and the elder sister covered her mouth and cried. Old woman, don't do this, or the child will be upset when he sees you later. After hearing this, Hua mother wiped her tears and slowly calmed down her emotions. When Hui Yin came down, Hua mother, who had just calmed down, burst into tears again, and even couldn't hold back. She rushed towards Hui Yin. Hui Yin stepped back. Mom, you can't get close to me now. I can control it, but it's rare. After saying this, Hui Yin looked helpless. The air in the basement was not circulating. He was really going crazy smelling their breath. He always felt that he couldn't control himself. Hua mother said in shock, Aren't you conscious? How could it be? At this point, Hua mother wanted to cry again. Hui Yin could only explain, I am a zombie now. Mom, Although I am conscious, I still have that bloodthirsty instinct. After hearing Hui Yan's explanation, Hui's mother began to tremble, covering her mouth. She really couldn't accept her child becoming like this. How painful it must have been for him when he was bitten. Chapter 94. The Hui family is in danger. Xiaomi was doing defense on the rooftop when she received the news from her father. It was Hao Hao who first discovered the news of the intercom ringing, since Hao Hao could monitor the situation near him. Xiaomi had asked her to monitor it. So when the intercom rang, Hao Hao heard it and quickly told Xiaomi. Xiaomi quickly put down what she was doing and ran down. After hearing what her father said, Xiaomi became very serious and hurriedly went up to call Gu Haoyu down. Now he was the fastest. And if they wanted to save them, only Gu Haoyu could go. Shall see. Many people from Uncle Hui's side went to grab supplies. You hurry over now. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Gu Haoyu hurried down to put on his equipment. Now he is a man who can fly. So naturally he has to fulfill his duties and save everyone. Thinking about it, Gu Haoyu felt that his mission was important. After changing his clothes, he went up to the rooftop, greeted them, and flew away directly. After Gu Haoyu left, Xiaomi left with Shen Wentao and the others. The situation over there was still unclear, and she was worried. She would feel relieved if she went to see it. As soon as the group went downstairs, Kujia followed them, and Shen Yun stepped forward and said, "We are not going to collect supplies today. We have some things to deal with. Which floor do you live on? We will call you later." "The 16th floor. Thank you. If you need me, just let me know. Don't worry. We won't be polite." Xiaomi smiled and said, and then left quickly. Now she didn't know what was going on over there, and she was really worried. Chu Machan had just left, and things happened one after another. Xiaomi was in a really bad mood now, and she wished she could just deal with those people. It was really annoying. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy Xiaomi felt, which led to Xiaomi driving really fast afterwards. But they were all very worried about the situation over at the Hui family, so they didn't think there was anything wrong. As for Hui Yan, after he felt them coming, he hurriedly said to his father with his consciousness, "Dad, they are coming. I will go out later. You must stay inside, and you must not come out." After that, Hui Yan prepared to go out. Mother Hui looked at Hui Yan, her face full of reluctance. "Son, I will go out. You stay inside. You stay inside." She would rather die than want Hui Yan to get into trouble. Father Hui also thought so. And when Hui Yan was about to go out, he said directly, "Son, we have already lived well in this life. You want, Dad, I will not get into trouble if I go out. But you will die if you go out. Okay, I will go out by myself." After Hui Yan finished speaking, he walked out. After all, Hui parents were old, and they had no time to stop Hui Yan. And Hui Yan had already gone out and sealed the door here. Father Hui and Mother Hui had no choice but to stay inside. After Hui Yan went out, he hurried to the rooftop and began to control the zombies nearby. He planned to use zombies to deal with these people. He couldn't just wait for Xiaomi. After all, they were far away and might not be able to help them. Hui Yan went upstairs very quickly, and in just over 10 seconds, he reached the rooftop on the 4th floor. On the rooftop, he had already placed all the guns Chu Machan had given him next to him. If it really didn't work, he could only use hot weapons, although this was what he was most reluctant to do. But there was no other way. He had to ensure that his parents were alive. Just as Hui Yan was controlling the zombies, Gu Haoyu fell from the sky. Those people in the distance saw a robot-like thing suddenly fall on the rooftop. They all looked at each other in shock. "You saw it, didn't you? It's not that my eyes are blurry. You saw it too, didn't you? I saw it too. What is that thing? Boss, should we go and see what's going on over there?" After these people finished speaking, the muscular man in the lead looked at the villa in front. He put out the cigarette in his hand. "Go. Why not go? Just put it out. What are you afraid of?" And then, before the man finished speaking, someone came running in a panic, shouting as he ran, "Boss! No! It's bad! Zombies! There are zombies coming! Kill them if they come! Why are you so flustered?" After the muscular man finished speaking, his whole face was full of impatience, and even his eyes became a little gloomy. The man was startled. He said with all his might, "There are so many zombies. We can't deal with them at all. And they are immortal. How can they not die? Haven't we killed several zombies before? The muscular man asked in confusion. The man shook his head and said cautiously, I don't know. And they are conscious and very disciplined. As if they are commanded by someone. As soon as the man finished speaking, he saw a group of zombies running over. No. Zombies can't run. Right? Everyone started shooting at the zombies in a panic. And even those who had entered the villa came out and started to deal with the zombies. After all, these zombies are more difficult to deal with than those inside. Upstairs, Gu Haoyu's sudden appearance scared Hui Yin. And he almost shot Gu Haoyu. If Hui Yin hadn't turned the gun at the last moment, Gu Haoyu might be hit now. But something would happen. After all, he was wearing equipment produced by the system. And even if he was blown up by a bomb, Gu Haoyu would not have any problems. At most, he would just have a concussion or something. You scared me to death. Shall see. What kind of equipment do you have? How come I've never seen it before? Gu Haoyu said proudly. Sister Qiao found it herself. How is it? Domineering? Ha. Hui Yin rolled his eyes. Domineering? Don't go out first. Those people are now entangled by zombies. You help me watch. Don't let them in. I have to continue to control the zombies now. No problem. After saying that, Gu Haoyu pointed his right hand at those people. Ready to attack at any time. Begin to help Hui Yin watch the bottom. As for the group of people, they have long ignored Gu Haoyu. They are now surrounded by zombies, and are looking for a chance to retreat. But both sides are surrounded by zombies, leaving them no way out. The muscular man's face changed drastically. And then he opened his backpack. Blow up these ignorant things for me. Do it. After saying that, he took the lead in throwing a grenade at the zombie group. Bang. A large number of zombies were killed. And many zombies that were injured by the explosion crawled towards them with limping legs after a while. A girl wearing sunglasses looked at the zombie that she shot dead with shock and shouted, The zombie's weakness is in the middle of the forehead. Only by focusing on that can you kill it with one shot. With the girl. The rest of the people tried directly according to the girl's method. It turned out to be true. Suddenly, a group of people seemed to see hope. The speed and accuracy of shooting gradually increased. And some people could even kill 2 zombies with one shot. Chapter 95 Mysterious Man. Watching the zombies decreasing, Gu Haoyu felt that it was time for him to take action. He pointed his palm at the people who were shooting. Then pressed the switch in his palm. And a laser attacked the crowd. With a loud bang. Not only those people, but also those zombies were blown into a paste. Those standing farther away were directly frightened by the scene in front of them, and trembled all over. Some of those who were closer even vomited at this time. The girl who just discovered the zombie's weakness hurriedly looked up at the rooftop where the action was. Then she saw Gu Haoyu dressed like a robot. But she couldn't see Gu Haoyu's appearance. Only the equipment outside. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes. Then she hurriedly whispered, Back off. We must retreat now. After saying that, she was ready to leave. But Gu Haoyu's second attack was aimed at them. The next second, the girl was hit directly. No bones were left. Originally, he didn't want to take action. But in the current situation, if he didn't take action, after these people finished cleaning up the zombies, they would be the next. Hui Yin had already stopped controlling the zombies when Gu Haoyu attacked. He looked at Gu Haoyu's equipment in shock, his eyes full of heat. He also wanted to try it. Gu Haoyu knew what Hui Yin was thinking at a glance, and said directly, Don't even think about it. This is exclusive to me. If Hui Yin could not flexibly make any expression he wanted to make, Gu Haoyu would have seen Hui Yin's disgusted expression. Seeing that those people were scared by him, Gu Haoyu put on the mask and looked at Hui Yin. You are up there. Watch how I go down to deal with those people. After saying that, Gu Haoyu flew down directly. The people below saw Gu Haoyu falling from the sky. Their eyes were full of shock, and even many people had already unconsciously retreated to the back. The remaining zombies were controlled by Hui Yin to stand aside, and did not participate in their affairs. After Gu Haoyu went down, he kicked the man closest to him directly, and the man was kicked down by Gu Haoyu. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. Gu Haoyu didn't use much force just now. He just didn't want the man to see him. But he didn't expect that kick to make him faint. I didn't mean it. You can't blame me. I really don't understand what this function is. You are unlucky. After saying that, Gu Haoyu slowly walked towards those people. The 2 attacks just now had already dealt with more than half of them. The The remaining people were originally a group of younger brothers. And now they looked at Gu Haoyu and retreated in fear. After Gu Haoyu came over, many people knelt down directly in front of Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu didn't expect these people to be so cowardly. And he really couldn't do it for a while. Leave your weapons behind. Get out. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone quickly threw the guns in their hands to the ground. And many people even threw out their daggers and magazines. Then they ran away quickly. Gu Haoyu was in a good mood as he watched them run away one by one. He is still awesome. Look at these people. How scared they are. Alas, I can't help it. I am just so awesome. So invincible. Ha ha ha. The more I think about Gu Haoyu, the more I feel that he is awesome. He even put his hands on his hips, laughed twice at the sky, and then flew up. How is it, brother? Are you awesome? Hui Yin didn't want to talk anymore. He had heard Xiaomi say that he was the zombie king before. But what's the situation now? He hasn't become awesome at all. Hui Yin is autistic. After Gu Haoyu took off his equipment, he looked at Hui Yin. And just as he was about to go up to give Hui Yin a hug, he was kicked away by Hui Yin. Don't. I'm a zombie. Brother. Do you trust me too much? I also have the desire to bite people. Gu Haoyu, I thought you could control it. Well, I overestimated you. Hui Yin rolled his eyes directly. Go downstairs. Go to the basement to find my parents. My mom already knows about me. Please comfort her. Okay. I know. I go down first. Where are you going now? Hui Yin is very conflicted now. He doesn't dare to go downstairs. When he was emotional just now, he almost lost control of himself. But if he doesn't go, his mother will definitely be sad again. I go down later. I need to adjust my emotions. When I'm emotional, I can't control myself. Gu Haoyu only understood now. So he waved his hand and said, I go down first. You come down later. If you can't control yourself, tell me quickly. And I run first. After Hui Yin heard this, he really wanted to kick him away. Gu Haoyu saw Hui Yin's eyes change, and quickly ran downstairs with his equipment. After releasing them from the basement, Gu Haoyu quickly told Hui Yin what he had just said, and told Hui father and mother not to have too much emotional fluctuations, especially not to cause Hui Yin emotional fluctuations. Hui mother had collapsed, lying in Hui father's arms, crying for a long time. Hui father had actually recovered from his previous emotions. Among his 3 children, only Hui Ningxuan was fine now. His intuition told him that his eldest child might not be alive now. The second child was now a zombie. Even if it was a zombie with consciousness, it was still a zombie. It would still be dangerous if it was encountered by those powerful people. That's why he didn't want Hui Yin to go out at all just now. He felt that if it really didn't work, he would give away all the supplies at home. They were just a few old people. If those people could be kind enough to let them go, they still had a chance to survive. But as a zombie, Hui Yin would definitely be killed by those people. Even if they didn't kill him, they would take him to some laboratory. This was what he was most worried about. He didn't want his child to be locked up in the laboratory and tortured. Half an hour later, Hui mother slowly calmed down. Just when Gu Haoyu was about to go upstairs to call Hui Yin, Xiaomi and the others came over. Butler Hui hurried to open the door for Xiaomi and the others. Gu Haoyu went upstairs to call Hui Yin down to discuss what to do next. When Xiaomi saw the pothole on the road, she knew that it was Gu Haoyu who took action. She was still very confident about the things produced by her system. Uncle Hui, are you all okay? Shen Wentao asked anxiously. Butler Hui shook his head. It's okay. Don't worry. Those people have left. You go in and talk. After that, Butler Hui quickly closed the door, and their actions were seen by the man upstairs next door. After seeing them go in, the corner of the man's mouth showed a meaningful smile. Chapter 96 Transfer. Interesting. Really interesting. I didn't expect there would be such equipment. It seems Chu Machin left you a lot of things, the man said. The smile on his face became feminine. Sitting in the wheelchair, he kept stroking his unconscious legs. His eyes were dim. After a while, he slid the wheelchair away from the window. After Xiaomi and the others went in, Gu Haoyu and Hui Yin just came down from upstairs. Gu Haoyu was very excited when he saw Xiaomi. Sister Qiao, after I put it on, my strength became super invincible. Ha ha. It's normal. And it's invulnerable to swords and guns. Even after you pulled down the mask, you have no weaknesses. But the only thing you can't defend against is the attack of the psychic power user. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Hui Yan was the happiest, because he was a psychic zombie. Gu Haoyu had no advantage in front of him. Looking at Gu Haoyu with pride, that look seemed to say that you are just like this. Gu Haoyu wilted instantly. Sit down first. Let's discuss what to do next. Xiaomi took the initiative to speak, and then walked inside. After everyone sat down, Xiaomi spoke. The most important problem now is that we need to live together. If something like this happens again, we may not be able to arrive in time. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Hua father hurriedly said, No. No. You just do your own things. We don't need you to worry. Oh, Uncle Hua, don't say these things. We will definitely not abandon you. Don't you think? Third brother. Yes, Uncle Hua. Now it depends on whether you go there, or we come here. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Hua parents wanted to say something, but looking at their expressions, they finally sighed and said nothing. As for the housekeeper Hua and his wife, they said directly, Can you please send us to the countryside? We won't go with you. The couple knew that they would definitely not be able to go back safely, and it was unrealistic for them to let them go directly. And if they were to take me with them, it would seem that they thought too highly of me. So this method was the best. It wouldn't be that they refused directly, and it would be difficult to arrange a place for them. Xiaomi had no objection. She would save the Hua family couple entirely because of Chu Machin. As for Butler Hua and the others, she really hadn't thought about it. But if they wanted to follow them, she wouldn't say anything. When Hua father heard them say this, he knew that this was the best result. But he still felt a little reluctant. But they had to rely on Xiaomi and the others for protection. And with Butler Hua and his wife, it was really a bit of taking advantage of their seniority. Okay, third brother. You and Xiao Gu and Xiao Girl, you guys make arrangements to see where to go. Hui Yan, you send your Uncle Hua and the others back. After Hua father finished speaking, Xiaomi said directly, In that case, Hui Yan and I will go. And you guys pack up the things here. The reason for this arrangement is that she and Shen Wentao have space and can take things conveniently. And they certainly can't just send people away. The others thought about what happened last night, and the situation along the way when they came here today. So they decided to listen to Xiaomi. When they came out this morning, they clearly felt that there were many more survivors on the street. They all started to look for supplies. And I'm afraid there will be a lot of burning, killing, and looting afterwards. They had more people before, and they really didn't expect such a thing to happen. Xiaomi was just a silly saint who lived for a week in her previous life. And as the zombie king, she didn't understand these things even more. And before, she also thought that someone would come. But thinking about the defense measures here, plus Hui Yan ability, she originally thought that there would be no problem. But today, thinking about sending Butler Hua and his wife, Xiaomi felt that she still had to prepare some things. Hui Yan, you send them over first. And after they go over, you can bring Butler Hua and his wife to see me. I'm going to the home appliance city now. Okay. Then let's pack up first and contact the intercom later. Yeah. Xiaomi left quickly after she finished speaking. As for the national shelter she had thought of before, Jin Jiang felt that it was absolutely impossible to consider it now. Who knows how long it will take to be built. Anyway, she had heard from her zombie companions that it would take at least 1 or 2 months. There were even many zombies who said that some places would only be built in a year. In short, she definitely couldn't wait for the shelter. When she arrived at the home appliance market, Xiaomi found that there was no way to get in here now. There were zombies everywhere. The narrow streets were now crowded with zombies. At a glance, there was not much open space. Xiaomi had to give up and look for another one on the map, but found that it was not working either. Then they had to drive back. After contacting Gu Haoyu and the others, she knew that they had already gone home, and she told them what she had discovered. Let them discuss how to arrange for the housekeeper Hua and his wife. After hearing what Xiaomi said, Gu Haoyu and the others were also in trouble for a while. After all, their place was really small. In addition, if they had to go out to find supplies now, there would be no way to protect them. Then we can only give up the current place. We must find a place with fewer people, so that we can better protect everyone. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he was also in trouble. The Hua family must not stay. After all, someone has already been eyeing them there. And there will definitely be many people who will eye them later. Xiaomi suddenly thought of the manner that Chu Machin had taken her to before. Now it seems that they can only go there. Only there can meet their requirements. Since she had decided, she contacted Gu Haoyu directly. Have you thought about it? Do you have any better suggestions? No. Sister Chiao. I'm really going crazy. I don't know what to do at all. Gu Haoyu collapsed abnormally. Xiaomi smiled and said, I have a place. Do you remember your boss's mountaintop manor? Yes. He invited us there once. And then he never let us go again. Why? We go there? Winning Xuan beside him said hurriedly. Sister Chi-Chi. Didn't you say that place is too big? Well, it is quite big. But there is no other place now. This is the most suitable place. You go there directly. And then the third brother, and I will pack our things. Okay. Sister Chiao. After hanging up, Gu Haoyu told Shen Wentao about Xiaomi's decision. Shen Wentao didn't say anything and agreed directly. Xiaomi went back directly and prepared to take Mimi with her first. The little guy was very unhappy when they left today. It was just right to transfer some things over. Chapter 97 Gu Family. Xiaomi looked at the two cars at the door and knew that they had all arrived. But she didn't expect that just as she got out of the car with Mimi in her arms. The people in the two cars got out. Woo woo, you are finally here. Sister Chi-Chi. Winning Xuan ran to Xiaomi, holding Xiaomi's arm and acting coquettishly. Xiaomi looked at them in confusion. Why don't you go in? Are there zombies inside? Or has it been occupied by someone? Sister Chiao. You underestimate us too much. Will we be afraid? And you overestimate our status in the boss's heart. We don't even know the password here and can't get in. Gu Haoyu's face was full of resentment. Shen Wentao, who was standing beside him, patted Gu Haoyu's head and signaled him to stop talking. My. I open the door now. You guys pack up the things here. Lao San and I will go over there to get things. Lao San. Let's clear out some of the things in the space and leave. Okay. After finding a warehouse and clearing out the things, the two left. Keep the door closed before leaving. There were basically no zombies along the way. And there were few survivors. Basically, there were no people within 5 kilometers nearby. Xiaomi had always thought that this place was too far from the city, and it was inconvenient to collect supplies. And she had no experience in surviving in the end of the world. That's why she rejected Chu Machen's proposal. Now she knows how comfortable this place is. Even if it takes 2 or 3 days to do the protection here, it's very profitable. In addition, there is a system. If it doesn't work, just exchange some things in the system first. Anyway, many valuable things are ownerless now. After making a plan, Xiaomi took everything she could take home. Kujia saw it when she came back, but he didn't know why all of them had gone out. But now only the 2 of them came back. Half an hour later, Xiaomi knocked on the door, and he knew. It turned out that they had found a better place. Are you saying that you are going to leave this place to me? Kujia looked at Xiaomi in disbelief. He didn't think they were very familiar with each other, and he didn't expect Xiaomi to hand over the modified house to him. Well, you can use the 2 floors above. I suggest you live on the 24th floor. We have sound insulation and temperature insulation there. It will be better for you to live there. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Kujia wanted to refuse, but thinking of the smell of his own home, he agreed. After taking the key from Xiaomi, Kujia said seriously, Thank you. Really? Thank you. I won't say much else. I will tell you if it's useful later. Okay. I really need to trouble you with something. I put a letter behind the word Fu on the door. Please don't open it. No problem. Okay. We are space-based psychics. Let us help you move it up. Otherwise it will be difficult for you to go up by yourself. There are people upstairs. Kujia is really grateful to them now. Okay. After Xiaomi moved Kujia's things up, she left with Shen Wentao. At this time, Gu Haoyu and the others were digging traps inside the wall according to Xiaomi's arrangement, and they were going to install something like a deck at the gate. When it is not used, it is still very safe to raise it up. And there are not many people here, so it is even safer. But the manor is too big, so they can only build a protective wall closer to the inside. The most regrettable thing is that there is no Earth-type psychic among them, so they can only dig slowly, while Gu Haoyu uses equipment to dig the pit with his bare hands. The speed is still very fast. Basically a pit of 1 meter square takes no more than 1 minute. When Xiaomi and the others arrived, Gu Haoyu had already dug a pit of nearly 100 meters, while the rest of the people dug less than 10 meters. The pit they dug was 2 meters by 3 meters. Xiaomi planned to put some long spikes in the pit and install floor tiles on both sides of the pit to prevent people who fell in from climbing up. As for them, if they want to go down, they will lower the top escalator. After Xiaomi arrived, he directly exchanged the required materials from the system, and then they could lay them out. At their current speed, it will take at most 2 days to build it. As for the outermost wall, let's wait until later. Anyway, there is no time now. For a whole day, except for the old couple of the Hua family. Everyone else was busy all day, and they ate the food in Xiaomi's space during the meal. After all, it was ready, and they could eat as soon as possible. In the evening, Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu went out. Today, she spent more than 100,000 points, but they still hadn't received any. Now Xiaomi urgently needed those things to replenish her pitiful points pool. When she arrived at Gu Haoyu's house, Xiaomi found something different nearby. She quickly asked Hao Hao to see what was going on nearby. Host, it's over. You're being watched by the police uncle. There are so many police uncles here. Xiaomi frowned, not understanding what was going on. Do you have any cultural relics in your house? I found a policeman nearby. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Gu Haoyu said without feeling strange, it's normal. Our old man identity is sensitive, and there are many hidden guards here. After explaining, Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi suddenly. The car almost made a big turn. No. Did you find those people? After saying this incredulously, Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi in the rearview mirror with an unbelievable expression. Then he said, you two are really a perfect match. The boss also found it when he came for the first time, and he also helped them change their defense. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he was completely depressed. It's really incomparable. Xiaomi smiled. It's fine if there's no problem. And they didn't see a single zombie on the way. This place must have been cleaned up. If there weren't so many of us, I would have brought you here to live. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he sighed with regret. Because of the special characteristics of the residents here, the number of strangers who come in must not exceed 3. It's not a big problem. The security over there is also very high. It's just a little more troublesome. But the environment and defense here are pretty good. To be honest, Xiaomi is very tempted by this place. But I still like the manor the most. Here is the breath of life. And there is a paradise and a place for vacation. After arriving at Gu's house, Xiaomi was directly attracted by the ancient-style decoration of the whole room. Perhaps influenced by the previous fast-travel world. She really has no resistance to these antique things. Gu Haoyu pointed at the things in the house. Take it away if you like it. Take whatever you want. That look is like a nouveau riche. It made Xiaomi laugh directly. Not really. Not really. Let's pick some things first. Okay. There are some in there. See if there's anything you can use. But my sister should have been taken away. She treasures her collection the most. After saying that, he led Xiaomi inside. Chapter 98 Kujia's Choice. Okay. These people really moved out completely, leaving nothing behind. Gu Haoyu looked at the empty house and said helplessly. Then he looked at Xiaomi apologetically. Sister Qiao, let's go to my place. I still have a lot of good things there, but they are not as good as here. Okay. The two turned around and left. He drove towards Gu Haoyu place. Obviously, this time it was not so smooth. There were zombies everywhere along the way, and there were many survivors who stopped their car. Why are there so many survivors coming out at night? Gu Haoyu said he really didn't understand. Zombies have poor eyesight. They rely on their sense of smell and hearing. As long as you smear zombie blood on your body and make a quiet sound, you can walk past the zombies. After saying that, thinking of Hui Yin, Xiaomi said again, except for zombies with consciousness. But their eyesight is not good. If you pretend to be like them, there will be no problem. Forget it. I'd better do it directly. Imitation is not my style. Well, yes. How about giving the equipment to Hui Yin and you do it? Hee hee. Forget it. After all, it is a gift from you, Sister Qiao. I have to cherish it. Besides, no one dares to mess with old Hui now. Xiaomi smiled and said nothing. Continued driving. When they arrived at a small store, Xiaomi frowned at the man surrounded by more than a dozen zombies, and then sighed. You drive? I go and help. After saying that, he put on the boxing gloves and jumped out of the car. He ran quickly towards the zombies, knocked down the zombie that was about to bite the man's neck with one punch, and then dealt with the remaining zombies. The man thought he was here to kill him, but he didn't expect he was here to save him. Looking at Xiaomi's skills, he suddenly felt hopeful. He picked up the steel bar in his hand and started to deal with the remaining zombies. After dealing with all the zombies, Xiaomi walked directly towards the car. The man hurriedly stopped her. "Miss, thank you. There are still supplies here. If you want, I can give you mine and go in to get them." Then he was about to hand the bag to Xiaomi. "No." After saying that, Xiaomi got in the car and left. In the car, Gu Haoyu asked curiously, "Sister Qiao, why did you go to save him?" "A young reporter I met before. He should have come out to get milk powder for his child." Most of the bag was milk powder. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Gu Haoyu nodded in understanding. He said it. How could Xiaomi, who had never been nosy, suddenly go out to help? After Xiaomi left, the man realized that the person just now was Xiaomi, and his expression was very shocked. "I didn't expect that Miss Jiao in the past is so powerful now." After saying this, a smile appeared on the man's face. Now he is extremely grateful for the interview he did with Xiaomi when everyone was embarrassing Xiaomi. It was because of that interview that many of Xiaomi's negative information were explained. Although Chu Machin controlled the public opinion later, this person also helped a lot. After all, no media was willing to help Xiaomi explain at that time. They all wanted to step on him and profit from it. When Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu arrived at Gu Haoyu Place, they found that there were still many zombies on the road. Fortunately, the zombies are moving very slowly now, and they will not be caught up by the zombies after speeding up the car. Even when the speed is pulled to 150 miles, the zombies only reacted after the car left. Quickly arrived downstairs of his house. After Gu Haoyu parked the car, he went up with Xiaomi. He lived in a large flat, which had only 5 floors. Gu Haoyu was on the 3rd floor. Xiaomi was happy to see the low floor. It was good not to have to climb the stairs. After going up, Gu Haoyu took Xiaomi directly to his collection room. "These are all the kingdoms I have conquered over the years, and they are all given to you, Sister Qiao." Gu Haoyu waved his hand and signaled Xiaomi to choose whatever she wanted. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. "Then I won't be polite?" "You're welcome. Just choose whatever you want." With Gu Haoyu consent, Xiaomi went to choose. With Gu Haoyu words, Xiaomi was not polite. As long as it was of high value, Xiaomi put it all into the space and let the system estimate the price. After collecting some, Xiaomi looked at Gu Haoyu. "Shall I continue?" "Continue. Continue." Gu Haoyu didn't feel bad at all. After all, the equipment Xiaomi gave him couldn't be measured by money. He wouldn't feel bad even if he gave all these. Half an hour later, all the valuable things in Gu Haoyu house were emptied, and the most expensive thing left was Gu Haoyu bed. Looking at the empty house, Gu Haoyu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You are still amazing. In fact, this bed of mine is also very expensive. More than 20 million. Luxury." After that, Xiaomi communicated with Hao Hao and asked him if this bed could be exchanged for points. Hao Hao's face was full of resistance and disgust. "Host, no one would want to sleep with this thing. After all, it's not new. Then forget it." After saying that, Xiaomi was ready to leave Gu Haoyu house. Gu Haoyu hurriedly called him. "I still have a lot of good wine here, although not as much as the boss. But it's also pretty good." He took Xiaomi to the kitchen. After pulling out the wine cabinet, he signaled Xiaomi that she could take it away. Although so much wine is useless now. But after a few years, this thing will be the most attractive. No, it will also attract zombies, especially those with intelligence. She has seen a zombie give up resistance and give itself to a superpower for a sip of wine. It's also outrageous. After collecting all the wine in Gu Haoyu wine cabinet, the two left. On this side, when those people found that Kujia lived in Xiaomi house, they all ran up, wanting to know if they could go up. Some people also tried to get Kujia to give them food. Kujia turned a deaf ear to these voices. He had seen how they treated Xiaomi and the others before. These people are ungrateful. No, that can't be said. This is probably human nature. For their own survival, the lives of others are nothing to them. Seeing that Kujia ignored them, the crowd also wanted to go over the roof. But after going up, they found that they had made a protective net there. In the end, they could only knock on the fence door, hoping that Kujia could open it. Kujia chose to turn a deaf ear to these voices and began to plan his future life. After all, The supplies here can only guarantee his life for about a month. And the rest still needs to be found by himself. And now he is not without weapons as before. It's just that the corresponding zombies have become more powerful. Xiaomi has already told him. He is also mentally prepared. But what Kujia didn't expect was that when he went out to find supplies later, he found that he had no way to compete with the zombies. Even facing zombies with superpowers, he had no power to fight back. Of course, this is all later. Chapter 99: The Conspiracy Against Chu Machin. Father Shen looked at his sister with a sad face, looking at her for help. You old thing. You stole the food yourself. And you still don't want to go out to find something for us? Get out of here quickly. After the young man cursed, he kicked Father Shen down. Father Shen looked at them with an ugly face. I am your uncle. And you treat me like this? Don't forget. I took in your family. Haha. Then I really thank you. Son, throw him out directly. The young woman on the side looked at Father Shen with a mean face, her face full of disdain. The little boy in the woman's arms was eating a small bread, and there were some tears in his eyes. It was obvious that he had just cried. The middle-aged woman on the side looked at Mr. Shen's expression and said directly, Okay, brother. Just tell me where you put the things. If you tell me, we can talk about everything. If you don't tell me, we can only push you out. Shen Qiuxia, do you have a conscience? I let your family live in my daughter's house. Shen father said this and looked at Shen Qiuxia with disappointment. Shen Qiuxia sneered directly. Bah, you took us here. Didn't you take a fancy to the child in my daughter-in-law's belly? Don't talk like a good person. After that, Shen Qiuxia waved at her son and asked him to throw Mr. Shen out. Shen father hurriedly said, You keep me. Shen Yun will come back to send me food. Next time Shen Yun comes back, I will ask her to bring more. Don't throw me out. The mother and son looked at each other and felt that it was so dangerous now. And this was also a way. After all, Shen Yun's attitude towards them was not very good. With Mr. Shen around, she didn't dare to do anything to them. Father Shen was so frightened that he was soaked when he saw that they finally let him go. However, in the current situation, they didn't even have enough water to drink, let alone take a shower. They could only endure the heat. Sweat kept dripping down. And Father Shen prayed that Shen Yun would come quickly and take him away. Yes, Father Shen really wanted to leave now. He felt that this family was all ungrateful and sorry for him. What he didn't know was that he never saw Shen Yun again until he died. And Shen Yun never asked about his affairs again. And later, because there was no food, Father Shen was eaten by Shen Qiuxia's family and died. Of course, this is all later. Here, it was more than 2 o'clock in the morning when Xiaomi and the others returned home. And Xiaomi had fallen asleep in the car. After all, he didn't sleep much last night. And he was busy all day today. After arriving, Gu Haoyu hesitated for a long time, and finally put on his own equipment and prepared to carry Xiaomi back. As a result, Xiaomi opened her eyes as soon as he met her. As soon as Xiaomi opened her eyes, she saw a robot-like thing, and subconsciously kicked Gu Haoyu down. Ah, Sister Qiao. What do you mean? Sorry. Subconsciously. After that, Xiaomi quickly helped Gu Haoyu up. Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi, his face full of grievance. Then he took off his outer equipment and checked that he was not injured. Then he said aggrievedly, Sister Qiao, I am injured. Okay. Why are you pretending? If the force I just used is multiplied by 10, you might be slightly injured. After that, Xiaomi walked directly inside. This place is really big. The Hua family lives on the first floor. Shen Wentao and others live on the second floor. Shen Yun, Chu Tingsu, and Lin Yingxuan live on the third floor. Xiaomi lives on the fourth floor, still living in Chu Machin bedroom, who made the entire fourth floor have only this one bedroom. And Chu Machin decorated the fourth floor to be Xiaomi's dream house. So she decided to live here directly. The fifth floor is a gym. The first underground floor is a cinema. And the second underground floor is a garage. Now the cars in their space are directly placed in the garage. Of course, they still leave one in the space in case of emergency. After Xiaomi arrived at the room, she hurried to wash up. After all, she still sweated a lot when she went out. And when she killed the zombies, her body was still stained with the blood of the zombies. At this time, Chu Machin was looking at the photo of Xiaomi on his mobile phone, his eyes full of longing. Suddenly, the assembly alarm sounded. Chu Machin frowned, then stood up, put on his clothes, and went out. After seeing Chu Machin figure, Commander Liao hurried over. Xiao Chu is here. Hurry up. This operation still needs your command. Xiao Lu, you guys tell Xiao Chu what's going on. After saying this, Commander Liao wanted to pull Chu Machin forward. Chu Machin frowned and looked at Commander Liao's hand holding his sleeve with a gloomy look in his eyes. I really want to chop off this pig's trotter, Chu Machin complained in his heart. And after shaking off Commander Liao's hand, he continued to walk forward. Master Liao looked at Chu Machin back, and his face was filled with gloom. Haha. I hope you can be so lucky this time and come back alive. Chu Machin walked to the front and said lightly, What mission? What is the purpose? How many people? After that, he found a stool, pulled it over, and sat on it with his legs crossed, without even looking at those people. Looking at Chu Machin's arrogant look, Master Liao was even more unhappy. But thinking that after today, he might never see Chu Machin again, Master Liao smiled. Xiao Chu, when can your team gather? I remember saying before that my team is not commanded by anyone. You just need to tell me what needs to be done. Chu Machin didn't even look at Master Liao when he spoke. Sitting on a chair and playing with his mobile phone, Commander Liao suppressed his anger and said with a smile, Okay. Then I won't care. Xiao Lu, you can talk to Xiao Chu about the rest. After saying that, Commander Liao turned around and left with a gloomy face. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would not be able to help but chop Chu Machin to death. After Commander Liao left, Commander Lu hurried over to explain the mission to Chu Machin, and finally asked carefully, Then Captain Chu, your team members? You don't have to worry about it. Just give me the topographic map over there. Captain Lu looked at Chu Machin carefully, and after seeing Chu Machin's impatient expression, he still didn't have the courage to say no. He quickly handed the information he had prepared to Chu Machin. Captain Chu, shall I send you a team to assist you? No need. Just these things. Do you still need to ring the assembly bell? After Chu Machin finished speaking lightly, he looked up at Commander Lu. Chapter 100 Chu Machin is ready to leave. We have other tasks. We need to go to the steel mill to collect some supplies. After Captain Lu explained carefully, he lowered his head and dared not look at Chu Machin. His hands were tightly clasped together, and he began to sweat. He was afraid that Chu Machin would say that he would not go and let them do whatever they wanted. After all, they really couldn't solve the problem over there. They didn't deserve it. Chu Machin looked at Captain Lu's cautious look, took the documents and stood up and left. If he didn't need a place to gather his people, he would definitely not be here now. It has been 2 days, and their people should be coming soon. This matter is a gift to them. After all, if it weren't for Colonel Qin, he would have no excuse to gather his people. They have their own contact information, but they must be in the army and use their internet to contact, which is why Chu Machin stayed here. After turning around and leaving, Chu Machin went directly to see Colonel Wu. Colonel Wu was the old man who asked Geng Qiu to call Commander Liao last night. He was watching the video materials Chu Machin gave him yesterday. There were also some research materials Chu Machin took out. When Chu Machin came in, he saw Colonel Wu rubbing his head, which didn't have much hair. In annoyance, he was in a very low mood. Colonel Wu. After greeting, Chu Machin walked into the office. Seeing that it was Chu Machin, Colonel Wu's wrinkled face finally showed a smile. Xiao Chu, you are here. Xiao Lu and others will tell you about the matter. Yes, they have already told you. What do you think? Do you have any plans? Chu Machin pondered for a while, looked at Colonel Wu and said, Old Wu, I will take action in the next 2 days, and then I will not come here. After hearing Chu Machin's words, Colonel Wu frowned tightly. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. When are you leaving? Tomorrow afternoon. I need time to wait for them to come. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he handed the application he had prepared to Colonel Wu. After Colonel Wu took it, he still wanted to fight for it. But after seeing Chu Machin promise, he didn't speak again. They really need Chu Machin to help them do a lot of things. Now that Chu Machin promised to do it, there will be no problem. I will give you a radio station and mobile Wi-Fi later. The mobile Wi-Fi is 100 gigabytes, which is definitely enough for you for the time being. After Colonel Wu finished speaking, Chu Machin nodded directly. They thought they really needed the internet, so they agreed directly. No problem. But I won't accept all the tasks in the future. I will selectively accept the tasks you post. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Colonel Wu did not refuse and agreed directly. After all, with the matter of Division Commander Liao, it is normal for Chu Machin to make such a decision. Yes, most of the troops are now in the shelter, and we must have a lot of tasks. Can you see if your people can be divided into 2 teams? It is definitely not guaranteed now. Let's talk about it after we determine where to live. Chu Machin thought of Xiaomi and the others. 2 teams are completely possible, but he wants to get Xiaomi consent. If they don't agree, forget it. As a soldier, he has his own beliefs, but he won't force others to abide by them. Even in the end times now, they are not bound by these things, and he wants to use his inner beliefs to restrain some of his actions. Xiao Chu, what happened yesterday? Colonel Wu, this matter is not over yet. I will definitely investigate the details. Ah. Principal Wu sighed, looked at Chu Machin and said, okay. I will assist you. Tell me anytime you need me to do anything. Chu Machin was grateful to Colonel Wu for saying such a thing. Okay. Not for now. As for the radio station, I hope we have a single line contact. Only you can see what I send. Colonel Wu nodded firmly. Okay. I promise you. After negotiating with Colonel Wu, Chu Machin left. As for the shelter Colonel Wu mentioned before, he was not in the mood to understand. Nor did he plan to go there. Now he just hoped that everyone in his team could come here well, and no one would mutate. It was already noon when Xiaomi woke up. After going downstairs, he found that Shen Wintao had already prepared the meal, and the rest of the people continued to dig defense pits outside. Oh, 3. Are you done? While cooking the last dish, Shen Wintao said, yes. I'm just waiting for you and Xiao Si to wake up. Xiaomi said in shock, is Gu Haoyu still sleeping? Yes. He didn't see it anyway. See if you can take over the rest. I go upstairs and call Xiao Si to get up. No problem. Just stir-fry the lettuce. Right? Yes. Heat more oil. And pour hot oil over the boiled pork slices and the seasonings on the 2 cold dishes. Xiaomi took a look and felt that she had no problem. So she made an okay gesture. You go call someone. I do the rest. Seeing Xiaomi's confident look, Shen Wintao believed it and felt that Xiaomi must have no problem. He went upstairs directly. The result was that 5 minutes later, when he came back, he saw a plate of black lettuce fried by Xiaomi, and the peppers turned black because the oil temperature was too high. Shen Wintao held his forehead with a headache. I really didn't expect Xiaomi cooking skills to be like this. It's really speechless. I want to say that I accidentally poured dark soy sauce instead of light soy sauce. Should it be okay? Xiaomi said this with a guilty conscience. After all, even she herself didn't really believe what she said. Looking at the black lettuce, she didn't dare to try it. Shen Wintao didn't say anything, but took the spatula from Xiaomi's hand. I can do it. Can you help me serve the dishes? No problem. I'm not good at cooking, but I can do some hard labor. Xiaomi started working with full confidence. Fortunately, Xiaomi only needed to move things from the kitchen to the dining room, and Xiaomi still completed it very well. Her parents and the housekeeper Hua and his wife were all outside to help, and her mother could only sit in the living room waiting for them because of her poor health. Her mother might faint after being heated or tired. When she saw Xiaomi serving the food, she went to get them water so that they could wash their hands. After the meal, Xiaomi continued to exchange large pieces of tiles in the space. Gu Haoyu dug in front by himself, and the rest of the people began to lay tiles, and also laid hidden weapons with iron spikes on the ground. The length of the spikes was about 30 centimeters. It still looked very scary, and the distance between each spike was very close. 10 centimeters. Huan Ningxuan couldn't help shaking his shoulders when he saw these things. People with trypophobia will go crazy if they see this. After saying this, Huan Ningxuan couldn't help shaking his shoulders. Xiaomi, who was laying the ground in the back, stood up and was also a little scared when he saw it. Hey, don't say it. It's really scary. Chapter 101 Team Gathering. Chi-Chi, are you going out today? Xiaomi looked at Shen Yuan and shook her head. No. Let's prepare our defenses recently, and we will go out to find some crystal cores in 2 days. The current zombie level is still too low, especially the level of the superpower zombies. Basically, the highest is level 1. If they want to get a higher level crystal core, they must wait for a while. But if they wait any longer, I'm afraid everyone will find out that there are crystal cores in the zombies' brains. At that time, It is estimated that many people will take risks to kill zombies. Just like now. There has been no government supplies for 3 or 4 days in a row. And everyone has basically guessed it. So more and more survivors have come out to collect supplies recently. This directly leads to an increase in the number of zombies on the street. I'm afraid there will be more and more in the future. I just don't know when the shelter will be built. However, the private base should be built soon. This kind of private base is basically based on residential areas. And it is a high-end residential area. These people are already very rich. And they directly united and turned their residential areas into bases. It's just that they are very exclusive. If you want to go in, you have to pay a high price for supplies. Xiaomi didn't know whether there would be any. At least there were many in her previous fast travel world. But she didn't know what it looked like inside. After all, she didn't have the courage to go to a place where humans lived at that time. It took Xiaomi and the others 2 consecutive days to almost complete the defense here. And they looked at the defense in front of them with satisfaction. Xiaomi laid the last trap. Then he climbed up along the rope handed by Gu Haoyu and the others. The entire periphery of the castle is now surrounded by traps. Looking at these, they inexplicably feel very safe in their hearts. It's finally over. Do you think the boss will be heartbroken when he sees the manor he spent a lot of money to build become like this? After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he looked at Shen Wentao with an expression of watching a good show. Shen Wentao glanced at Gu Haoyu. You think too much. If we did it, we would only get our legs broken. Sister Qiao did it, and got the boss's applause afterwards. That's right. Ah, that's the difference. After hearing this, Shen Yun directly said, Do you dare to say it in front of Chu Shen? Gu Haoyu looked at Shen Yun with a look of I'm not sick. Sister Yun, if I'm not stupid, I can't do this, don't you think? Third brother? Hee hee. Just your mouth. Do you believe it? Gu Haoyu was choked by what he said. And muttered softly, What's wrong with my mouth? Isn't it just that I don't keep the door open occasionally? At this time, Chu Machin, who was worried about them, was driving towards an abandoned factory. After arriving, he put the car into the space and then walked into the factory. And the 4 people hiding in the dark hid their figures after seeing Chu Machin coming in, and shot directly at Chu Machin. Since awakening his special powers, Chu Machin's facial features have become more acute. Therefore, when they were shooting, Chu Machin had already predicted the trajectory of the bullets, dodging them with a smile on his face. Then he took out a bottle of drink from the space. He threw it towards the place where the shooting was. Bang! Ah! Captain, you are getting more and more outrageous now. After saying that, the man came out of the dark, touching his shoulder that was hurt by the blow. Looking at Chu Machin, who seemed to be smiling, he said dissatisfiedly, What about the rest? You have to find it yourself. After saying that, the man leaned against the wall and looked at Chu Machin. Chu Machin's eyes were full of smiles. He took a frozen bun from the space and began to look for their location. He threw it in several directions one by one. After being hit 3 times, 3 smiling faces appeared. Chu Machin looked at them and frowned. Where are the others? The expressions on the faces of the 4 people became sad. I haven't waited for you yet. I've been waiting here for 2 days. After the man finished speaking, he jumped down quickly from above using the protruding steel bars. After the 4 people came down, Chu Machin's face gradually became ugly. There were 9 people in their team, and now less than half of them were left. Just when they were feeling sad, the sound of a motorcycle came from outside. The motorcycle drove in directly, and a cool girl got off the car. The girl took off her helmet and smiled at the few people. I'm not late. Am I? After seeing the girl, the few people's eyes flashed with happiness. No. No. The captain just arrived too. Chu Machin was also happy when he saw the girl. But there was no extra reaction. After the girl hugged everyone, she walked to Chu Machin. Captain, we haven't seen each other for 2 years. And you don't want to hug one? Welcome back. But forget about the hug. After speaking, Chu Machin looked at the few people and said, Pack up. We should leave. It's just right. You can take my car. And you, Meng? You can still ride your bike. Yu Meng looked at Chu Machin back, her eyes full of reluctance and hurt. The other people looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and followed Chu Machin away. Humph! Chu Machin, you are mine. With a possessive look in her eyes, Yu Meng put on her helmet again, then stepped onto the motorcycle and started the car. After they got on the car, Chu Machin handed them the documents in front. for the documents of this operation. We only need to clean up the zombies inside and take away the supplies we need. Someone will take over the rest. The man in the co-pilot took it and took a simple look. He said with a heavy face, "This is not easy. It may be difficult for the 6 of us. There are 5 of us." After Chu-Machin finished speaking, the man hesitated and said, "But now she is here. Besides, you've been last wish. I have already done it and let Yu Ming join my team. But now she is here. We can't get rid of her. You can follow her. But I won't assign tasks to her. Nor will I pay attention to her." After Chu-Machin finished speaking, he didn't speak again. The 3 people behind looked at each other. The captain still remembers Yu Ming's mistake. Nonsense. He directly told the 3 of us in the team. Can you forget it? That's definitely not possible. It was originally because you've been exchanged his life to get in. No one agreed. But there was no way. Listening to the 3 people's words, Chu-Machin said, "Speak loudly." "Anyway, I can hear it." The 3 people's faces froze and smiled awkwardly. "Do you have any special powers? What are they?" After Chu-Machin finished speaking, the man in the co-pilot seat said happily, "I am invulnerable now." I don't have any special powers. I am very fast now. And I can condense a fireball. Then I still have to be more powerful. I can condense a water ball. After listening to them, Chu-Machin had a general understanding of their situation. "Zhang Chao, you don't have any special powers. You will be mainly responsible for the response later. Remember to take the valuable things you see later." "I will use them later?" Although they were puzzled, they didn't ask and agreed directly. "Huang Yuxiang, you are a physical system special power user. Chen Chen is a water special power user. Kong Mingliang, you have dual special powers. Speed and fire." After Chu-Machin finished speaking, he explained the current special power classification to them again. Then he also talked about the upgrade. Several people were shocked as if they were listening to a science fiction movie. Huang Yuxiang stared at Chu-Machin for a long time and said, "Captain, what is your ability?" "Space. Advanced ability." The people in the car were excited and looked at Chu-Machin in shock. Zhang Chao said with admiration, "The boss is worthy of being the boss. He is so powerful." "Captain, Yu Ming is catching up." Kong Minglang looked at the motorcycle behind the car with a flickering expression. "Don't worry. Follow if you want." Chapter 102 Granary. After arriving at the place, several people got off, and Yu Ming also arrived. After getting off the car, Yu Ming watched Zhang Chao sit in the driver's seat, and the others walked inside to show off, and knocked on the car window. After Zhang Chao lowered the car window, he smiled and said, "Xiao Chao, you don't want to go in?" "Well, the captain asked me to wait outside." Zhang Chao didn't say anything extra. After all, they didn't like Yu Ming, and because Yu Ming was in their intranet, she saw Chu-Machin news and was able to arrive this time. Yu Ming looked at Zhang Chao and rolled up the car window without waiting for her to speak, and her face changed. Then she snorted coldly and walked inside. As soon as Chu-Machin and the other 4 entered, they found that there were zombies everywhere. There were at least 1,000 of them that could be seen. "Be careful. Huang Yuxiang. You be the last. I be the first. Be careful not to be caught by the zombies. Retreat if you can't." "Yes, Captain." After the 3 of them said in unison. Yu Ming also arrived. "Captain, I be the last." Chu-Machin didn't respond to Yu Ming's words, and walked directly towards the zombie group in front. After the zombies smelled their breath, they immediately attacked them, and each zombie was stiff, grinning, stretching out his hands, and rushing towards them. Chu-Machin was already accustomed to these scenes, and didn't think anything of it, and started to act directly. But it was the first time for the other few people to see it, and their eyes were full of fear, especially Yu Ming. She didn't read the plan, and didn't know what to do. At this time, she looked at the zombie group in front of her. She couldn't stop shaking. The stench in the air made her uncomfortable and wanted to vomit. But in order to get in touch with Chu-Machin, she still forced down the uncomfortable feeling. Even if they ignored her, Yu Ming still followed them inside. But she was just an ordinary person. She didn't have any superpowers, but her abilities were still good. After all, she was considered the king of soldiers in the entire southwest region before, and even her record of overcoming obstacles was not broken by male soldiers. In fact, as long as Yu Ming could pass the exam normally, they would have no objection. But Yu Bin insisted on using the grace of saving his life to exchange for Yu Ming. In fact, at that time, they only had an opinion on this matter, but did not treat Yu Ming differently. Until one operation, Yu Ming killed the team doctor Wen Qingqing and 2 other teammates. All because Yu Ming couldn't stand Wen Qingqing. Chu Machun didn't recover for a long time from the death of the team members. Therefore, he didn't have a good face for Yu Ming. When Chu Machun was attacking forward, he suddenly felt a dangerous energy coming towards him. Be careful to the left front. After saying that, Chu Machun quickly dodged. Just dodged. The next second, Chu Machun saw a fireball hit the place where he was just now. The 3 looked at Chu Machun with great relief. Fortunately, Chu Machun's reaction was fast enough. Otherwise Chu Machun would have become a ghost now. Kong Mingyang looked at Chu Machun with lingering fear. Captain Chu, are there people with superpowers among the zombies? Yes, just like us. Chu Machun's words made the 3 people who had already guessed a little desperate. They even dared not imagine their future life. These zombies were already powerful and difficult to kill. And they also had superpowers. Isn't this invincible? Hurry up. You will be wiped out by the zombies if you stay like this. After Chu Machun finished speaking, he ignored them and ran towards the zombie who had just released superpowers. He was very fast. On the way to the zombie, he had already run far away when the zombie just reacted. In order to solve it quickly, Chu Machun decided to use his superpowers and slap the zombie. And the zombie instantly turned into ashes. The crystal core was particularly obvious in the pile of ashes. Chu Machun squatted down and put the crystal core into the space, then ran towards them and continued to attack. And Yu Ming was indeed quite capable. Even without superpowers, she had a slight advantage when facing zombies. But her energy was indeed limited. And she didn't know that the zombies' weakness was in the middle of their foreheads. There was no method in her attack. It was Kong Minglang who couldn't stand it anymore. So he said, Yu Ming, the middle of the forehead is the zombie's weakness. Okay. In fact, it must be said that Yu Ming was still very normal sometimes. But she must not be involved in things related to Chu Machun. As long as it was related to Chu Machun. Yu Ming completely lost her mind. With Kong Minglang reminder, Yu Ming fought more and more bravely in the back, and was even almost as good as Huang Yuxiang, who had physical superpowers. Of course, she couldn't compare with Kong Minglang and the others. These 2 were faster and more physically fit than them. And they were both intermediate superpowers. Their superpowers were also stronger. The group was quickly clearing out the zombies, while Chu Machun had already gone deep into the zombie group. When he encountered a zombie with special abilities, he took direct action to kill it. Dig out the crystal core. After all, there is another Yu Ming here. No matter what, Chu Machun has no trust in Yu Ming. Therefore, he did not want Yu Ming to know these things. An hour later, Yu Ming looked at the hundreds of zombies in front of him, with some despair in his eyes. I can't do it. Brother Kong. Yu Ming helplessly asked Kong Mingyang for help, hoping that Kong Mingyang could save her. Kong Mingyang threw a fireball at the zombies around Yu Ming. Then he turned around and continued to deal with the zombies in front of him. Yu Ming, leave if you can't. We don't have the energy to save you. Yu Ming looked at everyone aggrievedly. We are all teammates. Why do you treat me like this? You don't have the energy to save me. But you have the energy to save each other? Why do you treat me like this? I said it. Wen Qingqing is asking for death. Why can't you trust me? Lao Bai saved me because he wanted to save me, not because I asked him to save me. Yu Ming thought aggrievedly, and then slowly retreated outside the granary. She didn't have the strength to continue to deal with the zombies, no matter what they said. She had to retreat now to ensure that she was alive, so that she could do more things. I have to say that Yu Ming is really a perfect egoist. She thinks of herself the most in everything. It was because of this that Chu Machun felt that she was not suitable for his team and had never agreed. But Yu Bin exchanged his life for Yu Ming joining. After Yu Ming left, Kong Mingyang and the others looked at each other and saw the mockery in each other's eyes. Their energy has now reached the extreme, and their faces began to turn pale. Especially Kong Mingyang and Chin Chin. Their mental power has been exhausted, and they basically can't use their superpowers. The attack power of the 3 of them is about the same as Chu Machun alone. No, it should be said that it is not as good as Chu Machun attack power alone. And behind the granary, 2 zombies are moving towards them quickly. After the 2 zombies looked at each other again, they ran directly towards Chin Chin quickly. Chapter 103 Yu Ming is coming. When Chin Chin saw the zombies, The two zombies were less than 1 meter away from him. Ah! Zombies! Zombies! After Chin shouted, he used up his last bit of strength and stabbed the zombies' heads with a dagger. Chu also heard Chin cry for help at this time. When he turned around, he saw that the zombies were very close to Chin. It seemed that they would bite Chin's arm in the next second. He quickly stretched out his hand and waved a ball of black mist, and then released the mutant tiger in the space. When the black mist came into contact with the zombies, it directly melted the zombies' arms and half of their bodies. As soon as the mutant tiger came out, its huge body directly crushed the nearby zombies to death. Chu didn't care about the zombies behind him anymore, and ran quickly towards Chin place, running forward while throwing the dagger. It stabbed directly into the zombie's forehead. He saved Chin from the zombie's mouth. Chin looked at Chu in panic. "Boss, I almost died." After saying that, he stood up with Chu in hand. Kong Mingyang and Huang Yuxiang on the side began to concentrate on dealing with the zombies after Chu came over. After hearing the roar of the mutant tiger, the two were stunned. "Captain, you guys retreat quickly. I cover you," Huang Yuxiang shouted loudly. Chu whispered, "Don't worry about it." With Chu words, several people were no longer worried. And Yu Meng outside trembled after hearing the tiger roar, and his body involuntarily stepped back 2 steps. When Zhang Chao heard the tiger roar, he was stunned and jumped out of the car quickly. With a gun in his hand, he was ready to go inside to rescue them. When he saw Yu Meng retreating, he sneered directly, "If you are afraid, just go further away. Why bother?" Yu Meng did not respond to Zhang Chao's words. Because she heard the sound of the mutant tiger, she was already scared silly. When she saw Zhang Chao was about to go in, she quickly grabbed Zhang Chao's arm and said, "You can't go in. Going in is like going to die." Zhang Chao directly pushed Yu Meng's hand away. He sneered, and then walked forward without looking back. After entering, he saw a mutant tiger 2 or 3 meters high. Zhang Chao's eyes were almost scared out of his wits, and he quickly ran a few steps. He started looking for cover, prepared to shoot at the mutant tiger. After finally finding a good position, Zhang Chao just hid. And Yu Meng shouted directly, "Zhang Chao, you are crazy. You will anger the monster. What if you hurt them?" Yu Meng's voice was very loud, and Chu and the others only knew that the two had come in at this time. Chu shouted, "Zhang Chao, go drive and get ready to leave." After that, he continued to deal with the zombies around him. As for the remaining less than 100 zombies, there was no problem for their army to deal with them when they came in. If he didn't want to reveal that the mutant tiger was his, Chu would definitely deal with all the zombies in front of him. After Zhang Chao left, Yu Meng wanted to get closer to Chu. "I don't know why. I always feel that if I can't stay with Chu and the others this time, it will be difficult to meet them again in the future." Chu was leading Kong Mingliang and the other two to retreat quickly towards the exit of the granary. As for the mutant tiger, he planned to wait until they all went out before putting it into the space, especially to ensure that Yu Meng couldn't see it, even if Yu Meng pursued him abnormally and crazily. He didn't think Yu Meng could keep this matter secret. This is human nature. When they were about to retreat to the exit of the warehouse, Chu whispered to Huang Yuxiang, "Stop, Yu Meng." Huang Yuxiang looked at Yu Meng, who was approaching them quickly. His face became very irritable. "I know, Captain." After that, he and Chin approached Yu Meng, while Kong Mingyang and Chu dealt with the zombies that kept approaching. The mutant tiger was cleaning up the remaining zombies in the back. Since the zombies would not attack the mutant tiger, it was purely a one-sided slaughter of the zombies by the mutant tiger. Every time the claws slapped, at least 2 zombies would die, and the floor would be smashed by it. When Chin and Huang Yuxiang retreated to Yu Meng's side, they directly took one side each and held Yu Meng tightly. "What are you doing? We are all retreating." After Huang Yuxiang finished speaking, he did not listen to Yu Meng's explanation and directly pulled people to retreat outside. He did not give Yu Meng a chance to refuse. Yu Meng was so angry that she wanted to curse, but she could do nothing about these 2 people, and was directly carried by them to retreat outside the granary. And she could not even turn around. Helpless, she could only be forced to be carried out. Naturally, she did not see that after she turned around, Chu quickly ran to the mutant tiger and waved his hand to put the mutant tiger back into the space. Now Chu space can be said to have only a small courtyard for the mutant tiger to take a few steps. It was actually very frustrating, but the mutant tiger still enjoyed returning to the space. What Chu Machin didn't know was that the mutant tiger liked the space because of the energy of the space. After the mutant tiger absorbed enough energy, it turned directly into a small tiger cub. Of course, this was all later. After Chu Machin took the mutant tiger in, he hurriedly ran towards Kong Mingliang. And then the two looked at each other and retreated outside the granary. At this time, Yu Meng had been pulled out of the granary. She also gave up the idea of going in to find Chu Machin again. With these two people, she didn't even think about it. If Kong Mingliang might be able to use her brother to go in. Yes, these two people didn't have much contact with Yu Bin. They died just after joining Yu Bin. But Kong Mingliang was different. Yu Bin and Chu Machin created this team together. Therefore, the feelings of the three are different from those of others. This is also the reason why after Yu Bin spoke, even Chu Machin agreed to let Yu Meng join the team. After Chu Machin came out, Yu Meng immediately went to meet him. Captain, where are we going next? You don't know how bad my life has been lately. As she spoke, she was about to approach Chu Machin. Chu Machin dodged immediately. Disband? I notify you when there's a mission later. After that, Chu Machin walked towards the car. And after approaching the car, he said, I take you to the military area. After that, he jumped on the co-pilot. The other three also ignored Yu Meng and got on the car, watching the car drive away in front of her. Yu Meng's expression on her face could no longer be held back, and her eyes were full of resentment. She whispered, You want to get rid of me? No way. After that, she got on her motorcycle and chased in the direction the car left. Chapter 104 Exhausted. Get on the highway ahead. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Zhang Chao, who was driving, asked curiously, Captain, where are we going? Not going back? Well, no. I go back first and see if I can find a place for you to stay there. After Chu Machin finished speaking, the few people didn't say anything else, but they sat quietly in the car. An hour later, the car stopped downstairs where they lived before. Get off. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he got off the car first. After they got off, Chu Machin put the car into the space. He then led the four people upstairs. But after opening the door, Chu Machin saw Kujia instead of Xiaomi. When Kujia saw Chu Machin, he was stunned at first, and then explained, They have moved. There is a letter from Miss Chiao to you behind the blessing character in front of the door. Looking at the fully armed people behind Chu Machin, Kujia felt that his calves were shaking when he spoke. But he still finished what he wanted to say. After Kujia finished speaking, Chu Machin stepped back and took out the letter. When he saw that it was written by Xiaomi, the expression on his face eased a lot. After reading it quickly, he looked at Kujia and said, Thank you. Excuse me. It's okay. It's okay. You're polite. I leave first. See you later. Okay. Be safe. Kujia didn't say anything stupid like if you want to come back, I give you the house back. He knew that they wouldn't want it even if he gave it to them. So he didn't say that. And this is why Chu Machin and Xiaomi think Kujia is a good friend. After Chu Machin and the others went downstairs, Chu Machin took the car out of the space again. I drive. You get in the car. The car drove away. Yu Meng had just arrived at the gate of the community when they went upstairs. She thought she had lost them. But in the blink of an eye she saw them coming down again. Just as she was about to dodge, she saw Chu Machin wave his hand. And there was an off-road vehicle in front of her, looking at Chu Machin in shock. But he didn't dare to continue watching. So he quickly found a place to hide, ready to wait for them to leave, and then come out to ride a bike to catch up. Chu Machin drove all the way to his manor. The four people in the car looked at the castle in front of them in shock. Captain, where is this place? My wife's house. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he almost scared a few people to death. Kong Mingyang said dissatisfiedly, Captain, you are not kind. I don't even know you are married. You really hide it well. Not yet. But it's a matter of time. When Chu Machin said this, his face was full of pride. The other people who saw it were sore. It was really Chu Machin's smile that surprised them. It was the first time Chu Machin, who had always had a stern face, smiled in front of them for the first time. How could it not be shocking? After the car went in, they looked at the trap in front of them, their faces full of questions. You are surprised by what you have never seen before. It is a trap to prevent zombies. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he took out the intercom from the car. Chi-Chi, I am back. Are you in there? After the voice fell, Xiaomi ran out from inside. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin in disbelief. Just now, Hao Hao said that Chu Machin was back. But she didn't believe it. She thought Hao Hao was not teasing her, and wanted to criticize Hao Hao. In the end, Hao Hao swore that it was true. And she came out. I didn't expect Chu Machin to really come back. Xiaomi quickly put down the bridge in the middle. Just as Chu Machin and the others were about to go over, they heard the sound of a motorcycle. Because the gate was automatically closed. They didn't close the door after entering. And Yu Meng followed the remaining gap and entered the manor. Chu Machin looked at Yu Meng with a gloomy face. And then thought of something and quickly looked at Xiaomi. Sure enough, turning around, he saw Xiaomi looking at him with a bad face. Chu Machin quickly walked towards Xiaomi. Chi-Chi, this person followed me here on his own. I didn't bring him here. Really? You asked him. Just as he finished speaking, Yu Meng's voice rang out. Captain, who is this person? Don't you care about our discipline? Zhang Chao laughed coldly and directly said. Haha. This is someone's little sister's home. You just enter someone else's home casually. And you still have the right to do so? Get out quickly. People haven't said you trespassed. Hearing this, Yu Meng's face was extremely bad, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. He got off the motorcycle, took the helmet in his hand, and prepared to go up the bridge. No. Yu Meng. What are you doing? Treating privately? After Qin Chen finished speaking, Yu Meng looked at him with a fierce look. Qin Chen was not afraid. And he directly retorted. Oh! You have become thick-skinned? You can be so arrogant even in someone else's house. You are amazing. Listening to their sarcastic words, Yu Meng looked at Chu Machin with grievance. Captain, don't you care about them? Chu Machin didn't even look at Yu Meng, but stared at Xiaomi in his arms, afraid that Xiaomi would misunderstand. Yu Meng was very angry when she saw the two of them getting along, but she still smiled at Xiaomi. Miss, we are all in the same team. You shouldn't mind me coming in too? I mind, Xiaomi said coldly, looking at Chu Machin. Solve it yourself. Don't let me see her in there. Xiaomi turned around and went in after she finished speaking. Chu Machin was completely panicked now, and the whole person was visibly nervous. The look in his eyes when he looked at Yu Meng was so sharp. Go back to where you came from. What does it have to do with you that I'm here? You four solve it. Send the people away, and then come in. Otherwise, hee. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he walked directly inside. Yu Meng looked at Chu Machin in a different look, and felt extremely uncomfortable for a while. Chu Machin, stop right there. Yu Meng, have liked you for so long. And you treat me like this? Also, don't forget that your life was saved by my brother. It would have been fine if Yu Meng didn't say this. But Chu Machin was furious when he said it. Hee. I could have avoided it at that time. Well, let's not talk about this for now. Let's just say that since you joined our team, we have saved you more than once or twice. After saying this, Chu Machin looked at Yu Meng again, with a sharp look in his eyes. Yu Meng's face turned pale, and his body retreated involuntarily. Strictly speaking, you owe the lives of my three brothers. So, Yu Meng, go by yourself. Don't force me to do it. If it weren't for the little brotherhood he still had for Yu Bin, Yu Meng would have died countless times by now. I'm afraid the grass on his grave would have grown. Yu Meng looked at Chu Machin in panic, shaking her head in disbelief. No, it's not like that. You can't be so ruthless to me. Chu Machin. You can't. Chu Machin didn't want to say anything to this man anymore, and looked at Kong Minglang, signed him to solve it. Kong Minglang nodded, and then walked towards Yu Meng. Yu Meng, the brotherhood between us and your brother has long been exhausted by you. Leave by yourself. Don't wait for the captain to really get angry. After Kong Minglang finished speaking, he just looked at Yu Meng quietly. Yu Meng still wanted to pretend to be pitiful, but seeing the indifference of several people, she knew she had no chance. It's just that she was really unwilling, especially when she saw Chu Machin's attitude towards Xiaomi just now. With just one glance, she knew that this was Xiaomi, who Chu Machin had placed on the top of his heart. She had accidentally seen the photo Chu Machin kept in the drawer before. At the first sight of Xiaomi just now, she recognized her. Chapter 105 Execution by Personal Hands. Brother Liang, I want to stay. If I go out now, I will die. Yu Meng looked at Kong Minglang pleadingly. Kong Minglang looked as if he was asking, Yu Meng, everyone knows your strength. Go by yourself. After that, she pointed at the door and motioned Yu Meng to ride her motorcycle and leave. Yu Meng looked at Kong Minglang with hurt eyes. Zhang Chao and Chen Chen were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig out a castle. Yu Meng's expression was really too embarrassing. The two chose to ignore them and walked towards the bridge. Wang Yuxiang looked at Kong Minglang, who was facing Yu Meng alone. In the end, between the brother and his own goosebumps, he decisively chose to abandon his brother. He followed the two to the bridge. The three of them blocked the bridge like three mountains. Yu Meng's face turned black. She didn't expect these people to be so disrespectful and directly block her way. At this time, Yu Meng felt a strong hatred for these people. Xiaomi inside had seen the unwillingness and hatred in Yu Meng's eyes from the video data sent by Hao Hao. He knew that this person must not be kept. Otherwise, I don't know what will happen later. Hao Hao. Send it to my phone. Received. Host. After seeing the picture on the phone, Xiaomi directly handed the phone to Chu Machin, who had just chased in. Take a look. Chu Machin took the phone without knowing why. The others had also come down at this time. But seeing Xiaomi bad face, and Chu Machin flattering face, a group of people decisively chose to stand on the second floor to watch the show. After watching it, Chu Machin's face became darker. I take care of it. You? Without waiting for Chu Machin to continue, Xiaomi said directly, Shao Si. It's not easy for you to do it. No matter what. You and her brother are brothers. And it's hard for you to say what will happen in the future. Gu Haoyu, who was watching the show above, didn't expect that he would get a job. But when he thought about it, he was happy to be able to help Sister Qiao. Sister Qiao, I can do it. What do you want me to do? Chu Machin was really touched at this time, and ignored Gu Haoyu, who came down. He directly took Xiaomi into his arms. Chi-Chi. Thank you. Xiaomi pushed Chu Machin away. Her face flushed, and looked at Chu Machin with a scolding look. Okay. Let's talk about it later. Shao Si. You wait in front of the manor. Deal with the person. And throw him to the zombies. No need. Bring him back. I deal with it. Chu Machin said. Gu Haoyu immediately quit. Boss. You are not reluctant. Are you? You can't do this. If you do this, we... Shut up. Chu Machin looked at Gu Haoyu with a warning. Gu Haoyu shut up awkwardly, not daring to speak again. Then turned to look at Xiaomi, waiting for Xiaomi instructions. Xiaomi thought for a while, and knew what Chu Machin was going to do. Okay. Shao Si. You go now. Bring the person back, and put him on the top floor first. Don't worry. Sister Qiao. I will definitely do it for you. After saying that, Gu Haoyu hurried up to put on his equipment. At this time, Yu Meng outside looked at them hurt, and then said pitifully, Okay. I leave. I hope my departure will satisfy you. Hearing this, Kong Mingliang didn't want to say anything anymore. He stretched out his hand, and made a gesture of please come in. Yu Meng was very angry, but she still looked aggrieved, and left with a look of looking back every few steps. After getting on the motorcycle and putting on the helmet, Yu Meng's face was full of gloom. Damn it. All of you deserve to die. Wait. I will definitely come back and kill you all. You are really useless. While cursing, Yu Meng rode the motorcycle towards the outside of the manor. The speed was very fast. Gu Haoyu had been waiting on the road for a long time. After hearing the sound of the motorcycle, he put down the mask and stood in the middle of the road. When the speeding Yu Meng saw the robot Gu Haoyu, who was more than 2 meters tall, he was shocked. He braked quickly and wanted to change direction. Gu Haoyu ran 2 steps quickly and knocked Yu Meng off the motorcycle with a punch. The motorcycle slid directly to the hillside. Yu Meng frowned and looked at the robot in front of him. He said coldly, Who is it? Playing tricks. Gu Haoyu snorted coldly, stretched out his hand and grabbed Yu Meng, and punched him with his right hand, knocking Yu Meng unconscious. Then he took Yu Meng and flew back. After locking Yu Meng on the 5th floor and tying her up, he went back to take off his outer gear before heading downstairs. After going downstairs, he saw several people standing in the living room stiffly. Chu Machin didn't speak, and Xiaomi kept looking at them. What's going on? Boss. Gu Haoyu looked at the situation in the living room with a confused look on his face, not understanding what was going on. Chu Machin still didn't speak, but Xiaomi said directly, Okay. Shao Si. Arrange a room for them. Chu Machin. You go upstairs to wash up. Okay. You guys come over here. Gu Haoyu took Kong Mingliang and the other 4 upstairs. In fact, the four of them didn't dare to move. But when they saw Chu Mochen had stood up and walked upstairs, they dared to follow Gu Haoyu upstairs. Gu Haoyu took them to the second floor, where there were exactly 4 rooms left. One for each person. There were a total of 10 rooms on the second floor, but one of them was used as a storage room. And there was also a study and a water room. So there were 7 rooms left. Gu Haoyu, Shen Wentao, and Ouyang Qi each had a room, and the rest were for the 4 of them. And Chu Mochen went directly to the 5th floor. When he saw Yu Ming fainted, Chu Mochen waved at Yu Ming without hesitation, and a black mist wrapped Yu Ming. Then Yu Ming turned into dust on the ground. Chu Mochen looked at the dust on the ground and frowned. Then he took out a vacuum cleaner in the space. Clean up the dust. Yu Ming, are you polite? You don't even leave the ashes? After everything was done, Chu Mochen went downstairs to wash up. When he entered the room, he saw Xiaomi decorating the room. Chi-Chi, don't clean up? I've been living here recently. Now that you're back, I just moved down, Xiaomi said as she put her things into the space. Chu Mochen's eyes were full of smiles. He stepped forward and took Xiaomi's hand. No need. Even if I have to go down, I go down. And there's a hidden room inside. Didn't you notice it? I've been very busy recently. I haven't seen what's here yet. Chu Mochen smiled, took Xiaomi's hand and walked forward. I take you to see it. Chapter 106. Follow the laws of the world. Xiaomi looked at the small room in front of her and liked it immediately. Especially the layout here. She always liked houses with small bedrooms. She didn't know why, but she felt very safe. She chose this super large room on the 4th floor because she felt that there was Chu Mochen taste here. I want to miss someone. How do you want to decorate it? I will help you decorate it. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi with a smile in his eyes. Looking at Chu Mochen's eyes, Xiaomi blushed and coughed twice. Well, no. I will do it myself. But I want to enter my room. Can I only come from your room? Well, this is originally a hidden bedroom. The previous plan was to make a small cinema here. What Chu Mochen didn't say was that this was done to make it convenient for Xiaomi to chase dramas. Yes, that's right. This manor was originally a gift built by Chu Mochen for Xiaomi. It's just that it has never been given away. Xiaomi's favorite thing is the lazy sofa here. It feels like you can sleep on the lazy sofa without a bed. I have to say it was really comfortable. I do it myself. You go do your thing. Go wash up quickly. Xiaomi pushed Chu Mochen out. Seeing Xiaomi was shy, Chu Mochen didn't stay any longer, but went out to wash up obediently. Who made him smell the sweat on his body now. Xiaomi took a long breath after Chu Mochen left and began to decorate her own nest. She laid a carpet in front of the lazy sofa, took out a small round table, put aromatherapy and cups on it, and then put a bed in front of it for the sake of meaning. There was a 4-layer push-pull trolley next to the bed, with drinks on the top and snacks on the bottom. Then she changed the curtains to her favorite avocado green. After everything was dressed up, Xiaomi stepped back and looked at her results. She nodded with satisfaction. Not bad. But there is no projector. Otherwise it would be more perfect. After saying that, Xiaomi thought about looking for it later. After all, with a projector, this room is more complete. Chu Mochen had already washed up outside. When he came out, he saw Xiaomi admiring his room. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi back with gentle eyes. Slowly approached Xiaomi. After walking to Xiaomi's side, he whispered, "Are you done?" "Yeah." "Have you finished washing up?" "Yeah." Chu Mochen responded lazily. Slowly stepped forward and put his chin on Xiaomi's shoulder, hugging Xiaomi from behind. Xiaomi patted Chu Mochen's hand on her waist. "Okay. Haven't you had lunch yet? Go downstairs to eat something?" "Yeah. I go downstairs later." Hug. Chu Mochen coquettishly turned Xiaomi's shoulders over and stretched out his hands to Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen with a smile in her eyes, and she reached out to hug Chu Mochen's waist. "Why did you come back so soon? The situation over there is not very good. The one who knows my identity is now busy with the shelter. The rest of the people can't be trusted. So they just came here." "Okay. It just so happens that the current situation is not very good. You are back, and we have more protection. By the way, are those 4 people your team members?" "Yes. They are all trustworthy. One of them is an ordinary person. Can he still exchange for Xiaoxi's equipment?" Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. "Are you going to give me your family property?" "It's all yours." Xiaomi, Okay. I can exchange it now. When do you need it? Don't rush for the time being. Don't let them think it's too easy. Okay. Then take them out to find supplies tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. And take them out in 2 days. But I think we have to protect him these days. Chu Muchen pondered for a while, and said, it just so happens that Uncle Hua is here. So let him stay at home with Uncle Hua and them. Okay. After the two finished talking, they went down. After going down, everyone was already in the living room, waiting for them to come down. Wang Yuxiang and the others were so hungry that they had no energy. But since Chu Machen was not there, they were too embarrassed to say that they were hungry. When they saw Chu Machen and Xiaomi coming down, they all complained in their hearts that Chu Machen valued women over friends. And their eyes changed when they looked at Chu Machen, full of disgust. After Chu Machen came down, he looked at their appearance and asked directly, how long have you not eaten? You haven't eaten for 2 days. Have you? What else? Then you are too bad to find food. Kong Minglang, you are still a dog. The other three didn't want to pay attention to Chu Machen. They looked at Chu Machen with disgust. But they didn't dare to be presumptuous. After all, Chu Machen was a famous Hades in their team. Everyone come to eat. Xiaomi walked out slowly from the kitchen with the food just taken out of the space. Several people looked at what Xiaomi took out, their eyes full of shock. Since the end of the world, they haven't seen these things. How can they not be shocked when they see them now? After Xiaomi took out the things, several people looked at each other, and then looked at Chu Machen. And after getting Chu Machen permission, the 4 people were like wolves, and they went straight forward to eat. Chu Machen looked at the embarrassing appearance of several people and said, Chi-Chi, why don't you go out for a walk? These people are really embarrassing. Xiaomi smiled. Okay. You eat? After saying that, Xiaomi walked out. She couldn't let go of him, so she simply went out first. Until Xiaomi went out, Chu Machen stepped forward and slapped each of the 4 people. Can you be more promising and give us some face? Kong Minglang looked at Chu Machen teasingly. Captain, it's not impossible to give us face. Now, are you going to talk about you and the beautiful lady? Looking at their appearance, Chu Machen was not shy, but just glanced at them. Gossip. That's enough. Finish your meal quickly and go out in the afternoon. Zhang Chao. You stay at home and keep watch. Yes, boss. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he was still a little depressed. Even though he knew that he had no superpowers, they didn't let him go out. It was just that the feeling of loss in his heart made him look very depressed. Chu Machen saw it, but didn't say anything at the moment. After dinner, everyone gathered in the living room. When they saw the equipment on Gu Haoyu, several people's faces were full of shock. Gu Haoyu was excited. Awesome. My sister Chiao gave it to me. Looking at Gu Haoyu's proud look, Chu Machen really didn't want to pay attention to him. But Wang Yuxiang and the others were curious. Kong Mingliang asked, what is this? A weapon specially made for me. Stronger than you as psychics. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, hope appeared on Zhang Chao's face. And Chu Machen said at this time, we should kill as many zombies as possible in the next few days, and make a set for Zhang Chao as soon as possible. No problem. Zhang Chao. Wait for us to make a set for you too. And Xiaomi was bargaining with Hao Hao at this time. Because Hao Hao, who originally planned to sell only one set, learned that Xiaomi wanted to exchange another set. He started to protest directly. Xiaomi began to say good things constantly. I hope Hao Hao can agree to exchange another set. Host, this thing should not belong to this world. If you do this, you may be backfired later. Xiaomi was frightened by the word backlash and said in a tangled way, what about exchanging for the last set? Really not. Host, I have remembered more things recently. If you don't abide by the rules of this world, you will not be able to die of old age. Also, this is your last time to travel through time. After this death, you will have no chance. Xiaomi can accept this. After all, no one wants to travel through time and be reborn as a dog or a mosquito. There are other things that are not human. Even more than 100 times. They died as soon as they traveled through time. He was just teasing her. Chapter 107 Ordinary People? I will exchange it once more. I can't let you. The host. Embarrass me. I've already said it. For the first time, Xiaomi looked at Hao Hao pleadingly. Hao Hao, who finally stood up, was very satisfied at this moment. Alas, looking at the host's appearance, he was in a really good mood. Oh ha ha ha. This system finally stood up. Xiaomi. You woman. Do you still need to beg me? Ha ha ha. Xiaomi didn't know about the madness of the system. If she knew, she would definitely lock Hao Hao in a small dark room. Okay. But I have to exchange it with my points. Does the host have any expression? Xiaomi's eyes were about to roll up to the sky. Okay. I exchange more things and let you make more difference. Okay. After getting Xiaomi's answer, Hao Hao was very happy and quickly exchanged the equipment Xiaomi mentioned. Zhang Chao walked towards Xiaomi and bowed deeply. Miss Xiao. Thank you. Not really. But many of the materials here are very scarce. And I only have the last set left. So you should cherish them. The last set? Forget it. I still have some strength. You should take it yourself. After hearing Xiaomi's words, Zhang Chao refused directly. This sentence made Xiaomi feel that this person was not bad. At least he didn't say thank you. Just accepted it directly. And said that he would repay her well in the future. No. Anyway, we don't need it for the time being. You and Xiaoxi can still help each other. Just in time for you to act together later. Zhang Chao wanted to refuse. And then looked at Chu Mochen. Chu Mochen knew his concerns and nodded directly. Take it. Okay. Let's go. After that, they went out. Now they still have a lot of things to do. The outermost defense of the manor has not been done. And fresh vegetables have not been planted. Especially gasoline and diesel. They are still in short supply. Now they are directly smearing at night. Chu Tingsu directly used his ability to condense a fireball to illuminate his room. Or condensed a ray of light from his fingertips. Others couldn't do that. After all, they didn't have Chu Tingsu fire ability. So they needed diesel. Mainly to generate electricity. So that at least they could use electricity freely at home. Watching the 3 cars slowly leave, it was impossible for Zhang Chao not to envy them. But thinking that his equipment would become powerful when it came back, his mood instantly improved. Uncles and aunts, I will take you to exercise. Although we don't need to find supplies now. Proper exercise is still necessary. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he took the 4 people to the 5th floor. Her mother was in poor health. So Zhang Chao had to support her mother. Even after reaching the 2nd floor, her mother couldn't go up. Zhang Chao directly carried her mother up. When they arrived at the gym, Zhang Chao made exercise plans for the 4 of them according to their physical conditions. They also knew their own conditions. So after Zhang Chao proposed it, they all agreed directly. Chu Mochen and Xiaomi were divided into 2 teams. Gu Haoyu. Chu Mochen and Shen Wentao took Chu Tingsu and others to the gas station. Xiaomi took Kong Mingliang and others to the bank. It was a large bank specially used for storage. In fact, she had the idea of going to the museum. But she thought it was too outrageous. So she gave up the idea. But she wanted to go to several auction companies later to see if there were any good things there. As for those villas, Xiaomi was not going to go. The things given by her parents were also worth hundreds of millions. And Xiaomi had already exchanged them for points. But she still needed more. This way, there would be no pressure to exchange things later. In addition, she had to use the killing of zombies as soon as possible to exchange for some points. Improve her physical fitness. After arriving at the bank, Kong Mingliang and others looked a little tangled. This illegal thing. They really couldn't do it. Sister Qiao, are we really going? Chen Chen swallowed his saliva and said tangledly. Xiaomi waved her hand. Be thick-skinned. It's okay. Believe me. And besides, we are going to see if there are any survivors inside. Right? This is just bullshit. It sounds outrageous. But no one said anything. After all, they also knew that Xiaomi did this for Zhang Chao. And it would be too much to say such things. It's just that I really can't get over the hurdle in my heart. The door of the bank has been closed. Xiaomi guessed that when the zombies just broke out. They closed the door to survive. After walking halfway around, Xiaomi saw a window and went straight up to smash it open. Let's go in. After saying that, Xiaomi jumped in. As soon as she jumped in, she saw several zombies, which scared Xiaomi so much that she punched them directly. Beat the zombie to death. Kong Mingliang was startled by Xiaomi's action. The captain's woman is so fierce. Only Chen Chen noticed that Xiaomi didn't seem to have superpowers. After he had a guess in his mind, Chen Chen unconsciously began to pay attention to Xiaomi's actions in the subsequent actions. The more he looked, the more shocked Chen Chen was. Now he was basically sure that Xiaomi didn't have superpowers. Therefore, for a while after that, Qin Qin began to stand in front of Xiaomi and help her block the zombies' attacks. This caused Kong Mingyang and Huang Yuxiang to look at him differently. When Xiaomi turned to go to the warehouse behind, Kong Mingyang couldn't help it anymore and pulled Qin Qin. Qin Qin, do you have any idea about Miss Qiao? Qin Qin looked at Kong Mingyang with an expression as if he was crazy. Can you be more normal? Do you think it's possible? Then why have you been standing in front of Miss Qiao? Didn't you realize that Miss Qiao is an ordinary person? Kong Mingyang was a little stunned. He really didn't realize this. Are you sure? Miss Qiao doesn't look like she doesn't have any special abilities? I don't think she does. We see later. But Miss Qiao attack power is so strong that we are no match for her now. Not to mention before, Kong Mingyang said, with an incredible expression on his face. His admiration for Xiaomi is from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 108. Still robbing cash in the end of the world. Xiaomi looked at the two people who were a little far away from her, constantly looking at her back, and asked, "What are you talking about?" No. Nothing. I just think you are really strong. Worthy of being the woman who can subdue our captain. After saying that, she gave Xiaomi a thumbs up. After Kong Mingyang finished speaking, Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. She did not comment on this. She also felt that she was very powerful. Ha. She stood proudly with her hands on her hips. Let's go. Let's go in. If you can't get over it in your heart, just stand guard outside. Qin Qin and Kong Mingyang had already begun to doubt that Xiaomi had no superpowers. So how could she agree? If something happened to Xiaomi, they would not be able to explain to Chu Machin. So the two shook their heads directly. We can. I can too. After they expressed their opinions, Huang Yuxiang said directly and affirmatively, Okay. Let's go in. After saying that, Xiaomi walked towards the warehouse that Hao Hao had already discovered. After reaching the door, with the help of Hao Hao's plug-in, Xiaomi started to unlock the door directly. After opening it, several people entered the safe. According to Hao Hao's discovery, Xiaomi only opened those safes with high value. After opening them, they were all some high-quality jade or gems. Looking at these things, Xiaomi's mood was very complicated. To be honest, I like them very much. But there is no way. The most important thing now is to exchange points. Other things are not important. In addition, Xiaomi felt that this behavior was indeed wrong. So it is better not to take it. Exchanging points and using them yourself are still different in nature. After hearing Xiaomi's thoughts, Hao Hao looked at Xiaomi in surprise, thinking, it's rare that my host has such a thing as morality. After taking away all the things inside, they left the safe. As soon as they went out, they heard the sound of a car outside. Several people looked at each other. They all saw worry in each other's eyes. Hao Hao, didn't you notice? Hao Hao, who was in a daze, was startled by Xiaomi's words. He was distracted for a short while. And then, host, 46 people, all have weapons, and their identities should be not simple. After Hao Hao finished speaking, he felt guilty and did not dare to answer Xiaomi's words at all. After Hao Hao told her the current situation, Xiaomi was not in the mood to care why he did not find these people in time. There are many people. You have snipers. Just find the position yourself. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he took out a lot of guns and ammunition from the space and began to distribute them to the three of them. Only then did Qin Qin know that Xiaomi was a space-based psychic. That is to say, there are 3 space-based psychics among them. No wonder they have a lot of things. As if they are inexhaustible. Several people took the guns and ammunition handed over by Xiaomi. Qin Qin looked at them and said, I will find a suitable position. You. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Kong Mingyang. I am a speed-type superpower. I will go. And you will follow Miss Qiao's command. After Kong Mingyang finished speaking, he disappeared in front of them like a gust of wind. After Kong Mingyang left, Xiaomi took the other 2 out. As soon as they hit at the door, those people had arrived. The people in the front had already got off the car. A group of people were all wearing black vests and pants. They were all muscular, with big flower arms on their arms. And they looked like they were not easy to mess with. Xiaomi and the others hid in the dark and were not prepared to have a head-on conflict with them. As long as they didn't make trouble, Xiaomi was not prepared to fight with these people. You retreat? I see if I can put the car into the space. After saying that, Xiaomi was ready to go to the back to see if there were these people at her car. Chen Chen and Huang Yuxiang followed Xiaomi instructions and retreated into the bank. They were going to the office. As long as these people didn't search the entire bank, there would be no problem. Xiaomi went directly to the window where they came in, preparing to tighten the space of the car. Unfortunately, the current system space could not bring things in from a long distance. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to go there. Bringing the car in directly saves time and effort, and can also avoid being discovered. Xiaomi's words just now were actually excuses. In fact, Hao had told her that there was no one there, because these people came from the street and did not take the side road. Therefore, no one knows that they are in the bank yet. Host, hurry up. Detect that they are about to surround the bank. After Hao finished speaking, Xiaomi hurriedly ran a few steps and ran towards the window. After arriving, let Hao monitor the situation nearby. Quickly put the car into the space, and then ran into the bank. As soon as he came in, those people had already come. Even the person in the front saw Xiaomi's shadow, but he didn't dare to confirm it. The man rubbed his eyes and asked doubtfully, "Did you see a dark shadow over there just now? What are you thinking about? Who would come to this place now? It's not like you're going to die." "That's right, fatty. If you don't look at your phone for a day, your eyesight will be bad." After the man finished speaking, several people burst into laughter. After a few seconds, the smiles on their faces instantly disappeared. "There are really people who have been here. I go and see. All the zombies inside have been killed. I report it. You guys stay outside and don't go in." "Okay." After they agreed, the man quickly went around to the front and reported the situation they had just discovered to a middle-aged man. After listening, the man put out the cigarette in his hand. "It's normal. Who cares about the law at this time? Just go in. Let the brothers be vigilant and deal with those who are blind." "Yes, boss." Everyone's face was full of ecstasy. This is the place they have always wanted to come to before. But they didn't have the strength before, so they didn't dare to dream. But now, it's the end of the world. Who cares whether it's illegal or not? As long as you are happy. Everyone began to rush into the bank. Their goal was clear. The money in the bank's safe. Xiaomi looked at the bags in their hands in the dark, and knew that these people were after money, and immediately felt relieved. After they passed, they quickly ran towards Qin Chen and his hiding place. "Tell Kong Mingyang in your own way that as long as those people don't find us, we won't care, and don't take the initiative." Qin Chen nodded. After finding Kong Mingyang, he gave Kong Mingyang a gesture to monitor in place. Then several people observed these people in the dark, watching them frantically put cash into their bags. Xiaomi looked at these people as if they were fools. They are not fools. It's the end of the world. What's the use of money? If Xiaomi's space didn't need treasures to exchange points, they wouldn't come at all. After all, these things are of no use in the end of the world full of zombies. Suddenly a gunshot was heard in the distance. Several people were startled. Chapter 109 Endless Doomsday. "Stay here. I go see what's going on." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she hurriedly asked Hao, "What's going on? Why are there gunshots?" Reporting to the host, "There are 7 survivors inside. They are hiding in the innermost part of the safe. I didn't tell you that you didn't plan to go there before. Can they survive in there for nearly half a month?" "Yes. There are some supplies next to them. Judging from their clothes, they should be bank staff. Ordinary people? There are 2 superpowers, and they started to fight against those people." After Hao finished speaking, Xiaomi didn't hesitate anymore and said directly, "Do it. There should be survivors inside, and they are slaughtering those survivors." After Xiaomi finished speaking, the 2 people's faces were very gloomy, and they nodded directly. And Xiaomi ran directly inside. She had just seen that 2 people had died under their guns, and the others were resisting. Even among the dead, one person directly blocked 3 or 4 people in order to buy time for others to escape. When seeing this scene, Xiaomi's heart was very uneasy. So she ran towards the safe with boxing gloves on. She knocked down the people she met on the road with one punch. She was very fast, so before those people could react, Xiaomi had already passed by. She even dealt with one of them. Others began to shoot at random. But Xiaomi had the magic of cheating Hao, perfectly avoiding the bullets fired by those people. Everyone was shocked. Qin Chen looked at Xiaomi's speed with shock in his eyes. "This is really much stronger than us, and is even comparable to Captain Kong. Hurry up. I'm still watching." After saying that, Huang Yuxiang showed his head and started shooting at those people. Everyone realized at this time that there were indeed people inside. Before, they were just guessing. But they all thought that there were so many of them. And they didn't take Xiaomi and the others seriously at all. At this time, these people realized that Xiaomi and the others were really strong. And there was no way to fight against them. Qin Chen and Huang Yuxiang would change places after fighting for a while. And they would release their superpowers from time to time. The eyes of those people looking at them changed. Full of fear. The middle-aged man had already begun to retreat outside at this time. Back off. Drive. Drive quickly. Go. Go now. They no longer cared about the brothers inside. And the people at the door had already started the car. Qin Chen and the others saw that they had begun to retreat. And they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two of them directly handed this place over to Kong Mingliang. Go inside to support Xiaomi. Originally, their goal was to force these people back and save the survivors inside. After they retreated, Kong Mingliang did not chase them again, but observed from above to prevent someone from coming to attack Xiaomi and the others. After Xiaomi got inside, he quickly dealt with the two people holding guns, and then rolled in front of the survivors. Kicked the man who was pulling the woman's hair away. Protect yourself. After saying that, Xiaomi began to deal with the remaining people. Several men looked at Xiaomi with fear in their eyes, trembling lips, and looked at Xiaomi in panic. One man mustered up the courage and said, "No, sister, uncle, no, let's get out now." "Okay, don't do it." The man looked at Xiaomi with fear on his face. Xiaomi looked directly at the people she had saved. How to deal with them? One of the men looked at these people, then at Xiaomi. "I want them to go to jail for life." Hearing the man's words, Xiaomi laughed directly. Finally, she understood why these people came to rob the bank. It turned out that they didn't think this was the end of the world. And they thought that the current zombie virus would be eliminated soon. The whole society will return to the previous order. In fact, it is normal to think about it. After all, it has been 10 days since the end of the world. And they still have expectations for the end of the world. I don't think it will continue like this. Then you may be disappointed. In this state, it will take at least 10 or 8 years to end. Xiaomi's words were like a bucket of cold water, which not only extinguished their hope of life, but also the hope of the men who robbed the bank. They no longer cared about the money bags in their hands, and their minds were full of the real end of the world. You are not kidding." Xiaomi didn't say anything, but raised her eyebrows directly. Everyone was silent. Whether it was the men in black or the bank tellers, they were surprisingly harmonious at this time, standing there in a daze. Xiaomi didn't say anything more about these things, and looked at them and said, "Okay. You find a place to stay. And you? Stop dreaming. Isn't it better to live a good life?" Men in black, Xiaomi was ready to turn around and leave after she finished speaking. After all, there are still many things to do now, and she doesn't have so much time to waste here. Just after taking 2 steps, the man who spoke just now said, "Can you help us find a car?" Xiaomi said without turning her head, "Ask them." "I don't have one." After that, she turned and left. After going out, she waved to the 3 of them to gather. The people at the door had left now. After they went out, Xiaomi took out the car and several people quickly jumped into the car, left the bank, headed towards the next destination. In the car, Qin Chen began to complain about those people. "I don't know if they are stupid. They actually robbed the bank. What's the use of the money now? They think that the zombies can be eliminated quickly, and order will be restored quickly." Xiaomi's words made everyone silent. Huang Yuxiang said slowly, "Will we not be able to solve these zombie viruses for a long time? Let's not talk about this. Live a good life now." Kong Mingliang said slowly. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became heavy. Xiaomi didn't say anything else. She even thought that the zombie virus couldn't be solved for decades. But she didn't want to say it now. After all, they might collapse after she said it. They definitely couldn't accept it. On this side, Chumachen led the rest of the people, and went directly to the gas station. Pray that there will be more gasoline and diesel here. After all, there were 2 or 3 days of chaos, and there shouldn't be any tankers to deliver goods. The amount of oil in these gas stations should not be much. Shen Wentao and Xiaomi didn't find much before. Therefore, Chumachen didn't have too much hope, hoping to stock up the goods at a gas station. So they found a few that were very close, divided into 2 teams. Chu Machin and Shin Wentao each led a team. When approaching the gas station, the car could no longer drive in. All the cars were hit together, and there was no way to get close. Chapter 110 Huang Yuxiang is in danger. Get out of the car. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he stopped the car and jumped out. After they all got out, Chu Machin put the car into the space. It was the first time that Ouyang Chi came out with them. It was also the first time that he looked at the current situation up close. There was some fear in his eyes, and he was reluctant, but he quickly restrained himself. Everything was normal. Even Wen Ningxuan beside him did not notice Ouyang Chi abnormality. After slowly approaching, he saw the zombies surrounding him. Just as Wen Ningxuan was about to follow Chu Machin forward, he was grabbed by the ankle by a zombie under the car. He was so scared that he fell to the ground. Ah! After hearing Wen Ningxuan's cry, Ouyang Chi hurried over and swung the mace in his hand hard, blowing the zombie's head off. Then he helped Wen Ningxuan up. It's okay. There was no time to continue comforting, and he hurried forward to deal with the zombies attracted by Wen Ningxuan. Chu Machin looked at the zombies nearby and his expression became solemn. You take care of yourself. Xiu. Keep an eye on them. After the voice fell, Chu Machin quickly ran into the zombie group and began to quickly deal with the zombies in front of him. Chu Tingsu protected Ouyang Chi and quickly killed the zombies with Wen Ningxuan, who had recovered. Ouyang Chi looked at the fear in Chu Tingsu's eyes and tried to give the zombies the last blow himself, so as not to let Chu Tingsu face these cruel moments. The two zombies behind slowly hid in the middle of the car. Using the car, they quietly approached Chu Tingsu. In their eyes, Chu Tingsu was the easiest to deal with at this time. So the two zombies with some intelligence decisively chose Chu Tingsu. When Chu Tingsu and others were not paying attention, they rushed directly towards them. Chu Tingsu and the others didn't notice the two zombies, so Wen Ningxuan didn't notice them until they came over. Chu Machin didn't have time to come over at all, and looked at Chu Tingsu with horror. Su. When the zombies rushed over, Ouyang Chi hit the zombies' heads with a stick, but the zombies didn't react at all. Is this a physical ability? After saying that, Ouyang Chi's face turned ugly. Quickly get out of the way. He pulled Chu Tingsu. Chu Tingsu was a little scared, but he quickly recovered his emotions, wrapped himself in flames, and the flame ball in his hand continued to expand. I can do it. After saying that, Chu Tingsu ran directly towards the zombies. But Wen Ningxuan was still worried, and stepped forward to freeze the two zombies. The bodies of the two zombies were frozen in midair by her. Chu Tingsu seized the opportunity and threw a ball of fire at another zombie with unknown abilities. And then the flames burned in his hands. Run towards another zombie. Directly cover the zombie with flames. And then continue to attack the zombies in front of him with flames. At this time, Chu Machin also arrived. After Chu Tingsu attacked, he attached his superpowers to the dagger. The dagger directly pierced into the zombie's head. Quickly dig out the crystal core. You go inside the gas station first. Xiu. Don't use superpowers after entering. Chu Machin dealt with the zombies in front of him while instructing Chu Tingsu. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Ouyang Chi immediately said, I will protect them. After that, he walked inside. Along the way, Ouyang Chi swung the two maces in his hands very powerfully. Wen Ningxuan looked at Ouyang Chi's movements with disbelief in his eyes. Alas, if it's domestic violence, will I be beaten to death? The more Wen Ningxuan thought about it, the paler his face became, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Hurry up and deal with the zombies. Ouyang Chi, who was protecting Chu Tingsu, didn't know that it was because he wanted to protect them that Wen Ningxuan gradually restrained his love for him. It was outrageous. After dealing with the zombies nearby, Chu Machin took them in and began to search for gasoline and diesel inside. However, the gasoline here was not in small barrels, but in a large vat. Chu Machin could only find some containers. His space was not very large, and he couldn't hold a lot at a time. But the barrels that the entire gas station could hold were smaller than his space. Fortunately, he finally found some containers that could be stored in the warehouse. However, the remaining amount here was not much, and in the end, only less than 2,000 liters of gasoline and diesel were barely collected. There were only about 700 liters of gasoline. And over there, Shin Wentao and his team collected even less. And even that gas station had no gasoline. So they barely collected some diesel. It was obviously looted. And there were many zombies over there. And it was still Gu Haoyu who led the zombies away. and he and Shen Yun went in to get it. After that, they didn't dare to continue looting and left quickly. After the two parties met, Chu Machin led them to the next gas station. Meanwhile, Xiaomi and the others have arrived at the pawn shop. They are ready to see if there are any good things here. Xiaomi is still full of expectations for the pawn shop. After all, there are really a lot of good things here. Therefore, when she was about to get close, she told how to monitor the area. Therefore, Xiaomi knew there were a lot of good things here when she just approached the pawn shop. Be careful. I go in first, Xiaomi said, and ran quickly towards the pawn shop. This time, they changed their strategy, and did not plan to let all four of them go in. Instead, Xiaomi went in by herself, and the other three attracted the zombies outside. Helped Xiaomi cover by the way. Xiaomi was very fast. She had left before the zombies found her. When she got to the pawn shop, Xiaomi followed Hao's instructions. As long as it was valuable, for those safes that could not be opened, they would just put the cabinets together and put them into the space. Anyway, Hao could take out the things, so she didn't have to work hard. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi came out of the pawn shop, and now she still has 1.47 million points. Looking at the points column rising, Xiaomi was in a very good mood. Although this method was really unkind, she had no other choice but to condemn herself a little. Continue next time. When Xiaomi came out, Huang Yuxiang was helping several survivors kill the zombies in front of him, and those people kept hiding behind them, and no one took action at all. Xiaomi didn't want to say anything about this, nor did she go forward to help. Just watched from a distance, wanting to see what outrageous things these people, Dinghu, could do. What Xiaomi didn't expect was that when several zombies came from behind those people, they directly ignored Huang Yuxiang, who was fighting with more than a dozen zombies. Lead those zombies to Huang Yuxiang's vicinity. Huang Yuxiang looked at the zombies around him, and a look of despair appeared on his face. In just over 10 minutes, all his supernatural powers had been used up. Now he could feel the obvious soreness in his muscles when the zombies hit him. Chapter 111. Two sisters blocking the road. Huang Yuxiang looked at those people and said desperately, "Help me lead some zombies away." But those people didn't even look at Huang Yuxiang, and had already hidden themselves. The few people who had led the zombies here just now also ran away. Only Huang Yuxiang was left to deal with those people alone. And Chen Chen and the others were far away from Huang Yuxiang at this time, and couldn't see the situation here at all. There was no way to help. When Huang Yuxiang was already losing strength, the zombies rushed towards Huang Yuxiang like crazy. Xiaomi saw that something was going to happen, ran quickly to Huang Yuxiang, kicked away the zombies around Huang Yuxiang, and punched the zombie that was about to bite Huang Yuxiang's arm in the head, then began to slaughter these zombies unilaterally. 5 minutes later, Xiaomi killed all the zombies. And after Xiaomi killed the zombies, those people came out from all over, and their eyes became hot when they looked at Xiaomi. Even a middle-aged woman grabbed Xiaomi's arm. "Girl, you are so good. Take us to the supermarket in front. I am starving." Yes. Take us there. You are so good. You can definitely take us there safely. Right? We can pay you. You take us there. I will give you 1,000. You will be the one who goes there. Xiaomi was annoyed by these people's noise, and looked at Huang Yuxiang and said, "I am leaving. What about you?" Huang Yuxiang thought of what they did just now, and really didn't want to help anymore. Besides, his current situation did not allow him to be so chaste. "I am leaving." After Huang Yuxiang finished speaking, the two were ready to leave. But they were surrounded by those people in an instant, looking at the dissatisfaction in the eyes of men, women, young and old in front of him. Huang Yuxiang's heart was shaken for the first time. But what those people said afterwards made him even more speechless. "Get out of the way." After Xiaomi finished speaking in a cold voice, he waved his fist at them. Xiaomi didn't find it strange that these people could say these words. After all, he had almost traveled through so many worlds. He had seen all kinds of people. He didn't think there was anything wrong with these people saying these words. After Xiaomi showed them his gloved hands, those people showed panic and fear on their faces. The expressions on their faces were also different. Some were disdainful. Some were indifferent. Some were mocking. And of course, there were also those who prayed or expected. Some people were expressionless. Looking at their faces, Xiaomi didn't react at all. He took Huang Yuxiang and prepared to leave. These people didn't dare to make too much noise. After all, there were still zombies in the distance. and they didn't dare to attract those zombies. Xiaomi knew that these people didn't have the courage. At this time, looking at their cautious appearance, he sneered, "Let's go!" Those people could only watch Xiaomi leave. Looking at their direction, a boy whispered, "We can follow them. The supermarket is at the corner in front." After the boy finished speaking, the others looked at it and thought they could go. So the group rushed to the supermarket over there. Xiaomi didn't care where they would go. He took Huang Yuxiang to where they parked and took the two people with him on the way. Everyone looked at the dozen zombies that were only a few away from the supermarket, and they felt that they must be fine. They ran directly to the supermarket. On the way, everyone imitated Xiaomi and Huang Yuxiang's actions and attacked the zombies. But they were not strong enough. So it often took 3 or 4 people to knock down a zombie. And some of them were even caught by zombies. At this time, there was no news proving that being caught by zombies would definitely mutate. So those who were caught were still with everyone. And after they entered the supermarket, those who were bitten or caught slowly began to mutate and attack the rest of the people. For a moment, the whole supermarket was in chaos. The miserable shouts of the crowd attracted more zombies. Xiaomi and the others had already left. In the car, Huang Yuxiang briefly told the two what happened just now. And the two looked at Huang Yuxiang as if he was a fool. "No, brother. When did you become so saintly?" Kong Mingliang patted Huang Yuxiang's arm and glared at Chen Chen, who was talking. "We want to help, but not everyone can help. Blind help may end up with you falling into the abyss." "Yeah, I know." Huang Yuxiang leaned back in the car seat after he finished speaking, soothing his pale face and weak body due to excessive consumption of his superpowers. Xiaomi drove the car without saying anything. She would not blame Huang Yuxiang. After all, growth also takes time. Instead, Kong Mingliang said, "Miss Chiao, we have caused you trouble. Xiaomi is fine, as long as she doesn't cause trouble all the time. They are Chu Machan brothers. Since Chu Machan brought them here, he must trust them. She still has to give Chu Machan face. If Huang Yuxiang was like this before, she would not want to care about it. But it's different now. Her man should be spoiled by her." "Ha ha." Xiaomi's words made several people blush. Huang Yuxiang said, "No. I'm really sorry this time. No need to say these. Just be careful in the future." Xiaomi really didn't know how to comfort them. After all, it was a little girl comforting a group of men. It was still a bit strange. After Xiaomi finished speaking, several people didn't speak again. The road afterwards was smooth, and there were no difficult things, until Xiaomi and the others were ready to go back. The car was blocked on the road. The people blocking the car were a girl in her teens and a little girl in her 30s. The two sisters were dirty and rushed out directly from the side. They blocked Xiaomi's car. If Xiaomi hadn't reacted very quickly, the two people would have been hit by Xiaomi's car. Therefore, after stopping the car, Xiaomi's face was not good. He jumped out of the car, looked at the two sisters, and said coldly, "What are you doing? Do you know that if I had been faster just now, you would have died?" The slightly older girl looked at Xiaomi's cold look and shrank involuntarily. Then he said hesitantly, "Sister, save my grandma. Grandma is in there. She is unconscious." The girl pointed to the alley on the side. Xiaomi frowned. Then he asked how to see if he could see any unconscious old people. "Host, this man is a liar. I didn't see any old people, but I saw more than a dozen men. There must be more inside, but I'm not far enough." After hearing Hao's words, Xiaomi snorted in her heart. There was no expression on her face. He said lightly, "Let's go. You lead the way. I parked the car aside." After getting in the car, Xiaomi looked at them and said, "The situation inside is not right. I leave enough guns and ammunition for you. You find a place by yourselves, and I go in alone." Chen Chen immediately objected, "I go with you." "No. I can handle it better if I go by myself." Xiaomi's words were very firm, leaving no room for rebuttal. Chapter 112. Xiaomi takes action. Chen Chen, Huang Yuxiang and Kong Minglang looked at each other and finally gave up persuading them. Kong Minglang said, "Okay. Be careful. We will find a suitable place after you leave." "Where are they?" Xiaomi said while driving. "It's in the warehouse in the left front. You try to go upstairs first and find a location from the roof." "Okay. Be careful," Kong Minglang reminded, even though this reminder is actually useless to Xiaomi. But he still wants to say it. Xiaomi didn't say anything. The reason why she agreed to go over was to see what these people wanted to do. Also, will these two children watch her go in? Or will they tell her on the way? If they are caring, she doesn't mind saving them. But then she can't blame her. Thinking of this, Xiaomi's eyes became a little colder. After stopping the car, Xiaomi got out. After seeing Xiaomi come down by herself, the older girl whispered, "Are you alone?" "Yes, I'm alone." "Well, then you may not be able to save my grandma." Forget it. You go over and take a look first. Forget it if it doesn't work." Xiaomi raised her eyebrows, not understanding why the girl said such a thing. But she didn't say anything and left with the girl. Because the car was covered with a one-way anti-peep film, the two sisters couldn't see what was going on inside. So they didn't know there were 3 other people in the car. After leaving with Xiaomi, the girl held her sister's hand, her eyes full of malice. "Humph. She looks so pretty. But she's not a decent woman at first glance. Damn it. It's just right. You're ruined by them. Let's see how you can seduce others." Thinking of this, the girl's eyes became happy. All the way, how closely monitored the situation nearby. So Xiaomi was the first to notice the change in the girl's eyes. The corners of her mouth curled up. She knew that this girl was not simple. She didn't look panicked and helpless at such a young age. Her eyes were also meaningful. She didn't look scared at all like a child of such an old age. The main reason was that her acting skills were not good enough. When Xiaomi saw this child, she found that she was different. There were about 70 or 80 hosts, and more than a dozen of them were tied together, with wounds all over their bodies. Xiaomi hummed. She continued to follow the 2 people forward. After reaching the door of the warehouse, the girl took Xiaomi to the warehouse. "You live in the warehouse?" The girl's eyes were panicked for a moment, but she quickly calmed down. "Well, we have no home." After saying that, her eyes were filled with tears. She looked at Xiaomi pitifully. If she hadn't seen the malice in the girl's eyes just now, Xiaomi wouldn't dare to believe that this person could unite with those people and dig a hole for herself. Arriving at the warehouse door, the girl opened the door and looked at Xiaomi and said, "Sister, my sister is scared. I take her to the side for a while. Grandma is inside. You go and take a look. I be here soon." Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and said, "Let's go together. I hold your sister." After saying that, without waiting for the 2 sisters to resist, she bent down and picked up the child and walked into the warehouse. The girl stamped her feet in annoyance and followed Xiaomi in. But after closing the warehouse door, the shrinkage on her face disappeared directly, and her eyes were full of malice. Staring at Xiaomi back, she smiled. After Xiaomi saw the girl's smile on Hao's screen, her expression remained unchanged, but her heart was full of ridicule. Hao had already figured out the situation inside. He even knew where the trap was. Sure enough, when she walked to the corner full of goods, the girl said, "Sister, on the right. Look at the goods. There are steel pipes on the ground over there." What the girl said was indeed correct. There were indeed steel pipes over there, but there was an iron cage above their heads. Even behind the goods on the other side, several men were slowly lowering the iron cage. When Xiaomi walked to the corner with the child in her arms, she suddenly moved to the right, pretending to tie her shoelaces. When the girl approached, Xiaomi accidentally knocked the girl forward. Because the warehouse was very dark, they couldn't see what was going on with Xiaomi at all. And those people relied on sound. So after the girl staggered after being knocked by Xiaomi, they thought Xiaomi had reached the location of their trap and directly lowered the iron cage. "Ah, it's me. You? Ah, sister, save me. What's going on? Sister, save me." The girl pleaded for help from Xiaomi pitifully. The girl in Xiaomi's arms was about to grab Xiaomi's arm and bite it. If the little guy wasn't estimated to be only 3 or 4 years old, Xiaomi would definitely throw him away. At this time, he just picked up the girl by the back of her collar and put her on the ground. "Little thing, don't challenge my limits." In the dark night, the little girl's eyes were full of malice and viciousness. Even if he couldn't see clearly, Xiaomi could feel it. But there was one thing that Xiaomi was very curious about. Why didn't he talk to the child? And then the child made a few whimpering sounds similar to sobbing. Xiaomi probably guessed why. The little girl was probably a mute. But Xiaomi didn't bother to care about her experience. So after taking the girl away, Xiaomi didn't look at them again, but said arrogantly, "Come out. You tried every means to lure me here. And now you start to act like a turtle?" Xiaomi's words were full of provocation, and those people's faces turned very bad after hearing them. A few men looked at each other, came out directly from the dark, and started to attack Xiaomi. In an instant, the whole warehouse was illuminated by the firepower of those people. Xiaomi had already seen the situation here just now. Even though it was dark, she knew the structure of the place. So the next second before they attacked, Xiaomi had already dodged. Now she was running towards those people quickly. She was so fast that the people behind her wanted to attack, but they couldn't find anyone. Xiaomi quickly flashed to the nearest few people, punched the people next to her, and then kicked the people next to the man away. Still want to catch me? You are simply overestimating yourself, Xiaomi said sarcastically while quickly attacking these people. The people behind also came out at this time. The girl locked in the iron cage looked at Xiaomi's actions, her face full of shock. Then she slowly became afraid. She wanted them to let her out. But looking at their fierce faces, the girl didn't dare to say a word. She could only be locked in. She was accidentally injured from time to time. The 3 or 4-year-old girl was so scared that she squatted on the ground, holding her head. Chapter 113 Human Traffickers. The girl was worried about her own situation and didn't see her sister's situation at all. She was thinking about how to save herself. But the iron cage was very heavy. It took 4 or 5 adult men to pull it up. Not to mention a little girl like her. Looking at Xiaomi's actions, the faces of the group of people became much uglier. They couldn't get close to Xiaomi at all. And even after the attack, they would hurt their own people. Xiaomi always had a way to avoid their attacks. A middle-aged woman looked at Xiaomi with malice in her eyes, and then rushed towards Xiaomi directly, ready to hug Xiaomi directly. But Hao, who had been keeping an eye on the surrounding situation, had already discovered the woman's intention. So when the woman rushed over, he reminded Xiaomi. Xiaomi dodged the woman sideways, and then threw a man next to her over, and the two collided. The woman was knocked to the ground. Ah! Wu! Guang roll! Wailed, trying to push away the man who was pressing on her. Xiaomi didn't look at the situation here anymore. After throwing the man away, she started to deal with the remaining people, swinging her fists quickly. She kept dodging their attacks. If she couldn't dodge, she would just pull someone nearby to block them. The man watching from behind and the exquisitely dressed woman looked at the situation in front of them, and both had a bad feeling. The two looked at each other, and then the woman said, "Let the remaining people retreat. This person is not easy to deal with. We may all die here." "Yes, boss." The man left quickly after he finished speaking. After the man left, the woman was also ready to leave. "Host, the people on the second floor shelf are ready to leave. Go and stop them." Listening to Hao's command, Xiaomi felt her temples throbbing. "I know. Look at her position and the positions of the 3 people. Can they see those people leave? It should be possible. Kong Mingyang is now on the roof of the opposite building. There must be no problem. That's all. I can't handle everything." After saying that, Xiaomi stopped caring about the situation over there. Seeing that they couldn't subdue Xiaomi, those people began to panic, and their eyes turned into fear when they looked at Xiaomi. No longer had the fierceness before. "Sister, we admit defeat. Can you take it back to where you got it?" Xiaomi sneered. Hee hee. "Sister, do you want me to come when you want and leave when you want? How naive. It's okay. I don't admit defeat. I still want to see my strength." Continue. Xiaomi continued to wave her fists at them after saying that. Everyone wanted to commit suicide. "Woo-woo. Brother. This is not a normal person at all. Too strong. I won't come." After the man finished speaking, he squatted in the corner and never took action again. Xiaomi watched several people follow the man to the corner. They squatted in the corner one by one, even holding their heads with their hands, one by one, squatting there neatly, which made Xiaomi want to laugh. After Hao saw their actions on the monitor, he burst into laughter. The whole mechanical arm began to tremble. After Xiaomi dealt with everyone, he slowly walked towards the people squatting in the corner. "Tell me, who are you? What do you want to do by tricking me in?" The thin man looked at Xiaomi and said carefully, "We are just some gangsters. But they are human traffickers." "Really? I am not lying to you." "Really? Lady, our boss is definitely not lying. We are just gangsters in this area, and we are threatened by them. And we have no way." Xiaomi looked at their expressions and knew that what these people said was true. So after they said it, she didn't ask any more questions. He looked at the thin man and said, "Go and release those people you locked in the cage. Don't let me see you again. As for this girl, don't worry about it. Okay, lady." After the thin man finished speaking, he ran away with his brothers. At this time, Xiaomi slowly walked towards the girl locked in the iron cage, watching the girl looking at him with a pleading face. A sarcastic smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Woo-woo, sister, save me. Save me quickly. Sister." Xiaomi smiled sarcastically. "You tricked me in just now. And now you expect me to save you? Kid, what do you want?" The girl was choked by Xiaomi's words, and the expression on her face almost didn't hold. But she soon recovered, looked at Xiaomi pitifully and said, "Sister, it's not my fault. They threatened me." Really? Xiaomi didn't believe the girl's words, and the girl's expression just now didn't look forced at all. He sneered, "It doesn't matter. I don't care if you did it on purpose or not. I can't lift this cage anyway. You stay in there by yourself." After saying that, Xiaomi turned around and left. The girl looked at Xiaomi back and yelled, "How can you be so cruel? My sister can't speak. We will starve to death. It's none of my business." After saying that without looking back, Xiaomi chased after the people who had escaped. The expression on the girl's face was stagnant for a moment. She couldn't believe that Xiaomi could really ignore them and leave cruelly. Looking at her sister squatting in the distance holding her, the expression on the girl's face became ferocious. She looked at the direction where Xiaomi left with hatred in her eyes. "Ah. Die. All of you die." Hearing her angry curse, Xiaomi just smiled and said nothing. After chasing out, Xiaomi saw Wang Yuxiang and Qin Qin fighting against the people who had escaped. But it was obvious that Qin Qin and the others were at a disadvantage. Looking at the speed at which those people took action, Xiaomi knew that these people were probably habitual offenders before the end of the world. Without any extra words, Xiaomi took action directly. She quickly ran to those people, punched a man in the neck, kicked him down, and then smashed the mace in her hand towards the crowd. The moment the mace fell, it directly knocked down 4 or 5 people around. Qin Qin, who was looking at the distance, was stunned for a second. If it weren't for the wailing of the people around him, he would have continued to be stunned. Xiaomi didn't even look at their expressions. Like a ruthless killing machine, she quickly dealt with these people. Xiaomi hated these human traffickers the most. She still remembers that in the life when she was about to travel to the human traffickers' den. In that life, Xiaomi traveled to a woman who was beaten and had 4 children aborted and finally couldn't have children. Originally, she was an innocent female college student. She ran out late at night because of a quarrel with her boyfriend. As a result, she was pulled into a van and sold to a mountain village. When she passed through, she was only 1 breath left. Just after receiving the memory, she was about to untie the chain. She died. Now thinking about what she saw at that time and the experience of the girl in her memory, Xiaomi's heart could not calm down. Therefore, she attacked hard at this time. These people had no power to fight back. Xiaomi used all her strength in every attack. No one was as strong as Xiaomi to begin with. And now she was even more helpless. Chapter 114 Xiaomi mentality collapsed. "Oh my god. Miss Xiao is definitely better than the boss. Do you think the boss will be abused in the future?" Qin Qin looked at Xiaomi who was getting up, and whispered to Wang Yuxiang. Wang Yuxiang whispered, "I think you should be quieter. Be careful that Miss Xiao hears you. You will be dead." After that, Wang Yuxiang continued to watch Xiaomi deal with the remaining 2 people. Xiaomi did not use all her strength this time. She was now dealing with the head of these human traffickers, the delicate woman and the man with a mustache. The woman was kicked by Xiaomi and could not speak anymore. She could only look at Xiaomi with a pleading look. The man with a mustache pleaded with difficulty, Don't hit us. Ah, don't." The man held his head and curled up on the ground. He wanted to speak, but he was kicked by Xiaomi so hard that he couldn't say a complete sentence. Xiaomi kicked again and again, as if she was paying back the debt of being beaten by these human traffickers in that life. If Qin Qin and the others turned to Xiaomi front at this time, they would see Xiaomi bloodshot eyes. 5 minutes later, Qin Qin really couldn't bear it anymore. And at the same time, he was worried about Xiaomi's situation. So he stepped forward and whispered, "Miss Xiao, let me do it." Qin Qin's voice brought Xiaomi back to her senses. Xiaomi closed her eyes and said, "Just deal with it." "Yes." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she walked directly towards the car. After they got in the car, They saw Xiaomi sitting in the passenger seat. Kong Mingyang immediately got out of the car and walked towards the driver's seat. Xiaomi closed her eyes and sat in the passenger seat without saying anything. 10 minutes later, Xiaomi took out some food from the space. Do you want to eat some? It was still past 2 o'clock when they came out. And now it was past 8 o'clock in the evening. But it was not completely dark yet. After Xiaomi said that, they felt hungry. Qinshan smiled and said, okay. I've been hungry for a long time. I've been hungry before. After that, he took the fast food box from Xiaomi's hand. You will take turns driving later. Kong Mingliang, you should eat some too. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Kong Mingliang said directly, no. I'm not hungry now. I eat after I go back. You eat first. Seeing that Kong Mingliang did not seem to be hungry, Xiaomi did not persuade him anymore. Took out some small cakes. Eat the small cakes slowly. Now only sweets can relieve their mood. And on the way, everyone watched Xiaomi eating cakes continuously. They all felt full. But Xiaomi did not react at all. Even in the middle, they took out a bottle of Coke and a bag of fried chicken. Qinshan, who was relatively lively, said carefully, Miss Jiao, if you keep eating like this, you will probably feel uncomfortable. This amount of food is even more than what the two men eat. They are really worried that Xiaomi's body can't bear it. Oh, it's okay. Do you want some? Xiaomi took out another portion of steaming fried chicken after she finished speaking. Qinshan waved his hand quickly. No. No. We are full. Or, you don't want to eat? I'm fine. I have a plan in mind. Don't worry about me. Xiaomi continued to eat the pile of food in front of her after she finished speaking. Kong Mingyang could only drive the car faster and faster, thinking about going back quickly and handing the person over to their captain. If something happened, they really couldn't explain it. The three people, full of fear, looked at the manor that they finally arrived at, and smiled at the same time on their faces. After Kong Mingliang parked the car, Xiaomi jumped out of the car directly, walked inside. When she saw Chumachan waiting at the door, Xiaomi's indifference and hostility disappeared instantly, and she rushed towards Chumachan directly, holding Chumachan without saying anything. Chumachan embraced Xiaomi and asked Kong Mingliang what happened to them. Kong Mingliang said in spoken language, human traffickers. Chumachan's eyes darkened after seeing it clearly. Chi-Chi, I take you upstairs. Let's go upstairs and talk. Okay? No. I'd be fine after a while. Just a little while. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she held Chumachan and took a deep breath. Chumachan didn't say anything else, just quietly held Xiaomi and comforted her. The people on the side also saw that Xiaomi was not right, and they all left the living room, leaving the living room to the two of them. After arriving at the kitchen, Shenyun asked anxiously, what happened? Why is Chi-Chi like this? What happened to you? Shenyun was worried that Xiaomi would run into someone related to the Qiao family, so he quickly asked Kong Mingliang and the others. Qinshan hurriedly said, we ran into human traffickers today. They arrested many people and wanted to trick Miss Qiao into going in. Shenyun frowned, not understanding why Xiaomi would collapse because of this. Let's see what Chi-Chi says later. Shenyun muttered. Kong Mingliang's stomach made an inopportune sound at this time. In the quiet kitchen, the sound of Kong Mingliang's stomach growling was very obvious, making Kong Mingliang blush. Ahem. That? I go see if there is anything to eat. After saying that, Kong Mingliang walked inside. Shenyun hurriedly said, there are still some food in the refrigerator. See if you want to eat anything. If not, go and see what's in the warehouse. Okay. Kong Mingliang said as he opened the refrigerator. After seeing the leftovers and buns inside, Kong Mingliang said nothing and took out the leftovers and buns. I just eat these. As he said this, he walked towards the induction cooker. At this time, Xiaomi slowly let Chumachan go. Looking at herself in Chumachan's eyes, Xiaomi blushed and looked at Chumachan embarrassedly. Ahem. Momo. Thank you. Silly. Are you feeling better? Do you want another hug? Chumachan said, and stretched out his hands to Xiaomi again. Xiaomi glanced at Chumachan. No. Let's go. Sister Yun and the others must be worried. Are you feeling bad? Or did you see something bad today? If you don't want to say it, don't say it. And come to me when you want to say it. After Chumachan finished speaking, he touched Xiaomi's head. Shenyun and the others looked at Chumachan head patting, and their worries turned into excitement. Chin Chin looked at Chu Machin in shock, and whispered to the side, "Is our captain bewitched or possessed by a demon? Horrible." After speaking, he shook his head in disbelief. Huang Yuxiang and Kong Minglang also looked at Chu Machin in shock. Especially Kong Mingyang. He has known Chu Machin for almost 10 years. But this is the first time he has seen Chu Machin like this. Our captain is definitely fake. After saying this, he stopped looking at Chu Machin and the others, and went to see how his buns were heating up. Chapter 115, Seeing the Mutant Tiger. That's what happened. It was mainly because I saw that the people they held were so miserable that I couldn't control myself for a while. Xiaomi said that this was true. When she saw the appearance of those people from Hao Hao's monitor, she was so angry that she trembled. So she directly dealt with those human traffickers. Not even one was left out. The rest were some gangsters, who listened to their instructions. As for why those gangsters were kept, it was mainly to allow them to have someone to protect them during this period. Otherwise, those old, weak, sick and disabled people would not survive for a few days. Xiaomi didn't want to make trouble for herself. First, there were many secrets here that could not be told. And second, she didn't want to become a farmer and a snake in the future. So she didn't care about those people. After Xiaomi finished speaking, the expressions on everyone's faces became a little ugly. They really didn't know that the end of the world now made them more unscrupulous to break the law. Chu Machin and others looked very serious. Especially Chu Machin. His expression was very heavy and a little disappointed. Yes, Chu Machin was very disappointed with those managers. At night, Chu Machin found Xiaomi. "Chi-Chi, I take you to a place. There's something to show you." Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. "Surprise? You know when you get out." After that, he pulled Xiaomi out of the castle and walked towards the gate of the manor. He wanted to show Xiaomi the mutant tiger, but was afraid that its roar would be too loud. So he planned to go farther away and then release the big guy. "Get in the car." After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi sat in the co-pilot seat with curiosity. After getting in, she kept thinking about what surprise Chu Machin would give her. The more she thought about it, the more excited she became. But when she saw that it was a mutant tiger, Xiaomi's excitement disappeared. She looked at the big guy in front of her with disappointment. Chu Machin said regretfully, "It's just that this guy can't communicate. Otherwise I would give it to you. Also, it's too big. It would be better if it was a smaller one." Xiaomi, is it mutated? Why did it mutate? Xiaomi has come out of her previous disappointment now, and is really curious about why it can be so big. The key is that it can still understand human words. Especially the feeling of intimacy between it and Chu Machin. It's really hard to understand. It should be due to the experiment. But I don't know what happened now. The information has been given to the relevant researchers. But it seems that it is close to me because of my dark ability. This is also Chu Machin's guess. After all, when he saw him, this guy wanted to eat him. But after he released his ability, this guy turned into a kitten directly. Yes, it's a kitten. The coquettish look really doesn't match its tall and mighty body. But it feels no sense of disobedience. It's just outrageous. So it's kept in your space now? Well, there's no suitable place. My space is not big. There's not much space left in the yard except for the things. It can hardly move inside. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he looked at the mutant tigers running around the mountain and smiled. Xiaomi shrugged. But it's still willing to go in. Which means there must be something in your space that attracts it. It's not clear yet. This guy just lies on the ground in the space and doesn't move at all. Xiaomi doesn't know yet. But it feels very similar to the spiritual pets he encountered in the world of immortal cultivation. Those things are very spiritual. But there is no way to determine what this mutant tiger is. We know after observing for a while. Why did you come back? Didn't you say it might take a long time? Chu Machin's face darkened instantly. It's a mess over there now. I'm not going to go there for the time being. But there's news that a shelter is being built over there. That's normal. It's time now. If it's not built, I'm afraid these survivors won't be able to survive. Well, but I came across a residential area that has become a base yesterday. A 2-meter-high wall was erected outside. When I saw it, they were still adding to it. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. This was something she hadn't expected. She had thought it would take at least half a month. Or even longer. But she didn't expect that they had already started building it now. The action is fast enough. But they will definitely not let anyone in casually. Well, it's like this. I was going to take a look. But they attacked me directly. Anyone who is powerless will be scared. But they should be looking for people with superpowers. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he handed the phone in his hand to Xiaomi. Look, there are some materials I took. Xiaomi took Chu Machin's phone and started to watch the videos and photos inside. When Xiaomi saw the community, she didn't think it was strange. This community basically concentrated 1/3 of the rich people in Kyoto. Moreover, it occupies the largest area, with good greenery and an artificial lake. Each building has only 6 households and 3 units. Xiaomi knew about this community because Xiao Ren had always wanted to buy a house there. But Xiao Qiping had always been reluctant to do so. Thinking of the faces of those people, Xiaomi's face became ugly again. Suddenly, she remembered that after they turned into zombies, she seemed to have not visited those people again. You take it first. I go see something, Xiaomi said as she returned the phone in her hand to Chu Machin and took out her own phone. Chu Machin didn't know what Xiaomi was looking for, and after taking his phone, he looked at Xiaomi's phone. Xiaomi opened an app with a black circle, and then saw 3 red dots. Chu Machin asked curiously, "What is this?" "The few people in the Xiao family are not important," Xiaomi said as she enlarged the map. After seeing that the red dots of Xiao Ran and Dong Xinhui did not move, she knew that they were really dead. But Xiao Qiping is still alive, and has even come out. He is now wandering around the Xiao family's neighborhood. "It seems that I will have to go back once in the future," Xiaomi said with a sarcastic smile. "I will go with you." "Then let's do it now." After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin directly called the mutant tiger over, put the mutant tiger into the space, and drove to the Xiao family's neighborhood. On the way, Xiaomi still briefly told Chu Machin about her situation. After Chu Machin heard it, he knew about Xiaomi affairs. He frowned slightly. It is difficult to investigate things more than 20 years ago, especially in the end of the world now. The internet and other things have big problems, and it may not be possible to find out. If you want to know, I will try it. No need. It is probably not a good thing. Otherwise my mother would not have taken me to marry Xiao Qiping directly. Chu Machin did not speak, but he felt very sorry for Xiaomi. Chapter 116 Waving and Coming. It's just in front. You stop. I can go by myself. After Chu Machin parked the car, Xiaomi opened the door, jumped out, and ran quickly towards Xiao Qiping, who had turned into a zombie. When she saw Xiao Qiping, there was no change on Xiaomi's expression. When Xiao Qiping, who had turned into a zombie, saw Xiaomi, he rushed towards Xiaomi in a daze. Xiaomi looked at Xiao Qiping like this, and her heart was very complicated at this time. It was not that she couldn't bear to see Xiao Qiping, but she thought of Mr. Qiao, who was very good to her. The old man was really good to her. So much so that when the old man was alive, her life was many times better than Xiao Ran. Mr. Qiao never acknowledged the existence of Dong Xinhui and Xiao Ran. Xiaomi's reluctance was purely because she couldn't bear to send the old man's only son in this world away. But she didn't have the slightest reluctance to see Xiao Qiping. He sighed, stepped forward and punched the lame Xiao Qiping to death. Then he turned and left. After seeing Xiaomi get in the car, Chu Machin handed Xiaomi a small cake. Recently, he also discovered that when Xiaomi was in a bad mood, she would eat sweets, and all her unhappiness would disappear once she ate sweets. Seeing Xiaomi's face instantly relieved, Chu Machin turned the key with a smile and started the car. The next morning, they continued to go out. But this time, they went to a supermarket. Xiaomi, Chu Machin and Shen went to check the supplies and found that they were still very short of rice, flour and oil. So they decided to go to the supermarket to have a look. Originally, Xiaomi wanted to go to the granary, but Chu Machin directly rejected it. After all, it was probably occupied by the army now. If they went there rashly, they might all die there. These people were not the unarmed survivors or superpowers they usually met. The weapons in their hands could probably send them away in an instant. When they arrived at a place 1 kilometer away from the supermarket, the car could not drive in. There were cars crashing into each other and zombies wandering around. Now facing these situations, everyone is basically immune and doesn't feel anything. After getting off the car, Xiaomi and the others put the car into the space, and the group slowly walked towards the supermarket. Try not to disturb these zombies along the way. After all, in this place, as long as you disturb one zombie, the rest will react. Along the way, from time to time, they can still meet survivors, who are also walking towards the supermarket. Basically, they are in groups of 3 or 5. It is rare to meet a single person, and there are also few people like them. The survivors now actually have no sense of cooperation. They all want to store enough things for themselves. Of course, some people think that there will definitely be more in the future. And some even think that the government will not sit idly by. They don't want to take the risk to come out to find supplies. And this part of people is not a minority. When they found that they could only go out to find supplies by themselves, the streets were already full of zombies. And at that time, the zombies had begun to evolve. It was even more difficult for the survivors to escape. Not to mention those who had never fought zombies. Everyone walked towards the supermarket tacitly and lightly. And along the way, everyone's heart was lifted, ready to start fighting at any time. When they were 300 or 400 meters away from the supermarket, they met some survivors who were snatching food. These people were snatching food that had just come out of the supermarket. It was just that the movement was not big, and there were not many people. After all, they also knew that the movement was too big to attract zombies, and then they might lose their lives. Not to mention snatching supplies. Therefore, even if there was a conflict, they would scare the other party away with their eyes and weapons in their hands. But if they walked further, they would encounter some people blocking the road. Only if they promised to hand over the supplies, they would let you go. And there were quite a few people blocking the road, all of which were a team of more than 10 or 20 people. Therefore, the small number of superpowers gave the things to them directly. These people are residents living on both sides of the street. After attracting the attention of the zombies, they quickly retreated. Anyway, their homes are above. These people are not worried at all. So most of the survivors still choose to hand over some of the supplies. And these people are no longer short of supplies. They are simply hoarding supplies, then sell them at a high price. Now everyone still thinks that the end of the world will end, so they can still buy supplies with money. But they are very expensive. A bag of 5 kilograms of rice, which usually costs 30 or 40, now costs 4 or 500. Instant noodles are already 51 packs. The most terrifying thing is the small bread, which costs 100 each. It's simply outrageous. There is no way. After all, to survive, you can only buy it. And the most outrageous thing is that you can only buy these things with cash. There are basically no zombies on this road. When they were near the supermarket, the zombies obviously increased. Xiaomi looked at the zombies and divided the team into 2 teams. She and Chumachan led a team each. There are too many of us, and it's easy to be targeted. Lao-san, be careful when you collect things later. Don't let them notice you. And Chi-Chi, remember to bring some with you and give them to them later. Okay, we know. Let's see if we can find the warehouse first. There must be a lot of things there. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Hao Hao said directly, Master Host, I found it. But there is nothing left. My God, there are so many zombies. After seeing the situation in the supermarket on the monitor, Xiaomi frowned directly. This is controlled by zombies. Alas, Hui Yin is not with him. If he is there, there will be no problem. They didn't bring Hui Yin with them recently. After all, Hui Yin momentum is there. After those zombies feel Hui Yin breath, they all stay away directly. They all need these zombies to exercise their abilities and improve their strength now. Momo, come here. I have something to tell you. Xiaomi waved at Chumachan, who immediately ran towards him, his eyes full of concern. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Xiaomi waved, signaling Chumachan to lower his head. After Chumachan lowered his head, Xiaomi came over and said, My system has detected many zombies running towards the supermarket. We will run into zombies when we go in. When that happens, we will both go find something quickly. They will take some, and we will be ready to leave. A lot? Well, I can only see 500 meters. There are a lot of them, and we can't deal with them. What Xiaomi didn't say was that 1/10 of those zombies had spirits in their eyes, which means that these zombies are intelligent. Even if their intelligence is not high, they definitely have their own judgment. This is not a bad thing for them. After all, zombies with intelligence must be superpower zombies, so they can have more crystal cores and upgrade. Chapter 117 Looting Supplies. Okay, let's go. You look for it in the supermarket, and I go to the warehouse. The system can help me find it. Chumachan nodded, without objection. Then the 2 of them led their people to the supermarket, in order to find everything before the zombies appeared. They moved very fast. After all, Many people had already gone to the supermarket, so there were no zombies at the entrance of the supermarket. Xiaomi led a team of people directly to the first floor, while Chumachan and his team went to the third floor to get some bedding. There were also some daily necessities, which they were in short supply now. That's why Chumachan chose to go directly to the third floor. As for food, it basically depends on Xiaomi, and she went directly to the warehouse to get it. After Hao Hao walked to the warehouse, Xiaomi looked at the warehouse, which was already in a mess, and was in a very bad mood. This was obviously man-made destruction. Even a lot of food inside was trampled. And the most outrageous thing was that many of the seasonings were in glass bottles, which were also broken, and the seasonings inside were spilled all over the floor. Xiaomi felt distressed. You guys find some useful things on the first floor. Lao-san, you go with them. I go to the warehouse by myself. After Xiaomi finished speaking, no one said anything and agreed directly. Recently, they really understood Xiaomi's ability and didn't want to say anything extra. Xiaomi had to split up and worry about the blind survivors and zombies. As for Xiaomi, it was good enough that she didn't deal with others. Yes, that's right. Now not only Shen Yun and the others are not worried, but even Kong Mingliang and the others who just came are not worried about Xiaomi. After all, they have seen it. It's really strong. They don't need to worry at all. They should worry about themselves. When Xiaomi arrived at the warehouse, there were already many people inside. Everyone was looking for what they needed. If they didn't need it, they would just throw it on the ground, or throw it far away. Unable to help rolling her eyes, Xiaomi walked towards the place where the rice was placed according to what she saw on the monitor. The most left there were 20 kilogram and 50 kilogram bags of rice. Now that there is no gas, people basically won't choose to take away food that needs to be processed, such as rice, let alone such a large bag. They would rather choose 5 kilogram or 10 kilogram bags. After all, it's not just rice. There are still many other things needed. Seeing that there were no survivors around looking at this side, Xiaomi directly put a large pile of rice into the space, and then counted. There were at least 4 piles in it. Xiaomi looked at the rice, and then asked how to put the things in the space in order. Then she put 2 more piles into the space. Then she stopped and started to collect other things. The reason why there were still some left was because she had taken away a lot. Enough for them to eat. There was no need to take them all. Anyway, she didn't plan to build a base or anything. She just wanted to survive in the end times. So these things were naturally enough. After collecting some rice, Xiaomi went to find some flour and noodles, as well as some cooking oil and so on. While they were not paying attention, Xiaomi collected everything that could be stored in the space, moved quickly towards the door. The people inside were looking for what they needed and had no time to care about Xiaomi. And the light inside was very dim. Therefore, no one saw Xiaomi taking a lot of things away. But when Xiaomi arrived at the door, in order to prevent these people from suspecting, she still took a box of instant noodles. But when she arrived at the door, she was stopped by 2 people. The man looked at Xiaomi and said coldly, "Leave the things, or leave your life." Xiaomi then realized that those who could walk out of the warehouse took some snacks or rice, flour, grain and oil. No instant food products could be taken away. She knew in her heart that the warehouse had been occupied by these people. But now they are guarding here. I am afraid they are still waiting for their teammates. Originally, she didn't plan to care about what happened inside. But now looking at the appearance of these 2 people, Xiaomi changed her original decision. Prepared to see what kind of people these are. By the way, test their martial arts value. Seeing the 2 people's eyes constantly scanning her, Xiaomi curled her lips and sneered. Then threw the instant noodles behind her. She raised her foot and kicked the man in front of her. The man knew that Xiaomi was going to attack when Xiaomi sneered. So when Xiaomi kicked over, the man quickly dodged. Stepping back, the man looked at Xiaomi with a bad face. His eyes were full of scrutiny and hostility. Xiaomi did not pause at all, and continued to attack after the man dodged. Now she did not wear boxing gloves. After all, she was not a zombie, so she did not have to worry about being mutated after being bitten. After Xiaomi took action, the other men also started to attack, and their people inside also came out. And instantly it became more than a dozen people against Xiaomi alone. After seeing so many people, Xiaomi knew that she would not be able to handle it. So she began to retreat slowly, prepared to retreat in the direction of Kong Mingliang and the others. They were less than 100 meters away from Xiaomi. although the distance was very close. There were many shells in between, and they did not see the situation on Xiaomi's side at this time. She was even picking and choosing, chatting, and loading supplies. Those people obviously noticed Xiaomi's actions, and immediately 3 people went around behind Xiaomi and blocked Xiaomi's way. They directly surrounded Xiaomi. Xiaomi really started to worry at this time. Host, you have to hurry up. The zombies are almost at the door, and there are zombies in the parking lot coming up. After hearing Hao Hao's words, Xiaomi decisively decided to use hot weapons. The reason why I chose close combat is to see if my current strength has improved. Since there is no chance to continue, let's just solve it violently. Xiaomi asked Hao Hao to load the ammunition, and then directly took the gun out of the space. The moment the pistol with the silencer came out, the faces of those people changed immediately. The man who had just fought with Xiaomi said hurriedly and panicked, "Who is the lady? It seems that we have no feud." "Right. You can take whatever you want from the inside. Just as our apology to the lady. Even if you don't agree, I can take whatever you want after I deal with you." The man's face changed, and then he looked at Xiaomi and said, "I don't know how the lady is going to deal with it." The others were ready to leave quietly while the two were talking, and the survivors inside, when Xiaomi confronted these people, all started to move towards the supplies, and each of them carried several boxes of things. There was even a space ability user inside. At this time, he had taken some things into the space in the chaos, but the things he took in were not even 1/10 of what Xiaomi took in. After all, his space was less than 10 square meters. Therefore, he could not hold too many things. Just like Shen Wentao, his space was only 60 square meters at the beginning, and after it was upgraded to level 1, it became 70 square meters, and the height of the space is 3 meters. Among the space-based psychics, it is already very large. Chapter 118 Mysterious Man. Miss, the fight between us now will only let others take advantage. How about making friends? We have 200 or 300 people. We will help you 3 times. How about that? The man said while examining Xiaomi. Xiaomi laughed directly after hearing what the man said. In fact, she didn't need the man's help. But in this situation, with so many of them, she could save a lot of effort. Put the gun into the space. Xiaomi looked at the man and said slowly, "Okay. Remember what you said? Otherwise, I can still get rid of you all." The man breathed a sigh of relief. "Don't worry. I will definitely do what I said. Stop talking nonsense. When we came here just now, we saw a lot of zombies running towards this side. Now they are probably almost there. Pack up some supplies and retreat." "Are you sure?" Xiaomi shrugged. "You can ask the fastest to go to the back door to check." Beige was completely convinced at this time. So he looked at his people and ordered sternly, "Pack up what you can take away, and retreat after 1 minute." Their voices were not low. So many people still heard them. After they finished speaking, everyone began to observe their movements, ready to run after them. After all, those zombies are really scary. They still don't have the courage to stand here. Xiaomi didn't care so much. Just picked up a box of things, and turned around to find Kong Mingliang and others. Anyway, her purpose was to get some rice, flour, grain and oil. She didn't need to get other things in her space for the time being. Seeing Xiaomi casually take a box of ham sausage and go out, the rest of the people immediately took some things and ran towards the supermarket entrance. Xiaomi ran to Kong Mingliang and the others. "Kong Mingliang, go inform your captain and others that the zombies are coming. The rest of you, retreat quickly." After that, she ran towards Shen Wentao. Shen Wentao, who was collecting seasonings, said hurriedly, "I be there soon. There are 2 shelves over there, and there are some snacks." "Okay, I get the snacks. The rest of you are ready to leave. You guys move together." Xiaomi quickly gave the order and ran towards the snacks. After arriving, if you see something good, you put it directly into the bag. But in fact, you put the things directly into the space. Fortunately, I didn't pay attention. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would suspect whether Xiaomi bag is a treasure bag. 2 minutes later, Chu Machin and his friends came down, and Xiaomi did not take anything else, but followed them out. At this time, zombies had already broken into the supermarket near the back door. Even when Xiaomi left, there were zombies in front of her. And now there are zombies all around the supermarket, and many of them have already run towards the front door. And now those who were blocking the door have already run away. And in order to run away smoothly, Many people holding supplies threw away the supplies they had collected with great difficulty, and threw them away desperately. Countless wails and zombies' roars suddenly broke out near the entire supermarket. After Xiaomi and his friends came out, they saw the zombie army running towards them. And the group of people they met in the warehouse just now had actually started to clean up the zombies, which shocked Xiaomi, and she was about to leave. But seeing their actions, Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin. Chu Machin knew what Xiaomi meant at a glance. "Let's go. We go together." Xiaomi smiled, then looked at everyone. "Be careful. If it doesn't work, you should prepare to retreat." "Sister Qiao, what are you talking about? Are we that kind of people? Are we?" Everyone. Gu Haoyu raised his eyebrows and looked at everyone. Everyone said in unison, "That's right." Xiaomi smiled. "Then let's go." After that, he led everyone to rush towards the zombie group. Gu Haoyu didn't wear the equipment Xiaomi gave him this time. After all, he couldn't always rely on that stuff. And he still had to improve his strength. After Xiaomi went over, Beige frowned in disapproval. "You don't have to come over." Xiaomi raised her eyebrows, punched a zombie in the head with her gloved hand, and then looked at Beige. "I think it's still necessary." Beige's eyes were full of shock. If there weren't so many zombies around now. Beige wanted to kneel down to Xiaomi directly. It's really too strong. Thinking of the fight between him and Xiaomi just now, Ba Gu began to thank Xiaomi. Alas, it's a good thing that he stopped. Otherwise, I would be shot in the head like the zombie in front of me. This woman is not to be trifled with. I don't know who would marry this woman. Chu Machin, Seeing Xiaomi talking to Ba Gu, Chu Machin's face changed, and he stepped forward and blocked Ba Ji's view of Xiaomi. Pug knocked down the zombie in front of him. Just as he was about to tell Xiaomi to be more careful, he saw Chu Machin's unfriendly eyes. He swallowed the words he hadn't said yet. "Well, it seems that there are still fools. Brother, you are really brave. Thank you for saving everyone." Fortunately, Xiaomi didn't have the ability to listen to her heart. Otherwise, I'm afraid she would want to chop people up directly. Chu Machin looked at Pug's sympathetic eyes and didn't understand what he meant for a while. But there were too many zombies in front of him. He didn't care what Pug meant. But in the subsequent actions, Chu Machin stayed with Xiaomi. One reason was to protect Xiaomi, and the other reason was Chu Machin's little thoughts. And he didn't want other people to contact Xiaomi. Well, it was really domineering. Xiaomi, who was constantly cleaning up the zombies, didn't notice anything. But Hao Hao saw it, but didn't dare to say it. For some reason, every time Chu Machin approached it, it could feel a sense of oppression. Therefore, it did not dare to tell Xiaomi about Chu Machin's hostility towards Beige and his protection of Xiaomi, or give Xiaomi the video directly. It could only watch silently. Then it ate candy quietly. Shen Yun was at the back, helping those whose superpowers were exhausted from time to time, while Beige's side was basically ordinary people. There were only 7 superpowers, but they obviously had no training, and all their attacks were very unfamiliar. They often even had empty skills. Shen Yun naturally would not care about them, but he was also paying attention to their situation and helping them in critical moments. On the rooftop in the distance, a man sat in a wheelchair, watching Xiaomi and the others resist the zombies. The man pulled the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "It's getting more and more interesting." Chapter 119. Xie Qingyao. "Boss, are you going down now?" The man with glasses looked at the man's sinister smile, and his whole body trembled involuntarily. He spoke with a cautious expression. He was afraid that he would offend the man accidentally. After the man with glasses finished speaking, the man in the wheelchair turned the Buddhist beads in his hand and opened his thin lips. "Haven't you found out the news about the girl who was with Chu Machin and the Hua family?" "I have found out, but the detailed information has not been found yet." "Tomorrow." "Definitely, boss," the man with glasses promised in a panic, not daring to look at the man in the wheelchair. The man sneered. "Go down." After getting permission, the man with glasses turned around and left. The expression on his face was visibly relaxed, but he was still very nervous in his heart. In fact, he didn't find out Xiaomi information tomorrow. Xiaomi didn't know the situation here. The main reason was that the situation here attracted the attention of all the people around. Everyone was looking at them, and Hao Hao didn't know which one was problematic. Plus, there were too many people, and it couldn't keep up. And this man was the family next to Hui Yin. The man's name was Xie Qingyao, and he was the head of the Xie family, which was second only to the 4 major families in Kyoto. Unlike other families, the Xie family was a third-rate family before. It was Xie Qingyao who used 5 years to increase the assets of the entire Xie family by at least 20 to 30 times. This was still on the surface. And I don't know how much more there was in secret. Yes, that's right. Xie Qingyao money was not clean. He had a lot of dark fields. And even raised many orphans. These people were dedicated to serving his dark fields. Xie Qingyao's leg was injured in a car accident on the eve of the end of the world. And when the end of the world came, Xie Qingyao was still in a coma in the hospital. The magical thing was that after he awakened his superpowers, he was not only lucky, but his superpowers also mutated. At the beginning, Xie Qingyao was still not used to it. But after so long, he has completely adapted to his superpowers. Not only can he control zombies, but he can also control superpowers. But the number of superpowers controlled is very small. And he can only control 2 or 3 people. If the psychic has strong willpower, he can't even control it. But zombies are different. Zombies have no brains. He can easily control hundreds, or even thousands of people. And the reason why he appeared here was not for Chumachen and Xiaomi. He was specifically controlling these zombies to get him supplies. And the reason why Xie Qingyao can control zombies is because of his superpower. Mental superpower. The probability of this rare superpower appearing is about 1 in 10,000. That is to say, it is good to have 1 in 10,000 superpowers. And Xie Qingyao mental superpower is extremely strong. Otherwise, he would not be able to control so many zombies. And at such a long distance. After the man with glasses left, Xie Qingyao looked at the supermarket again. His eyes kept staying on Xiaomi. And his face was full of scrutiny. Xiaomi, who was cleaning up the zombies, always felt that someone was staring at her. And she felt uncomfortable. How? Check if anyone is staring at this place. Host. Many people nearby are watching. Okay. Got it. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she began to feel irritated for no reason. This feeling of being out of control made her very uncomfortable. But there was nothing she could do. After all, there were indeed many things that were out of control. Discarding these thoughts, Xiaomi hurriedly continued to deal with the zombies in front of her. Chumachen immediately felt her emotional changes, frowned slightly, and wanted to ask Xiaomi, but knew that now was not the time. So he just protected Xiaomi from the side. Xie Qingyao looked at the number of zombies he controlled, and his mouth curled up slightly. You are quite strong. And you have a lot of helpers. Hee. Then Xie Qingyao began to control the zombies to slowly leave. Not ready to go forward and confront head-on again. It's starting to get smaller. Well, they are indeed retreating. I don't think it's the zombies who are controlling them. It's very strange. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she frowned and looked at Chumachen. What do you think? Xiaomi was shocked by her own guess, and then shook her head. No, it shouldn't be. Then she sped up her movements. Let's solve these things first, and then talk about it later. I just hope it's not what I think. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she didn't think about it anymore. Half an hour later, all the zombies were solved. Beige looked at Xiaomi and said happily, It's a pleasure to cooperate with you. What's your name? Miss? Chumachen looked at Beige with a warning. His face was very bad. Xiaomi naturally saw it, and naturally had to give enough face, and said directly, I introduce you next time I have a chance. Goodbye. After that, he left with everyone. Pug watched Xiaomi back with interest. His subordinates watched Pug walk up. Pug, are we going back now or? Let's go inside to get the supplies first. Otherwise you'd be left with nothing? Yes. After that, everyone rushed to the supermarket warehouse. When they arrived, Xiaomi looked at everyone and said, Mo and I. You guys go together. After that, he took the car out of the space. Just as they were about to get in the car, they saw Susu pouting and looking at them with dissatisfaction. Smiling and saying, We still have some things to deal with. See you later? Okay. Susu then followed Shen Yun to the car next to him. After getting in the car, Chu Mo-chen drove the car and asked sideways, What did you guess just now? Xiaomi looked at Chu Mo-chen with an expression as if she was crazy. I have a bold guess. It's really outrageous. As he said that, Xiaomi sat up straight and looked at Chu Mo-chen. Get ready and hold the steering wheel. Ahem. I was wondering if the person who controlled the zombies just now was a human. Chu Mo-chen frowned. Thinking of Hui Yin's situation, he felt that it was indeed possible. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machen's expression and knew that he had thought of it, and even thought that it was a human who was controlling it. If it was a human, I'm afraid his strength would be above ours. Yes, I think so too. That person must have a psychic ability. He can control zombies, and most likely control us. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machen's face looked very serious. In the future, whenever we go out, we must be in a group of at least 3. Yes, I think so too. And we really need to improve our strength quickly. I don't know if you know about the crystal core now. If you don't know, it's okay. But if... Xiaomi didn't say anything else. And the two of them looked very serious. What happened today really shocked them. Chapter 120 Investigation. After the car stopped at the manor, Chu Tingsu ran up to them as soon as they got out of the car. Sister Chi-Chi, where did you and Uncle Stupid go? Xiaomi touched Chu Tingsu's head and said with a smile, I went to help your Uncle Stupid improve his intelligence. After saying that, she raised her eyebrows at Chu Machen. Chu Machen looked at Xiaomi helplessly and said nothing. He just looked at Kong Mingyang and the others and said, Everyone, gather in the living room for a meeting. After saying that, he looked at Chu Tingsu with a warning. You too. If you keep talking nonsense, watch out for your butt. Chu Tingsu now has someone backing him up, so he is not afraid at all. She made a face at Chu Machen, then looked at Xiaomi pitifully and said, Sister Chi-Chi, he bullied me, and you didn't care. I must care. I spank him too. Okay? Chu Tingsu rolled his eyes. Forget it. I shouldn't have come here. I'm full of dog food. After that, he turned and walked inside. Xiaomi smiled at Chu Machen, stepped forward and took Chu Machen's arm. Momo, do you think Xu has recovered now? No. Although he can act coquettishly with you, his eyes are still dead. Xiaomi looked at Chu Tingsu back worriedly. Now he has to hold Mimi to sleep every day. Sister Yin took her away yesterday, and he went to ask for her. We talked to him later. It still takes time. Xiaomi didn't say anything. A child of this age, after experiencing all this, it's already very strong not to go crazy. I think you can consider sleeping with Hao Hao at night. Chu Machen was a little resistant, but still nodded. Okay. I tell him tonight. Then the group went in together. After sitting down in the living room, Hua parents and the housekeeper turned and walked towards the kitchen. Although they didn't say what they wanted to discuss, they still felt it was better not to be there. And it was almost time for dinner. After everyone sat down, they all looked at Chu Machen and Xiaomi. Gu Haoyu smiled and joked, What are you going to announce? Are you getting married? As soon as the voice fell, he was slapped on the head by Shen Wentao. If you can talk, say less. Gu Haoyu, Okay. Be quiet. Chi-Chi, do you want to talk or I want to do it? You do it. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machen with resistance. She didn't like to talk about these things, although there was no need to say anything. It felt like a meeting, which was very uncomfortable. What did you find about the zombies today? After Chu Machen finished speaking, Kong Mingyan directly said, It seems to be controlled. Yes. I also found that when they retreated, they were also controlled to retreat. Chen Chen said in shock. After the two of them said it, no one else said anything. Well, that's it. Chi-Chi and I guessed that there is a superpower controlling it. It should be a psychic superpower. But the possibility of zombies cannot be ruled out. After Hui Yin heard it, he directly said to Chu Machen, It's impossible. I didn't sense the zombies with the same breath as me. Well, I know. It's most likely a superpower with psychic superpowers. After Chu Machen finished speaking, Hui Yin didn't say anything else. Wang Yuxiang asked in a deep voice, Can you control us? Old Hua, you control him. After Chu Machen finished speaking, Hui Yin directly controlled Huang Yuxiang and made him do a backflip in front of everyone. Then he withdrew the mental power that controlled Huang Yuxiang. Huang Yuxiang looked at Hui Yin in shock after he came to his senses. When they first saw Hui Yin, they were very scared. And later they were very shocked when they saw their communication with Hui Yin. That means the zombies could be controlled by zombies, or by people with special abilities. Xiaomi shook her head. I think it's a person with special abilities, but the possibility of zombies is very small. Hui Yin can't be controlled when he hasn't upgraded. Yes, there's definitely not much known about the crystal cores in the brains of zombies, and people with special abilities. It's highly likely that zombies that haven't upgraded can't be controlled. Chu Machin paused after he finished speaking. He continued, "So no matter what we do in the future, we must have at least 3 or 4 people in a team to prevent accidents. In addition, we must keep 2 people at home." Everyone nodded in agreement. "Children, it's time for dinner." When mother slowly walked out of the kitchen, looking at everyone and talking slowly, Chu Machin stood up. "That's all. Let's go eat." After speaking, he walked towards the restaurant. Shen Yun quickly walked to Xiaomi. "Chi-Chi, is it really that outrageous? Are we in danger?" What she was worried about now was that their actions today would be seen by that person. And then, he would control the zombies to retaliate against them. There was nothing else to worry about. "I don't know. But we must be careful." To be honest, Xiaomi really didn't know. After all, she didn't know who that person was. But Hao had already recorded it. She planned to spend a few days looking for him. See if she could find that person. If she didn't find him, she would always feel that her head was hanging. And that person might kill her at any time. Thinking about it, Xiaomi felt a chill on her back. At this time, Xie Qingyao was sneezing crazily, and the man with glasses beside him hurriedly covered Xie Qingyao legs with a blanket. "Boss, I take some ice away." "No, take the blanket away." After that, Xie Qingyao stopped communicating with the man with glasses. After dinner, Xiaomi copied all of Hao's videos, and everyone started to watch them one by one. But there were still many places that were not clear, so they could only watch them. For a whole day, they watched all the videos, but did not find anything abnormal, and did not even think that anyone was abnormal. "Give me all. I watch it again." After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi gave Chu Machin the video she had copied before. "Do you need a display screen? Do you have one?" "It must be. But I don't know how to install it." "You can do it yourself." "Okay." Then Xiaomi took the monitor out of the space. "Do you need more?" "It would be better if I had 10 more." "Are you sure? Can you watch 12? Try it." Xiaomi didn't say anything, and asked how to exchange 10 monitors again. After the monitors were exchanged, the rest was left to Chu Machin. It's not that she doesn't know how to do it, but she doesn't want to expose all her skills. It's more interesting to reveal the surprise slowly. Chu Machin and Kong Mingliang installed all the monitors together, and then started watching the video, with Chu Machin standing behind, while Kong Mingliang and the others kept operating the computers in front of them. Chu Machin stared at the monitor in front of him alone. From time to time, he asked them to zoom in or speed up. Chapter 121 Information. "Stop. Shall see. Go back 10 seconds. Chen Chen. Zoom in on your screen." After Chu Machin finished speaking in a deep voice, Gu Haoyu and Chen Chen adjusted the video according to Chu Machin's request, and Chu Machin stepped forward to look at the 2 monitors. When he saw Xie Qingyao face, Chu Machin's face suddenly darkened. "Let's see when Xie Qingyao got here." After Chu Machin finished speaking, several people began to investigate Hao's video, but they found that there was no way to capture Xie Qingyao trace. But for some reason, Chu Machin was almost certain now. The person who controlled the zombies was Xie Qingyao. According to his understanding of Xie Qingyao, this thing was indeed something he could do. "Boss, this Xie Qingyao is really a mysterious person. If we confront him, I'm afraid we will not get any good results." After Shen Wentao finished speaking, Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin curiously. This man's only weakness is his loyalty. If we find the old man of the Xie family, we will definitely be able to contain him. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Xiaomi said, "Then go find him." "I think I can." "Chi-Chi, I just said today that you can't act alone." Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with a warning, and Xiaomi smiled at Chu Machin flatteringly. "Tomorrow morning, we will go find Xie Qingyao and Kong Mingliang together. You and Xiao Si will go find the old man of the Xie family." After Chu Machin finished his instructions, Xiaomi said directly, It seems that we have to leave now. It's already past 9 o'clock. Chu Machin looked at the time on his mobile phone and realized that they had been watching it all night. But they were not at ease until this matter was resolved. "Pack up now and leave directly after breakfast." After Chu Machin finished speaking, several people sighed in unison, then stood up and went back to the room to wash up. Half an hour later, everyone set out. Chu Machin and Xiaomi went to find Xie Qingyao. They went to the place where Xie Qingyao stayed yesterday, but they didn't know that Xie Qingyao had gone to his previous home, so the two of them came up empty-handed. Chu Machin didn't know much about Xie Qingyao, so he didn't know what properties he had. In the end, he simply met up with Kong Mingliang and the others. They went to find the old man of the Xia family together. When they arrived at the Xia family residence that everyone knew, they found that there was no one inside. I go get the information. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he left with Xiaomi. In the car, Xiaomi asked curiously, what information? Some information about Xie Qingyao that I investigated before, which included residential assets. But I didn't remember it because I thought it was not important at the time. Okay. When did you investigate? Will he add some more later? No. Even if he did, he wouldn't go. Seeing that Chu Machin was very determined, Xiaomi asked doubtfully, why? There are only a few residences that have been opened recently. If it doesn't work, just check them one by one. You will definitely find them. As for why he won't go, it's because he won't move into an unfamiliar environment in a short time. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. It's true that your enemies know you better than you do. Listen, this is more detailed than what they know about me. I have to say that Xiaomi is really jealous. It's true that Chu Machin knows Xie Qingyao too thoroughly. When the two arrived at the place where Chu Machin often lived, they smelled a foul smell as soon as they entered the door. And the veins on Chu Machin's forehead burst out. It's really too bad. Why don't you wait for me outside? The food inside must be rotten. When Chu Machin left before, he didn't pack up all the food. Later, he got busy and forgot about the things here. After all, he didn't buy them. It was bought by the hourly Annie, who worked lightly. He didn't know what was in the house. Xiaomi shook her head. No. You go get the things first. And we leave after you get the things. In order to let Xiaomi smell this smell for a while, Chu Machin hurried to the study to pack up the things he needed to take away. Chi-Chi, do you need to take some books away? I find them myself. It's okay. You can take them all away. After speaking, Chu Machin waved his hand, and the bookshelves and books in the entire study were all put into the space. Then he took away the information he might need. After opening the safe, Chu Machin looked at a crown inside. His eyes became gentle. Chi-Chi, this is for you. He made this last year and wanted to give it to Xiaomi, but he didn't have the courage to give it to her. Now, he wants to give this crown to Xiaomi. He turned around and looked at Xiaomi with gentle eyes. Xiaomi's heart trembled when she was looked at by Chu Machin's eyes. You? What are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? This is for you. Xiaomi took the box from Chu Machin and opened it in confusion. When he saw the pink and white crown inside, he was stunned. Isn't this the crown of the love of a lifetime that was auctioned at a sky-high price before? She looked at Chu Machin in disbelief, and then at the crown in her hand. Xiaomi's current mood is really indescribable. She couldn't tell what she was thinking about now. Her whole head was confused, and she couldn't think normally at all. How can you? Fool. Keep it well, and don't exchange it. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi with a warning. Xiaomi snorted. No way. After that, she happily put the things into the space. The two left. After finding out all the addresses of Xie Qingyao, they went to look for Xie Qingyao separately. At this time, Xiaomi information was placed on Xie Qingyao's desk. But the information was not complete. After all, it was the end of the world, and the network was paralyzed. It was good to be able to investigate these things. Xie Qingyao looked at Xiaomi in the photo and frowned. But for some reason, he always felt like he had seen her somewhere. But he really couldn't remember. The man with glasses saw Xie Qingyao frowning, thinking that he was not satisfied with their findings, and hurriedly said, Boss, the network is down now. We can only find out these for the time being. Got it. Go down. After getting Xie Qingyao permission, the man with glasses looked at Xie Qingyao with confusion. Then he dared to leave. After going out, he patted his chest with an expression of escaping death. Fortunately, I lived another day. Xie Qingyao stared at Xiaomi's photo, trying to remember when he had seen her. On this side, Chu Machin had already come with Xiaomi. After seeing Xie Qingyao's address, Chu Machin thought that Xie Qingyao might be here. So he came straight here. His house is next to Huiyan's house. It seems that he had seen us before. So yesterday's incident was probably directed at us. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin nodded. The expression on his face became serious. Chapter 122 Xie Family Past. He's here. The video from my system has been transmitted. Xiaomi said, as she directly gave Chu Machin the video that Hao Hao had sent her. After Chu Mochen saw the content inside, his face darkened. Yes, he saw the information in Xie Qingyao hand, and he saw Qiaomi photo on it at a glance. His face darkened immediately. Qiaomi hadn't looked at the contents carefully yet, and after Chu Mochen's face darkened, he was still confused for a moment. And then he went to see what was going on. After seeing this, Qiaomi's face darkened. Xie Qingyao was holding her information in his hand, and from the content above, Qiaomi could probably guess that there were only some, not all. After all, it was the end of the world now, and he would definitely not be able to find out in a short time. But this also made Qiaomi very uncomfortable. We go settle accounts with him now. Momo. I'm fine. Chi-Chi. But we must settle accounts. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, he used the call system in the car to ask Kong Mingliang and the others about the situation. Kong Mingliang and the others had already found 3 residences, but they didn't find the old man of the Xia family. And there was no old man here either. Chu Mochen frowned. Keep going. He must be in Kyoto. Yes. Captain. Captain. Please be careful. Yeah. After speaking, Chu Mochen cut off the contact, got out of the car and put the car into the space, and then entered the Hua family. They were going to go through the Hua family. The only villa here was connected by the yard. So Chu Mochen and the others were going to go through the yard. Hao helped them watch the people in the villa. When they found that there were only 4 people, Chu Mochen and Qiaomi were a little shocked. They didn't know whether Xie Qingyao was too confident in his strength, or was he just that strong. After the 2 of them went around, they walked up. When they reached the door, before they entered, Xie Qingyao voice came. Come in. Since you are here, come in openly. Chu Mochen subconsciously protected Qiaomi behind him before pushing open the door in front of him. After entering, Xie Qingyao controlled the wheelchair to approach the 2 of them. It's an honor to meet Mr. Chu. I wonder what Mr. Chu wants to do today. Xie Qingyao smiled beautifully. He looked gentle and elegant. But Chu Mochen and Qiaomi didn't think that this person was so gentle by nature. There is no need to beat around the bush. Xie Qingyao, you controlled the zombies yesterday. After Chu Mochen finished speaking, Xie Qingyao chuckled, sat up straight, looked at them and said, I can't go looking for supplies in this state, so I can only control the zombies to collect supplies for me. Then he looked at Chu Mochen and raised his eyebrows. You don't think I'm doing this to deal with you? Ha. Speaking, Xie Qingyao laughed wantonly. Then he looked at Chu Mochen and said slowly, don't worry. I'm not interested in you. And I don't take you seriously. It was a coincidence yesterday. But we are still very destined. Right. Miss Qiao. Qiaomi frowned after hearing this. No words. Chu Mochen even stood in front of Qiaomi, looking at Xie Qingyao with a gloomy face. Xie Qingyao smiled. Miss Qiao, is it convenient to chat? Qiaomi frowned behind him, not knowing what Xie Qingyao was up to, and pulled Chu Mochen's sleeve. I talked to him. Chu Mochen looked at Qiaomi worriedly, and Qiaomi patted Chu Mochen's arm comfortingly. Don't worry. I have the ability to protect myself. Chu Mochen believed this, but he was still worried, and he didn't want Qiaomi to be alone with Xie Qingyao. But he still turned and left. After seeing Chu Mochen leave, Xie Qingyao smiled. It seems that our President Chu is also a hero who can't resist the temptation of beauty. What do you want to say? Xie Qingyao looked at the unhappy look on Qiaomi's face and smiled. I want to know Miss Qiao's life experience. Just now, he had remembered why he felt that Qiaomi looked familiar. He had seen Qiaomi's photo in his father's study before, and asked his father who this person was. But his father just looked at the photo sadly, and didn't say anything. So he wanted to ask Qiaomi. Qiaomi frowned. What do you mean? Where's your mother? Qiaomi was angry, looking at Xie Qingyao with a bad face. What do you want to know? You'd better tell me clearly. Otherwise we won't have anything to talk about. Xie Qingyao looked at Qiaomi's angry look and smiled. Your mother is not from Kyoto. Right? Don't think too much. I just want to know about your mother to see if she is an old acquaintance. Do you think I will believe it? Oh. Then I don't know what Miss Qiao thinks it is. Qiaomi was choked by Xie Qinyao's question. I don't know much about my mother, and I haven't heard her talk about her own affairs. In addition, I was still young when she died, and I don't have any memory, so I don't know even more. Qiaomi saw the disappointment that flashed across Xie Qinyao's face. She didn't understand why Xie Qingyao looked disappointed. Her mother and Xie Qingyao didn't know each other. So why did Xie Qingyao have that expression just now? Xiaomi could tell from Xie Qingyao's expression that he had no ill will towards her. But her vigilance still made her unwilling to say anything else. If it's convenient, I take you to see someone. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and then said, Only me? You can take the one outside. As for whether Xiaomi's mother was the one his father was thinking about, Xie Qingyao felt that he could only know by taking Xiaomi to see his father. Therefore, he decided to take her with him. Okay, let's go. Seeing that Xiaomi agreed, Xie Qingyao pressed the call button on the wheelchair and called his assistant. Take us to my dad's place. Xiaomi thought of Kong Mingliang and others who were looking for the old man of the Xie family, and waved. Your car is in front. We will drive ourselves. Xie Qingyao did not refuse. And the man with glasses looked at Xie Qingyao with a little surprise. Without saying anything, he just stretched out his hand to push Xie Qingyao and turned away. Chu Mochen was already standing beside Xiaomi when the man with glasses opened the door and saw that Xiaomi was indeed fine. Only then did he feel relieved. Let's go. You drive and follow them. Chu Mochen took the car out of the space after Xiaomi finished speaking. After getting in the car, Xiaomi turned on the pager. Kong Mingliang. Xiao Si. Can you hear me? Yes. Sister Qiao. Miss Qiao. I can hear you. After hearing the responses from the two, Xiaomi said, You go home now and wait for our news. Sister Qiao. Can you and the boss go find it by yourselves? Can you? You can. I go back now. Compared to Gu Hao, you chatterbox. Kong Mingliang just simply hummed. After telling them, Xiaomi told them everything that happened in the study just now. After listening, Chu Mochen frowned. In this case, we have to be very careful of Xie Qingyao. Xiaomi was puzzled. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi and said, It's okay. I tell you after I investigate it clearly. Now it's just my guess. Chu Mochen had a bold guess. That Xiaomi was Xie Qingyao's sister. After all, the fact that the old man of the Xie family had an affair with his student was known to everyone. And Xie Qingyao's mother even jumped out of the old man's school afterwards. Chapter 123 Life Experience. Be ready to take action at any time. If Xie Qingyao is a little bit wrong, you leave. Hearing Chu Mochen words, Xiaomi frowned. Okay. You too. Chu Mochen looked at Xiaomi's expression, which said you must agree to me, and finally nodded and agreed. Xiaomi was satisfied and got out of the car with Chu Mochen. Walked inside. Xie Qingyao slid his wheelchair in front, followed by the man with glasses, and finally Xiaomi and Chu Mochen. The four of them walked into the villa. When they arrived at the door, Xie Qingyao entered the password and they went in. After pushing Xie Qingyao to the door, the man with glasses did not go in again, but waited at the door. After Chu Mochen and Xiaomi looked at each other, they followed Xie Qingyao in. Wait a moment. After Xie Qingyao finished speaking, he controlled the wheelchair to walk towards the elevator, and then got in and went upstairs. 10 minutes later, the elevator dinged. Chu Mochen and Xiaomi looked at each other and stood up. After the elevator opened, a gray-haired old man came down, followed by Xie Qingyao. The moment the elevator door opened, the old man saw Xiaomi, and his eyes were instantly straightened, and he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He turned his head and looked at Xie Qingyao. He asked Xie Qingyao what was going on. Xie Qingyao smiled and said, Dad, go out and ask and you will know. When Xiaomi saw the old man, she carefully observed the appearance of Mr. Xie, wanting to see if there were any similarities between him and herself. But I don't know if it's because Mr. Xie is old. Xiaomi didn't see any similarities anyway. Could it be that her mother's genes are too strong? Indeed, Xiaomi and her mother are at least 80% similar. After Xie Qingyao got out of the elevator, he slowly helped Grandpa Xie. Dad, go slowly. Sit down and talk. Go slowly. After hearing what Xie Qingyao said, Grandpa Xie kept nodding. Oh, I know. Kid, sit down. Sit down and talk. Xiaomi didn't know why. Her heart suddenly beat wildly at this moment, and she was a little afraid to know the truth about her life experience. So she quickly retreated to Chu Mochen. Chu Mochen saw Xiaomi's discomfort and nervousness, and hurriedly grabbed Xiaomi's hand and comforted Xiaomi. After Xie Qingyao and Grandpa Xie came over, Grandpa Xie trembled and handed the photo frame in his arms to Xiaomi, motioning Xiaomi to take the photo frame. After Xiaomi took it, she saw that it was actually a photo of her mother. Looking at Grandpa Xie in confusion. What is your relationship? Grandpa Xie's face changed and hesitated for a long time. Xie Qingniao saw his father entanglement and said directly, "Dad, I go up first. You guys can talk slowly." "No. I just tell you everything today. You are also qualified to know." After saying this, Mr. Xie looked at Chu Machin. "Mr. Chu, if it's convenient, can you leave for a while?" Chu Machin looked at Qiami inquiringly. Qiami shook his head directly. "Just say it directly. He is my boyfriend. He can listen." Mr. Xie's face became a little ugly, but he didn't say anything. After a moment of silence, he said, "Let me start with Qingniao mother. Qingniao, there is one thing I have never said. In fact, you are not my biological child. Your mother is." 10 minutes later, Mr. Xie finished explaining their affairs. But as for who Qiami's biological father was, Mr. Xie thought it was Qiao Qiping. Only Qiami and Chu Machin began to guess whether she was Mr. Xie's biological daughter. And Xie Qingniao didn't expect that she was actually a child brought back from outside by her mother. "Qingniao, I won't stop you from looking for your biological parents in the future. But I want to say that I will always be your father." Xie Qingniao didn't say anything. He actually planned to kill Qiami before, because Xie's mother hated Qiami's mother when she died. How could Xie Qingniao not hate her? But after Mr. Xie finished speaking, he didn't know how to face them. It turned out that his parents divorced when he was 1 year old. No, these are not his parents, but his adoptive parents. But his father gave him all his love. He even lost his beloved woman. On the other hand, the nominal mother instilled hatred in him and often abused him when he was a child. Even now, when he thinks about it, Xie Qingniao's mood is difficult to calm down. At this moment, Xie Qingniao didn't even know how to face the father in front of him. Therefore, after Mr. Xie finished speaking, Xie Qingniao didn't speak for a long time. And Qiami's mood was also extremely complicated at this time. She really felt that Mr. Xie in front of her was her father. Qiami didn't know how to face him. Old Master Xie looked at Qiami with pity and said, "If you have any problems in the future, just look for Qingniao. You two are brother and sister. Is your father now?" Mr. Xie didn't say the rest, but Qiami knew what he meant. He said, "It's turned into a zombie." After Qiami finished speaking, Mr. Xie said directly, "Then I will be your father from now on. If you have any questions, just tell me. Qingniao, you and your brother will be fine in the future. Okay?" After the old man finished speaking, Xie Qingniao's eyes were calm, and he said lightly, "Can I still call you Dad?" Even if he pretended to be calm on the surface. Mr. Xie knew how uneasy his son was now, and whispered, "You will always be my son." Xie Qingniao's eyes flickered. He lowered his head, making it difficult to see his expression. But Qiami, who had always been wary of Xie Qingniao, directly asked how to take a picture of Xie Qingniao's expression. When he saw Xie Qingniao's expressionless face again, Qiami suddenly felt that he should not say that she was not Qiao Qiping's biological daughter, nor should he talk about the identification. Before he said it, Xie Qingniao was already like this. After saying this, "I still don't know if Xie Qingniao will kill me directly. I always feel that Xie Qingniao is too gloomy. He is obviously a very handsome man, but now, he gives people a gloomy feeling." Chu Machin has been watching Xie Qingniao from the side. Although Xie Qingniao lowered his head, he still saw the corners of Xie Qingniao's mouth drooping. According to his previous understanding of Xie Qingniao, Chu Machin can be sure that now is definitely not the time to tell Qiami's life experience. But they must confirm whether Mr. Xie is Qiami's biological father. Qiami naturally thought of it, and looked at Mr. Xie and said, "Grandpa, I want to know something about my mother. Can you tell me?" Mr. Xie already knew that Qiami's mother died not long after Qiami was born, so he nodded directly. "Let's go to the study. It's just right to give you some of your mother's previous things." After Mr. Xie finished speaking, he stood up. He took Qiami to the elevator. In the elevator, Qiami pretended to support Mr. Xie and supported him. Then he took the opportunity to look for his hair on Mr. Xie's clothes. After picking it up, he put the hair directly into the space. Chapter 124. Fortunately, it is not. Come, take a look. These are some photos of them in the past. And these are the things your mother did not take away at that time. I have always kept them well. As Mr. Xie said, he took the things in his hand out of the drawer and handed them to Qiami. Qiami took them slowly. In fact, she has almost no feelings for her mother now, but she still wants to know her past. Looking at the vivid mother in the photos, Qiami didn't know what to say for a while. In the photos over at the Qiao family, The light in her mother's eyes had disappeared. Only when she looked at her pregnant belly would there be some smiles on her face. But in the photos here, her mother is very vivid, and her eyes are full of love and expectation. Xiaomi guessed that the person who took the photo might be Mr. Xia's family. Even if he was not, he was her mother's lover. So her mother would be so happy, thinking that Mr. Xia is 15 years older than her mother. Xiaomi still admires her mother very much. She is really brave. These are some of your mother's previous works. After Xiaomi took it, she looked at the paintings in front of her with a smile on her face. It seems that she inherited her mother's talent. Yes, Xiaomi is very good at painting. In addition, she has traveled through ancient times several times. So she is very knowledgeable about Chinese painting. That is, ancient ink painting. Even in a previous fast travel world, she became the emperor's imperial painter. Mr. Xia looked at Xiaomi and said slowly, "Take all these away. If she knew that I gave them to you, she would definitely be very happy." "Okay. Thank you." After that, the two chatted about Xiaomi's mother for a while before Xiaomi left. On the way back, Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi, who was looking at the photos in the passenger seat, and said slowly, "Have you got something that can be verified? Well, shall we go directly to the hospital? Go back and pick up Hui Yin. He should know what to do." "No. I can do it." After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin's eyes changed, and he looked at Xiaomi with disbelief. "You can? You have learned it? You haven't filmed this type of drama. Is it possible that I learned medicine by myself? You know medicine?" Xiaomi raised her chin proudly. A little bit. A little bit." Chu Machin didn't know what to say anymore. He really felt that Xiaomi was a treasure girl. The more he got in touch with her, the more he liked her. He smiled and said, "Our Chi-Chi is so powerful. I feel inferior." Xiaomi, After arriving at the hospital, the two of them started killing and clearing the zombies in the hospital. "Almost done. Let's go to the paternity test," Chu Machin said as he led Xiaomi to the third floor. "This is it. Let's go in. There will probably be more zombies coming here later." "Okay." After Chu Machin finished speaking, he and Xiaomi entered the laboratory inside. Xiaomi was very familiar with the equipment inside. She first took out the generator, and after the power supply was connected, Xiaomi began to test. She directly chose the fastest one. The results will be out in 2 hours. While waiting for the results, Xiaomi felt a little complicated. "Actually, I don't expect family affection anymore. Really. But I don't know why. After listening to Mr. Xia's story, I don't reject the possibility that it is his child. But, after all, I still don't want it to be true." Xiaomi smiled bitterly after saying that. Chu Machin sat next to Xiaomi. "Actually, Mr. Xia is a really nice person. I used to think that he betrayed Aunt Xia, so I had feelings for him. But now that I know the truth, I don't think there's anything wrong with him. But what Xiaomi doesn't want most now is that she is Mr. Xia's biological father. No matter why Mr. Xia concealed his situation, he was sorry for his mother and was an irresponsible man. If I'm not Mr. Xia's child, that's another story. Therefore, Xiaomi doesn't want to see the words 99% similarity now." Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's expression and knew that she was very resistant. "Actually, even if you don't want to recognize each other, I support you. And they won't know. You can do whatever you want." Xiaomi nodded. "I know. I don't care. I just don't want my mother to be so miserable." Indeed, Xiaomi doesn't feel anything about these things now. She just doesn't want her mother to be so miserable. Love a man who doesn't take responsibility. Marry a scumbag. Alas, Mom, although we have never met, but you seem to be really blind. Forget it. We are the same. In my previous life, I was tricked by the so-called family affection. It seems that blindness is also hereditary." Xiaomi smiled bitterly. 2 hours was indeed a bit difficult to endure. Xiaomi decisively took out food and computer, and the two began to watch movies while eating. When the movie ended, there were 5 minutes left for the results. Xiaomi was no longer nervous. She was very calm and accepted all the results calmly. In addition, she did not think that the results would affect her current life. So she did not care. The time was up, and an A4 paper came out of the printer. Xiaomi took a deep breath and walked towards the paper. After getting it, Chu Machin hurriedly said, "Do you need me to see it?" "No. I can do it myself." Xiaomi turned the paper over directly after she finished speaking. Her eyes moved down, and when she saw the number 0, Xiaomi smiled with relief. 0. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she took a long breath, and the whole person was more relaxed. She turned around and handed the paper to Chu Machin. Chu Machin took a look, and then said very relaxedly, I feel relieved now. I am not worried. But I think Mr. Xie is not worthy. After the two returned home, they did not talk about this matter again. But Xiaomi and Chu Machin were determined about one thing. That means Xie Qingyao must deal with it. I always feel that Xie Qingyao is a time bomb. It may explode at any time. Especially after seeing Xie Qingyao expression today. Chu Machin firmly believes that Xie Qingyao will definitely cause trouble for them in the future. Especially Xiaomi. Today they also saw that Mr. Xie has no power in front of Xie Qingyao. All the previous things may have been acted. Xie Qingyao is not as respectful to Mr. Xie as rumored. At least neither of them felt it today. I just think Xie Qingyao is really hypocritical. And he is very good at covering up. And even acting a lot of the time. I'm afraid he himself doesn't know when he is real, and when he is acting. Chapter 125 Tentacle Monster. Shen Qiuxia. You beast. Father Shen was beaten to death by Shen Qiuxia with a club. No more sound could be made. The man on the side looked at Father Shen's death and pointed at his mother in disbelief. Mom, killing is illegal. You will confess your crime later. Are you crazy? Shen Qiuxia looked at her son, who was accusing her with a pale face. And she couldn't tell what she felt in her heart. She just felt extremely cold. I'm not trying to save you. You really hurt my heart to say that. You little heartless guy. If it wasn't for you, would I have come here? Shen Qiuxia accused her son with tears and snot. But the man opposite looked at Shen Qiuxia expressionlessly. Since it's for me, don't let me get involved. Shen Qiuxia looked at her son, full of despair. Seeing her daughter-in-law coming out again, she looked at her for help, hoping that her daughter-in-law could help her. But the next words of her daughter-in-law directly broke Shen Qiuxia's hope. Husband, my son and I need to eat. The old man meat will rot in 2 days at most. Damn. It's just right for use. Looking at the daughter-in-law with a dull face, Shen Qiuxia fell into despair. Looking at her brother who was no longer breathing, Shen Qiuxia lowered her head in despair. When Shen father died, Shen Yun was reading a book. For some reason, his heart suddenly shook violently, and his temples beat violently a few times. Then it returned to normal again. Shen Yun just frowned, and then continued to read the contents of the book. And Shen father deserved it. Before his death, Shen father regretted it, and his eyes were reluctant to close. Shen Yun didn't know about these, and didn't want to know. 3 days later, an alarm sounded over the city. Then the government broadcast came out, claiming that this zombie virus is worldwide. And now the whole world has fallen. The government is urgently building shelters. But it takes time. I hope the citizens will wait patiently. As for the supplies, they will not be distributed in the future. I hope that all citizens will form groups on their own and fight for a chance to survive in the end times. At the end, I talked about the weaknesses of zombies. Xiaomi could imagine how chaotic the order would be after this broadcast. Do we still need to go out after that? Chu Machin handed the cut fruit in his hand to Xiaomi. Look at you. It's not that you can't go out at all. But we are not in a hurry to go out now. Anyway, we have everything. I know. Then I won't go out for the time being. But what Chu Machin didn't expect was that he received a task from Colonel Wu in the afternoon. And this time, he was going to eliminate the zombies and mutant animals in the aquarium. When Chu Machin saw the picture set by Colonel Wu, he was stunned. In the photo, I saw huge octopus feet all over the aquarium. No, it's more like tentacles. But the main body can't be seen at all. These tentacles only appear when zombies or people pass by, and they roll people directly into the ground. And after these tentacles disappear, only a pile of mucus will be left on the ground. There is nothing else. Chu Machin looked at it for a long time, but didn't understand what it was. Then he prepared to go and take a look, and then take action after confirming it. Now the aquarium is occupied by this thing. There is not even a zombie. It can be seen that this thing is really scary. But fortunately, this thing is only on the ground, not on the roof. After a simple look at the map, Chu Machin prepared to take Gu Haoyu out. After all, Gu Haoyu is the only one who can reach the roof. But he didn't want Xiaomi to know. Once Xiaomi knew, she would definitely go with him. But this is his responsibility, and has nothing to do with Xiaomi. So he didn't want to involve Xiaomi. After going out, Seeing that everyone was in the living room, Chu Machin went to the opposite side of Gu Haoyu and told him to go to the study to find him. Gu Haoyu saw the lip reading used by Chu Machin and knew that he didn't want Xiaomi to know. Taking the opportunity to go to the toilet, he went upstairs. What's the matter? Boss, you're still hiding this from Sister Chiao. You probably want to be punished. Gu Haoyu had a face full of teasing. Chu Machin rolled his eyes. Go get your equipment and go out with me. Where to? The aquarium. There are a lot of tentacle monsters over there. I need to go check out the situation first. Okay. Wait for me on the rooftop. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he went to put on his equipment. 5 minutes later, Chu Machin was carried to the aquarium by Gu Haoyu with a black face. In fact, Gu Haoyu wanted to hug Chu Machin like a princess. But Chu Machin directly refused and even kicked Gu Haoyu. But Gu Haoyu, who was wearing the equipment, didn't feel anything. On the contrary, Chu Machin's foot was kicked and hurt. And then, there was this scene in front of him. Chu Machin had a black face and was carried by Gu Haoyu. After arriving at the place, Chu Machin directed Gu Haoyu to land on the roof. Wait up there. Don't go down. If I'm caught by the tentacles, I attack directly from above. Remember? Got it. Boss. Take care. Chu Machin didn't say anything and jumped down from the lower building next to him. After reaching the ground, Chu Machin brewed black mist in his hands, ready to attack at any time. Sure enough, after Chu Machin jumped down, the tentacle monster directly emerged from the ground. And the tentacles that were more than 2 meters long were whistling and waving continuously. Chu Machin directly threw the black mist in his hand at the tentacles. When the tentacles felt the danger, they quickly retracted, but they were still injured by Chu Machin black mist. And the waving speed became faster. Just when they were about to hit Chu Machin body, Chu Machin took out a dagger from the space and cut directly at the tentacle monster. The black mist in his left hand hit the tentacle monster again. This time, the tentacle monster was smashed to death directly. After the crimson tentacle monster fell down, it gradually turned purple-red. After walking a few steps forward, another one stretched out. Chu Machin attacked the bottom of the tentacle monster directly, and this time he hit it with one blow. The tentacle monster fell directly. Chu Machin carried the tentacle and ran towards the roof next to him. This time, he mainly wanted to see how to eliminate these tentacle monsters and find their weaknesses to facilitate tomorrow's action. He did not guarantee the safety of the people sent by Colonel Wu, but he would give them appropriate help. But don't think about the rest. If it weren't for his respect for Colonel Wu, he would never care about this matter again, let alone investigate the situation here in advance. After going up, Chu Machin directly cut the entire tentacle, trying to find its crystal core. But nothing was found. When the crystal core was not found, Chu Machin had a guess. That is, this was not the body of the tentacle monster. It was differentiated from it. If this is proven to be true, then the most difficult thing for them is to deal with the tentacle monster's body. Throw the tentacle monster's body down, and a tentacle monster will come out in an instant, rolling the tentacle monster's body into the ground. Gu Haoyu's face turned bad after seeing this. He felt that if he went down, even with this equipment, he might be rolled in. Even if there was no way to kill himself, he would be crushed into a piece of paper. It's outrageous. It feels like a science fiction movie has begun now, and everything can no longer be thought of with normal people's thinking. Chapter 126 Dogman. Leave. Go back. Gu Haoyu looked at Chu Machin, who had come up, and said in disbelief, Boss. What the hell is this? Big octopus leg? I don't know. It's more like a tentacle. Go back first. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Gu Haoyu shook his head and picked up Chu Machin and flew towards home. And Xiaomi already knew that the two of them had left at this time. Who made her have Hao Hao? Knowing that Chu Machin didn't want her to know, Xiaomi didn't ask when Chu Machin came back. And naturally, she wouldn't ask Gu Haoyu. It's just that Chu Machin himself felt a little guilty. After all, he went out without telling Xiaomi, for fear that Xiaomi would ask what they had done just now. Luckily Xiaomi didn't ask. But if he didn't ask, he felt that Xiaomi didn't notice that he had disappeared for a while, which was not paying attention to him. Men. At night, in the study, Chu Machin showed Kong Mingliang and the other three the information he had investigated today. Then he passed the information about the tentacle monster's weakness at the root to Colonel Wu. Have you finished reading it? I have finished reading it, Captain. After Kong Mingliang finished speaking, he handed the information to Chu Machin. This has always been their habit. The information will not be in their hands. After reading it, they will give it directly to Chumachin. If it needs to be destroyed, Chumachin will destroy it directly. Therefore, Kong Mingyang habitually handed it to Chumachin after reading it, and Chumachin habitually burned the information in his hand. It was not until they were ignited that they realized that they could ignore it. They smiled at each other. And then Chumachin said in a deep voice, "When we act, we must be in groups of at least 2 people. And we must be close to each other. There will be a tentacle every 3 meters. And the length of the tentacle is more than 2 meters. So we will only be attacked by 1 tentacle." Chen rolled his eyes directly. "Unless you stand within 3 meters of the tentacle." "Right, Captain." Huang Yuxiang rolled his eyes at Chen. "Is there any difference?" Chumachin nodded. Kong Mingyang looked at the aerial map and found that there were no houses in some places. If he came here, it would be difficult to escape. What should we do with this area? Chumachin frowned. We can only put out bait, but we need to run very fast. Without waiting for Chumachin to finish, Kong Mingyang said directly, "I go." Chumachin was about to refuse when he heard Kong Mingyang say, "I am a speed and fire type. I don't think anyone can be faster than me." Okay. Even if he agreed, Chumachin's face was not very good. He really didn't want to agree, and didn't want his brothers to have accidents in this operation. But looking at Kong Mingyang's firm look, Chumachin didn't say anything in the end. He agreed to Kong Mingyang's proposal. After attracting the tentacle monster out, "You go, and leave the rest to them. Be sure to ensure your own safety," Chumachin said very seriously. Kong Mingyang nodded. Xiaomi had seen all their conversations. As early as when Chumachin took them to the study, Xiaomi asked Hao to report the situation of the entire study to her simultaneously. Therefore, she watched them discuss how to take the risk from beginning to end. To clean up the tentacle monster. The more she listened, the deeper Xiaomi's frown became. Now she didn't even want to care about these people anymore. I really didn't know what they were thinking. Their brains were not working well. They treated them so badly. But they still had to go to rescue them together. Humph. If it were me, I would have bombarded their base camp with 2 cannons. Host, please be kinder. I'm a little angry. After all, not all the people over there are bad people. There are still many good people. They definitely don't want to hurt innocent people. You're the only one who can say that. Xiaomi rolled her eyes after she finished speaking. Watching their discussion, she became even more angry. Turn it off. I won't watch it anymore. After speaking, she took out a cup of iced milk tea from the space, slowly drank the milk tea, and ate the dessert. But she was very absent-minded. Even eating was mechanical. She didn't seem to enjoy it at all. She lost her appetite after eating half of it, and directly put the food into the space. Go to sleep. These men who make me worry. After saying that, Xiaomi lay down angrily, covered herself with a quilt, closed her eyes, and began to sleep. Chumachin came back half an hour later, and knocked twice at Xiaomi's door. Seeing no one answered, he thought Xiaomi had fallen asleep. Then he turned around to wash and go to sleep. Xiaomi took the quilt off her face, looked at the direction of the door, and snorted. She looked unhappy. Men, disturbing my sweet dreams. Dogs. After Xiaomi finished scolding, she found that she didn't have much sleepiness to begin with. And now she was more energetic. She was really full of resentment towards Chumachin. She didn't know what time it was before she fell asleep. Anyway, when the alarm rang, she felt like she had just fallen asleep. So she was very irritable when she woke up. Let Hao take a look at Chumachin and the others, and find that they had basically packed up and were about to go out. And Gu Haoyu equipment was now worn by Zhang Chao, who had no superpowers. Xiaomi snorted coldly. Chumachin, if you had reported before leaving, I would have forgiven you. Otherwise, you would be dead. But Xiaomi didn't wait for Chumachin in the end. After they packed up, Chumachin took the 4 people out. Xiaomi. Chumachin. You bastard. You can do it. After saying that, Xiaomi's face became very ugly. After hammering the bed twice, he got up resignedly, then packed up quickly, and ran downstairs directly. Downstairs, Gu Haoyu saw Xiaomi running down and asked hurriedly, Sister Qiao, what are you doing in such a hurry? Gu Haoyu was afraid that Xiaomi was going to follow Chumachin out. After all, Chumachin had just told him to cover for him. If Xiaomi saw through him so quickly, he would be finished. When the boss comes back, he will definitely kill him. It's okay. Go out and find someone. A friend from before. After saying that, he went out directly without looking at Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi like this, and suddenly began to panic. Sister Qiao. I go with you. Sure. You wear your equipment and go directly. I give you the address. Xiaomi turned around and looked at Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu wanted to cry. Sister Qiao definitely knew this. She was testing him. Sister Qiao. Can I pretend that I didn't know you were going out? Gu Haoyu said while looking at Xiaomi cautiously. Seeing Gu Haoyu being so sensible, Xiaomi nodded with satisfaction. Okay. After saying that, she left. Chapter 127 Guilty Apology. Captain. They are here. Chin Chin said as he drove the car to the front of the team. There are about 100 people near the aquarium. When Chu Mochen saw that the leader was Captain Lu, his face was very dark. So after Chin Chin finished speaking, Chu Mochen didn't say a word. After getting off the car, Chu Mochen didn't go up to those people, but looked directly at Kong Mingyang and asked him to talk about the battle plan. Then Chu Mochen walked towards the aquarium himself. Kong Mingyang told him about some of Chu Mochen's discoveries yesterday and some plans made last night. Captain Lu saw that Chu Mochen ignored him, and knew that Chu Mochen already knew the little thoughts of their teacher Liao, and didn't dare to touch Chu Mochen eyebrows. After all, today's action still depends on Chu Mochen. Without Chu Mochen, they have no way to solve these things. Then shall we go in now? Wait for Captain Chu to come out. You separate the people now. We will attack from 3 gates together. Kong Mingyang pointed to several gates on the map. Captain Lu nodded in agreement after he finished speaking. As for opinions, he didn't dare to have any. Seeing Chu Mochen's appearance just now, what he said was simply looking for death. So Captain Lu didn't say anything. He went straight to divide all the people into 3 teams. Captain Kong, are these people following you or? You choose your own captain. We won't join you. After Kong Mingyang finished speaking, many people thought that they would not join today's action, and their faces were not very good, worried that they would have an accident, but they didn't dare to protest openly. After making a good plan, Chu Mochen also came back at this time. When seeing Chu Mochen, Captain Lu was very nervous, and stepped forward and said with a smile, Captain Chu, will you command today's action? No. You command your own. Hasn't the plan been sent to you? Chu Mochen's words directly choked Captain Lu. I feel that Chu Mochen will scold me for being useless next. He gave me the plan, but I couldn't lead the team well, and I still asked him. Therefore, after Chu Mochen said that, Captain Lu turned around and told everyone. Before going in, Chu Mochen still stopped everyone. After going in, at least 3 of you will act together, back to back. No matter where you go, you can't separate. Yes. After everyone said in unison, they began to move towards the aquarium. Captain Chu. Then I go in. Captain Lu looked at Chu Mochen and said carefully. Chu Mochen nodded. Well, remember to tell them not to go to those exhibition halls, especially the underwater world. Do you hear me? Captain Lu said carefully. There are a lot of zombies in there. Just remember not to go. After that, Chu Mochen prepared to go in. Then, he heard the sound of a motorcycle, turned around strangely, and saw Xiaomi riding a bicycle and parked beside him. Chu Mochen immediately looked guilty. But thinking about the situation inside, Chu Mochen still didn't want Xiaomi to go in. Chi-Chi. You? Without waiting for Chu Mochen to finish, Xiaomi said directly, shut up. I know. I'm with you. Chu Mochen was so angry that he lost his temper. Even Captain Lu on the side opened his mouth in shock and asked Kong Mingyang who this was. Kong Mingyang didn't even look at Captain Lu and walked forward to please him. Sister Qiao, you go with the boss, and we can go by ourselves. The reason why he called Xiaomi Sister Qiao was because he thought Chu Mochen didn't want these people to know Xiaomi's identity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped Xiaomi from taking off her helmet. Xiaomi glanced at Kong Mingyang. Let's go in together, and we settle accounts with you when we get back. Seeing Xiaomi's domineering look, the eyes of several people on Captain Lu's side were almost popping out. They admired Xiaomi so much. After all, there are not many people who dare to talk to Chu Mochen like this. So Captain Lu is very curious about Xiaomi's identity. He really wants to see Xiaomi's true face. But Xiaomi has not taken off her helmet. No matter how stupid she is, Captain Lu knows that Xiaomi doesn't want people to see her appearance. So he stopped looking at Xiaomi. He turned around and directed everyone to start walking towards the aquarium. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi, who didn't say a word, with a guilty conscience. Chi-Chi, why are you here? Go back quickly. Chu Machin, are you talking nonsense again? Xiaomi's eyes were full of anger. And Kong Mingliang and others, who were watching, began to feel guilty unconsciously, and even got goosebumps on their arms. Chu Machin naturally didn't dare to speak again. And knowing Xiaomi's strength, he didn't persuade her anymore. I didn't say it before, just because I thought it was their responsibility. Not Xiaomi. But if Xiaomi knew, she would definitely follow them. So he didn't say anything. It's not necessary now. There are all tentacle monsters inside now. I know the situation inside. Just go in. You guys follow. Xiaomi walked straight inside after she finished speaking. After entering, Xiaomi took off her helmet. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's bad face and felt very uneasy. Chi-Chi, this time it's my fault. I apologize. Don't be angry. Chu Machin, you'd better not talk to me now. We settle the score slowly when we go back. Xiaomi didn't want to see Chu Machin, this dog man, at all now. It's fine if he didn't explain last night, but he left quietly today, which is simply unforgivable. After entering the aquarium, they were in no mood to talk about these things anymore. After they appeared, the tentacles under the ground stretched out. The thick tentacles twitched and whirred. Chu Machin flew forward, holding 2 daggers in both hands, attached his supernatural power to the daggers, and chopped directly at the root of the tentacle monster. After the tentacle's roots were separated, they found that the tentacle's body had slowly become withered. Xiaomi only listened to his description yesterday, and did not see it as directly as now. At this moment, he was still a little shocked. He couldn't help but curse the main system in his heart. Why can't you arrange a few quick travels to the end of the world for yourself? After finally coming here once, he turned himself into a zombie, which is of no help for the current situation. No, it can't be unhelpful. At least it can help Hui Yin and make him stronger in a short time. How? Who noticed Xiaomi's thoughts, shrank his neck and said in his heart, Host, is it possible that you are deliberately not allowed to go to the end of the world? It didn't have the courage to say this anyway. After dealing with a tentacle monster, Chu Machin looked at the few people. You can go by yourselves, and we will go to the area inside together later. Okay, Captain. After Qinshan finished speaking, he left first, leaving this place to Xiaomi and Chu Machin. Xiaomi's face was really too ugly now. These people really didn't dare to speak, so it was better to leave. After dealing with 3 or 4 tentacle monsters, they were finally farther away from Chu Machin and Xiaomi. Qinshan whispered, Did you see the captain's cowardly look? I've decided. I'm already Sister Qiao's little brother. After saying that, Qinshan pouted proudly. Kong Minglang rolled his eyes and looked at Zhang Qiao and Huang Yuxiang. Hurry up and start. Finish early and go back early. Okay. Seeing that the 3 people had left, Qinshan didn't care about showing off and hurriedly followed them away. Chapter 128 Mutated Starfish. Something is wrong ahead. Let them retreat, Xiaomi said as she cut off the tentacle monster in front of her. Chu Machin hurriedly called Kong Mingliang and the others. What's going on ahead? Is there anything other than the tentacle monster? Well, there are all mutated jellyfish inside, each as big as a watermelon. I'm afraid we'd be surrounded by a large number of jellyfish if we go in. Xiaomi started exchanging muskets with Hao Hao after she finished speaking, prepared to directly attack the jellyfish army inside with fire. When Chu Machin tried to stop them, Qinshan and the others had already started to retreat and stopped beside Chu Machin and the others. Use a drone to fly in and find out the situation inside before going in. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin asked Kong Mingliang to go to Captain Lu and the others to get the military drone. While waiting, several people began to kill the tentacle monsters around the exhibition hall. Zhang Qiao looked at these things and muttered, This thing seems to be easy to deal with. It won't confuse us. Chu Machin and Xiaomi looked at each other after hearing this, and they saw caution in each other's eyes. At the same time, they were more certain that this thing must be difficult to deal with. I'm afraid these tentacle monsters are just differentiated from its body. As for what the body looks like, I'm afraid we can only know it after seeing it. Xiaomi now has a very bad premonition. I always feel that the whole aquarium is very gloomy. And now it is obviously 45 degrees high, but the closer to the center of the aquarium, the colder it is. Even now it is only 40 degrees here. It's probably very difficult to deal with the main body. We may not be able to escape unscathed even if we try our best. Chi-Chi. Remember? You must take care of yourself first when you are in danger. Xiaomi rolled her eyes directly. What nonsense. Okay. Chu Machin. If you are a man, try to protect me. For the first time, Chu Machin had the idea that no matter how difficult the experience was, he had to live well. When he was doing tasks before, he actually had no psychological burden. I always felt that my parents and brother were still there. Later, when his parents got into trouble, he had no burden at all. Now, for Xiaomi, for Chu Tingsu, who was left alone, he really wanted to be well and take good care of him. Okay, I will protect myself and you. This was more like Chu Machin saying to himself, telling himself that he must do it. After Hao Hao figured out the situation inside, Xiaomi began to watch the video, which was transferred to her mobile phone by Hao Hao. Xiaomi took out her mobile phone directly and could see the whole place. If they didn't want to expose their own system, there would be no need to find a military drone. The other three people have already gone to clean up the tentacle monsters. Xiaomi and Chu Machin began to watch the video and study the mutated zombie animals inside. By the way, look at the route. It is definitely unrealistic for them to go in directly and clean up slowly. The attack of the thunder or fire superpowers. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin began to think about the feasibility, including how they will leave if they encounter danger later. When everything was planned, Kong Mingliang also came with 2 military drones. Chu Machin handed the phone to Xiaomi and flew in with Kong Mingliang, filming the situation inside bit by bit. It's just not as clear as Xiaomi video, but it's still okay to watch it. But many places are not clear. After all, they didn't dare to fly this thing too low, so they could only shoot at high altitudes, and some blocked places could not be photographed. Half an hour later, the situation inside was basically filmed clearly. The drone controlled by Kong Mingliang accidentally hit the glass ceiling on the top when it came out, making a piercing sound. The mutant animals below, who had very sensitive hearing, found them directly. The reason why ordinary drones were not used was because the sound was too loud. Military drones were almost silent, but the collision just now directly alarmed them. They were all squeaking at this time. It made people's ears numb. The drone controlled by Chu Machin was in front. After seeing this situation, he said directly, "Smash it down." The best way now is to smash the drone down. Otherwise they will be really finished when those things are lured out. The speed of these things is really too fast, and they can actually get out of the water. What's more outrageous is that the starfish has grown to a diameter of at least 1.5 meters. The whole body stands up, and there are sharp teeth on its mouth, even after discovering the drone. 5 or 6 tongues at least 4 or 5 meters long stretched out of its mouth. Xiaomi, who was watching the video, was disgusted by the appearance of the starfish. This is similar to those monsters. It was even uglier than those things. Thinking about how she disliked those monsters for being ugly, Xiaomi wanted to go back and apologize to them. She was careless. This thing was the ugliest. Kong Mingliang's drone smashed directly towards the ground. When the creatures on the ground saw the drone coming down, they all rushed up and surrounded the drone. Therefore, the drone was not broken. Instead, it killed many zombies. Seeing this, Kong Mingliang said directly, "Captain, I will directly control the drone to hit them. How about you discuss countermeasures?" Okay. Unfortunately, it didn't last too long and was swallowed directly by a starfish. And it was bitten and swallowed. Looking at the snowflakes on the screen of the mobile phone, Kong Mingliang's forehead jumped a few times. No one knew better than them how hard the shells of these drones were. But now it was bitten and swallowed by that thing. If they are bitten, they will be either dead or disabled. Looking at this situation, Chu Machin instantly wanted to overturn the previous plan and raise the building to the ground. Xiaomi knew what Chu Machin was thinking as soon as he saw him. "I don't think it's very reliable. How do you know these things can be blown to death? What if they get out and run around the world?" Chu Machin, Chapter 129. Is this the god of war? Hee. Captain, I go find someone. Huang Yuxian was about to leave after he finished speaking, but was stopped by Xiaomi. "There is another way, but it depends on whether you are willing to use it." Xiaomi paused for a moment, and then said, "Zhang Chao can just bomb those things to death." Chu Machin swallowed his saliva. and Kong Mingliang and others beside him were shocked by Xiaomi's appearance, which was really too domineering. I was simply impressed by his handsomeness. After Chu Machin pondered for a while, he said, "Don't do it yet. Wait until we can't do it anymore. And let Captain Lu bring people over first." "Okay. Then, Captain. I go and notify them now." After Kong Mingliang finished speaking, he ran directly to where Captain Lu and his men were. After Kong Mingliang left, Chu Machin began to arrange things for later, and the first thing was to determine the attack position later. Xiaomi looked at his arrangements and said, "It's best not to let ordinary people get involved now." "Well, I know. They are shooting from a distance." When Captain Lu came with his men, Chu Machin had already arranged everything, including the positions of all the superpowers. He handed the map directly to Captain Lu. He arranged all the actions by the way, and then it was Captain Lu's business. And Chu Machin didn't care anymore. Xiaomi had put on a mask before they came. I don't know why, but I subconsciously didn't want these people to recognize her. The main reason was that she was a star before, and she was still somewhat well known. There must be someone who knew her among these people. After Captain Lu and the others finished speaking, everyone began to prepare to go in. Chu Machin and Xiaomi were the leaders. Behind them were Huang Yuxiang and Captain Lu, and Zhang Chao, Shen Chen, and Kong Mingliang had already left to find the best position for attack. When they were about to get close, they saw that many zombies had already come out, and there was even a mutant starfish at the door. Be ready to come out at any time. Chu Machin and Xiaomi faces suddenly changed when they saw the starfish. "I go. You cover me," Xiaomi said, and prepared to run towards the starfish. After all, she was the fastest one among them, and Chu Machin, and she could only attack at close range. So they had to fight. Captain Lu looked at the two people's reckless appearance, and just when he was about to speak out to stop them, he saw Xiaomi had already reached the monster starfish. He was so scared that he was about to close his eyes. But the next second, he was directly scared. Xiaomi smashed the nearby jellyfish and mutant fish into slag with one punch. The expression on Xiaomi's face did not change at all. And then, he quickly cleaned up the zombies around the starfish, while avoiding the starfish's attacks. He even cut off a long barbed tongue of the starfish. Captain Lu couldn't help but admire him. Not to mention that he doesn't have such a strong man. He doesn't even have anyone who can do half of what Xiaomi does. No. It should be said that they don't have anyone in the entire military region. Looking at Chu Machin again, Captain Lu had only one thought in his mind. That is, the only one who is worthy of Chu Machin is Xiaomi. And the only one who is worthy of Xiaomi is Chu Machin. Looking at the actions of Chu Machin and Xiaomi, Captain Lu's face was full of fear. "Alas, Commander Liao, it's not that I don't do it according to your requirements. I really don't have the courage. I'm really afraid of death. You should do it yourself." Xiaomi and Chu Machin didn't expect that this move they showed would directly cause Captain Lu to cancel some of the subsequent actions. And then, he secretly passed some news to Chu Machin. Helped Chu Machin a lot. Xiaomi kept moving, attracting the starfish's attention and creating opportunities for Chu Machin to attack. Their biggest problem now is that they don't know where the starfish's weakness is. There is no way to attack the starfish. This is the most rigid. The rest is not a problem. Therefore, Chu Machin had to keep attacking the starfish, trying to find out what the starfish's weakness is. Anyway, the starfish's back is the hardest. There is no need to try. Observing the starfish's situation, Chu Machin now has an idea. That is, will the starfish's weakest point be its mouth? After all, its entire body is a hard shell, and it even has hard barbs about 1 centimeter long. After having the idea, Chu Machin immediately started to attack the starfish. He only dared to release a little of the black power in his hand, attaching it to the dagger, while Xiaomi attracted its long tongues away. He stepped forward and stabbed the dagger fiercely into the starfish's mouth. Then he slashed to the side. After slicing one of the starfish's legs, Chu Machin knew that the position he found should be correct. At least the starfish began to get angry. His previous attacks did not cause any damage at all, and did not even attract the starfish's attention. This time, the starfish's whole body began to tremble, even screaming. Hao Hao saw the zombie monsters inside running towards the door, and hurriedly said to Xiaomi, "Master, the monsters inside are coming out. What should we do?" "Got it." After Xiaomi finished speaking, he hurriedly said to Chu Machin, "Momo, those things inside are starting to come out. We must hurry." Chu Machin is also getting nervous now. He has a hunch that even if Zhang Chao attacks with Xiaomi equipment, he may not be able to solve these things directly. Shichi, the mouth of this thing should be its weakness. But I can't be sure of the location of the crystal core now. We have to find the crystal core as soon as possible. Okay. Let's work together. I attract its attention. I saw it protecting its upper jaw just now. You can try it later. Okay. Actually, it was Hao Hao who observed it. After all, it sees more comprehensively. Xiaomi and the others can only see the outside. But Hao Hao is different. He can see the things hidden inside. Therefore, after having doubts, he quickly told Xiaomi. While they were still busy, the tentacle monster, a monster with dozens of octopus faces, crawled out of the largest pool in the aquarium. After sensing the breath here, the octopus's face was full of terrifying hostility. After climbing up, it was 10 meters high. Then the tentacles from all directions ran towards it. These tentacles came from underground. So they didn't know that these things gathered together. They just suddenly found that the tentacle monster was gone. Several soldiers looked at each other in disbelief. And then murmured in disbelief, "Is it gone? How could it be gone so soon? Who cares? Anyway, it's a good thing that it's gone. Our mission is completed." After a man with glasses finished speaking, his face was full of disdain. He began to complain about Chu Machin in his heart, thinking that Chu Machin was really making a fuss. Just these things. They still asked so many people to come. He even felt that Chu Machin didn't have much real ability. He turned around and walked towards the door of the aquarium. When he arrived at the door and was told that there were many other mutant zombie monsters inside, the man sneered and walked inside. Chu Machin, today I will trample you under my feet. God of War. Bah! Chapter 130 The Price of Arrogance. Chi-Chi. This is it. I found it. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he exerted force with both hands and dug out the crystal core of the starfish in front of him. The starfish without the crystal core immediately lost its attack power. In less than a minute, it fell to the ground. Seeing that they had dealt with the big guy, everyone showed a relaxed expression and began to concentrate on dealing with the remaining things. After all, those things were very outrageous. They felt guilty when they saw them. If they didn't concentrate on dealing with them, they would be eaten by those jellyfish. It was really the first time that they found that jellyfish were such a terrifying thing. After Chu Machin and Xiaomi found out how to deal with the starfish, they began to concentrate on dealing with those starfish. There were more than a dozen mutant starfish inside. This should be a small exhibition hall, so there are not many species. Only some jellyfish, starfish and some small fish. The glasses man just now had also come over at this time, when they saw that their teammates were dealing with those small jellyfish, while Chu Machin and Xiaomi were dealing with the mutated giant starfish. The man walked directly and confidently towards the big starfish on the side. But there were too many jellyfish in the middle. He could only clean them up slowly. And even when cleaning those jellyfish, he almost got stuck to his body several times. It was the people behind him who helped to get rid of them. The man looked at Xiaomi and Chu Machin, and his face suddenly became bad. He was very unconvinced. But he didn't dare to go forward to find the two. He could only slowly clean up the things in front of him. When the starfish was about to approach, the man was about to attack. But he was wrapped up by the starfish's long tongue. And even another long tongue had stabbed the man. Xiaomi had discovered it as early as when the man came in. When he saw the jealous eyes of the man, he knew that this was not a good thing. Therefore, when he was in danger in front of him, he didn't pay attention. But when the starfish wrapped the man, Xiaomi still reminded Chu Machin. After seeing it, Chu Machin ran towards that side the next second after the man was rolled away. After the tongue was cut off, the man was already stabbed all over by the tongue of the starfish. You couldn't even see the man's original appearance. Take the man away. As soon as Chu Machin finished speaking, a soldier came forward and prepared to drag the man out. The man waved the soldier's hand away in dissatisfaction. No. I don't believe that you can't deal with such a small thing. After hearing the man's words, Chu Machin immediately lost interest in him. He turned around and dealt with the rest. The man with glasses had been disfigured, his face full of hostility. After Chu Machin left, he looked at Chu Machin back with a gloomy look. After seeing the videos sent by Hao Hao, Xiaomi knew that this man was going to cause trouble later. Then he slowly approached Chu Machin and told him what he had just seen. I know. Be careful. He might attack you later if he sees us approaching. Don't worry. I know. What neither of them expected was that the man would turn himself into food for the jellyfish and rush towards them with those things. When Xiaomi saw it, she was stunned. Is this man crazy? After saying that, Xiaomi ran towards the man, kicked the man, and then punched him. The man and the jellyfish on his head were smashed into a pool of blood. The soldiers on the side watched Xiaomi's actions, and their eyes widened. Those who didn't see Xiaomi attack asked the people next to them curiously when they saw the puddle of mud on the ground. After hearing it, those people were so shocked that they couldn't stand steadily. After today, Xiaomi got a nickname, Violent Lolita. On this side, the octopus monster was slowly approaching this side, and the places it passed were all mucus and exuded a foul smell. The first person to discover it was Kong Mingyang. He had been keeping a close eye on the situation of Xiaomi and Chumachan, and accidentally turned the telescope in his hand. He saw a huge monster in the distance. Oh my god! Look what that is. He pointed at the octopus monster in the distance. You don't even need a telescope to see it clearly. After all, it is really big. Wherever the octopus monster goes, all the buildings are destroyed by it. Kong Mingyang looked at the octopus monster in horror. Zhang Chao, who was standing next to him, said directly after seeing it, I will try to attack it first. You guys quickly tell the boss and Sister Chao. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he quickly flew to the tall building next to him. He fired a shot at the octopus monster. Kong Mingyang even put his speed at the fastest speed and ran towards the aquarium where Xiaomi and the others were fighting. Captain, Sister Chao. Hoo-hoo. Monster. A monster at least 10 meters tall. After Xiaomi and Chumachan cleaned up the starfish and jellyfish around them, they hurriedly retreated to the door. Leave this place to Captain Lu and his men. What's going on? After Chumachan asked, Xiaomi patted his arm and pointed to the distance. There. Looking up, they saw a tall octopus monster with heads all over its body. They couldn't see the body below, but they could guess that it would not look good. It's probably the body of the tentacle monster. What do you think? It's very likely. They have to get rid of those tentacles as soon as possible. Otherwise it will be more difficult to deal with them later. After Chumachan finished speaking, a soldier behind him whispered, Captain Chu, the tentacles have disappeared. What? 10 minutes ago. All the tentacles disappeared. We came here after the tentacles disappeared. Chumachan and Xiaomi looked at each other, and their expressions became ugly. Bang. The two looked up and saw Zhang Chao constantly attacking the monster. And the monster was moving quickly towards Zhang Chao. Oh no! He angered this thing. I'm afraid the attacks will get more and more fierce. After Chumachan finished speaking, he looked at Xiaomi. Xiaomi ran directly over there. Let's go. What are you thinking about? Leave this to them. There are only 2 or 3 starfish left. As long as they are not trash, they can handle them. The soldiers who heard this wanted to stop Xiaomi and tell her that they were trash, so she should handle these things. After all, they were really afraid of that thing. Even a lot of them had been injured just now. If it weren't for Xiaomi and Chumachan, I'm afraid many of them would have been buried here. But Xiaomi and Chumachan had already run far away. Chapter 131 Dealing with the Octopus Monster. Xiaomi and Chumachan looked at the monster in front of them and felt terrible. Chumachan looked at Kong Mingyang and said, Go and see Captain Lu. If there is no problem, borrow some people. Okay, Captain. After Kong Mingyang left, Chumachan quickly released the mutant tiger. He really didn't have enough confidence to deal with the big guy in front of him, so he could only ask for external help first. Tiger, go ahead. Protect yourself. After Chumachan finished speaking, the mutant tiger rubbed against Chumachan twice in a humane way, and then ran towards the octopus monster. The roaring tiger sounded loud, and everyone in the aquarium heard the tiger roar. Many people were frightened by the sound. As soon as Kong Mingyang arrived at Captain Lu's side, he heard the tiger roar coming from Chumachan and his team, and quickly told Captain Lu the news over there. He ran out. After going out, seeing that there didn't seem to be any manpower available here, he ran over to help Chumachan and the others. After attacking several times, Zhang Chao did injure the octopus monster. He even penetrated the body of the octopus monster. But soon, it repaired itself, and long tentacles grew from the place where it was hit, and swung towards Zhang Chao. If it weren't for the long distance and Zhang Chao's quick reaction, he would have been hit now. I just don't know if Xiaomi equipment can withstand the slime attack and crushing of this thing. After Zhang Chao dodged, The octopus monster started to attack Chu-Machin directly. The sticky mucus kept spraying towards Chu-Machin. And then it swung its long tentacles towards them. The diameter of the thick tentacle root was at least 1 meter. When it swung over, the surrounding objects were smashed to pieces. Oh my god! What's wrong with this thing? Is it too powerful? Qin looked at the big guy in front of him in horror. Then he quickly ran towards Qiaomi and the others, prepared to help them deal with the huge octopus monster. Before he got close, the big tentacle smashed down towards Qin. Scared, Qin quickly erected the water mirror in his hand around himself to protect his dog head. Hao kept looking for the weakness of the octopus monster, but after observing for a long time, he did not come to a conclusion. And finally, he could only let Qiaomi and Chu-Machin see for themselves. Hao, don't dare to be arrogant anymore. Tell me, don't you say you are the best? After hearing Qiaomi ridicule, Hao, who was already autistic, turned around and shrank in the corner. No more talking. It's really too bullying. Woo, the system cried. Qiaomi slowly approached Chu-Machin. Chu-Machin, what should I do? In fact, she now has an idea, but she doesn't know if Zhang Chao can do it. So she is ready to ask Chu-Machin. Chu-Machin looked at the octopus monster in front of him and sighed. Kong Mingliang, let Zhang Chao come over. I will arrange the next action. Okay, Captain. After Kong Mingliang finished speaking, he quickly turned around and ran towards the building where Zhang Chao was standing. After Zhang Chao came down, Chu-Machin told Qiaomi to take care of himself, and turned around to discuss the next action with Zhang Chao. 2 minutes later, Chu-Machin came back again. Chi, let's try to lead this thing to a more open place now. Okay, but it may not follow us. From what I have just discovered, its intelligence is still very high. It's okay. With Huzi attracting firepower for us, it's not a big problem. Qiaomi looked at the mutant tiger that had bitten off many of the octopus monster's eyes, and her body trembled. Indeed, it's very brave. She really envied Chu-Machin now. This mutant tiger can really help him a lot. But it's a pity that his system space cannot enter living things. I am still an ordinary person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be restricted everywhere. Host, you should know that Hao is much stronger than this mutant tiger. Are you underestimating me? Haha. Is that so? Then you can solve this octopus monster in front of me. Alas. Host, you can't rely on me for everything. You have to learn to grow up and handle things independently. Okay. Shut up. Qiaomi doesn't want to pay attention to Hao at all now. It's really getting more and more outrageous. Forget it. After all, if it weren't for this system, she wouldn't be so strong now. And it would be difficult for her to even know Chu-Machin. After Zhang Chao finished talking to Chu-Machin, he flew up directly, and a laser-like thing in his hand shot at the top of the octopus monster's head. In an instant, the octopus's head was pierced, and the octopus monster's whole body began to tremble. The long tentacles under it waved randomly. Chu-Machin, what is your plan? I'm afraid we've been killed by the tentacles before we even start dealing with this thing. Qiaomi dodged the tentacle monster's attack while speaking to Chu-Machin in dissatisfaction. Chu-Machin didn't expect the tentacle monster to react like this after being attacked. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Guilty and protective of Qiaomi, he said apologetically, Chi, I didn't know it would be like this. Wait a minute. I solved this thing for you right away. No. You better take it easy. Let's attack together. We deal with the tentacles below. Huzi will deal with the eyes. And Zhang Chao will attract attention above. After Qiaomi finished speaking, Chu-Machin also thought it was very good. Chu-Machin had just told Zhang Chao to attract the guy's attention above. Now that this is still the plan, there is no need to call Zhang Chao over again. They just need to continue to cooperate with Zhang Chao. And those octopus heads above were originally attacked by Huzi. Chu-Machin didn't go forward to find Huzi again. Instead, he and Qiaomi attacked from the front and back and began to deal with the tentacles of this thing. Qiaomi urgently exchanged a machete from the system. And Hao's introduction is that it can cut iron like mud. Qiaomi sneered and warned Hao, if you can't cut it, you're dead. Are you kidding? Host, this is definitely the most powerful one. And the system's products must be top-notch. Hope. Qiaomi didn't pay attention to Hao after he finished speaking, but began to concentrate on dealing with the octopus monster in front of him, knowing that this thing is difficult to deal with. But Qiaomi and Chu-Machin didn't expect that it could be so difficult to deal with. and even both of them were injured. And the strangest thing about this octopus monster is that no matter what damage it causes, it will heal in a very short time. It can heal itself. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he picked up his machete and slashed at the root of the tentacle. Cut off the tentacle in front of him directly. Xiaomi was afraid that it would heal again, so he inserted the machete directly into the incision after cutting it off. Turn it hard. Try to destroy the nerve. Even if the nerve cannot be destroyed, it is good to prevent it from growing new tentacles. Chapter 132 Injury. Chi-Chi. Be careful. Chu Machin looked at the tentacles behind Xiaomi in horror. The black mist condensed and his hand smashed towards the tentacles of the octopus monster, trying to save Xiaomi. Xiaomi, who was dealing with the tentacles in front of her, had no way to deal with the one behind her, and her machete was still inside the body of the tentacle monster. When Chu Machin black mist smashed down, it only broke the tentacles. But in less than a second, the tentacles of the tentacle monster grew out again. Chu Machin didn't even have time to make a move. The tentacles were about to hit Xiaomi back. Chu Machin didn't even dare to watch the next scene. But just when the tentacles were about to approach Xiaomi, Xiaomi finally pulled out the machete. He turned around and slashed at the tentacle. Then the tentacle hit Xiaomi's feet directly. Xiaomi screamed in pain. Xiaomi was so angry that she couldn't speak. It was really painful. Xiaomi was a little confused. Chu Machin had already come to Xiaomi's side. Seeing Xiaomi tears flowing, she was hit somewhere, and asked nervously, Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Where was it hit? Woo-woo. My foot. Chu Machin looked down and saw that Xiaomi's foot was pressed under the tentacles. Xiaomi couldn't move at this time. He hurriedly shook off the tentacles and rescued Xiaomi's feet from under the tentacles. Even if she didn't see it, Xiaomi could feel that her feet were swollen, and her face was very broken as she looked at Chu Machin. My foot is swollen. Will you retreat first? Leave this to me. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin's expression and shook her head and said, No. Okay. You deal with this thing quickly. I go deal with it. After that, Xiaomi retreated to the back. How? Come on. Exchange some good things for me. I'm going to be useless. Host, I detected that your foot is broken. Give you a closed needle? I am really unlucky. Change it. After Xiaomi finished speaking, the closed needle given by the system appeared in her hand. Xiaomi quickly injected herself and then stood up. Run over there. Go to help Chu Machin deal with the big guy in front of him. Zhang Chao above has now completely mastered this set of clothes. He is very fast and his accuracy has improved a lot. He hit the giant octopus monster's head with one move. He directly solved several heads of the octopus monster. In order to quickly solve the octopus monster, he must speed up his action. The main reason is that this thing heals too fast. The tentacle that Xiaomi cut off at the beginning has not grown out yet. Seeing that her attack was effective, she quickly said to Chu Machin, destroy the nerves inside, and there will be no problem. Got it. Chi-Chi, you step back. We can do it. Chin and Kong Minglang beside him also said, that's right. Sister Qiao, you take a rest. We can do it. The attack power of the two of them is really good. It must be said that their attack power is still very strong. After all, they came here with Chu Machin. The strength is really good. It's okay now. Hurry up and solve it. There are still many things behind, and they will come later. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she quickly ran to the tentacle and chopped it down with a machete. Just now, Hao had told her that the zombie animals and mutated animals here began to get agitated. It's just strange that there is no zombie. Chin asked curiously, there should be a lot of people here before. Why is there not a single zombie now? That's right. I also discovered it before. There really is not a single zombie. Xiaomi heard the conversation between Kong Mingyang and Chin. She had guessed before, and it was basically certain now. That is, all these zombies were swallowed by this octopus monster. Otherwise, how could this octopus monster become so strong in such a short time? It has to be said that Xiaomi's guess was indeed correct. And those tentacles were actually zombies swallowed by it. But once swallowed, they will turn into tentacles. And even if the tentacles are eliminated, people can't come back. Now everyone doesn't know about this. Of course, except Xiaomi and Chu Machin. Now we know how to cut off the tentacles of this thing. And several people worked together to quickly cut off the remaining 7 tentacles. When the tentacles disappeared, the whole body of the octopus monster began to tremble. It started to fall to the ground, with Hu Zi in the middle and Zhang Chao on top. The octopus monster was already at the end of its strength. The only thing left was to find the crystal core of this thing, to completely destroy it. Chi-Chi. I'm going to the building in front now. You continue to attack this thing below. I'm leaving. After saying that, Chu Machin left. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin back as he left, frowned, and felt very strange. Why did he go to the roof over there? Looking up at this thing, Xiaomi instantly knew what Chu Machin was going to do. Chu Machin, you are a real man. After saying this with gritted teeth, Xiaomi quickly attacked the octopus monster in front of him. Chin Chin and Kong Minglang looked at each other. Chin Chin whispered, Captain Kong, my sister Qiao is really amazing. Sister Qiao will be my idol in the future. The captain has no domineering image now. Alas, there is no way. This man, as long as he becomes a henpecked woman, it means he has happiness. Chin Chin snorted disdainfully. Anyway, I won't become a henpecked woman. Although the boss is living a good life now, I don't envy him at all. Well, I just don't envy him. Kong Minglang looked at Chin Chin and knew that he was envious and jealous. He smiled and said nothing. He continued his actions. The huge octopus monster shook its head, trying to knock Zhang Chao down. After Chu Machin went up, he jumped directly at the octopus monster. As soon as he jumped up, the octopus monster began to struggle violently. He wanted to throw Chu Machin off. Chu Machin stabilized his body with difficulty, and then threw the superpower in his hand at the octopus monster. He directly corroded the two heads of the octopus monster, staring at the broken place. Seeing that it never grew again, Chu Machin knew that his superpower could deal with this guy. If he didn't want too many people to know about his superpower, Chu Machin would have started to act directly now. This time, Chu Machin understood the importance of their independent actions. After that, all the actions were taken by Chu Machin and Xiaomi with everyone, and they never cooperated with them again. At this time, after Chu Machin found that his superpower was useful, he started to attack the big heads of the octopus one by one. But he didn't dare to be too fast. It can't arouse the suspicion of others, so he still has to take it slowly. Especially when he saw Captain Lu coming with some people. Chu Machin actions became more secretive. Chapter 133 Virgin married Xiaomi. When Xiaomi saw a group of people coming, she left directly. She went to the tall building nearby, jumped towards the octopus monster, and landed next to Chu Machin. She wanted to cover Chu Machin, so she jumped over directly. Chu Machin, tell Hu Zi to let it leave now, and we will pick it up later. Chu Machin glanced at the people coming over and nodded to Xiaomi. Okay. Chi-Chi, be careful. I slide down a little. After saying that, Chu Machin pretended that he accidentally lost his balance and slid down the tentacle monster, and finally stabilized his body above Hu Zi's head. Hu Zi, leave now. I find you later. Go quickly. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Hu Zi roared twice in dissatisfaction. And in the eyes of others, Chu Machin fell down, and the tiger wanted to eat Chu Machin. Everyone was worried about Chu Machin. Chin Chin and Kong Mingyang had just rushed to Hu Zi's side, ready to rescue Chu Machin. When Hu Zi turned around and left quickly, Captain Lu and those people looked at the mutant tiger running away, and they didn't understand what was going on. But they didn't have time to think about why. After all, there was still a big guy in front of them that hadn't been dealt with. And even behind the big guy, many mutant zombie fish were approaching. Hu Zi killed a lot of them on the way back, but there were still many running towards the side. When Captain Lu saw those fish with legs, his face was full of horror. These things were really too much like those so-called disaster movies in the past. It was creepy to look at. You go deal with those things. We do this. After Kong Mingyang finished speaking, Captain Lu directly began to arrange their people to deal with those things. Many soldiers now had to deal with this big guy. It was creepy just to look at it. And Chu Machin was so powerful that he was now covered in blood. They didn't think they could survive under the claws of this thing. It's better to deal with those they can deal with. Chu Machin, Xiaomi and Zhang Chao have now dealt with more than half of the octopus monster's body, except for the place where Chu Machin started. The rest are still growing slowly. Zhang Chao didn't know why, but Xiaomi had guessed it, so she sped up her attack a lot. She didn't want Chu Machin's ability to be exposed. But Chu Machin still hasn't found the location of the crystal core, even if the octopus monster is almost dealt with by them. If the crystal core is not dug out, this thing will recover sooner or later. And Xiaomi is worried that this thing will mutate again. And then, they may not be able to deal with it. But now the octopus monster has been dealt with almost. But it is still not found. Chu-Machin, give you a knife. Start directly, Xiaomi said. And a 1.5-meter long sword appeared in his hand. When Chu-Machin saw it, he almost stumbled and fell from it. This picture is really too beautiful. And I don't dare to look at it. Chi-Chi, be careful. I go down and get it now. After Chu-Machin finished speaking, he slowly jumped down. After he jumped down completely, he quickly took the big knife. It was really scary. He looked at Xiaomi, who was almost as tall as the knife and had to hold the big knife, and was full of worry. He was afraid that Xiaomi would hurt him accidentally. After Chu-Machin took the long knife, he turned around and quickly went to the roof and jumped onto the big octopus again. He took the big knife and chopped the octopus. Then he chopped several times in succession. The octopus made a tragic cry, and the long knife in Chu-Machin's hand condensed with black mist, and he kept chopped at the octopus. Zhang Chao no longer dealt with the octopus in front of him. After all, there were already some left, and if he continued to attack, he might accidentally hurt Chu-Machin and Xiaomi. So he flew directly to the front and started to deal with the things behind. The 10-meter-high octopus monster is now only more than 3 meters tall, and Chu-Machin also jumped down. Strange. Why can't I find the crystal core? Xiaomi muttered strangely, turned around and looked at Chu-Machin. Chu-Machin, you can just deal with this thing. Okay. Chi-Chi, step back. I deal with it. Chu-Machin heard Xiaomi calling him Chu-Machin all the time, and even stopped calling Momo, and knew that he had offended someone. I'm afraid it's not something that can be solved by just kneeling on a washboard. Condensing his superpowers, Chu-Machin then fiercely smashed his superpowers into the body of the octopus monster. The next second, the entire body of the octopus monster slowly disappeared, and Chu-Machin was ready to attack again. But his superpowers were directly exhausted, and he fainted in front of the octopus monster. After seeing this, Xiaomi immediately rushed towards Chu-Machin. Kong Minglang, Chen, take your captain down and protect him. After that, he picked up Chu-Machin and handed him to Kong Mingyang. Kong Mingyang is a speed-type psychic. Now only Kong Mingyang can take Chu-Machin away quickly. After Chu-Machin left, Xiaomi began to concentrate on dealing with the octopus monster in front of him. The octopus monster, which only had 3.5 heads left, became very irritable. It kept roaring and spitting mucus at Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked at the mucus with disdain, feeling very disgusted, and looked at the octopus monster with disgust. You're dead. You're really ugly and smelly. Goodbye. After that, Xiaomi directly chopped off the 2 heads of the octopus monster at once. The transparent crystal core of the octopus monster was exposed. Xiaomi was happy, and he quickly stepped forward and inserted the dagger into the brain of the octopus monster. Dig out the crystal core. Then the octopus monster slowly fell down. There was no breath. Finally, this thing was solved, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After Xiaomi dug out the crystal core, she quickly turned around to look at Chu-Machin. Looking at Chu-Machin, who was pale and lifeless, Xiaomi was very anxious. How is it? I don't know. Sister Qiao. There is a breath, but he has been unconscious, Kong Mingyang said anxiously. After Xiaomi rushed over, he stepped back and gave Xiaomi the position next to Chu-Machin. Xiaomi took a look and made some guesses. It's not a big problem. It should be that the superpowers are overconsumed. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she looked at Captain Lu and his men who were fighting against the zombies over there. You escort Chu-Machin to the car, and I go with the rest. After speaking, Xiaomi rushed directly to Captain Lu and his men. How? Give me a mask. Okay, host. Host, are you going to save people? When did you become so? Are you a saint? I want to know. 2. Alas, what should I do? After all, this is Chu-Machin colleague. I am not. Cough. Forget it. I won't say it anymore. Chapter 134. Chu-Shin kneeling on the remote control. Half an hour later, all the zombies were eliminated. The whole aquarium was full of rotten smell, and the temperature had risen to nearly 47 or 48 degrees. Everyone couldn't stand it anymore. Captain Lu was about to walk towards Xiaomi, but he saw that Xiaomi had turned around and was about to leave. Miss Qiao, please wait. After saying that, Captain Lu quickly walked towards Xiaomi's place. Before hearing Chen and the others call Xiaomi Sister Qiao, I knew that this person's surname was Qiao. So I called her tentatively, and it turned out that her surname was indeed Xiao. Miss Xiao, thank you for this matter this time. If it weren't for you, Xiaomi waved her hand directly. No. If Chu Mochen wasn't so disappointing, I wouldn't have taken action. You don't need to thank me. After saying that, she turned around and left. Captain Lu was stunned for a long time. What does it mean to be unpromising? I didn't expect that their god of war Chu Mochen was actually a henpecked man. Bah, it's really interesting. Xiaomi didn't know what Captain Lu was thinking. She just wanted to take Chu Mochen back and let Shen Yun heal Chu Mochen. After going out, Xiaomi said nothing, looking at Zhang Chao who was waiting on the side, and said directly, you can fly back. You go back now. Let Sister Yun prepare. We will go back immediately. Okay. Sister Qiao. That look was as well behaved as possible. Not at all cheerful in front of Chu Mochen and the others. Kong Mingliang and the others didn't dare to say a word. They didn't dare to sit in the co-pilot. But Chu Mochen had to sit in the back. So one of them had to sit in the front. And in the end, Chen Shen had no choice but to sit in the co-pilot. Xiaomi had a cold face and said nothing. He drove the car and drove quickly towards the manor. The few people who dared not say a word looked at each other. Chen Shen carefully looked at Xiaomi's face. Sister Qiao. The captain didn't mean to keep it a secret. We also have a secret. Shut up. Can you speak? After Kong Mingliang finished speaking, he propped himself up and said to Xiaomi flatteringly, Sister Qiao, the captain just doesn't want you to get hurt. I know. You don't have to say it. And your captain will be punished. After Xiaomi finished speaking, the few people dared not speak anymore and sat quietly in the car. After arriving at the manor, Shen Yun was already waiting at the foot of the manor. After seeing their car, Shen Yun stepped forward quickly. You go down and walk up by yourself. After Xiaomi gave the order, Kong Mingliang and the others got out of the car quickly, not daring to say a word. Sister Yun, Chu Mochen is in your hands. Don't worry. After Shen Yun finished speaking, he quickly began to heal Chu Mochen. Looking at Chu Mochen's pale face, Shen Yun was very scared. The endless vitality slowly entered Chu Mochen's body. Shen Yun was surprised to find that the energy in Chu Mochen's body no longer rejected her transmission. And so, Chu Mochen's complexion became much better. After the car entered the manor, Chu Mochen's complexion had improved a lot. You should wake up soon. Chi. As soon as Shen Yun finished speaking, Chu Mochen slowly woke up. After supporting himself and sitting up, he saw Xiaomi's ugly face. He was very nervous and looked at Shen Yun, who was looking at him for help. Shen Yun didn't know what happened yet, but Shen Yun agreed directly to his own Chu Shen request. Chi, are you in conflict with Chu Shen? Oh, you should control your temper. It happened that the car had already arrived downstairs at this time. Sister Yun, don't worry about it. Chu Mochen, come up. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she went in directly and walked upstairs. Shen Yun, who was behind, was startled by Xiaomi's sudden anger. He looked at Xiaomi back and then at Chu Mochen. Chu Shen, what did you do to make our Chi-Chi so angry? Chu Mochen touched his nose. Sister Yun, can you help me make some desserts? Humph. Don't coax our Chi-Chi. Our Chi-Chi is a little stupid. But I'm not stupid. Tell me, what did you do? Chu Mochen looked at Shen Yun, who had changed his face, and was simply desperate. How could this person change his face faster than turning a book? Sister Yun, please, I go upstairs to see Chi-Chi. After saying that, he went upstairs to find Xiaomi, feeling very uneasy all the way. After going upstairs, he pushed open the door with trepidation. After entering, he smiled and said, Chi-Chi, I was wrong. After saying that, he put the remote control in his hand on the ground. Plop. Kneeling on the remote control. Chi-Chi, look, I'm so obedient. Chi-Chi, calm down. Just deal with me. Don't get yourself angry, she said with a flattering look on her face. Xiaomi looked at Chu Mochen and wanted to laugh, but she didn't want to let Chu Mochen get away with it so easily. She still had a stern face. What did you do wrong? Everything was wrong. Everything I did these 2 days was wrong. Chi-Chi, I really realized my mistakes. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. Oh, what about next time? Chu Mochen was choked by the question, and dared not say anything. He looked at Xiaomi cautiously. Chi-Chi, if you are in danger, I will still save you, even if it costs my life. After hearing this, Xiaomi's eyes were red. The indifference she pretended to be before really couldn't be sustained this time. And she stepped forward to pull Chu Machin up. Get up first. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's red eyes. Knowing that what he said made Xiaomi sad, he stood up quickly. Chi-Chi, I know you are worried about me, but I am also worried about you. I hope you can be well. Xiaomi nodded, indicating that she knew what he meant. No more. But you can't hide it from me in the future. Well, okay. But what Chu Machin didn't say was that no matter what, if necessary, he still had to hide it from Xiaomi. But he certainly couldn't say it now. After all, the wife who had been coaxed with great difficulty was angry. When the two went down, everyone below stared at them. Chu Machin directly blocked Xiaomi behind him, walked down slowly, and asked calmly, Can we have dinner now? The Hua family couple looked at Chu Machin and knew that he had coaxed his wife, and smiled and said, Okay. Okay. We wait for you to come down and have dinner. The words of the two rescued Xiaomi from the awkward atmosphere just now. After dinner, Chu Machin held a meeting. This was discussed with Xiaomi just now. They were going to gather everyone together and form a team. Instead of being like now, Shen Wentao and Kong Mingliang are in different teams. Although they all know Chu Machin, they are really unfamiliar with each other. Xiaomi thinks it is better to merge the two parties, but respect everyone's opinions. If they don't want to, they can leave. After Chu Machin finished speaking about his decision, everyone raised their hands in agreement, and no one objected. The captain is still Chu Machin, and the deputy captain is Xiaomi. Chapter 135, A Hollow Power. Okay. It's decided. You guys get to know each other, and you be a team in the future. But Colonel Wu will definitely contact us. As a regular soldier, we still have to deal with it. You can do it yourself. Boss, it's a bit too formal to say this, isn't it? Third brother? After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he nudged Shen Wentao with his elbow, and Shen Wentao nodded. Yes, boss. Let's do it together. Xiaomi rolled her eyes directly at Chu Machin. If you say this kind of nonsense again, we just do our own thing. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin shook his head in panic. No, never again. Xiaomi snorted coldly. Chu Machin didn't dare to say anything. Xiaomi was completely satisfied now. Kong Mingliang on the side had become numb recently. His captain had really changed so much that he didn't recognize him anymore. How can this be the living devil? He is just a pug who tries to make his wife happy. Kong Mingliang wanted to laugh when he thought of this word. It was so appropriate. It matched Chu Machin's current image by 99%. Chu Machin looked at Kong Mingliang laughing secretly, and his face turned cold instantly. Kong Mingliang? What are you laughing at? Tell us so that we can laugh together. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Kong Mingliang was shaking like a sieve with a flattering smile on his face. Captain. Hee hee. Nothing. Nothing. It's just that it's so good to think that we can win today. I'm so happy for a while. Chu Machin snorted, obviously not wanting to know. I didn't want to listen to his nonsense, so I ignored Kong Mingliang. I just glanced at him and didn't look at Kong Mingliang again. Okay. That's all for now. You can get to know each other. If you feel you can't accept it and want to leave, come find me later. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he took Xiaomi away and left the place to them. After the two of them left, Gu Haoyu and Qin Chen began to ease everyone's embarrassment. The two of them talked back and forth, and soon everyone was no longer polite and distant. Chu Tingsu became everyone's favorite. One reason was that Kong Mingliang and the others knew the little guy, and the other was that he was the youngest among them. But he was very strong. On this side, after Captain Lu returned with a dozen people, the face of Master Liao was extremely ugly. Waste. I gave you more than 100 people, and you only brought me back so few? Captain Lu lowered his head. Their casualties were indeed huge, and he himself was not comfortable. But who asked those people to attack Chu Machin at the last moment? Yes. Before, many people ran to the door when Xiaomi and the others were dealing with zombies. Prepare to deal with the unconscious Chu Machin. I just didn't expect Qin Chen and Kong Mingliang to be so capable that they dealt with them directly. Captain Lu now thinks that this division commander Liao is a rat shit. It is because of him that the casualties this time are so serious. For a while, Captain Lu had a deep complaint against Division Commander Liao. Division Commander Liao. Colonel Wu is still waiting for me to report. I will explain to you later. After saying that, he smiled flatteringly and turned to leave. But after turning around, Captain Lu's face was extremely ugly, and he began to doubt whether what he believed in and firmly believed in was correct. Therefore, when he saw Colonel Wu, Captain Lu's expression was still very ugly. Colonel Wu thought there was an accident. His hands were shaking a little. Is there something bad? Why are you like this? Hurry up and tell me. No, Colonel Wu. It's Captain Chu. They said that you can directly issue tasks later. As for how they solve it, it's their business. They will no longer cooperate with us. After hearing this, Colonel Wu knew something was wrong. What did you do? After saying this, Colonel Wu looked at Captain Lu with a calm expression. It was Commander Liao. He asked us to get rid of Chu Machin and the others. The last ones who took action were all dealt with. In addition, they have a new member, a girl named Xiao, who is very strong. After Captain Lu finished speaking, Colonel Wu sighed. How many people does Commander Liao have? At least 3,000 people. Colonel Wu tapped his fingers on the table, and then said, then tie them up and detain them. As for his cronies, I will transfer them all out in the next 2 days. In fact, Captain Lu felt that it was unrealistic. They might not succeed. Colonel Wu, we might not succeed. The people on your side. Colonel Wu knew what Captain Lu meant. Now was the time to use people. But they had very few people. If they locked up Commander Liao and transferred those people out, they would basically have no people left. And they may not be able to do it. Colonel Wu obviously also discovered this problem. His face turned ugly now. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a thing? For a while, the office was very quiet, and neither of them spoke. Finally, Colonel Wu sighed and said helplessly, first slowly deprive him of his power, and then detain him. Okay. But this matter, I'm afraid only you can do it. Okay. Chu Machin didn't know about their affairs, and he was now going to pick up Hu Zi with Xiaomi. I just didn't expect that as soon as I left the manor. I saw Hu Zi on the way up the mountain every 2 minutes. Is this the car that followed you and came up? I guess it's because this mutant tiger is really spiritual. Captain Chu attraction is really not covered. Even the mutant tiger is convinced. Chu Machin smiled. Why do you sound sour? After saying that, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaomi. Xiaomi snorted and turned his head away from Chu Machin. Chu Machin parked the car beside the mutant tiger, waved his hand to put the mutant tiger into the space, and then changed direction and went back. Xiaomi really envied Chu Machin now, who could subdue such a mutant tiger. But she also had a lot of worries in her heart. Worry about Chu Machin ability. She had only heard of dark abilities in that world, but had never come into contact with them. Chu Machin had fainted twice because of exhaustion of mental power. In addition, the attack power was really a bit too big. Xiaomi was really worried. But she didn't tell Chu Machin about these. After all, this ability can only disappear if the human crystal core is removed. But after the removal, the ability user will die soon. Sometimes he will even die during the removal process, which is possible. Xiaomi's mood was very complicated. So after returning, she went back to her room directly, and didn't come down until she finished her meal. When Shen Yun came to knock on the door, Xiaomi was about to refuse, but Shen Yun had already pushed the door open. Chi-Chi, what's wrong? Looking at Shen Yun, Xiaomi sighed, then asked how to monitor everyone's position in the villa, and then said to Shen Yun, Sister Yun, there are some things I want to think about clearly. Is it convenient to talk? It's okay. Sister Yun. By the way, Sister Yun, I will notify everyone later, and strengthen training from tomorrow. Xiaomi intuition told her that the zombies might upgrade later. After all, they are now at level 1 or 2. And the upgrade of zombies will definitely not be far away. So they must improve their combat effectiveness as soon as possible. Especially Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao. Oh! And herself. Chapter 136 Heart to Heart. Okay. Are you feeling better now? I'm fine. Let's go. Sister Yun. Have you had dinner? I'm waiting for you. Let's go! After the two went down, Butler Hua began to call everyone to eat. Everyone quickly brought the food to the table. Chu Machin sat next to Xiaomi, and seeing that Xiaomi was not in a good mood, he held Xiaomi's left hand. He gently pinched Xiaomi's palm, giving Xiaomi some strength and comfort. Xiaomi smiled. I'm fine. But I didn't sleep well last night, and I'm a little tired. Okay. Eat something quickly, he said, and started to pick up food for Xiaomi. Chicken wings. pig's trotters and ribs. He picked up some of each. After dinner, Shen Yun told everyone about Xiaomi talk about strengthening training. The most uncomfortable one was Gu Haoyu. He was used to being casual, and it was really difficult for him to exercise well now, especially if he had to exercise every day. Just when she was about to protest, she saw the death stares from Chu Machin and Xiaomi, and she shut up instantly and raised her hands to show her approval. But she was already crying in her heart. It was too bullying. Woo woo. Me has human rights. Xiaomi, human rights? You deserve it? The next day, several people started training in the yard. Fortunately, the manor was big enough, and it took 2 kilometers to run a lap, so they still had enough training space. But the only bad thing was that the weather was too hot. Gu Haoyu felt dizzy and swollen after running 3 laps, and the whole person was not feeling well. She looked at Xiaomi behind her with a bitter look. Sister Qiao, I can't do it anymore. Can? No. Continue. After saying that, she continued to accompany Gu Haoyu. Even if she could run fast, she still didn't run forward. Just behind Gu Haoyu, Xiaomi even started to walk fast. The main reason was that Gu Haoyu's physical strength was too poor, and he ran very slowly. So Xiaomi didn't even need to run. I can definitely keep up. The fastest ones in front are Chu Machin and Shinshin. The most difficult thing for Kong Mingyang now is that he doesn't know how to run without using his superpowers. So he is still trying. Kong Mingyang has even run 4 or 5 laps now, but he still can't control his superpowers. This caused him to run very fast, and he rushed out directly. Xiaomi didn't know anything about these things, so there was no way to help Kong Mingyang control it. He could only control it slowly by himself. Kong Mingyang kept trying until an hour later, when he knew how to control his superpowers and run at a normal speed. After Gu Haoyu finished running, he was desperate and had no energy at all. He sat down at the door. Chu Tingsu sat next to Gu Haoyu. Uncle Shusi, you are really too bad. I didn't become useless like you. Chu Tingsu's face was full of disdain. Gu Haoyu was so angry that he wanted to hit him, but he had no strength. His whole body was so limp that he couldn't move. He was even tired of making an expression. Shushu, you are really not cute. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he had no strength left and just lay on the ground. Chu Tingsu chuckled twice. Uncle Shusi, how can you do this? You won't be able to find a wife like this. Shen Wentao listened to Chu Tingsu's words, chuckled, and said, Shushu, what about Uncle Shen? Uncle Shen, didn't you find it? Chu Tingsu looked at Shen Wentao in confusion. He remembered that his uncle had said before that Uncle Shen was going to get married. Hey, why did he say that he was looking for a wife? Uncle Shen, you are not a scumbag. Are you? The aunt you abandoned? Shen Wentao's face changed, and Gu Haoyu on the side looked at Shen Wentao nervously, afraid that he would get angry and attack the little guy. I go in and wash up first. Shen Wentao went in directly after saying that. Chu Tingsu looked at Gu Haoyu carefully. Uncle Shusi, did I say something wrong? No. It's your Uncle Shen who is too sensitive. It's okay. I go and see it later. It's not your fault. Gu Haoyu said while rubbing Chu Tingsu's head, comforting Chu Tingsu. Chu Tingsu is very sensitive now. So after Shen Wentao went in, he knew that he had said something wrong, and he didn't even smile at this moment. After Gu Haoyu comforted him, the little guy still felt a little uncomfortable, but he had already restrained his emotions. Uncle Shusi, I go up first. After saying that, he stood up and walked inside. Gu Haoyu knew that the little guy was a little hurt, so he hurried in to find Xiaomi and Chu Machin and asked them to go up and see the little guy. After all, he really doesn't know how to coax. Boss, Sister Qiao, Shushu just mentioned third brother wife. Third brother was emo. Shushu was a little sad, thinking he was wrong. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Chu Machin said directly, I know. Shichi, wait for me. I go see Shushu. After saying that, Chu Machin hurried to Chu Tingsu's room. He knew his nephew's temperament, and in fact, there would be nothing to explain. But before that, he would fall into a vicious circle of self-blame if no one helped him to relieve it. He was worried that he would have an accident. Sure enough, when he went in, he saw Chu Tingsu hugging himself and curled up in the corner. When he saw him come in, Chu Tingsu looked at him and murmured, Uncle, are my parents and sister because of me? Is it me? Right? Chu Machin stepped forward and picked up the little guy. Chu Tingsu. Your parents and sister have been infected and turned into zombies. They can only die. And only die. It's not your fault. Well, I know. But without me, without you, they will still die and be wiped out by the army. I think you know this. Chu Machin didn't just comfort him blindly. It was useless. He just needed to put the truth in front of Chu Tingsu. After that, Chu Machin didn't say anything, but gently stroked Chu Tingsu back to ease his emotions. After a while, Chu Tingsu slowly raised his head. Uncle, I was wrong. Xiu. No need to apologize. If you are unhappy in the future, you must come to Uncle first. Yes, I know. Okay, I go see your Uncle Shen. Do you want to play by yourself or go to find Sister Chi-Chi? I go wash up first. Okay, then Uncle will leave. After speaking, Chu Machin touched Chu Ting's head and left Chu Ting's room. Chapter 137. Shen Wentao passed. Old Shen. 2 drinks? Okay, let's go upstairs. The two walked towards the 5th floor, and Chu Machin took out a bottle of wine from the space. The two leaned on the railing, holding the wine in their hands. Shen Wentao looked into the distance, feeling very depressed. Boss, I really regret it now. We all reminded you at that time. But you were. Chu Machin didn't say anything else. Shen Wentao knew what Chu Machin meant. It was indeed his problem at that time. Now he really knew he was wrong. But that person will never come back. Boss, I regret it. Really. But she doesn't want me anymore. Chu Machin didn't know what to say. Seeing his brother in so much pain, he felt bad. But he knew that this was his problem. It's not the girl's fault. Before the end of the world. Do you know her news? Well, in Kyoto. But I didn't dare to check her specific location. Chu Machin glanced at Shen Wentao and didn't want to say anything. Mainly because he didn't know what to say to Shen Wentao. Big brother. I really couldn't ignore Wang Xue at that time. But I didn't expect Wang Xue to be. I am sorry for Ming Ming. Chu Machin frowned directly. Third brother. In the end, it is you who are sorry for Chu Ming. She has been very tolerant of you. We all couldn't stand it at that time. We can see what Wang Xue did. Only you were deceived. Shen Wentao felt even more ashamed when he heard Chu Machin words. Wang Xue was Shen Wentao's first love. The very bloody thing is that the two broke up because Wang Xue found that Shen Wentao's half-brother had more say than Shen Wentao. She decisively abandoned Shen Wentao and went abroad with his half-brother. After they left, Shen Wentao met Chu Ming, who was very similar to Wang Xue. At first, Shen Wentao did regard Chu Ming as a substitute, but later found that the two were completely different, and fell in love with the kind and beautiful Chu Ming. With the help of Chu Machin and several brothers, Shen Wentao founded a company larger than Shen. Coupled with the chaos in the Shen family, Wang Xue came back again. All kinds of tricks. Coupled with Shen Wentao confusion, Chu Ming left directly. After Chu Ming left, Shen Wentao realized. But it was too late. Chu Ming had gone abroad without leaving any clues. It was at this time that Chu Machin, who couldn't stand it, threw his investigation materials on Wang Xue in front of Shen Wentao. After that, it was until last year when Chu Ming returned to China. Shen Wentao only saw her from a distance once and didn't have the courage to go forward. After the end of the world, he wanted to find Chu Ming more than once. But he didn't know where Chu Ming was. And he never had the chance. Boss, I want to find Chu Ming tomorrow. How do I find her? Hit the talent website. Check her job and address. And then go see if she's there. Chu Machin glanced at Shen Wentao. Finally, you know what you're going to do? What were you doing before? You know, Chu Ming will probably never forgive you. Chu Machin was actually sure of this, because Shen Wentao hurt Chu Ming too deeply back then. If Chu Ming could forgive, it would really be a humble love. But according to his understanding of Chu Ming, Chu Machin felt that Chu Ming would never easily forgive Shen Wentao. But in this end of the world, maybe Shen Wentao could get a chance to get along with Chu Ming. Thinking of this, Chu Machin felt that he could indeed find her. It's just that it's hard to find her easily. But this is what Shen Wentao deserves. Because he treated her like that before. The two talked for a while, and Chu Machin left, leaving Shen Wentao alone looking into the distance. I don't know what he was thinking. Until the sun set, Shen Wentao slowly came down. After Shen Wentao came down, he seemed like a different person, with a melancholy and broken feeling. Xiaomi had just heard Gu Haoyu briefly talk about Shen Wentao's emotional history. Now looking at Shin Wentao's appearance, there were only two words for him. That is, he deserved it. If he hadn't committed suicide, he would have lived a happy life now. Now all these are his own faults. Xiaomi could hardly feel sympathy for him. If it weren't for Chumachen's face, Xiaomi would have been too lazy to care about this person. Therefore, when Shin Wentao came down, he saw Xiaomi turn around and went directly into the kitchen. But he didn't think much about it. He just thought that there was something going on inside, and Xiaomi was busy. He didn't think that Xiaomi didn't want to care about him. After all, Xiaomi's current image is still very kind. It's just that Xiaomi didn't take the initiative to care about him for 2 consecutive days. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that Xiaomi didn't want to care about him. Just think about it, and you will know that Xiaomi knows about his previous affairs. For a moment, Shin Wentao didn't know how to face Xiaomi. He even felt guilty when he saw Xiaomi. Xiaomi ignored Shin Wentao's mood and continued to be busy with his own things. After 2 days of investigation, Shin Wentao probably knew where Chumeng was. So he planned to go out and take a look today. Boss, I'm leaving. Xiaoxi will go with you to take care of you. Shin Wentao wanted to refuse, but Gu Haoyu went up to him and took his hand. Come on, third brother. I'd be a coolie for you. After saying that, he pulled Shin Wentao away without saying anything. In fact, Gu Haoyu was very guilty now. As long as he thought about Xiaomi knowing that it was him who said it, he was afraid that Shin Wentao would punish him. In the car, Gu Haoyu thought for a long time and finally told the stupid thing he had done. After listening, Shin Wentao didn't say anything. After all, it was his own doing. How could he blame Gu Haoyu? It's none of your business. But, Xiaoxi, you should watch your mouth in the future. Otherwise you will be finished if you offend the boss. Ahem. I know. Third brother. But, third brother, can you persuade Chumeng to come back? I don't know. But in this situation, Chumeng should not refuse. But I'm afraid of Chumeng now. Shin Wentao didn't say the rest. But Gu Haoyu knew what he meant. The probability of Chumeng surviving is 50%. And now he hopes that Chumeng can be fine. His brothers have suffered a lot and have not had any happiness since childhood. Only in the 2 years, when he knew Chumeng, did he have a happy expression on his face. This is also the reason why he and several brothers went to investigate Wang Xue after Chumeng left. They hope Shin Wentao will be happy. It's just too late. Mainly because Shin Wentao didn't tell them about him and Chumeng later. And he didn't know. Third brother, don't think too much. When you meet sister-in-law Chumeng later, talk to her nicely. I know. I don't need you to teach me this. After Shin Wentao finished speaking, he leaned back in his chair, his mind full of the little things he had experienced with Chumeng before, and Chumeng's smiling face. Suddenly, he realized that all he could remember was Chumeng's goodness and her gentle smile. Apart from that, there was nothing else. With a bitter smile, Shin Wentao felt that he deserved it now. And he didn't deserve Chumeng's forgiveness. Chapter 138 Chaos. This is it. Third brother. After Gu Haoyu parked the car, he looked at the dilapidated community in front of him with disbelief in his eyes. Shin Wentao had never expected that they would find such a dilapidated community. Suddenly, his heart felt like a stone was pressing down on him. It hurt so much that he couldn't breathe. She was living a good life at that time? Her parents were also quite successful. Shin Wentao murmured, frowning tightly. Third brother. Let's go and have a look first. We need to be quick. There are too many zombies here. Wait for me. I will change my equipment and take you up. We will go down from the roof. Okay. After Shin Wentao finished speaking, his face was full of hurt and self-blame. He didn't know how to face Chumeng anymore. If Chumeng's life wasn't so miserable, he wouldn't be so entangled now. In fact, if Chumeng's life could be better, he would have less psychological burden. Shin Wentao sneered, feeling ashamed of his own behavior, and felt that he was really a bit hypocritical. After Gu Haoyu changed, he looked at Shin Wentao, who was sad and depressed. Let's go. Third brother. If we don't leave now, these zombies will come. Okay. Concentrating his mind, Shin Wentao followed Gu Haoyu and jumped out of the car. Then he put the car into the space. Gu Haoyu stepped forward and held Shin Wentao in his arms, and flew towards the high-rise building he had been optimistic about before. After landing on the roof, the two ran downstairs quickly. This building is a high-rise building, with a total of 32 floors. They found that Chumeng lived on the 21st floor. As soon as the two arrived at the 31st floor, They saw many zombies. Shin Wintao held a mace in his hand and hit the zombie in front of him. Gu Haoyu was wearing equipment, and his whole strength became stronger. He kicked the zombie in front of him directly to the wall and embedded it into the wall. He couldn't get it out even if he scratched it. When they reached the 26th floor, someone suddenly opened the door. "Come in, young man. Come in. There are zombies here." Looking at the kind eyes of the old lady, Shin Wintao and Gu Haoyu looked at each other. Shin Wintao shook his head. "Thank you. But we are looking for someone now." "Thank you. We are fine. Please close the door." "Oh, you kid. Why are you so disobedient? What time is it? Hey, you guys should be careful." After saying that, the old lady closed her door. The two continued to walk down. When they reached the 22nd floor, Shin Wintao was stiff. He didn't know what would greet him later. He would rather meet Chu Meng cold eyes later. Gu Haoyu saw Shin Wintao nervousness, rolled his eyes, and came up with a plan. Arriving at the 21st floor, Gu Haoyu pointed at the house number 2105 in front of him. "Here?" "Yes." The next second, Shin Wintao saw Gu Haoyu kick the door in front of him open. "What are you doing?" Gu Haoyu looked at Shin Wintao proudly. "Binher is leaving with us." Shin Wintao didn't know how to react for a while. To be honest, he was happy, but he didn't want to embarrass Chu Meng. But now was not the time to talk about this. They needed to go in quickly and take Chu Meng away, lest something happen later. After all, the zombies downstairs were running upstairs. After Shin Wintao went in quickly, he looked around. Although the home was small and full of warmth, he knew it was arranged by Chu Meng at a glance. The whole house was what Chu Meng liked. But when he saw the photo under the TV, Shin Wintao was stunned. In the photo above, Chu Meng was holding a 4-year-old girl. The little girl looked exactly like him when he was a child. It was really too similar. It was exactly the same as when Shin Wintao was a child. Looking around, he found no one. Shin Wintao was very nervous and ran to the room next to him. There was no one in the first avocado-colored room. He turned to the side and looked at the empty pink princess room. Shin Wintao was a little crazy. He never thought that he would not find anyone in the end. He went to the bathroom and kitchen again in disbelief. But he didn't find anyone. Shin Wintao reacted quickly and put all the things in the room into the space. But because there was a car, he couldn't put all the things. In the end, he could only take away some clothes and supplies, as well as some documents, photos and other things. Then he walked towards the takeaway. He and Gu Haoyu solved the zombies together. "Let's go upstairs. There's no one inside." After saying that, he no longer cared about the zombies below and turned to run to the roof. Although Gu Haoyu was strange, he didn't say anything in the end and followed Shin Wintao upstairs. When he ran to the 26th floor, Shin Wintao took a look at 2602, which had just opened the door, and still walked up quickly and knocked on the door. The old lady inside saw Shin Wintao through the cat's eye. She hesitated for a moment, but finally opened the door and hurriedly let Shin Wintao in. But when she saw Gu Haoyu, who was dressed like a robot, the old lady hesitated for a moment. Then she let Gu Haoyu in. After the two of them went in, the old lady quickly closed the door. Shin Wintao saw that the old man was alone, so he carefully asked, "Old man, are you alone at home?" The old lady's face changed, and she sat on the sofa and said slowly, "I am alone. The children were outside at the time and have not come back yet. I dare not go out either." In fact, she could already guess what the fate of her children was. So she was holding on every day. She didn't know how long she could hold on, but she could hold on for one day at a time. She couldn't let the children come back and collect their bodies. Shin Wintao looked at the old man and took out some things from his space. The old man looked at Shin Wintao's actions in shock, and his whole body was stiff, looking at Shin Wintao with a face like a monster. "Old man, this is a supernatural power. Many people have it now. You don't have to be afraid." Hearing Shin Wintao's explanation, the old man breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at the things on the ground and waved his hands. "No. You put your things away quickly. Put them away quickly. I have something to ask you. So these things are for you. You accept them first. Then I can talk about things." Looking at Shin Wintao begging look, the old man sighed. "Oh, okay. Then what's the matter? Baby? I want to ask if you know this mother and daughter?" said, handing the photo taken from Chu Meng house to the old man. The old man only took a look and nodded directly. "I know. Xiaoming. This child is a good child. During the epidemic, she was our volunteer. But it was a pity that her husband passed away, and she took care of her daughter alone. When the old man heard that Chu Ming's husband passed away, Shen Wentao was not feeling well. But he couldn't say anything. Then, do you know where she was on the day when the zombies broke out? The old man looked at Shen Wentao warily, then looked at the little girl in the photo, and finally said in surprise, "You are Xiaoming, brother." "Right. Well, I thought you were a bad guy. I remember when the outbreak just started, a man came and took her child away." Then thinking of something, the old man shook his head. "No, you are not Xiaoming, brother. It was her brother who took Xiaoming away. I have seen him. But you are not. I am the child's father." Chapter 139 Pleading. "What did you say?" The old man looked at Shen Wentao in shock. Gu Haoyu on the sofa only reacted at this time, and quickly stood up and walked toward Shen Wentao. Looking at the photo in the old man's hand, Gu Haoyu pointed at Shen Wentao in shock. "It's over. It's over. Third brother. Chu Ming will never forgive you. Otherwise she wouldn't have kept it a secret from your child for more than 5 years. Shen Wentao rolled his eyes directly. He didn't know about this? Want him to tell? The old man looked at Shen Wentao with disgust. Are you sorry for Xiao Ming? Just think that I am blind and let someone like you in. Get out. Get out quickly. Old man. It's my fault. But in this chaotic world, Ming and the child must be in trouble. I must find them. Mother and daughter. Please, tell me what you know. Okay? When Shen Wentao said this, his eyes were red. It was also very unpleasant to look at the old man. Finally, he sighed, said, I don't know much. The mother and daughter came at the beginning of the year. Xiao Ming and I only talked a little when she was a volunteer and delivered food to us. I know she is a designer, but I don't know where she works. Her brother is very nice to her. He often comes to give them some things. Shen Wentao knew that Chu Ming was an only child. But Chu Ming had a cousin who was very nice to her. It should be him. It seems that I still need time to check. Thank you, old man. These things are my reward to you. Take care of yourself. After saying that, Shen Wentao was about to leave. He was stopped by the old man. Now there are zombies outside. How can you go out? It's better to wait here and go out at night. Everyone goes out to find food at night. After the old man finished speaking, Shen Wentao bowed to the old man. No need. We can protect ourselves. I want to find the mother and daughter as soon as possible. Thank you. After saying that, he went out with Gu Haoyu. At this time, the zombies below stopped on the 24th floor. After all, after the two of them went in, the zombies would stop naturally because they lost their target. The two saw that there were no zombies, so they left. Shen Wentao checked the information of Chu Ming's cousin again. With a previous experience, Shen Wentao only took 2 hours to find Chu Ming's cousin Chang Kui this time. After finding the residence, the two quickly rushed there. Every day is a change. Now he just wants to find Chu Ming and her daughter as soon as possible and protect them. After waiting, he still used the old method to find the building. Gu Haoyu took Shen Wentao to fly directly to the building and went down from the safety stairs. After reaching the door, Shen Wentao was a little afraid to go in this time. Even when Gu Haoyu stretched out his foot to kick, Shen Wentao stopped Gu Haoyu. Don't. After saying that, Shen Wentao quickly stopped Gu Haoyu. Looking at the door in front of him, Shen Wentao was nervous. His hands began to tremble, and his eyes were a little red. Gu Haoyu, who was standing by, felt bad when he saw Shen Wentao like this. But he couldn't say anything to Chu Ming. After all, it was Shen Wentao's fault in the end. If he hadn't let go of Wang Shui, he wouldn't have done those things. It wouldn't have ended up with his wife and children. Alas, Shen Wentao let out a long sigh and slowly knocked on the door. Chu Ming and Chang Kui inside were nervous and scared when they heard the knock on the door. Chang Kui pushed the mother and daughter towards the study. Xiao Ming, take good care of Xiao Siyue. If they want to eat, I will give them. No matter what. Don't come out. Chu Ming's eyes were red. Brother, you have superpowers. You will definitely survive. I can't drag you down. I go out and you protect Xiao Siyue. Brother, please, don't let me owe you again. Chang Kui looked at Chu Ming and listened to the knock on the door again. Finally, he nodded helplessly to Chu Ming. Agree with Chu Ming to open the door. Xiao Ming, I hope you won't be so tired in your next life. In fact, Brother doesn't think you are a burden. Chu Ming looked at her cousin and smiled. I know. But it's okay. I don't want to. Okay. I go open the door. You protect Xiao Siyue. If they knock on the door again, I'm afraid they will attract zombies. Chu Ming was afraid that after they attracted the zombies, they would break through the door, and then all three of them would have no chance of survival. She took the initiative to open the door, at least to protect her brother and daughter. Xiao Siyue looked at her uncle and mother, said nothing, hugged the little rabbit in her arms, and turned into the study. She said silently in her heart, Mom, you must be well. Xiao Siyue doesn't want to be an orphan, but now she doesn't want to say these things, and doesn't want to put pressure on them. I have to say that the little guy is really well behaved. Chu Ming watched her daughter go in, and signaled her brother to go in quickly. Chang Kuei frowned, and finally sighed helplessly, and turned into the study. After the two entered, Chu Ming took a deep breath and walked towards the door. Shen Winta rubbed his hands nervously, and did not dare to look up. Chu Ming saw a man with his head down and a robot-like person in his cat's eyes, and was confused. Slowly opened the door a crack. What do you want to do? Shen Wintao heard the familiar voice. His hands were trembling nervously, and he was still thinking about how to face Chu Ming in front of him. As a result, he was pushed by Gu Haoyu and rushed directly to the crack of the door. At the same time, he also raised his head. Chu Ming only saw that it was Shen Wintao at this time. Subconsciously, he wanted to close the door, but the door handle was pulled by Gu Haoyu, and even opened the door directly. Chu Ming was furious, and his whole face was full of hatred for Shen Wintao. Shen Wintao was shocked by Chu Ming's eyes and whispered, Ming Ming, I just go in and say a few words. Please. There were already zombies coming up the safe passage at this time. Gu Haoyu kicked the zombie down with one foot. While dealing with the zombie, he said, let's go in first. We are making too much noise. Shen Wintao looked at Chu Ming pleadingly. Chu Ming really didn't want to care about their lives now, and said coldly, get out. Don't let me see you. I just go in and say a few words. Really? Chu Ming glanced at Shen Wintao, and then at the zombies that were constantly increasing. Finally, he opened the door and let him in. I won't go in. I deal with these zombies, Gu Haoyu said without looking back, and continued to clean up the zombies in front of him. Thanks, brother. After Shen Wintao finished speaking, he and Chu Ming entered the room. After entering, Chu Ming sat directly on the sofa and said coldly, what do you want to say? Ming Ming, I'm sorry. I owe you this. And I know. Shen Wintao really didn't have the face to tell his daughter about it. He just whispered, I went to the house where you had been living before. And I know. Chu Ming knew what he was talking about, and snorted disdainfully. So? Ming Ming, I know I don't have the face to ask for your forgiveness, but now it's the end of the world. I want to take you away. We are safe there. Don't worry. You can ignore me if you don't want to. Really? Shen Wintao almost knelt down to beg Chu Ming. Chapter 140 Leaving. It was the first time that Chu Ming saw Shen Wintao being so humble and cautious. But this had nothing to do with her. She didn't want to be involved with the man in front of her again. So she said coldly, no. We can protect ourselves now. Ming Ming, where is your cousin? I explained to you that I really have to leave. Chu Ming looked at Shen Wintao's appearance. She knew the identities of Shen Wintao and the others, and naturally knew that they were capable of knowing things that she didn't know. If she was alone, she wouldn't care. But she still had Xiao Siyue, and she had to think about Xiao Siyue. Wait a minute. After saying that, she turned and went to the study. Brother, come out first. Xiao Siyue, Mom will pick you up later. Okay. Can you wait for Mom for a while? Xiao Siyue nodded. Chang Kuei was a little confused, but he didn't say anything, and went out with Chu Ming. As soon as he left the study, he heard Chu Ming say, Brother, Shen Wintao is here. He has something to tell us. Speak softly. When Chang Kuei heard the three words Shen Wintao, he was full of anger. He snorted and walked quickly towards the living room. When he saw Shen Wintao, Chang Kuei took 2 quick steps and punched Shen Wintao directly, causing the corner of Shen Wintao's mouth to bleed. Chu Ming had no sympathy for his situation. He even wanted to say that he deserved it. Shen Wintao did not fight back and let Chang Kuei's fist hit him. Chu Ming watched coldly and did not say anything to stop him, until Chang Kuei hit Shen Wintao for more than 10 rounds in a row. Shin Wintao's whole face was already full of bruises. And Chang Kuei stopped. What's the matter? Tell me. Chang Kuei's words were very impolite. And even Chang Kuei's face looked very ugly. Shin Wintao propped himself up, looked at them and whispered, now the whole world has been infected by the zombie virus. We have entered the so-called end of the world. You must not stay here anymore. There will be more and more zombies in the future. And it will be inconvenient here. We now have a manor, which is basically full of superpowers. Some people we are familiar with. You come with me. Don't worry. Meng Meng. I won't disturb you. But it is really dangerous for you to be here. And you don't have enough supplies. There will be a lot of dangers going out later. After Shin Wintao finished speaking, Chang Kuei was silent. He needed to think about it carefully. And had to admit that what Shin Wintao said was true. Now he didn't dare to go out to find supplies. The last time he went out, he only found some drinks and fast food. Now they only have 2 bottles of water left. And they still have to give it to Xiao Siyue. After thinking for a while, Chang Kuei looked at Shin Wintao. Do you have enough supplies? I am a space superpower. Very sufficient. Even if there is no, I can go out to find supplies. You can rest assured about this. After Shin Wintao finished speaking, he looked at Chang Kuei expectantly. Xiao Ming, go to the study. Let's discuss it. You wait here. After that, Chang Kuei and Chu Ming left the living room. Shin Wintao is very happy now. He knows that they will agree. Even if it is not for himself, Chu Ming will agree for her daughter. In the study, Chang Kuei analyzed the pros and cons of this matter. Then he looked at Chu Ming and waited for her to speak. If I don't go, Xiao Siyue will definitely not go. But I really... When Chu Ming said this, her voice had become a little choked. Xiao Siyue leaned in Chu Ming's arms and gently wiped the tears from Chu Ming's face. Mom, Dad is here. Right? He is coming to pick us up. Right? Mom, you and Uncle don't want to go. Right? Chu Ming looked at her sensible daughter and nodded. It doesn't matter. Mom, if you want to go, go. If you don't want to go, we won't go. Don't make it difficult for you. Chu Ming burst into tears directly. Full of comfort, he touched Xiao Siyue's head and said softly, Let's go. Brother, can you come with us? Chang Kuei didn't want to go at first. But Chu Ming knew Xiao Siyue. If she didn't go, Xiao Siyue would definitely not want to go. Similarly, if he didn't go, Chu Ming would not want to go either. 5 minutes later, the 3 of them left the room. We agreed to leave. Shin Wintao was very happy, looking at the little girl who looked like him when he was a child. Shin Wintao seemed to be fixed in place. Xiao Siyue looked at Shin Wintao and said softly to Chu Ming, Mom, no wonder you don't want him. It's really a bit silly. Chu Ming was directly amused by her daughter's appearance. Aren't you a space-based psychic? Let's pack up now and leave when we're done. Hearing Chang Kuei's words, Shin Wintao was very happy and immediately grinned and said, Okay. Okay. You guys pack up. Meng Meng, I bring your clothes and supplies for you. Chu Ming hummed and turned to pack up their things without paying any attention to Shin Wintao. Here, Shin Wintao quietly waited for them to pack up, completely forgetting that the big enemy Gu Haoyu was cleaning up the zombies outside. Gu Haoyu saw that it had been more than 10 minutes and still no one came out. But he was tired of cleaning up the zombies. His physical strength was not good to begin with. And it was really torture to operate this suit. Then he hurriedly kicked the zombie downstairs and saw that the zombie had been kicked to the 7th floor. So he hurried upstairs. Chang Kuei's house was on the 16th floor. After going up, Gu Haoyu knocked on the door hurriedly. Shin Wintao, who was on the sofa, was about to communicate with his daughter, but was interrupted by Gu Haoyu knock on the door, and stood up dissatisfied. Open the door. Are you cleaning up the zombies? Be a human being. Third brother. I'm dying of exhaustion. After saying that, Gu Haoyu sat directly on the ground. As soon as he opened his mask, he saw the doll-like Xiao Siyue, and Gu Haoyu was excited. Wow! Little princess, are you a fairy from heaven? Little April looked at Gu Haoyu with disdain. You are so stupid. Where are the fairies? They are all lies to children. Uncle, you should read less books and watch less useless TV. Gu Haoyu was choked by what the little girl said. After a long silence, Gu Haoyu burst into laughter. Then, beautiful little girl, can you tell Uncle what your name is? Little April. Gu Haoyu nodded. Then uncle will take you flying later. Okay? Uncle, I am not a 3-year-old child. I am 4.5 years old. Can you say something reliable? Shin Wintao was very envious of his daughter, and Gu Haoyu getting along. Just now, he talked a lot with his daughter. But his daughter ignored him at all, let alone said these playful words to him. Little Siyue looked at Shin Wintao dejected look, snorted, and whispered, "You deserve it." Yes, little Siyue did it on purpose. She knew from the conversation between her uncle and her mother that her father was a scumbag. So she didn't go in until her mother and uncle went to pack up, just to see how this scumbag would coax her, whether he would let her leave with him and ignore her mother in the future. But before the man could say much, he was disturbed by the big fool in front of him. The more she thought about it, the more unhappy little Siyue became. The look in her eyes when she looked at Gu Haoyu changed, making Gu Haoyu look puzzled. Chapter 141 The Scumbag Gets Beaten. Shin Wintao sat in the passenger seat, looking at the mother and daughter behind him through the rearview mirror from time to time. But he never dared to speak. "Xiaoming, you don't have to feel pressured when you go in later. The boss and Sister Qiao are both very nice. Oh, by the way, you don't know Sister Qiao. Sister Qiao is the boss's girlfriend. You can't mess with anyone but Sister Qiao." Gu Haoyu kept introducing Chu Ming. Chu Ming had a good relationship with Gu Haoyu and the others before. Shin Wintao left her behind several times, and it was Gu Haoyu who sent her away. So when Gu Haoyu spoke, Chu Ming would occasionally respond. She could even smile. But when it came to Shin Wintao, whenever he said a word, the 3 people behind him would all say cut in unison. No one paid any attention to him at all. In the end, Shin Wintao could only choose to shut up. "Xiao Siyue, the milk is for you. Drink some." Shin Wintao handed the milk he took out of the space to Xiao Siyue. The little guy took it directly. Not polite at all. Shin Wintao didn't say anything, just smiled. When they returned to the manor, Gu Haoyu stopped the car and hurriedly went around to the back, opened the door, and let them get off. As soon as he stretched out his hand to Xiao Siyue, wanting to hug her, he was blocked by Shin Wintao. "Xiao Siyue, can daddy carry you in?" Xiao Siyue snorted and stretched out her hand to Gu Haoyu. "Uncle Gu, can you hold Xiao Siyue? Xiao Siyue likes you so much." This coquettishness, coupled with Xiao Siyue's cute appearance, directly captured Gu Haoyu's heart. "Ha ha ha. Okay. Okay. If I have such a cute daughter, I want to hold her every day. Ha ha." After saying that, he proudly raised his eyebrows at Shin Wintao. Hugged Xiao Siyue. "Xiaoming, Brother Chong, let's go. Let's go in." After taking the 3 people in, he saw what parents and a housekeeper and his wife busy in the kitchen. Gu Haoyu asked curiously, "Where are the boss and the others?" "Training ground? What is this?" "Uncle Hua, I tell you later. I go find the boss first." As soon as Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Shin Wintao patted Gu Haoyu on the shoulder. "You can stay here. I go find the boss and the others. You can talk to them." After saying that, without waiting for Gu Haoyu to say anything else, he turned around and left. Gu Haoyu knew that Shin Wintao was a little overwhelmed and wanted to relieve it. But who can be blamed? After Shin Wintao went out, he quickly raised his head, but tears still slid down his cheeks. After a long time, he lowered his head and wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. He walked away. After arriving at the training ground, looking at Chu Machin and Xiaomi standing aside, Shin Wintao took a deep breath and walked towards the 2. "Boss, we are back." Chu Machin turned around and saw Shin Wintao's face was ugly, and his eyes were slightly red. "What? Didn't you find it? Or found it?" "Boss, Mingming gave me a daughter. I really don't deserve it." Hearing this, Xiaomi punched Shin Wintao directly and said coldly, "Shin Wintao, if it weren't for Chu Machin, you would be dead now." After Xiaomi finished speaking, she turned around and stopped looking at Shin Wintao. "Where are they now? Have you taken it?" "Yes." Chu Machin nodded. "You go first. We will go back later." Shin Wintao didn't say anything else and turned to leave the training ground. Shin Yun, who was fighting, saw Xiaomi attack. His face was full of confusion, and he didn't understand why Xiaomi, who had always been good-tempered, would attack Shin Wintao directly in front of Chu Machin. After Shin Wintao left, Chu Machin held Xiaomi's hand. "Okay, don't be angry for now. Let's go see Chu Ming and the child first." I don't have much contact with Chu Ming. But from the results of the previous investigation, I can see that Chu Ming is not bad. You go to meet him? Well, let's go. But I don't want to pay attention to Shen Wentao now. If you don't want to pay attention to him, then ignore him. Chu Mochen also knew that this matter was Shen Wentao problem. Even if he was his brother, he couldn't speak for him. Everyone, stop training. There are new friends. Go meet them. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she and Chu Mochen took the lead to walk home. Shen Yun walked quickly to Xiaomi. Chi-Chi, are you in conflict with Shen Wentao? No. I just don't like some of his things. You will know later. Xiaomi really didn't want to say it again. Gu Haoyu was a little angry when he said it as a brother. It is conceivable how angry Xiaomi could be. After entering, Xiaomi was stunned. It's you? Chang Kui also remembered. So it was you. If it weren't for you, it would have been difficult for us to get out safely. No. Your fire ability helped me at that time. Shen Yun also remembered who it was. The others looked at Xiaomi, and the others with some curiosity. Gu Haoyu asked directly, Sister Qiao, do you know Brother Chang? I don't know her. I went to find Sister Yun's father before. He happened to go to rescue her and her daughter. We met and helped each other. Then a few people knew the origin of the two people's acquaintance. Shen Wentao was even more scared. Chang Kui looked at Xiaomi and smiled heartily. And introduced, hello. My name is Chang Kui. This is my cousin Chu Ming. Her daughter Xiao Siyue, whose full name is Chu Yu. Chu Mochen went up and shook Chang Kui's hand. Hello. Chu Mochen. This is my girlfriend Xiaomi. Chang Kui rolled his eyes directly. Mr. Chu. I know you. No need to introduce. And besides, I know she is your girlfriend. Xiaomi smiled helplessly at Chu Mochen's narrow-mindedness. When she saw Xiao Siyue, Xiaomi's heart was melted. The little girl's big eyes are really beautiful. Xiaomi went up to Siyue and squatted in front of her. Oh! Whose little princess is this? Why is she so beautiful? Siyue blushed at Xiaomi's frankness. Sister is also very beautiful. Like a fairy. Oh! You little Siyue. Why do you have two faces? When I said it just now, you were very disgusted and said that Uncle Gu was stupid. Oh! I'm so sad. Siyue threw herself into Xiaomi's arms embarrassedly. Chu Ming felt relieved when she saw that her daughter was so popular. But she didn't know whether it was because of Shen Wentao face or... It must be because of Shen Wentao face. And she didn't know him. Thinking of this, Chu Ming smiled bitterly. Thank you. We have caused you trouble. Xiaomi waved her hand. No. You don't have to feel troubled. This is all owed to you by Shen Wentao. And you come here now. It is also owed to you by his brothers, who don't know people well. Just enjoy it with peace of mind. After Xiaomi finished speaking, the others didn't say anything. But Huining Xuan, who knew something, nodded in agreement. That's right. Sister Xiaoming. Do you remember me? Sister of Huiyan. That fool. You stay here well. If Shen Lao San dares to harass you, tell me. I will beat him up. But can I make a small request? Chu Ming nodded. Huining Xuan immediately stepped forward and grabbed Chu Ming's hand. Will your daughter sleep with me tonight? She also loved the little girl. But the little girl was holding Xiaomi, and she couldn't go up to grab her. After all, it was her sister Chi-Chi who was holding her. Chu Ming laughed directly, looked at Xiao Siyue and said, Xiao Siyue, what should I do? Which sister are you going to sleep with tonight? Xiao Siyue touched her chin in distress, and looked at Xiaomi for a long time and said, Sister, I will sleep with my mother tonight. Mom is a coward and afraid of the dark. I will accompany you tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow to accompany that sister. Okay? Xiaomi burst into laughter. Ha. Do you want the emperor to choose a concubine to sleep with? Ha. Little baby. You made me laugh to death. Okay. Your sister Xian is teasing you. I am Sister Chi-Chi. This is Aunt Yun. And Grandma Hua. Grandpa Hua. This is... Xiaomi introduced everyone. The little guy greeted them one by one obediently. Chapter 142 Unknown Danger. Shen Wentao looked at the few people who could hold his daughter and play with Indy. Whether it was Gu Haoyu or others, they could hold her. But he didn't even touch his daughter's little hand. Chu Mochen looked at Shen Wentao in his eyes, sighed, and shook his head helplessly. It's what he deserves. Such a good wife and child were ruined. What should he do? He is the only one who has to bear it. But looking at Shen Wentao's face full of bruises, he still said, Go back to the room and apply medicine. It's not beautiful. Then he motioned Shen Wentao to go up quickly. Shen Wentao wanted to stay longer, but thought of the look on his face, afraid that his daughter would be scared for a long time. He went up to apply medicine. When Shen Wentao left, Xiao Siyue's smile was obviously brighter, and even Chu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Chu Ming looked at Chu Machun and Xiaomi and said, "We are causing trouble for you. Even if Shen Wentao deserves it, you don't need to suffer because of us. We'd better leave." Chu Ming is really leaving now. She didn't expect so many people here. If she knew, she would never agree to come. Chong Kue also thought so. So after Chu Ming finished speaking, Chong Kue nodded directly. "Yes. Don't worry. I have fire ability. I can still protect them." Xiaomi looked at them disapprovingly. "Stay. Xiao Siyue is too young. And besides, I'm not doing this for Shen Wentao's sake. It's because Xiao Siyue is too cute." Xiaomi pinched Xiao Siyue's little face. Chu Ming is not the kind of person who is shy, and said directly, "Then I will stay. If you need me to do anything, just tell me." "Okay. Doesn't Chong Kue have fire ability? Train with us later." After Chu Machun finished speaking, Chong Kue agreed directly. She said firmly, "I will train hard. I will cheer with you. My supernatural power is still very good." Everyone laughed when they heard Chong Kue's words. When Shen Wentao came down, everyone was already sitting in the restaurant to eat. In order to welcome Chu Ming and the others, Xiaomi directly took out a lot of big dishes from the space, as well as some junk food that children like most. When Xiao Siyue saw it, she was very happy. But she still looked at Chu Ming carefully. "Mom, can I eat?" "Yes, but you have to be moderate." "Yeah." Xiao Siyue clapped her hands happily and started eating French fries. Shen Wentao smiled bitterly, took a chair for himself, sat at the table of Mr. Hua and the others, and did not go to Xiaomi and the others. Mr. Hua patted Shen Wentao on the shoulder. "Take your time. You have to learn to accept it." "Yeah, I know, Uncle Hua." Hui Yin smiled bitterly twice, but did not say anything else. After that, Shen Wentao was a little tasteless. After dinner, Xiaomi arranged for them to live on the 3rd floor. Chu Ming took Xiao Siyue to wash up. When the two came down, everyone looked at Xiao Siyue's cute appearance and was very curious. Especially Xiaomi, who hugged Xiao Siyue and started to kiss her crazily. Shen Wentao was so envious. But what could he do? He didn't have the courage to go forward. Nor did he have the face to do so. Just when they were having fun, more than 10 cars came outside the manor. The leading man looked at the big castle in front of him proudly and said to the people around him, "I told you. There is a castle here. I wanted to come and see it before. But Chu Machun, the big devil, didn't give me a chance. Now we brothers live in it directly." "Ha. Howsy, are you sure you want to go in?" "That's right. Howsy, there are lights there. What if we go in and run into that big devil?" "I think we should not go in." Listening to what everyone said, Howsy sneered, "We not only have guns now, but many of them are also superpowers. I don't believe he can beat us. But there must be a lot of people. We have seen 2 cars, and we don't know how many people are here." Howsy looked at everyone impatiently. "Can you stop dithering? Those who dare not go in will disband later." After saying that, the people who were still hesitating before immediately shut up. "You know, Howsy's father is the boss of the police station and can get them a lot of ammunition. To survive in this apocalypse, they can only rely on Howsy." Seeing that everyone no longer had any objections, Howsy waved his hand and said, "Come on, brothers, let's start our carnival." After saying that, he blew the muzzle of the pistol pervertedly. His eyes were full of madness. Ever since his father gave him some guns and ammunition in the apocalypse, he has been doing evil everywhere. And the chaos in recent days has become more chaotic. Howsy has become even more presumptuous. As early as 3 days ago, he began to prepare to come to Chu Machun to cause trouble. They didn't set out until today. The defense of the gate outside is now just what Chu Machun did before. Alarm and laser shooting. There is nothing else. So after Howsy and his team broke through the security system of Chu Machun Manor, they came in directly. But what they didn't expect was that there was a wall inside. But everyone didn't care anymore. After all, they had turned off the defense just now. So everyone confidently climbed over the 3-meter-high wall in front of them. Unexpectedly, the few people who just climbed over fell directly into the big pit and were instantly stabbed to death by the trap below. The rest of the people sat on the wall and dared not move. Halsey shone the flashlight in his hand downward in shock. After seeing the situation below, Halsey widened his eyes in shock. Damn. This Chumachan actually set a trap inside. Fuck. At this time, everyone began to get scared. And they came in from the side. So they didn't see the bridge they set up. Halsey looked around and found that there was no way to get through. And then looked at the boy next to him. Liu Gang. Just throw the car down. Throw that RV. I don't believe it. There is no way to get through today. After saying that, Halsey's face was so ugly. Liu Gang threw the car down as Halsey requested. He was a space-based psychic. And the space was just big enough to fit a caravan. So he put one in the space, which contained all their recent supplies. Liu Gang still felt very reluctant to throw it down now. After all, the things in it were all collected by him with great effort. And many friends and family members had given their lives for this. But now, he had no choice but to leave, as Halsey requested. After throwing the car down, everyone jumped down with the help of the car. 35 people. After getting down, everyone looked at each other. Halsey took out the gun. And everyone followed suit after seeing it. The people inside were not aware of the situation outside. They were even unaware of the upcoming danger. Chapter 143 Battle. Huang Yuxiang, who was sitting on the sofa at the door, frowned and touched Kong Minglang's arm next to him. Captain Kong. Something is wrong. Did you feel the sound of the gun being put on safety just now? He pointed outside. Kong Minglang leaned over to listen. And it seemed to be true. Captain, there seems to be someone outside. Kong Minglang said this when he walked up to Chumachan. So Xiaomi, who was playing with Xiao Siyue, also heard it. How? What's going on outside? Host. I'm checking now. Oops. There are so many people. All holding guns. And they are still 2 meters away from the door. Kong Minglang. Take Chu Ming and Xiao Siyue up. Gu Haoyu. Zhang Chao go put on the equipment. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he quickly helped a father and mother up. Walked towards their room. Chumachan and Huaningshuan also hurried forward. Sent the 4 old people into the room. As soon as they walked to the door of the room, their door was broken open. Several people didn't care about it at all, and quickly sent several people in. Huiyan had already started to control these people at this time. Controlling one of the men. The man gun was instantly aimed at his companion. The people next to him were stunned after seeing the man's actions. What are you doing? Lao Wei. What's wrong with you? At this time, Lao Wei was controlled. And the whole person was like a puppet. And Halsey, who was at the front, was still stunned when he saw the people in the living room. But the next second, he shouted arrogantly, Chumachan, your young master is here to kill you. It has to be said that he was really arrogant. This directly shocked Huang Yuxiang and Qin Shen. Even Shen Yun on the side wanted to applaud this man. Has he been suppressed by Chumachan for a long time? And now he wants to resist? Chu Tingsu directly threw a fireball at Halsey's head. If it weren't for the ice-type psychic behind him, who froze Chu Tingsu fireball, Halsey would have been injured now. Halsey stabilized himself in a panic. Hee. Where is Chumachan? Waste. Why don't you dare to come out when the young master comes? At this time, Chumachan, who had just settled the Hua family couple, came out. He ran to Halsey and kicked him directly. Halsey, do you want to die? I help you. At this time, the man controlled by Hua Yan also completely lost his mind and shot at the person next to him. He killed him directly. The gunshot rang out. And Chang Kui, who had never experienced this, trembled all over, and then forced himself to stabilize his mind. He followed them to attack the invaders. But it must be said that these people are indeed powerful. Qin Shen stood behind and shot at those people with a gun. But unexpectedly, the people in front avoided it. It can be seen that he is a veteran. Chumachan has already been to Halsey's side, pinching Halsey's neck with his right hand and approaching Halsey. His eyes are very red. You, let go of me, Chumachan, you're looking for death, ah! As Halsey screamed, Chumachan twisted Halsey's head off and threw it at those people. He looked at everyone coldly, full of anger. A middle-aged man saw this and said hurriedly, Chu family boy, let's leave now. Today's incident is just our recklessness. Give us directly a face. What do you think? What do you say? Hee, you go out sideways. After Chumachan finished speaking, he started to attack these people directly. After Chumachan finished speaking, Xiaomi knew his attitude and did not hide it. He used all his strength to quickly harvest the lives of these invaders. Although the strength gap between the two sides was relatively large, there were many people on the opposite side. For a while. Except Xiaomi and Chumachin. Everyone else was more or less injured. Even the little guy Chu Tingsu was shot in the arm. After seeing this, Xiaomi's face turned cold. The man was clearly about to shoot at her. But he changed direction at the last second. He shot directly at Chu Tingsu. But they were far away from Chu Tingsu, so they couldn't save him. Chu Tingsu's reaction was also very fast, and he dodged to the side, so only his arm was injured. Su, go up. Xiaomi ran directly towards the man after she finished speaking. She was very fast and reached the man in a breath. Then he punched him and killed him directly. At this time, Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao also came down from above and joined the battle directly. As soon as they arrived, they saw several people holding guns, aiming at Chumachin and shooting continuously. Chumachin had to dodge continuously. He couldn't shoot at all. He was even injured. The two didn't dare to delay for a moment and shot quickly. Anyway, the whole equipment was bulletproof, so they were not afraid at all. They ran directly towards those who kept shooting. After dealing with 7 people, he ran towards the man standing on the wall and shooting. When they reached the wall, the two looked at each other, flew up the 3-meter-high wall, and then quickly attacked, throwing the man directly off the wall. There was no time to deal with these people now, so they could only use the simplest and crudest method. After quickly solving the problem, the two went back again. On this side, after Xiaomi saw the man who had just plotted against Chu Tingsu, he barely avoided the shooting from behind, and then took out the electric baton from the space. He waved it at the man closest to him. Outside the manor, the man who was operating the computer was sweating profusely. He quickly started the car and left. While starting the car, he saved the video just recorded and drove away quickly. Xiaomi and the others didn't know that the man had left. And then these people gave them a heavy blow. Of course, this is all later. At this time, everyone was doing their best to deal with these invaders. Basically, half of them had been solved, but the remaining ones were some with supernatural powers. Therefore, it was not so easy to deal with them. Chumachin and Xiaomi kept shuttling in the crowd. Shen Yun was in a panic to save the situation, but she didn't dare to show her head often. After all, she didn't have the confidence to avoid the shooting of these people. What everyone didn't expect was Ouyang Qi. He attacked very quickly, and recent practice has allowed him to throw out a 1.5-meter long vine. If he swung the vine to wrap around a person, that person would soon die of suffocation. The vines in his other hand could often roll away their guns, and saved everyone several times at critical moments. The one who saved the most was Huiningshuan. Huiningshuan was very reckless when attacking, and the whole person was like a reckless man, rushing towards the people in front of him regardless of anything. He didn't care about the bullets shot at him, and the attacks of those superpowers. Anyway, it's just one word. Reckless. Therefore, Ouyang Qi could only stay by her side and protect her. At this time, the people controlled by Hui Yin had been beaten to death by their companions. They didn't understand why he became a puppet, and the whole person was like a demon. Everyone felt that this place was scary. Therefore, several people have already started to run outside. Among them are the few people who hesitated just now. They didn't want to come in the first place. And now seeing this scene, they all collapsed and looked at Chumachin and others with fear. Chapter 144, Rebellion. Chumachin, don't chase after a desperate enemy. We have already admitted defeat to you. Do you still want to continue? The middle-aged man hid behind the stone pillar, roaring with bloodshot eyes. His face was full of hatred for Chumachin. Chumachin sneered twice. Uh-huh. You deserve it. I am the one who troubled you? Aren't you rushing to die? After hearing this, the middle-aged man's face was very ugly. He said hatefully, I don't know what compensation Mr. Chu wants. You killed our director's son. I'm afraid it will be difficult for you to explain to him. And everyone present, one by one, the status of the parents is not low. Are you sure you want to go against us? It seems that we are already enemies now. Right? Chumachin said to the middle-aged man while taking action. He knew that the identities of these people were not simple, so he couldn't let them have the opportunity to leave. At this time, a curly-haired girl rushed directly towards Chumachin. Boss Chu, I just want to see your beautiful face. Boss Chu, give me a chance and make friends? She was about to pull Chumachin's arm. Yes, this woman was going to use the honey trap on Chumachin. But before she took 2 steps, she was kicked away by Chu Machin. What a monster. After saying that, she looked at Xiaomi as if to ask for credit. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin with appreciation. Just with this look, Chu Machin seemed to have been injected with chicken blood and started to attack the people in front of him again. Xiaomi, who had just given Chu Machin an encouraging look, did not expect it to have this effect. The woman who was kicked away by Chu Machin spit out a mouthful of blood and fainted directly. The middle-aged man saw that he could not persuade Chu Machin at all, and he began to despair. He could predict that they would all die here today. Thinking of this, the man's face was full of despair. Finally, he gritted his teeth, and the man's eyes were full of the pleasure of revenge. Yes, he thought of the hacker who stayed outside. He would definitely spread the news of their death. As long as it was spread, these people would definitely die. Thinking of this, the man showed a perverted smile on his face. He walked out directly from behind the pillar, pointed the gun at himself. Chu Machin, I'm waiting for you to come down to accompany me. Ha ha ha. Bang. The man committed suicide in front of Chu Machin. This scene confused everyone. Chu Machin guessed something from the man's words and hurriedly said, leave one alive and get rid of the rest. But what he didn't expect was that after he finished speaking, a man directly shot the people present. The speed was very fast, and they didn't even have a chance to rescue these people. After all the shooting, the man looked at Chu Machin and smiled mockingly. Chu Machin knew that this man was also going to commit suicide, but he didn't know a lot of things. So he stepped forward quickly and prepared to save him. But the man shot himself directly at the temple. It happened so suddenly that everyone was a little stunned. Host, the man in front of you on the left is not dead. He has already hidden himself and is ready to escape when he has a chance. Got it. Xiaomi gave Chu Machin a look after she finished speaking, and pointed at the man Hao mentioned. Chu Machin nodded, stepped forward and kicked the gun out of the man's hand. Then he squatted down. Get up. Tell me, how many people are there outside? The man slowly opened his eyes and looked at Chu Machin carefully. Boss Chu, give me a chance. I didn't want to come. Really? Chu Machin looked at the man coldly. Are there any more people outside? I don't know. I really don't know. As if he was afraid that Chu Machin would not believe it. The man raised his hands to guarantee it. Really? Boss Chu, I really don't know. They don't let us get involved in many things. Really? Chu Machin believed that what this man said was true. But now they can't trust anyone randomly. So Chu Machin is not going to keep anyone. Just as he was about to attack, Xiaomi said. Chu Machin, wait a minute. Then he stepped forward and looked at the man. Who are you? Why are you gathered together? Why are you here today? Xiaomi was going to interrogate the man first to see if he could get anything out of him. Who made them have no information now? And they didn't know the purpose of this group of people. Especially since there might be someone outside to support them. Xiaomi felt that they had to be careful. Avoid any possible danger. After Xiaomi's voice fell, the man on the ground changed his face. And then quickly said, I just follow brother how to make a living. Really? I really don't know what they want to do. Xiaomi looked at the man and always felt that it was not that simple. But he didn't look like he was hiding anything. How did you get in? I don't know. We waited at the door for a while. Brother Hao said so. And we came in. Chu Machin frowned. Did all of you come in? I don't know. We don't dare to ask about Brother Hao's affairs. Especially his arrangements. Hearing this, Chu Machin had already guessed. And was basically certain that there must be hackers over there. Otherwise, it would be impossible to break his defense. Forget the laser array. The alarm didn't sound. Which means that the man's technology is better than his. But he is not a professional hacker. And he only has a simple understanding of the defense settings. Which can't be said to be very strong. Thinking of this, Chu Machin frowned even deeper. Boss Chu, what I said is true. Don't look at me like that. I'm flustered. The man is really panicking now. He is a bit of a playboy. But he cherishes his life very much. His life is in danger now. Of course, he quickly admitted his mistake. After all, just to stay alive, he quietly pulled a dead person over and hid under that person. Chu Machin glanced at the cowardly man in front of him, stood up straight, and said coldly, Want to live? The man nodded frantically. Okay. What can I give you in exchange for your life? I don't have anything to exchange. I'm just an ordinary person. Otherwise, I go find my parents. My dad has a lot of supplies. Really? I'm not lying to you. Xiaomi's face was full of black lines. She was really curious now. How did this guy get together with Brother Hao? I always felt that this guy was cutely stupid. It gave me a headache just looking at him. Take this drone back and release it directly. Where are you now? After Xiaomi finished speaking, the man looked at Chu Machin. His eyes asked whether he should say it or not. Chu Machin nodded directly at the man. After getting Chu Machin permission, the man said, "We have occupied our community now. And the nearby supermarkets are also ours. Brother Hao's father gave us all the guns and ammunition from their police station." So, the man didn't dare to say the rest. Chapter 145 Prepare for Revenge. After the man finished speaking, Chu Machin's face became much uglier. Even though he was mentally prepared before, he was still a little angry when facing these things. Xiaomi naturally saw that Chu Machin's mood had changed. He stepped forward and patted Chu Machin's shoulder. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi comfortingly, then turned to look at the man in front of him. "How many people are you now?" "I don't know. Just people from our community. And some of their own thugs. I don't know the number." After the man finished speaking, he lowered his head directly. The main reason was that Chu Machin's face was too ugly. And he was afraid. Xiaomi saw that this man really didn't know anything. So he handed the baseball-sized drone in his hand that he had exchanged with the system to the man. "Okay. You go. There is poison on it. Find a suitable place to put it out. Otherwise you will be poisoned to death." After Xiaomi finished speaking slowly, he looked at the man with a cold look. The man was frightened and threw the drone in his hand to the ground. You really have no martial ethics. How could you do this? I've been miserable enough. And you're still like this." After saying that, he cried in grievance. This shocked Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin in shock, with an unbelievable look on her face. This man, I'm afraid his brain is not working well. Chu Machin also looked at the man in front of him in a wordless way. It's hard to imagine that a man in his 20s can cry like this. Looking at the man angrily, Chu Machin said coldly, "Okay. You go out by yourself. It's just right to leave with injuries. It's more credible." At this time, the hacker who had already left was driving a car in a panic, rushing to their community. What Chu Machin and others didn't know was that it was because of this man's cowardice that he left directly that he didn't receive the subsequent pictures. So he didn't spread their conspiracy. Ah, what conspiracy? It's a plan. After Chu Machin spoke, the man said carefully, How should I get out?" "Go out by myself." After Chu Machin finished speaking, he ignored the man. The man got up from the ground in fear and ran forward. After running 2 steps, he turned around again and looked at them and said, "That, you have a trap. I can't get through." After speaking, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chu Machin. He was really panicking now. Chu Machin's eyes were really scary. It made him panic just looking at him. But he really couldn't get through the big pit just now. So he could only ask for help. Xiaomi put down the suspension bridge. After the man saw it, his eyes lit up and he ran towards the opening quickly, not daring to delay for a moment. He was really weak now. He had never thought that he would have a chance to confront Chu Machin before. At this time, the man finally understood the advice of his family. But he had offended Chu Machin. There was no way to change it. Thinking about the man made her feel desperate. And she ran out of the manor quickly. She didn't dare to look back at Chu Machin and the others. After the man left, Xiaomi ordered everyone to heal their wounds. And she and Chu Machin dug out the crystal core. Then they gathered all the bodies. Then they turned and went in. After entering, Xiaomi looked at the wounds on Chu Machin's body. And her face changed. "Chu Machin, you started again. Didn't you? Why do you still go when you are injured?" Chu Machin didn't wait for Xiaomi to finish her words, and directly pulled Xiaomi into his arms. "It's my fault. But I don't want to see you face these things by yourself. Come in and treat my wounds. Okay? It hurts." After saying that, she looked at Xiaomi pitifully. Xiaomi's anger was immediately eliminated, and she was no longer angry. "Okay. Go in, and I apply medicine for you." After saying that, Xiaomi walked directly inside, and Chu Machin followed immediately. Dare not say anything. After all, Xiaomi said nothing now. If he doesn't know better, he will appear too immature. After entering, Xiaomi treated the wound on Chu Machin's arm. when Xiaomi saw Chu Mochen's arm full of old wounds. His face was full of heartache. Chi-Chi. It's okay. I know. Shut up. After that, he continued to treat the wound on Chu Mochen's arm. Chu Mochen sat there like a little wife. Dare not say anything. Very obedient. Chin Chen whispered to Kong Minglang, Captain Kong. The captain is really scared now. Haha. It's a pity that this scene can't be filmed. Here you go. Kong Minglang handed the phone to Chin Chen. Indicated him to hurry up. Chin Chen rolled his eyes. Do you think I don't? I don't dare. Okay. After that, he threw the phone back. Now they can accept any changes in Chu Mochen, and no longer make a fuss like before. After all, Chu Mochen's image as a wife's slave has been deeply rooted in people's minds. After returning, the hacker here quickly took the things he filmed to Haozi father, who is also the manager of this area. Director Chen, take a look first. The man was not afraid of what Chen Han would do to him. As a hacker, Chen Han would need him in the future. As long as he was still valuable, nothing would happen. Just as Chen Han was about to ask why his son didn't come back with him, he saw the computer he handed over and took it over. He frowned slightly, not knowing what this man was doing. After opening the video, Chen Han didn't have any expression at first, until he saw Chu Mochen quickly appear beside his son and twisted his son's head off. When he saw this, Chen Han began to tremble all over. His eyes turned red, and he looked up at the man with a bad look in his eyes. You just look at it like this? Chen Han said it with gritted teeth, his face full of murderous intent. The man was not afraid of Chen Han, and he had recovered from the fear just now. What can I do? There are so many of them, and I can't win. No one came back? I don't know. I didn't dare to stay any longer. If I wait any longer, I will die. After the man finished speaking, Chen Han's expression changed. You go down first. I still have use for the video. Get out. Chen Han is now very irritable. Even if Chen Hao is his most disappointing son, he is still his son. After the man left, Chen Han took out the pager and kept calling different people. Half an hour later, 30 or 40 people gathered in Chen Han's office. These people are the parents of those who went out today. After Chen Han played the video, he looked at Chu Mochen and others in the video with a gloomy look. We set off in an hour. It's up to you whether you want to go or not. I'm going to cut off Chu Mochen's head today. Director Chen. I go. I go too. And me. In an instant, more than half of the people present wanted to go. They had seen their children die in the video, and they wanted to take revenge. Many people's eyes were red, and a few even fainted. The hatred of the crowd towards Chu Mochen can be said to have reached its peak. However, some people who still had reason were very hesitant at this time. They couldn't leave everyone's lives in Chu Mochen's house. They had seen the strength of those people. It was harder than climbing to the sky to deal with Chu Mochen and his group. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses took off his glasses and said lightly, I won't go. Director Chen. My brother deserves it. After that, the man left. Those who were originally hesitant, after the man left, also confirmed their original ideas. I leave now. Director Chen. I go too. My wife is still waiting. After 8 people left, the rest of them wanted to go, and some didn't dare to leave. Chen Han's face looked a little better. Chapter 146 Slowly Discovering. Gather the people. We will set off in an hour. After Chen Han finished speaking, the people present slowly left, leaving his eldest son Chen Xiao. Dad, my suggestion is to let them go, and our people will stay behind. After Chen Xiao finished speaking, Chen Han nodded directly. Well, that's what I think. I can't see through the strength of Chu Mochen and that woman. They are both very strong. Chen Han's face darkened, and Chen Xiao turned the pen in his hand and fell into deep thought. We must solve them as soon as possible, and can't give them the opportunity to grow stronger. Chen Xiao looked at his father and said in a deep voice. Chen Han nodded in agreement. I know. But I'm afraid we can't deal with them in our current situation. They are very strong. After Chen Han finished speaking, his face became very gloomy. Chen Xiao thought for a while and said, How about using the new weapons in our bureau? Okay. But have you thought about what will happen after using them? We may not be able to explain it later, and it will definitely attract the attention of the higher-ups. After Chen Han finished speaking, Chen Xiao looked at Chu Mochen in the video with a gloomy look in his eyes. After a long time, he said, Are there any other ways? Chin Han did not speak for a long time. Okay. Go get it. Chin Han looked at his son back as he left. Feeling very complicated. He sighed deeply. I hope there will be no accidents. After the voice fell, Chin Han turned around and sat on the sofa, watching the actions of Chu Machin and others in the video. His expression gradually became serious. I'm afraid it's not easy to deal with, Chin Han murmured. After speaking, the whole person was in a very low mood. Even though Chen Hao was not liked by him, Chin Han still couldn't accept Chen Hao's death. When he was angry just now, he wanted to kill Chu Machin directly to avenge his son. But now he has calmed down slowly. He knows that it is difficult, even unlikely. Even if he uses the newly arrived mortar, he is afraid that he will not be able to seriously injure Chu Machin. If Chu Machin cannot be eliminated this time, it will be more difficult in the future. After Chen Xiao came back, Chen Han looked at Chen Xiao and warned him directly, Son, you are not allowed to go. These people are not simple. Go back now and pretend that you don't know about this matter. Do you hear me? Chen Xiao, who wanted to refute, chose to listen to his father after seeing Chen Han warning eyes and serious face. Go back to sleep and pretend that you don't know about this action. On this side, Chu Machin was strengthening the defense network. When Xiaomi came over, she saw Chu Machin frowning and looking at the computer screen. When she got closer, she knew that Chu Machin was worried about the reinforcement. Why? Can't you do it? Well, I'm not a professional. Only those in our team are good at it. So now I can only do it myself. Xiaomi smiled. Look for me. Chu Machin looked up at Xiaomi in shock, trying to tell from Xiaomi's face whether he was joking or not. Looking at Xiaomi's serious look, Chu Machin laughed directly. Chi-Chi, is there anything else I don't know? Xiaomi raised her chin proudly. There are many. Just discover them slowly. Looking at Xiaomi's arrogant look, Chu Machin smiled. Then I leave it to you. Well, don't worry. They will definitely arrange people to come over later. You go to strengthen the defense around the manor. I know. Kong Mingliang has already taken them there. Xiaomi nodded and started to operate directly. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's slender fingers, constantly tapping on the keyboard. Very quickly. And soon, a series of characters appeared on the computer screen. It was obvious at a glance that Xiaomi's strength was not low. Seeing that there was no problem here, Chu Machin also went to see the surrounding defense. Xiaomi just got started and found that Chu Machin defense had many loopholes. After patching the loopholes, he quickly reinforced it. Her intuition told her that those people were probably coming soon. When Chu Ming came down, she saw that they were all busy. She walked up to Xiaomi and said, Miss Xiao, is there anything I can do? No. You will take the Hua family's parents and Xiao Siyue to the basement later. Don't come out before we go to find you, Xiaomi said while typing quickly on the keyboard with both hands. Knowing that they were all very busy now, Chu Ming didn't say much and went upstairs to bring Xiao Siyue down. Then he walked towards the basement with the Hua family couple and the Hua housekeeper couple. Before going down, he also took some food. After all, I don't know how long I will stay, so it's better to prepare more. Hui Yin had already left the mountain, and in the community at the foot of the mountain, the zombies kept moving towards the entrance of the community. The people in the community were afraid to speak, and they were in a panic. And these zombies were controlled by Hui Yin. He planned to build a zombie defense array at the foot of the mountain, which would stop some people no matter what. The zombies in the entire community, plus those nearby, were gathered by Hui Yin at the foot of the mountain. After the people in the community found that the zombies had left, they became excited and came out to find supplies. For a while, the whole community was very lively, and it was because of this action. Many survivors survived in this community. While they were preparing, Chen Han also began to prepare to bring people to take revenge. And the person who was arranged before had also returned home. Because of fear, the man went directly back to his home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw his parents and sister in the living room, with heavy faces. Mom, Dad, Sister, why don't you rest? After hearing the man's words, the three stood up from the sofa. Son, you are finally back. Did you go to find Chu Machin at night? How many people are back? When the man heard his mother's words, he knew that there must be someone outside and had told the situation inside. But he had already released the drone. There is no way now. Yes, he released the drone as soon as he entered the community. Whenever he thought of what Xiaomi said about the poison on it, He felt uncomfortable all over. He was afraid that there was something real. And then, he would be in trouble. Therefore, when he arrived at the gate of the community, he released the drone directly. It just seemed that the situation was not good. Mom and Dad. What do you mean? How did you know that we went to find Shumachin? Zhang Liang. Tell me the truth. How did you come back? Why can you come back when Chen Hao is dead? Looking at his father, who was interrogating him, Zhang Liang began to panic. Dad. Let's go up and talk. Okay. Dad. Save your son. Woo. He just turned 24 this year. And he is timid. Zhang Kuan looked at his son's useless appearance. And his temples throbbed. Come up. After that, Zhang Kuan went straight upstairs. Zhang Liang followed his father, and walked upstairs quickly. On the way, he kept thinking about what he should say. To tell the truth or... Chapter 147 Who is the Hunter? Go ahead. Zhang Kuan looked at his son, who was not doing well in front of him, and said calmly. Zhang Liang thought for a long time, and decided to tell the truth. So he told Chen Hao's plan. The fact that they were wiped out. And the fact that he was threatened by Chu Machin and released a drone. He told them all. After listening, Zhang Kuan collapsed in the chair. He didn't say a word for a long time. Zhang Liang was too guilty to look at his father, and lowered his head, like a husky who made a mistake. A few minutes later, Zhang Kuan looked up. You are the only one who came out among you who went in. Right? Yes. Only me. The rest are all dead? After saying that, Zhang Liang began to tremble. Thinking of the scene he saw when he was discovered by them just now, Zhang Liang couldn't control the trembling in his heart. Just pretend you don't know. You fainted. And when you woke up, they all left. There were dead people around you. Did you know? Dad, do they know the situation over there now? Yes. Chen Han has organized people to kill Chu Machin and his men. Zhang Liang's eyes widened in horror. No. Can't go. They are simply not human. They are too strong. We can't be their opponents. Chen Han won't listen. We won't participate. And the 8 families won't participate either. You can't hide your return. Think about what to say. They will definitely gather later. Can I not go? After saying that, Zhang Liang looked at Zhang Kuan expectantly. Zhang Kuan looked at his disappointing son. And he was so angry. Look at Chu Machin nephew. So young. He can deal with a lot of people. Look at yourself. What can you bear? The more he talked, the more unfair Zhang Kuan felt. Other people's sons are so powerful. What about him? What kind of thing did he give birth to? Not disappointing at all. He only knows how to cause trouble. Zhang Liang. I tell you, you have to go even if you don't ask for it. There is no room for rebuttal. After saying that, Zhang Kuan went out of the study directly. Now he still has a lot of things to arrange. He needs to think carefully about what to say later. How can he save his son? Among so many people, only his son survived. I am afraid that their anger will be directed at his son. Not to mention his son. He himself may not be able to bear it. And here, Hao started recording the video after Zhang Liang released the drone. After seeing a group of people gathered in a square, Hao quickly sent the picture to Xiaomi and began to operate the drone around the community. After grasping all the situations, he stared at the people gathered together. Host. Haha. Look at what I took pictures of. After saying that, he projected everything he had taken pictures on the screen in the system. While Xiaomi was repairing the defense loopholes, he entered the system with his consciousness and looked at the things Hao had taken pictures of. After seeing those people gathered together, Xiaomi sneered. It seems that the people who are sending their heads are here. And we can upgrade again. Host. You look so scary now. After saying that, Hao's mechanical arm couldn't help but shrink. And his whole face was full of fear. Hao. Do you think I can? Snap you. Woo. Don't. Host. Hao is still very useful. You see? I will be able to upgrade soon. And then the host will have unexpected gains. Xiaomi smiled. It was just to tease this little guy. So naturally, he wouldn't say anything else. Keep an eye on those people. And tell me when they are about to get here. Okay. Host. The tone was as flattering as it could be. Xiaomi started to get goosebumps all over his body after hearing it. Hao. Be normal. Host. I'm not normal now. Am I still your little cutie? Hee. I've never been. Get out of here. If Hao Hao wasn't needed to monitor those people, Xiaomi would have wanted to lock Hao Hao up in a dark room. That voice gave her goosebumps. Hao Hao stopped when he saw the good, and didn't do anything else. He just stared at those people quietly. Chu Machin and his team found a few good sniping points. So Qin Chen and Kong Mingliang and others set up an ambush at the sniping points. Captain Kong. Will someone really come over later? After Qin Chen finished speaking, Kong Mingliang rolled his eyes. You really need to relearn your reconnaissance class. It's such an obvious thing. Qin Chen decisively chose to shut up. I didn't even dare to look at Kong Mingliang. I was so nervous. Kong Mingliang looked at Qin Chen and said, It's no use not saying anything. I will discuss it with the captain after tonight's incident is over. After saying that, Kong Mingliang simply ignored Qin Chen. Qin Chen didn't dare to resist, let alone defend himself. After Hao Hao confirmed that they were coming, Xiaomi quickly contacted Chu Machin. Chu Machin. It's me. Those people are gathering and preparing to come. Okay. I know. How is your side now? Almost. The end? Finishing. Chu Machin smiled. Chi-Chi is great. I have arranged it here. I will go to Huiyin now to see how he is preparing. Okay. Hang up. After saying that, Xiaomi hung up directly. Chu Machin smiled very dotingly. And after hanging up, he quickly took the car out of the space and went down the mountain to find Huiyin. After everything was arranged, everyone quietly waited for those people to arrive. At this time, Qin Xiao stood by the window very nervously, frowning, and the bad feeling became more and more obvious. Even now his breathing became a little rapid. And Qin Han in the car looked at the night in the distance with a serious face. The middle-aged man next to him looked at Qin Han. Director Qin, what are you thinking about? This is not your style. The man's joking words did not make Qin Han feel relaxed. And he even didn't know why his expression became more tense. Nothing. Seeing that Qin Han didn't want to say more. The man thought that Qin Han didn't want to say more because of his son's death. So he didn't say anything more. Little did he know that Qin Han felt that they might not return this time. So he became anxious. The closer they got to the manor, the more obvious Qin Han felt bad. But thinking of his youngest son who died tragically, Qin Han gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. At this time, Qin Han thought that at most he could exchange Chu Machin life. But at least he could ensure that his eldest son was alive. Even in Kyoto, his eldest son would be someone no one could mess with. He felt it was worth it. Xiaomi was also very nervous at this time. He had seen the mortar just now, and was now anxiously looking for Chu Machin to discuss countermeasures. When Chu Machin saw those things, he instantly had an idea. Chapter 148 Looking for Helpers. What is your maximum strength? Zhang Chao and Gu Haoyu both looked at Xiaomi. It's not that they are bad. It's just that this equipment has too many functions, and they haven't familiarized themselves with all of them yet. Xiaomi knew they didn't know when she saw their expressions. It should be 100 kilograms. Chu Machin heard Xiaomi's words and looked at Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao with a warning. Then you can't just move the mortar over. There is another way. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows and looked at Chu Machin after she finished speaking. You can't. Chu Machin refused directly. Xiaomi shrugged. There is only this way. Xiaomi meant that Gu Haoyu or Zhang Chao should take her directly down to put the mortar into the space. But Chu Machin felt it was very dangerous. So as soon as Xiaomi opened her mouth, he directly rejected Xiaomi's proposal and began to think about other ways. Don't think about it. There is no better way than this. And this way is the safest. Chu Machin naturally knew. But this means exposing the space. After thinking for a second, Chu Machin said directly, Okay. Shao Si and I will go. This is the bottom line. Chi-Chi. Xiaomi knew Chu Machin's insistence and understood that no matter what, it must be Chu Machin who went today, and he would definitely not agree to her going. So she agreed directly. Okay. You go. Pay attention to safety. Go and come back quickly. Zhang Chao will create chaos to buy time for you. Captain. I can do it. After Zhang Chao finished speaking, he looked at Chu Machin expectantly. Okay. Okay. Zhang Chao was happy to get Chu Machin permission and left quickly, fearing that Chu Machin would refuse him at any time. Xiaomi, who was originally going to go with Zhang Chao, stared blankly at Zhang Chao back as he left. He was very upset. Okay. Since this is the case, forget it. I'd better stay here to guard the base camp. Xiaomi thought helplessly. Chi-Chi, I leave this to you. Shusi. Let's go! After Chu Machin finished speaking, Gu Haoyu picked up Chu Machin and flew away directly. After the two left, Xiaomi began to watch the images sent back by the drone, and kept a close eye on those people, in case of any mistakes. And here Gu Haoyu took Chu Machin directly, and landed on the building next to the group of convoys. Chu Machin sensed it, and found that it was not possible. The distance was too far. Fly lower over the two cars behind. Wait for me to tighten the space, and then increase the distance. Okay, boss. But, boss, can it work? It's not that Gu Haoyu doubted it, but mainly because Shen Wentao often put things in front of him, and every time he had to touch the things before he could put them in. Naturally, he didn't believe that Chu Machin could put things in the air. Chu Machin was too lazy to explain and said directly, "No problem. Just follow my instructions and avoid the attacks." "Okay, boss. Watch." Haha. After that, Gu Haoyu took Chu Machin and flew towards the convoy. On the other hand, Zhang Chao also started to attack the vehicles in front. Because they were directly in the air, it was difficult to deal with them. Chen Han commanded everyone to attack Zhang Chao with an ugly face. But their ammunition was useless to Zhang Chao. Even in many cases, the ammunition bounced directly to their own camp, directly causing the death of their own people. Chen Han's face changed drastically. He knew that these people were powerful, but he didn't expect them to be so powerful. They couldn't even deal with one person. For a moment, Chen Han began to fear. And the bad feeling before came again. Everyone get off the car and fight back. After Chen Han finished speaking, everyone got off the car. At the moment the car stopped, Gu Haoyu took Chu Machin down. Chu Machin waved his hand and directly put their 3 mortars into the space. By the way, he also took away the ammunition. As soon as everyone saw what was going on, Chu Machin and Gu Haoyu had already left. They didn't even have a chance to attack. When Chen Han saw Chu Machin, he became furious. "Aim at Chu Machin. Whoever kills Chu Machin, I give him 100 kilograms of supplies." Everyone who heard this immediately started to act. You know, now that Chen Han has control of the supplies, 100 kilograms of supplies are really tempting. It's no less than 1 million before the end of the world. So those superpowers started to attack immediately. The soldier in charge of the mortar jumped out of the car, excitedly, and prepared to install the mortar. But after opening the car, everyone was dumbfounded. The empty carriage simply stunned them. What? What's going on? It's over. We're dead. Captain, what should we do? Will we be killed? Everyone looked at their captain in panic. But at this time, the captain's face was not much better. And the captain was trembling all over. His eyes were full of fear. Fuck. How would I know? Damn. Weird. Then, as if he had thought of something, the captain slapped his forehead and ran towards Chen Han. "Director Chen. It's over. Director Chen." Hoo-hoo. He ran to Chen Han breathlessly. After taking a breath, the captain looked at Chen Han carefully and said, "Director Chen. Just now after Chu Machin passed in front of our car, our things were gone." After saying that, he lowered his head with a look of despair. Chen Han was really going to die of anger now. There was no chance of winning in the first place. And the only weapon with strong lethality was taken away. What chance of winning now? Looking at the captain gloomily, Chen Han couldn't say a word for a long time. Xiaomi, who was monitoring these people, thought that Chen Han would not come again this time, and would definitely leave directly. But what he didn't expect was that after a long time, Chen Han looked grimly at the direction where Chu Machin left. "I'm going to avenge Hao Hao. You can choose whether to go or not." Chen Han now has only one thought, which is to die with Chu Machin, to avenge his younger son, and to eliminate all threats to his older son. It has to be said that Chen Han is really a good father. It's just that he is a bit of a failure as a man. In addition, he met Chu Machin and his men, so he is destined to die on the spot. Xiaomi heard what they said and sneered. "Come if you want. I'm afraid of you." You really don't know how to live or die. Without watching the video again, Xiaomi went out and waited for those people to arrive. At this time, Jin Xiao was looking for someone to help his father get rid of Chu Machin and his group. And the place he went to was where the largest black forces in the city gathered. If Chu Machin saw it, he would know that this was the place where they took the weapons before. Jin Xiao was blindfolded and went in. After entering the yard, someone took off the cloth on his eyes. "Hey, Isn't this Director Chen eldest son? How come you have time to come to my shabby place? Are you going to send us in to operate the sewing machine? Uncle Xian is joking. My nephew needs help with something. I wonder if Uncle Xian has time to listen to my nephew's words. Qin Zhao's attitude can be said to be extremely good. Therefore, Xian Zhirong directly raised his hand and motioned the people around him to go down. Chapter 149 Seeking Death. Uncle Xian, please finish reading this first, and then we will talk in detail. As he said this, Qin Zhao handed the video that the hacker brought back to Xian Zhirong. Xian Zhirong's eyes were full of questions, but he didn't say anything. He just took the phone from Qin Zhao and started to read the content. When he saw Chu Mochen, Xian Zhirong raised his eyebrows. Oh, isn't this Chu Mochen? He and Chu Mochen can be said to have a feud, which is basically known to everyone in the entire Beijing city. Therefore, Qin Zhao knew that as long as Xian Zhirong saw Chu Mochen, this matter would be settled. Sure enough, Xian Zhirong didn't continue to watch and directly gave the phone to Qin Zhao. What Xian Zhirong didn't know was that it was because of his negligence that he directly ruined the lives of all his men. And Qin Zhao seized Xian Zhirong's hatred for Chu Mochen. So he directly gave him the video. I agree with what you said. How many people do you have? We went with more than 200 people, 100 of whom are superpowers. We have enough weapons and several mortars. When Xian Zhirong heard Qin Zhao's last words, his face was full of joy of revenge. Okay. After saying 3 okay words in a row, Xian Zhirong said to the people next to him, Go, gather our people, and set off in half an hour. Yes. But, boss, our weapons. Seeing that they should not have many weapons, Qin Zhao was very confused, but did not say anything. It doesn't matter. We still have some. Xian Zhirong smiled. Director Chen is still powerful. Our weapons depend on my nephew. No problem. You send someone to go with me to get it now. I still have to protect our base camp, so I won't go. Xian Zhirong was still immersed in the joy that Qin Zhao could provide them with weapons, so he did not see the flash of guilt in Qin Zhao's eyes. But the third boss next to him saw it. He just wanted weapons, so he did not say anything to stop him at this time. After Qin Zhao left, the man immediately leaned over to Xian Zhirong's ear and told him what he had just seen and what he suspected. I knew it wasn't that simple. Our people can go, and the weapons they gave us, bring back 2/3. Third brother, you go in person and say we are going to send 500 people. Okay, boss. I just don't know which bastard took our weapons. Xian Zhirong's face became very cold. He had previously suspected that it was a space-based psychic under his command, but now he had interrogated all of them and found nothing. Therefore, his previous suspicion was overturned. But he still had no idea who took it away. Sooner or later, I will find out and skin him alive. The expression on Xian Zhirong's face was so ugly. Everyone watching couldn't help but tremble. After Xian Zhirong finished speaking, he looked at everyone and warned, some things. You just keep them in your heart. No matter when this disaster ends. You just hold it in until you die. Do you understand? After speaking, he looked at the people present. He always felt that some of these people were no longer interested in him. It's just that he couldn't find out who it was. Xian Zhirong, who could become the boss, was naturally not a simple person. His premonition was actually very accurate. Their second-in-command was indeed not thinking right. The second-in-command was an undercover of the police for nearly 10 years. If it weren't for this Doomsday, they would not be far from closing the net. Therefore, he didn't know what to do now. Especially when he saw Qin Zhao today. He didn't expect that his boss's son actually came to ask Xian Zhirong for help. This directly gave up the idea of looking for Chen Han. At the same time, he was also very glad that he didn't tell Chen Han about his identity here before. Now he was confused. Therefore, he didn't plan to participate in tonight's action. Boss, I'm not feeling well today, so I won't participate. Please be careful. Xian Zhirong frowned at his expression. What's going on? Old Tan. This doesn't seem like you. Tan Lin smiled bitterly. I'm old and not in good health. Seeing Tan Lin say this, Xian Zhirong didn't say anything. But after Tan Lin left, he looked at his men behind him. He motioned to follow and keep an eye on Tan Lin. Now Xian Zhirong doesn't want to trust anyone except his own confidants. The third in command, Mao Cheng, looked at Tan Lin who was leaving, and leaned over to Xian Zhirong. Boss, are you starting to doubt Tanlin now? I doubt everyone. After Xian Zhirong finished speaking, he went out and began to organize people to get weapons. Mao Cheng followed behind Xian Zhirong. Brother, you don't doubt me too, do you? What do you think? After Xian Zhirong finished speaking, he rolled his eyes and ignored Mao Cheng. Mao Cheng patted his chest, looking relieved. It's okay. It's this Tanlin. I really think there's something wrong with him. You finally woke up. Xian Zhirong didn't want to respond to Mao Cheng at all. Not because he really believed in Tanlin. It's just that for so many years, Tanlin really didn't do anything to harm them. He also watched for a long time in the past few years. But Tanlin really didn't have any problems. So this dispelled his doubts. After everyone left, Xian Zhirong looked at Mao Cheng. Today's things are very strange. You don't have to go. Just let the people below go. Well, I just wanted to say that you agreed so readily. I thought you didn't notice it. I can see that. That kid thought I was so easy to deceive? I don't know what it means. And here, Chen Xiao left with a relaxed look on his face, thinking that he could finally get rid of Chu Machen. It was also a revenge for his disappointing brother. After returning, he took out all the remaining weapons and gave them to Xian Zhirong men who followed him. But Chen Xiao was very curious why none of the three heads came. But he didn't dare to ask, fearing to arouse the suspicion of these people. On this side, Chen Han's impassioned words still aroused the anger of most people, and they all vowed to deal with Chu Machen. Revenge for their children. Of course, some of them just wanted to do Chen Han a favor through this matter. So the group set off again and drove towards the manor. They didn't know that they were ready there, just waiting for them to go and catch them all. Even now they have come down from the manor and ambushed in the middle of the mountain. If I didn't want them to destroy the manor, I would be sitting on the sofa waiting now. Xiaomi complained while slurping a sip of milk tea. Sweets can still make people happy. Chen Chen, who was standing on the tree above his head, looked at Xiaomi with envy. Sister Xiao, how about giving me a cup too? Of course it's not good. You don't need it. This thing is not suitable for you to drink. Looking at Xiaomi's serious nonsense, Chen Chen wanted to cry. Sister Xiao, just one cup. More generous. Right? I'm a stingy person. Chen Chen, Chapter 150. A man who acts like a spoiled child has the best fate. Watch carefully. Don't wait until you get beaten and cry for help. Chen Chen raised his chin. That's impossible. What are you talking about? Am I that bad? Xiaomi nodded directly. Chen Chen said that he was hurt and upset. And now he really needed a cup of milk tea to relieve his hurt heart. Xiaomi was just teasing him. So she took out a cup from the space and threw it on him. Chen Chen inserted the straw with satisfaction and couldn't wait to taste it. Looking at Chen Chen's disappointing look, Kong Minglang rolled his eyes and was too lazy to look at him anymore. Xiaomi really liked Chen Chen's personality. Unlike her, the whole person had a feeling of being old and frail. Very boring. I don't know if it's because she has experienced too much, so that in the worlds behind, everyone around her said that she was like a robot. No desires. No things to care about. It's just different now. She still cares about many people and things now. I just don't know if I can protect them. Thinking of this, Xiaomi's expression became cold and stern. The whole person exuded an aura of keeping strangers away. Chen Chen and Kong Mingyan on the tree were both shocked. But they tacitly did not ask. But they also secretly decided to report to Chu Machen as soon as they were done. Here, Chu Tingsu stood beside Shen Wentao, quietly looking at the dark night. Not a word. Shen Wentao had experienced a lot of things in the past 2 days. He looked old. Shen Yun no longer treated Shen Wentao as a friend as before. Now whenever she saw Shen Wentao, she felt that the word scumbag was written on his face. As long as it was not necessary, she would ignore it. Shen Wentao did not care about other people's thoughts. Nor did he think about how to ask for forgiveness from Chu Ming and her daughter. Now he just wanted to deal with those people. Give Chu Ming and the others a safe environment. Let Xiao Siyue grow up safely. As for whether Chu Mingyuan would forgive or not, and when to forgive, it was beyond his control. It must be said that Shen Wentao mentality has changed a lot now. But it still cannot change the fact that he is a scumbag. However, Shen Wentao is not in a hurry and will take his time. Chu Ming in the manor hugged Xiao Siyue tightly and comforted the little girl in his arms. Xiao Ming, You and the child can sleep inside for a while. Father Hua looked at Chu Meng, who was sitting on the sofa holding Xiao Siyue, and his eyes were full of worry. Chu Meng shook his head. It's okay. Uncle Hua. I'm fine now. There are only 2 beds. You can sleep for a while. Xiao Siyue can stay on the sofa. You can rest first. I will pay attention to the situation outside. You can change me later. After all, the 4 people here are all old people. Chu Meng still can't do what they want to watch. Seeing that he couldn't persuade him, Father Hua slowly gave up and prepared to rest first and change later. After all, it's not known when this matter will end. The reason why there is a bed in this basement is that Xiaomi felt that it was cool down there and didn't need to turn on the fan. So she slightly modified it. There are 2 beds and some lazy sofas. Chu Meng couldn't tell how she felt now. On the one hand, she didn't want to stay here and didn't want to have anything to do with Shen Wentao. On the other hand, she knew clearly that death would be waiting for them when she went out. There were really many zombies in the place where they lived before, and she and her cousin didn't dare to rest at all. And they were tense every day. It's obviously different now. At least there are so many people, and they can take turns to rest. Thinking about what happened between herself and Shen Wentao, Chu Meng's mood was difficult to calm down. And Xiao Siyue in her arms was young after all, and fell asleep in a short while. Chu Meng looked at Xiao Siyue's face and felt very sad. Mainly because the little girl she gave birth to with so much difficulty was too similar to Shen Wentao. Even except for the eyes, there was no trace of her body that was similar to herself. It's coming. Get ready. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she didn't rest anymore, and put the chair into the space, ready to take action at any time. The convoy had already reached the foot of the mountain. Shen Han's car was in the middle, so he didn't see the zombies in front. The person in the front looked at the huge group of zombies, and got goosebumps all over his body. What is this situation? There are so many zombies. Don't stop. Drive. Speed up. Rush over. The man in the passenger seat was sweating all over, and was furious at the driver. The driver was just scared just now. When he heard his voice at this time, he subconsciously stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, rushed towards the zombie army at a high speed. Hu Yin controlled the zombies to retreat to both sides at the moment the car drove over, and then rushed directly to those cars. The number of zombies was really too many. In just a few seconds, the 5 cars in the front were directly covered by zombies, forming a zombie mountain. The car behind also saw the number of zombies in front. Shen Han raised his shaking hands and shouted, "Everyone get out of the car and kill these zombies." They had already done it before to clean up the zombies in the community, so they were still very experienced. Even with so many zombies, they were still somewhat confident. They were just scared at the beginning. And then, they quickly started to clean up these zombies. When Xiaomi saw their actions, she knew that these people were still very capable. Oh, not bad. It seems that today will be a fierce battle. Let's go. Go down to help them. After saying that, Xiaomi took the lead and ran down the mountain. On the way, he called Chu Machin. "Chi-Chi, you stay back for a while." Chu Machin, you talk too much. I know what I want to do. Really? You protect yourself. Xiaomi is not a flower. She is a queen flower. But in Chu Machin's impression, Xiaomi is still that delicate little girl who wants to protect her well. Little did she know that Xiaomi had experienced too much and was not willing to be the girl he protected. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Chu Machin knew that he had touched Xiaomi's minefield again. Sorry. Chi-Chi, be careful. Xiaomi was very satisfied with Chu Machin's advice. Well, Momo, you too. If it doesn't work, just use your supernatural power and leave them all here as fertilizer. When Xiaomi said this, her eyes were full of coldness. Chu Machin smiled. I have to say that Xiaomi is really becoming more and more attracted to him now. Okay, listen to Chi-Chi. Looking at Chu Machin, who was looking at her flatteringly, Xiaomi suddenly wanted to reach out and touch Chu Machin's head. Oh, no wonder people say that women who act like a spoiled child have the best life. Well, men who act like a spoiled child also have a good life. Woo woo woo. Too cute. Chapter 151. Someone is going to be unlucky. What should I do? Director Chen? The situation is not very good now. My God. Director Chen. Look up. The man pointed at the 2 robot-like things flying overhead in horror. They didn't know that they were Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao. They just thought they were something strange. So they were very panicked. Chin Han looked up and saw a laser shooting towards him. Panic flashed in his eyes, and he subconsciously pulled the man who had just spoken to him to his side. The laser shot down, and the car behind him exploded instantly. The sky was full of fire. If Chin Han hadn't pulled the man to his side, Chin Han would definitely be injured at this time. The man's back was injured by the explosion, and he lay on Chin Han with his dying breath, his eyes full of disbelief. "Chan, you ah poof!" The man fainted directly on Chin Han's back. Chin Han pushed the man's body away with disdain, patted the dust on his body, stood up, and walked towards a cleaner place on the side. All his actions just now were seen by the driver beside him. The driver's eyes looked at Chin Han with panic, and looking at the current situation, the driver knew that he had to find a way out for himself. After Chin Han walked away, the driver left quickly. Fortunately, it was very chaotic now. Otherwise, he would have no chance to leave. Chin Han was hiding behind people at this time, always paying attention to Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao above. He was ready to pull the people around him to help him block their attacks. But those people didn't know Chin Han's plan now, and there were even many people who took the initiative to protect Chin Han in front. After Qiaomi and Chu Machin appeared, Chin Han and those who saw their children die, their eyes were like poison. They started to attack the two directly. Chin Han was even more angry. After seeing Chu Machin, he kept shooting at Chu Machin, but none of the shots hit him. In anger, Chin Han didn't realize that the zombies didn't attack the two at all. He didn't even think about how the two got through the zombie group in front of him and came to their side. Just when Chin Han and his men were in a weak position, Chen Xiao's reinforcements arrived. Although there were only 200 people, these people were specially trained. After joining, the zombies were quickly eliminated. Chi-Chi, let's retreat. Chu Machin protected Qiaomi while dealing with the people around him. Qiaomi knew when those people came over. After all, she had Hao Hao, a cheating weapon. Well, let Xiao see, and the others go up. The people here are a bit complicated, and they are not easy to attack. After the two came down, Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao basically stopped attacking. After all, their lethality was too high. These people were not their opponents at all. If there were not so many people here, they didn't want to kill innocent people indiscriminately. And now the matter has been resolved. In addition, Chu Machin didn't want to make things difficult for Colonel Wu and his men. Even if it was the end of the world now, the law had no binding force. The upper level was still in charge. In addition to any other things, they would still investigate clearly in a very short time. After all, Chu Machin was once the knife hidden in the dark, and he knew all these things very well. It was precisely because of this that he told the two that they could not use them at will unless it was absolutely necessary. The two retreated quickly, and Chin Han, who had been staring at Chu Machin, discovered their movements at the first time. "Kill Chu Machin for me." After saying that, he rushed directly towards Chu Machin, and the bullets kept shooting, regardless of whether there were any of their own people around Chu Machin. Chu Machin sneered, and together with Qiaomi, he pulled the speed to the fastest and left quickly. Chin Han looked at Chu Machin back as he left, his eyes cold. "Kill these zombies for me. I want Chu Machin to die, ah!" Chin Han shouted in collapse, full of hostility, staring at Chu Machin with red eyes as he left. Chu Machin and Qiaomi did not intend to pay attention to him. The two quickly went up the mountain and prepared to upgrade the defense on the mountain. There was also the weapon that Chu Machin had just taken from them, and he was going to use it right away. But he still had to intimidate them before using it. After those timid ones left, they would attack again. Therefore, the two did not choose to attack at this time, but turned to go up the mountain to install the mortar. After all, now that Kong Mingliang and his men knew how to use the mortar, it took about 10 minutes to assemble it. Chu Machin took out a projector from the space and walked down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Huyen had already begun to retreat, and those zombies had been almost wiped out, leaving only some old, weak, sick and disabled people. And Chin Han was asking another of his men about the situation of the person who came, when he learned that it was his son Chen Xiao who brought the reinforcements. Chin Han's face was full of pride, and he knew that his eldest son was a man who could accomplish things. "Ha. That's good. That's good. We will definitely be able to deal with them all. Let's go up the mountain and avenge our relatives." Chin Han now wants to use their deceased relatives to inspire their fighting spirit. But just after they took a few steps, they saw a huge screen. "Director Chen, I go up and take a look." Everyone retreat first. After the man finished speaking, he walked towards the curtain, ready to see what it was. The most important thing recently is that he thinks this thing must have a trap. Without waiting for the man to get close, the screen directly appeared with a scene of Chu Machin standing in front of the mortar. Chun Han, you let your son burn, kill and rob. And now you want to attack me? All of you. I give you a chance to leave. And I start in 2 minutes. After Chu Machin finished speaking, he directly turned off the picture on the screen. Looking at the screen that was black again, Chun Han's face had become as black as coal, and his eyes were staring at the black screen with a gloomy look. Director Chen, what should we do now? The people around him said cautiously, afraid of accidentally angering the angry Chun Han. Chun Han glanced at the person who spoke, and then gritted his teeth and said, go up the mountain. I don't believe that our 300 people can't beat 10 people? Even so, Chun Han was actually unsure in his heart. Especially Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao, who were flying in the sky just now, gave him a strong sense of oppression. But he didn't want Chu Machin to grow up now. When Chu Machin grows up, it will be impossible for him to solve it. So he gritted his teeth and continued to move forward. But many people behind him wanted to retreat, because it was night, and the surroundings of their mountain climbing were all densely packed with woods. Therefore, many people walked directly into the woods, and some even rolled down the hillside beside the road. After 10 minutes, there were only about 200 people left in the team of more than 300 people. Chun Han knew that some people would leave, but he never expected that so many people would leave. Therefore, his face was very bad. But there was nothing he could do. You guys go up from the left. You guys go to the right. I lead the people to go straight from the front, and kill anyone who meets them, regardless of gender, age or youth. At this time, Xiaomi narrowed his eyes when he heard this. The fist in his hand creaked. Hao Hao hugged himself tightly and said in his heart, oh, someone is going to be unlucky again. Chapter 152 Solution. They are coming. Notify everyone to get ready. Zhang Chao and Xiao Si protect everyone. After Chu Machin's voice fell, everyone heard the sound of the car. Xiaomi still had that bloodthirsty smile on her face. When she looked at those people, it was as if she was looking at a dead person. Her face was terribly gloomy. Chu Machin slowly held Xiaomi's hand. Chi-Chi, it's okay. We can do it. Hee. I don't care about these people. Since they are looking for death, I will fulfill their wish. Xiaomi snorted disdainfully. Indeed, Xiaomi can actually solve these people by herself. After all, her current physical fitness is almost the same as that of a level 4 superpower. Therefore, she is not worried at all. It's just that what these people said just now made Xiaomi very unhappy. The moment she heard it, Xiaomi almost wanted to use the poison she had developed before. Thinking of the powder, Xiaomi's face changed. How? Are my powder and pills still there? Host, if I say they're gone, will you kill me? Hee. I want to kill the main system now. Thinking of something, Xiaomi looked at Hao with a dangerous face. You said we killed the main system. How about you be the main system? Host, your thoughts are a bit dangerous. This is not good. Even though he said so, Hao was still very tempted. The main system. That is the main system. It is the ultimate goal of its struggle. Xiaomi sneered. Forget it. Don't. Host, you will be my boss in the future. But how do we wipe out the main system? What plan? What do you need me to do? Oh, you really have evil intentions. Wait, let me study it. After Xiaomi finished speaking, he stopped talking to Hao and started to act. Chun Han and his friends have weapons, and Chu Machin and his friends also have weapons, which are even more advanced than Chun Han and his friends' weapons. And they still had the mortars that Chu Machin had obtained before. So they didn't take these people seriously at all. If there weren't too many people just now, and they didn't want to kill innocent people, they would have killed them with a few shots. Of course, the most important point is that they need these people to practice. After all, only with strong abilities can they find a safe place in this doomsday. Chun Han looked at them with flickering eyes. For some reason, he now had a strong premonition that they were like fish on the chopping board to be slaughtered. This feeling made Chun Han panic. But Xiaomi had been eyeing him early, and after they came over, Xiaomi ran towards him at the fastest speed. He kicked him up and knocked him down. The people around him wanted to help Chun Han, but they were knocked down by Xiaomi's punch. The man who wanted to sneak attack was kicked by Xiaomi and fainted. Chun Han sat on the ground and looked at Xiaomi in horror. wanting to speak. But he was so scared that he couldn't find his voice at this time. They could only keep sitting on the ground and moving away from Chiami. Chiami wanted to play with these people. But now it was too late, and she was sleepy. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. All those who wanted to save Chinhan were dealt with. When she walked to Chinhan, Chiami raised her foot and kicked Chinhan's head. Goodbye. Chinhan's death made everyone realize that they were really reckless. Originally, they thought that no matter how powerful Chu Machin and his men were, they would not be able to face so many people. But they did not expect that they could basically fight 1 against 100. They were beaten back step by step. Even now Chinhan was killed directly. For a while, everyone wanted to retreat. But Chiami and Chu Machin did not intend to let them go back. They had given them a chance. But these people still went up the mountain. They did not want to, and could not leave trouble for the future. Therefore, everyone quickly dealt with these people without mercy. Until the last person fell. Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao, who were watching all this from a distance, also came down at this time. They were so impressed with Chiami now. They could see it clearly from above. Basically, 1/3 of the people were dealt with by her. Gu Haoyu now worshipped Chiami. So when he came to Chiami, his eyes full of admiration kept staring at Chiami. If Chu Machin didn't really know Gu Haoyu, he would definitely slap Gu Haoyu into the ground with one palm. Sister Chiao, you are really getting better and better. I admire you. If you can stop being lazy, you can help us now. Let's start practicing more tomorrow. After Chiami finished speaking, she didn't look at Gu Haoyu. Gu Haoyu knelt down directly. Sister Chiao, I kneel down for you. Don't. Really don't. Please be a human being. I really can't do it. Chu Machin looked at Gu Haoyu's appearance and kicked him directly. Stop talking nonsense. You will double your work tomorrow. Zhang Chao, you will do the same. Yes, Captain. Zhang Chao had no objection. After all, he knew that he had no superpowers, and he could only rely on his own strong skills. Otherwise, he would be waiting for death. The difference between Gu Haoyu and Zhang Chao was that Gu Haoyu had never experienced these trainings. He was just an ordinary person before. It was already dawn when they finished cleaning up. After everyone went in, they saw Chu Meng busy in the kitchen. Everyone is back. Go wash up quickly. I've done it. Come down after you wash up. Xiaomi looked at the busy Chu Meng and looked at Shen Yun. They saw happiness in each other's eyes. This was a feeling they had never had before. The most uncomfortable one was Shen Wentao. When they were together, he would see her busy every day when he came back. So after Chu Meng said that, Shen Wentao's eyes turned red, and his chest seemed to be punched. His breathing became heavy. Xiaomi glanced at Shen Wentao and ignored him, but looked at Chu Meng. Okay, Chu Meng, you've worked hard. Where's Xiao Siyue? She's asleep upstairs. Uncle Hua and the others have also gone back to their rooms to rest. Xiaomi nodded and walked upstairs with everyone. After everyone went upstairs, Shen Wentao walked towards Chu Meng. I help you. No need. Shen Wentao. I came because I really can't protect Xiao Siyue. I stayed because of Xiaomi and the others. In the future, we will just be nodding acquaintances. Don't worry. I will tell Xiao Siyue that you are her father. I won't stop you from communicating with each other. Shen Wentao looked at the cold Chu Meng, and his heart ached. For a while, he couldn't breathe. He opened his mouth, but couldn't say a word for a long time. Chu Meng looked at Shen Wentao and felt very ironic. Shen Wentao, you don't have to be like this. I hope you remember what you did to me before. I can't forgive you. So don't waste your time. I know. Meng, I don't want you to forgive me. I just want to make amends. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Chu Meng. Chu Meng sneered. Shen Wentao, do you know? I can't forgive you. And it's impossible to forgive you. Not only because of our child that you two got rid of, but also because you don't deserve it. Shen Wentao stared at his shoes with his scarlet eyes. At this time, he didn't even have the courage to look up at Chu Meng. He lowered his head and felt endless regret in his heart. Chu Meng didn't look at him again, and turned around to get busy. Chapter 153. Scumbags are not worth it. Go upstairs and wash up. You smell terrible. After Chu Meng finished speaking, Shen Wentao hurried away, and his back was as embarrassed as it could be. But Chu Meng did not have a trace of sympathy. She just felt that Shen Wentao deserved it. When Xiaomi and the others came down, Chu Meng had already put all the food on the table, and the ventilator in the living room had been turned on. Xiaomi was the first to come down. Looking at Chu Meng unaffected emotions, Xiaomi still admired her in her heart. Chu Meng, thank you for your hard work. I can only do these things. Otherwise, I really don't have the face to stay here with you. Xiaomi smiled. The reason why she kept Chu Meng was that she knew that she was not a timid person. And what she had experienced, she would not be a person with a heart of a saint. And the family really needed someone. So after comprehensive consideration, she decided to keep Chu Meng. Of course, there is another one. Xiao Siyue. No matter what the reason is, Shen Wentao is Chu Machen's good friend. As Shen Wentao's daughter, Xiaomi must keep Xiao Siyue. Thinking of Shen Wentao, Xiaomi frowned. But she didn't ask Chu Meng. After all, this is a matter between the two of them, and she has no right to ask. Xiaomi, I have an unwelcome request. Chu Meng pinched her hand, looked at Xiaomi's expression, and said carefully again, I want to train. I want to become stronger. At least I can protect myself. Xiaomi was not curious at all about Chu Meng's words. Although they just met today, Xiaomi felt that Chu Meng was really a tough person. Okay. You could arrange your own training tasks at the beginning, and then train with us when your physical strength improves. Chu Meng let out a long sigh. Okay. Thank you. No need. You fought for it yourself. The reason why I kept you is because of you, not because of anyone else. Xiaomi said it very sincerely, so that Chu Meng's eyes were red. I don't need to say thank you. I am a designer, and I know something about you. When the current situation eases, I will tailor a dress for you in the future. Yes. Chu Meng knew Xiaomi. I knew him when he was abroad before. It's just that the two of them have never met. Okay. Xiaomi smiled. But what he thought in his heart was that he was afraid that there was no chance. And he didn't know when this disaster would end. While the two were talking, others also came down from upstairs. After a busy night, everyone was tired. So they quickly finished their meal and went back to sleep. Even the things on the table were not cleaned up. Shen Wentao was the first to leave the table with a heavy heart. After returning to the room, he took 2 bottles of wine and went to find Gu Haoyu. Come in, third brother. I knew you would come. Shen Wentao smiled bitterly, slowly entered Gu Haoyu's room, and sat directly on the floor. Xiao Si, I regret it. Really. But Meng Meng will never forgive me again. Never again. Gu Haoyu looked at the sad Shen Wentao and really didn't know how to comfort him. Who made Shen Wentao have this day? It was all his own fault. Third brother. Relax. At least your daughter is by your side now. Don't you think so? Shen Wentao smiled bitterly. Shall see. Learn more from the boss in the future. I am your teaching material in this regard. You should take it as a warning. Okay. Third brother. Let's not talk about this. Let's drink. The two of them drank 1 glass after another, and soon finished the wine that Shen Wentao brought. Third brother. What's going on? You? This? Burp? Alcohol tolerance. Burp? When did you become so good? Gu Haoyu burped and fell to the ground, looking at Shen Wentao curiously. Shen Wentao smiled bitterly. He also wanted to get drunk. But the more he wanted to get drunk, the more sober he became. I can't do it anymore, Gu Haoyu said, and fell asleep on the bed. Shen Wentao was very sober at this time, and he could still control his desire to find Chu Meng. But the expression on his face was very lonely. Upstairs, after Chu Machin and Xiaomi went in, Xiaomi snorted directly. Scumbag. Chi-Chi. I'm not. Humph. Tell me first. Do you have any ex-girlfriends? Childhood sweethearts or something like that? Chu Machin raised his hand and swore. Chi-Chi. I swear. No. Really. None. I have been very indifferent since I was a child. Although I have received love letters. Don't worry. I haven't read any of them. I threw them all in the trash can. Really. Speaking very quickly, Chu Machin's tone was also very anxious. Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin and didn't make things difficult for him. Okay. I'm going to sleep. You should go to sleep too. After saying that, she went into her room. Chu Machin patted his chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Chi-Chi was so scary just now. Woo-woo. It's all because of the third brother. Outrageous. Ah! Chu Machin looked at the tightly closed door of Xiaomi's room, his eyes full of tenderness. Chi-Chi, have a good rest. I take you to do something tonight. Okay. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she closed her eyes and fell asleep quickly. When she woke up again, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Downstairs, Chu Tingsu was playing with Xiao Siyue in the living room. When Chu Mochen saw Xiaomi coming down, the smile on his face deepened a little. Did you have a good rest? Not bad. Have you solved the problems outside? Almost done. Now just wait for it to be burned. It will be ready. Chi-Chi, do you want to go and see? Xiaomi shook her head and refused. None of this matters. The most important thing now is to fill her stomach. She took out some food from the space. When did you get up? Have you eaten? Everyone is waiting for you. Chu Meng has already prepared it. Take your staple food in, and you can have a meal with the rest, Shen Yun said, drooling at the big elbow. You know, what she likes most is these high-calorie things. She can't take her eyes away when she sees them. Xiaomi stockpiled a lot of these big meats before the end of the world because she knew Shen Yun's hobby. Where shall see? When Xiaomi asked Gu Haoyu, Chu Machen's face changed. Never mind him. He's not starving. Let's eat first. Xiaomi shrugged and looked at Chu Machen teasingly. Hey. Getting cuter and cuter. Chu Machen felt embarrassed by Xiaomi's look. Put his hand on his chin and coughed twice. I'm worried that everyone is hungry. Well, besides, we have 2 children here. And children can't be hungry for a long time. It's not good. Xiao Siyue, who was playing with Chu Tingsu, raised her head and looked at Chu Machen sweetly and said, Uncle Chu. Xiao Siyue is not hungry. Xiao Siyue just drank milk. Chu Machen, Uncle, I'm hungry. Chu Machen was happy, looking at Xiaomi. That expression seemed to say, see, I was right. Xiaomi didn't bother to pay attention to this childish ghost, and walked towards the restaurant. Chapter 154 Retribution. Third brother. Wake up. Gu Haoyu rubbed his swollen head with one hand and pinched his shoulder with the other. He called out to Shen Wentao, who was lying by the window. Drunk Shen Wentao didn't respond at all. Gu Haoyu had no choice but to support himself on the bed. Stand up, and walk towards Shen Wentao. Squatting down, Gu Haoyu rubbed his eyes and pushed Shen Wentao. As a result, he saw Shen Wentao with a red face. When he touched Shen Wentao's forehead, Gu Haoyu's face was full of worry. Oh my god! Third brother. You have a fever. He shook Shen Wentao. But Shen Wentao didn't respond at all. Gu Haoyu began to panic. He staggered out of the house. Sister Chiao. Boss. Third brother has a fever. Do you have any antipyretic medicine? After hearing this, Xiaomi wanted to say that he deserved it and let it go. But in the end, she didn't say anything. Shen Yun on the side snorted and turned to the storage room. As he walked, he said, Wait! I get it. If the fever doesn't go down in an hour, tell me again. Okay. Sister Yun. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he waited for Shen Yun medicine. At the same time, he looked at Chu Machen with a wry smile. Chu Machen gave him a helpless look. Gu Haoyu suddenly felt bitter in his heart. But he couldn't say it. Alas, what should I do? After all, Shen Wentao is my brother. I can only bear it. In fact, it's also his original family's fault. If it weren't for those people in the Shen family, Shen Wentao wouldn't have cherished his friendship with Wang Shui so much. It's just that Wang Shui, that woman, is not worthy. But Shen Wentao was not sober at the time and couldn't see the woman calculations. So he lost his most precious person. Although they sympathized with Shen Wentao, they could not forgive what Shen Wentao did to Chu Ming. If they had not been brothers for more than 20 years, they would have broken off their friendship with Shen Wentao. Shen Wentao really did too much at that time. Even as brothers, they could not remain indifferent. Therefore, Chu Machen, who hated to meddle in other people's business the most at that time, would investigate the information. After Shen Yun got the medicine in the storage room, he came out and gave it directly to Gu Haoyu. After Gu Haoyu fed Shen Wentao, he kept watching and did not dare to leave. He would measure his temperature every few minutes. Even the food was brought up by Zhang Chao. It was not until an hour later that Shen Wentao's temperature slowly began to drop that Gu Haoyu was relieved. He looked at the unconscious Shen Wentao with sympathy. At this time, Shen Wentao seemed to be experiencing something painful. His whole face was full of grief. His brows were furrowed, and he kept struggling. Gu Haoyu was already uncomfortable, so he went down to find Hui Yin to see if he knew. After all, Hui Yin is a master, so he should know about these situations. So after finding Hui Yin, he quickly told him about Shen Wentao's situation. Hui Yin frowned. He said with consciousness, "I'm going to take a look, and we talk after I see it." Then the two of them walked upstairs. When they arrived in the room, Hui Yin restrained his desire and reached out to check Shen Wentao's condition, looking at Hui Yin's eyes that had gradually turned red, and Hui Yin's face with bulging veins. Gu Haoyu was afraid that Hui Yin would get excited and bite Shen Wentao directly. Xiaomi behind him said coldly, "I would rather Hui Yin turn him into a zombie." Gu Haoyu, Chu Machin touched Xiaomi's head helplessly. As a result, Xiaomi instantly exploded. "What are you doing? Don't ruin my hairstyle." Chu Machin was really helpless. It seemed that this little girl was angry. No, he just didn't understand. How could the friendship between Xiaomi and Chu Ming become so deep in just 1 or 2 days? Is he starting to get angry at himself? In fact, Chu Machin can't be blamed for thinking so. The main reason is that Xiaomi really likes to get along with Chu Ming. Chu Ming is the kind of person who is good at talking and getting along with people. Xiaomi feels very relaxed when talking with her. It's like a confidant who has known each other for many years. It's a different feeling from Shen Yun. Shen Yun is like a relative to her. Hui Yin looked at it for a long time, but didn't find out what was wrong. He just thought it was a common cold and fever. In addition, he really couldn't control it, so he left quickly. After going out, he said to Gu Haoyu with his consciousness, "No problem. It's a common fever. You take care of it. Try to apply ice to the third child." Gu Haoyu responded quickly, "Go to prepare those things for Shen Wentao." After Gu Haoyu left, Xiaomi was too lazy to watch here anymore, and turned around and went downstairs. Chu Machin shook his head helplessly, and went in to guard Shen Wentao. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Shen Wentao finally woke up. But after waking up, Shen Wentao leaned on the bed without saying a word. He said nothing. Gu Haoyu looked at Shen Wentao worriedly. "No, third brother. Please say something. If you do this, Alas." No matter what Gu Haoyu said, Shen Wentao just didn't say anything, lowering his eyes, making it hard for people to see what he was thinking. After Gu Haoyu asked several times, he was too lazy to say anything more. After a while, he stood up and said, "Then third brother, you have a good rest. I go down first." After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, he also left the room and ignored Shen Wentao. After Gu Haoyu left, Shen Wentao bent down and buried his head in the quilt. After a while, Shen Wentao's painful sobs could be vaguely heard in the room. From his constantly shaking shoulders, you can see Shen Wentao's pain at this time. At this time, Xiaomi and Chu Machin were discussing whether to get rid of Chen Xiao. Xiaomi naturally felt that she had to solve it. She didn't want to bury any hidden dangers. But Chu Machin couldn't do it. He had worked with Chen Xiao before, although the relationship between the two was average. But he was asked to take action against his former teammates. To be honest, he couldn't do it. In the end, he decided not to participate, and Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu went. "Xiaoxi, how are you now? Do you need to rest for a while?" "I'm fine, Sister Xiao." Seeing that Gu Haoyu was indeed fine, Xiaomi decided to wait until the early morning and start the action. At this time, Chen Xiao was holding a funeral for his brother and father. At the funeral, Chen Xiao no longer looked like a handsome gentleman. He was untidy and had a decadent aura, but his eyes were full of gloom. Kneeling in front of the mourning hall, watching the paper money in the basin burning continuously, the firelight was reflected in his eyes. Chen Xiao's heart was full of coldness. If he said that he had no feelings for Chu Machin before, now he would not hate Chu Machin unless he killed him. Angry Chen Xiao had no idea that Chu Machin and Xiaomi were rushing towards this side at this time. And Xi and Zhirong over there had already begun to plan to seek revenge on Chu Machin. But he was just planning now. After listening to the report from his subordinates, he felt that he might not be able to get rid of Chu Machin. Chapter 155 Gold Bricks. When Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu arrived, they saw Chen Xiao burning paper. "Sister Xiao, that's the man," Gu Haoyu said with gritted teeth. He had never liked Chen Xiao, and always felt that he was just a fake person. He rarely showed his emotions in front of everyone. He was very good at hiding himself. In addition, they didn't have much contact. So since he didn't like him, he didn't have much contact with Chen Xiao. But he didn't expect that he would assassinate Chen Xiao. This was a bit exciting. The more he thought about it, the more excited Gu Haoyu became. He wanted to see what expression Chen Xiao would have on his face later, and whether he could still maintain his usual hypocritical smile. Do you have a grudge against him? It's not a grudge. But I don't like this gloomy person. He only makes trouble behind the scenes, and is insidious. Looking at the dissatisfaction with Chen Xiao on Gu Haoyu's face, Xiaomi could guess how unpopular Chen Xiao was before. Did he provoke you? Haha. Did you get it? But he framed the eldest brother, and the second brother before. They were in the same class. Haha. You don't know how insidious this thing is. Don't talk about him. Humph. Xiaomi smiled. Take it to your eldest brother to avenge them. Is this their home? No. It should be the temporary mourning hall they built. You can see there are many people behind. Their home is in the middle of the row of villas in front. Xiaomi nodded in understanding. And a plan came to her mind instantly. Raised an eyebrow and looked at Gu Haoyu. Let's go to his home first. Gu Haoyu didn't know what Xiaomi wanted to do. But he didn't ask too much. He trusted Xiaomi wholeheartedly. He flew over directly to stop Xiaomi. They were in the air, so no one could find them at all. After landing on the roof of Chen Zhao's house, Xiaomi began to let Hao check the valuables inside. Wow! So much gold. Ah! Host! We've made a fortune. All gold. Haha. All gold bricks. Xiaomi raised her eyebrows. It seems that Chen Han is really not a good guy. Otherwise, how could there be so many good things at home? He even sealed the gold suit into the wall directly. It's also difficult for him. In order to hide the gold, a doghouse was built at home, which was full of gold bricks, which was quite outrageous. Go down and land directly on the open space in front. Xiaomi has mastered all the surrounding situations, so she also knows that there is no one there, although she is not afraid of being discovered. Wouldn't it be better to take things away quietly? Xiaomi said that it was so cool to cheat people secretly. After the two went down, Xiaomi began to smash the doghouse. Gu Haoyu looked at Xiaomi's actions curiously. Sister Qiao, what are you doing? Gu Haoyu's face at this time was hard to describe. This? Sister Qiao. What's going on? Are you interested in someone else's doghouse? Be quiet. You know in a moment. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she continued her movements. After kicking down the doghouse in front of her, Xiaomi took out a hammer from the space next to her and smashed the bricks wrapped around the gold bricks. The box inside was revealed. Gu Haoyu's eyes widened after seeing the box. What is this? I help. After speaking, Gu Haoyu stepped forward and began to dismantle the doghouse with Xiaomi. Half an hour later, Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu had already dismantled all the gold bricks. Xiaomi looked at the time and found that it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Chen Xiao should be back soon. Right? Or is he going to keep watch tonight? I don't know. Shall we wait a little longer? Okay. Let's go up directly. There are only his daughter and the nanny left in his house now. After Xiaomi finished speaking, she walked directly inside. At this time, Chen Zhao's daughter was in the room, listening to the nanny telling a bedtime story. The little girl was lying on the bed with red eyes. Aunt Qin, why hasn't Dad come back yet? Why aren't Grandpa and the others here? The nanny looked at the little girl and her face became ugly. But she didn't know what happened. Anyway, it was not a good thing. Be good? Yeah. They will all be back when you wake up. Grandpa and Dad are going to find delicious food for Yaya. Go to bed soon. Little Yaya. Yaya smiled sweetly. Well, I be good? Aunt Qin. Yaya misses her mother. Aunt Qin will take you to find your mother tomorrow. Okay? Yeah. Okay. The little guy was really happy this time. And he decisively shrunk into the quilt and went to bed obediently. Aunt Qin, the nanny, had a solemn face. She was thinking about whether she should leave. But in the current situation, she didn't know where she could go if she left. She sighed and continued to coax the little girl in front of her. Xiaomi, who was downstairs, saw the two of them interacting on the surveillance camera, frowned, shook her head, and collected her thoughts. She twitched her lips, but said nothing. We wait downstairs? Yes. You go up and knock out the nanny. And we wait for Chen Xiao to come back downstairs. Okay. After Gu Haoyu finished speaking, Xiaomi didn't say anything else and started watching the surveillance videos sent by Hao Hao. I want to see if there are any good things here. When seeing the cache again, Xiaomi's mouth twitched. Hao Hao, go and look at the study and their room to see if there are any good things. Okay. You can wait and see. Host. Hao Hao continued to look after he finished speaking. After all, there are many corners and corners where it can't find the things inside unless it goes there. It is said that although it has a perspective eye, it can't penetrate infinitely. After waiting for a long time, Jinbei Hao Hao found some good things. Host. A lot of money. Cash. Especially a lot. But it is useless to us. Then what did you say? It can't be exchanged for points. And I can't use it now. What's the difference between you saying it and not saying it? There are still some. You will know if you say it. Haha. Thank you. Hao Hao smiled. You're welcome. Host. Xiaomi, Well, this is a fool. She still didn't say anything. It was really stupid. Okay. You look for anything else. And don't forget to monitor the people who come here. Don't worry. Host. It was already past 1 in the morning when Chen Xiao came back. As soon as he entered the door, Chen Xiao rubbed his eyebrows tiredly, changed his shoes, and turned on the light. Without raising his head, he said, Aunt Qin, help me cook some midnight snacks. Seeing that no one responded, Chen Xiao shouted angrily, Aunt Qin. Aunt Qin. One louder than the other. But Aunt Qin had been knocked unconscious by Gu Haoyu. Naturally, she would not respond to Chen Xiao. Chen Xiao walked towards the living room angrily. Just as he was about to scold, he saw Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu sitting on the sofa. He didn't know Xiaomi, but he watched the previous video in detail, so he recognized that this was someone from Chu Machen's side at a glance. Thinking that he had shouted for a long time just now, and no one responded, Chen Zhao's face changed. What do you want to do? Where is my daughter? What did you do to her? Xiaomi smiled and looked at Chen Xiao provocatively. Guess? That expression and tone instantly angered Chen Xiao, and the veins on his forehead popped out. Closing his eyes, Chen Xiao looked at Xiaomi and said, I wonder what you two want to do today. What can Chen do that you two like? Gu Haoyu looked at Chen Zhao's hypocritical appearance and snorted sarcastically. Chapter 156 Death of Chen Xiao. Still so hypocritical. Chen Xiao. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Xiao frowned, and then looked at Gu Haoyu, who was wearing a robot costume. I want to know who this person is. But with the two exposed eyes, he really didn't know who it was for a while. Who are you? Gu Haoyu was too lazy to say more to Chen Xiao, and looked at Xiaomi. Sister Qiao. I go and solve it. Well, go ahead. Solve it earlier, and we can go back earlier. Okay. Watching the two people talking about their life and death easily, Chen Zhao's face was so ugly that he wanted to get angry. But he didn't dare. After all, the fact that these two people could come in quietly shows that they are very strong. He doesn't think he can get anything good from them. You two. Let's talk it over. What do you want? I can give it to you. My Chen Zhao's life is worthless. And it's not worth it for you two to do it. Looking at Chen Zhao's pleading look, the two did not soften their hearts. And Gu Haoyu directly kicked Chen Xiao down. Go! After saying that, without waiting for Chen Xiao to speak again, he stretched out his hand and twisted Chen Zhao's head. It was so quick, accurate and ruthless. After solving the problem, Xiaomi thought of the doll-like girl, and pointed at Chen Zhao's body and said, Take the body away and throw it in the river. Okay. Then Sister Qiao. Wait for me. Yes. Gu Haoyu left with Chen Zhao's body after Xiaomi agreed. After Gu Haoyu left, Xiaomi went upstairs to see the things in Chen Han's study. Hao Hao told her just now that there were many strange things upstairs, and it had a premonition that the energy contained in those things could upgrade it. Therefore, Xiaomi went directly to the place where Hao Hao said. After opening the door of the study, Xiaomi saw that there were really a lot of books inside. After thinking about it, Xiaomi first put the books in front of her into the space. After all, these are good things to kill time. It would be a waste to leave them here anyway. After she took them away, she could still make use of them. After putting the books away, Xiaomi, under Hao Hao's command, opened the secret compartment under the desk and took out a meteorite-like stone. The stone was just an ordinary stone in her hand. But as soon as Xiaomi put the stone into the space, she saw a sky-blue light emanating from the stone, which was very beautiful. What is this? Ah. Host. I'm going to upgrade. Ha. This is an energy stone. There is not much energy left in it. I don't know why there is this here. This kind of stone has disappeared for thousands of years. Xiaomi was stunned. She was really stunned. This is really a bit mysterious. She felt that her rebirth and quick travel were outrageous enough. But who could tell her what was going on now? But no one could answer her. Even Hao disappeared to upgrade. Xiaomi was full of doubts. No one could give her an answer. She was unhappy in an instant. What should she do if she was unhappy? Naturally, she should put away all the valuable things in the study. By the way, he also went to several people's rooms and collected a lot of valuable ornaments and so on. Even a small amount of money is still meat. After collecting the things, Xiaomi was obviously happy. Turned and went downstairs. When Gu Haoyu came back, he didn't see Xiaomi, but thought that with Xiaomi's skills, there would be no problem. Therefore, he didn't run around and waited for Xiaomi in the living room. Seeing Xiaomi coming down from upstairs, Gu Haoyu hurried forward. Sister Qiao, did you go upstairs to find something? Well, I went upstairs to take a look and collected some books. Let's go back. If we don't go back, your boss will come. Gu Haoyu smiled knowingly. That's right. When we came out, the boss's face was so ugly. Haha. When he thought of Chu Machin looking at him with a dark face and holding Xiaomi away, Gu Haoyu was very excited. As long as he could provoke the boss, he would be very happy even if he was punished later. Xiaomi didn't know what Gu Haoyu was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely satisfy Gu Haoyu. After all, he was looking for abuse. How could she not satisfy him? When the two of them went back, Chu Machin was already impatient and was considering wearing Zhang Chao outfit to find Xiaomi. But in the end, he gave up rationally, continuously walking back and forth on the roof. As soon as Xiaomi and Gu Haoyu landed on top of their heads, Chu Machin walked towards them quickly. Chi-Chi, how are you? Are you injured? I'm fine. I'm leaving. I won't go down yet, Xiaomi said, pulling Chu Machin downstairs. After entering the room, Xiaomi looked at Chu Machin with a smile. So worried? Does this mean you don't believe me? It has nothing to do with whether I believe it or not. I'm just worried about you. Xiaomi smiled happily. Okay. I won't tease you anymore. I have something to tell you. I just found a stone in Shinhan's study. The strange thing is that this thing can upgrade my space. Chu Machin was shocked after hearing this. But he didn't show it on his face. What kind of stone is this? Let me see it. It's being upgraded, so I can't take it out. But I have photos. Take a look. After that, Xiaomi handed the photos on her phone to Chu Machin. Take a look. The first one is the original one. And the second one is the stone in my space. Take a look. Xiaomi pointed at the photos and explained to Chu Machin. Chu Machin frowned as he looked at the stone with a blue glow on it. I've never seen it. Never. After saying that, Chu Machin carefully looked at the stone in the photo. I think I need to leave for a while. To check Shinhan identity. And see if I can find this thing. Xiaomi frowned. Where to go? Where are you going? Where are you going? I check on Lao Hua. Lao San, if you find him annoying, I take him away. Okay. You three? Well, Shao Si is for you. And you can let him go if there's anything dangerous. Anyway, he has your equipment, so his life won't be in danger. Xiaomi, who was feeling a little uncomfortable, laughed directly after hearing what Chu Machin said. How can you talk like that? If Shao Si knew, he would be so wronged. Don't worry about him. Your happiness is the most important. Starting tomorrow, I will strengthen their training, and collect some crystal cores, and improve the defense of the manor by the way, and then leave. Okay. You arrange it. I have no objection. Chu Machin looked at Xiaomi's pretty face. His heart tightened, and he stretched out his hand to hold Xiaomi in his arms. Chi-Chi, we will be fine. You protect yourself. Yes, I know. Don't worry. Don't worry about us. The two talked for a while, and Chu Machin returned to his room. Chapter 157. Chu Machin leaves again. For the next half-month, they trained every morning, and Chu Machin took everyone out to find zombies in the afternoon. At night, the entire manor was reinforced. The defense outside the manor has become much stronger under the modification of Xiaomi and Shin Wentao. Even if they don't want to separate, the time has come. This night, after dinner, Chu Machin told everyone about his arrangements. Father Hua and Mother Hua didn't react much. After all, they had said it before, and they also knew that their son would go sooner or later, and he might be cured and become a normal person. The most uncomfortable one is Xiao Siyue. In her recent interactions with Shin Wentao, The little girl has been slowly accepting this father, who appeared halfway. But just as she accepted it, her father was leaving. The little girl felt that her father didn't want her again. So after Chu Machin finished speaking, the little girl snorted and ran away. Chu Ming didn't go up, but looked directly at Shen Wentao. You go and have a look. And talk to her nicely. Okay. Thank you. After Shen Wentao finished speaking, he hurried to see Xiao Siyue. Xiaomi was afraid that Chu Ming would be unbalanced. So she grabbed Chu Ming's hand and silently comforted Chu Ming. Chu Ming smiled. I'm fine. I also want Xiao Siyue to accept him, so that at least my Xiao Siyue has a father and a mother, and is a complete child. It must be said that Xiaomi began to admire Chu Ming's generosity. Thinking from another perspective, she couldn't be as generous as Chu Ming, and she would definitely not let them recognize each other. 10 minutes later, Shen Wentao came back with Xiao Siyue in his arms. Go find your mother. Ming Ming. I sleep with the child tonight. Okay? When Xiao Siyue heard her father say this, she looked at Chu Ming nervously, with both happiness and hesitation in her eyes. Chu Ming stretched out her hand to Xiao Siyue, and Xiao Siyue ran over immediately. Mom, I didn't want to sleep with him. He said so. Mom, if you don't want me to go, I accompany you. Chu Ming smiled and touched Xiao Siyue's head. Xiao Siyue, no matter what happens to Mom and Dad, they will always be your mom and dad. We love you very much. So if you want to go, go. Mom won't stop you. Everyone present was moved by Chu Ming's words. The more moved they were, the more they hated Shen Wentao. Even Hu Ningxuan no longer called Shen Wentao the third brother, and rarely talked to Shen Wentao. Hearing Chu Ming's words, Hu Ningxuan's eyes were red. She felt that Shen Wentao was really not a human being. He actually let down such a good Chu Ming. Although everyone felt that Shen Wentao was not a human being, this was their business after all. So even if everyone thought that Shen Wentao was wrong, they did not interfere in the affairs between the two. They were all getting along normally. It was just that a few girls shared a common hatred and began to hate Shen Wentao. Little Siyue looked into her mother's eyes and whispered, Then I will sleep with him today. And I will sleep with you tomorrow. From now on, Little Siyue will accompany her. Okay. I will accompany you. Chu Ming smiled and touched her daughter's head. Little Siyue also smiled happily. In fact, she wanted her parents to accompany her. But she knew that it was difficult to force her mother to do so. And her mother would be unhappy. But for her own happiness, she would definitely agree. She didn't want her mother to be wronged. So she didn't say it, even if she wanted to. She still swallowed those words. Chu Tingsu was the only one who knew what Little Siyue was thinking. After all, the two of them were often together now. After talking to Chu Ming, Little Siyue sat obediently in her little chair and went to play with Chu Tingsu. Since Little Siyue came, Chu Tingsu has become much more cheerful. When Chu Machin said that he would leave for a while, the little guy didn't feel uncomfortable. He agreed directly. He now gave all his love and guilt for his sister to Little Siyue. Xiaomi and Chu Machin knew about it, but they couldn't say anything now. They wanted to wait for a while before slowly telling Chu Tingsu. After Chu Machin made the arrangements, he called Kong Mingliang and the others up to arrange the military district's affairs separately. He had sent a telegram to Colonel Wu a few days ago. He said that he was not going to the national shelter, and they knew it. Therefore, their team's mission had been suspended, which meant that Kong Mingliang and the others didn't have to worry about the things over there. Stay here with peace of mind. Captain, you've worked hard. Kong Mingliang knew that Chu Machin didn't want them to be killed, so he sent a telegram to the higher-ups. Although the other people didn't know the specific situation, they also knew that it was best not to go there. Therefore, they all accepted Chu Machin arrangements. After I leave, the safety of everyone here is up to you. Chu Machin patted Kong Mingliang's shoulder after he finished speaking. Chen Chen said directly, Captain, you are looking down on us by saying this. Although we are not as strong as you, we can still protect everyone, even if it means risking our lives. Chen Chen, what nonsense are you talking about? Captain, don't worry. We will all be fine. Our captain will be Xiaomi from now on, and we will all do as Xiaomi asks. Kong Mingliang assured Chu Machin. Chu Machin nodded. Take care. Okay. Everyone go to rest. After that, everyone went back to their rooms. After everyone left, Chu Machin went to find Xiaomi. With a previous separation, Xiaomi was not so uncomfortable this time. And with a buffer of half a month, Xiaomi was at home, and just smiled and chatted with him after Chu Machin came. The next morning, Chu Machin and the other two drove to leave. Everyone looked at the three people in the car at the door. Father Hua looked at Hui Hian in the back seat of the car. His eyes slightly red. Son, take care of yourself. Don't worry about us. Dad, take care of you and my mom. Here. Xiaomi smiled and waved to Chu Machin. Okay. Let's go. Be careful on the road. Try to let Hui Hian lead the zombies away. It is estimated that we have to take a detour. The earlier the departure, the earlier the arrival. Yeah. I know. Take care. Chi-Chi. Wait for me to come back. Xiu-Xiu. Take care of Sister Chi-Chi. Protect yourself. And wait for uncle to come back. Chu Tingsa hummed, holding Xiaomi's hand, looking at his uncle and said, come back well. Otherwise, I will marry Sister Chi-Chi in 10 years. Chu Machin, Xiaomi coughed twice in embarrassment. The children nowadays are really precocious. They can even say such words. It's really embarrassing. Chu Tingsu. Do you want me to take you away? Hee hee. You said it as if you can take me away if you want to. Old man. You should remember it well. But it's okay. Anyway, Sister Chi-Chi has me. Don't worry. Your Sister Chi-Chi will be your aunt sooner or later. I will come back early and take good care of everyone. After Chu Machin finished speaking, Shen Wentao and his daughter also said goodbye. Finally, looking at Chu Meng, Shen Wentao lowered his eyes. Meng Meng, I'm sorry. You take good care of Xiao Xiyue and yourself. Chang Kue on the side snorted coldly. Don't worry. My sister and niece have me. You go quickly. After saying that, he looked at Shen Wentao with disdain. Please. Shen Wentao looked at Chang Kue and said in a low voice. Chapter 158 Punishment. Chu Ming just nodded to Shen Wentao, said nothing, and concentrated on holding little Xiyue. Although Shen Wentao could no longer affect her mood, she was unwilling to have too much contact with Shen Wentao. Except for little Xiyue. She didn't want to be involved anymore. Chu Machin took a deep look at Xiaomi for the last time, and then started the car. Chi-Chi. I'm leaving. Xiu-Xiu. Take care of yourself. Leaving. After saying that, he drove away, watching the figure of the car leaving. Everyone's mood was not high. Even Gu Haoyu and Qin Chun couldn't think of anything to liven up the atmosphere. Little Xiyue nestled in Chu Ming's arms and shed tears. Finally, she cried so much that she fell asleep directly. After Chu Ming sent the little guy in, she came out and saw Xiaomi taking something from the space. At a glance, it turned out to be barbecue. It was still steaming and packaged barbecue. After so long of contact, she already knew that Xiaomi's space could keep things fresh. So she was not curious. What? Are you going to have a couple of drinks? Well, otherwise I'd be in a bad mood. Come on. Meng Meng. Xiaomi handed the wine in her hand to Chu Ming, raised her eyebrows, and looked at Chu Ming. Chu Ming smiled and sat on the carpet. Come on. Kong Mingliang moved aside. Sit down. I open it for you. Chu Ming. After opening the bottle, he handed it to Chu Ming. After Chu Ming took it, he smiled and said, Thank you. Kong Mingliang smiled, said nothing, and continued to pass things to others. Xiaomi sat down after filling the table, looking at Shen Yun's constipated expression. Sister Yun, don't you want some? Haha. Forget it. Early in the morning, my stomach won't allow it. She really couldn't accept eating barbecue and drinking beer at 6 or 7 in the morning. It was really a bit outrageous. So she decisively chose not to move. Kong Mingliang and the others were soldiers. But it was nothing. Although it was a little hard to accept. It was okay. In addition, they were really tired recently, and they were going to have a good rest today. So they were going to indulge themselves. Don't go out for the next week. You should improve your strength as soon as possible. The existing crystal cores should be enough for you to upgrade to level 3. After Xiaomi finished speaking, Qin Chun was excited. I started last night, and 2 crystal cores directly upgraded me to level 1. Kong Mingliang and Huang Yuxiang had not started using them yet, so they didn't know the energy of the crystal cores. But Qin Chun didn't sleep all night last night. Absorbed 2, and upgraded to level 1. Today, he obviously felt that his energy was much stronger than before. Even if he didn't sleep all night, he was more energetic than others. This was also something Qin Chun didn't expect. He suddenly went to absorb the crystal core last night. purely because he couldn't sleep and wanted to find something to do. But he didn't expect to have such a big gain. It was also an unexpected gain. Kong Mingliang and Huang Yuxiang were unhappy. How could this thing be so insidious? It actually secretly absorbed the crystal core without their knowledge and betrayed their friendship. Too much. But Xiaomi's expression was very unhappy. Even a little angry. Xinyun hurriedly knocked on Xiaomi's arm, signaling her to restrain the terrible aura on her body. But Xiaomi ignored it. He looked at Qinshan directly and said, "Have you ever thought about why we haven't let you absorb it for so long?" Then, without waiting for Qinshan to say anything, he continued with a cold face, "The crystal core is not as safe as you think. When you absorb it, you may be possessed and directly attacked. Have you thought about this?" Looking at Xiaomi's cold eyes, Qinshan felt that he was facing the captain. The whole person began to feel weak. He quickly stood up and said, "Sister Qiao, I was wrong. Really, wrong. And I will never do it again." Gu Haoyu watched from the side and laughed gloatingly. Instantly, Xiaomi glared at him. "Qinshan, practice more. Carry a weight for 50 kilometers. Gu Haoyu will go with you. You don't have to carry the weight." Xiaomi looked at the two of them with a warning, not giving them any choice. The two looked at each other, silently put down the string in their hands, turned around and went out to practice more. After the two left, Xiaomi said again, "It will be very dangerous for you to absorb it yourself at the beginning. So you must have our help. After your level is higher, it is no problem to absorb low-level crystal cores. But if you want to absorb higher or equal levels than yourself, you must be in the presence of others. Don't take risks." Kong Mingliang and the others also knew what Qinshan's problem was at this time, and couldn't help but sigh that Qinshan was lucky, and he could actually upgrade quietly by himself without going crazy. But they didn't dare. Life is still important. Got it. Xiaomi. Don't worry. I keep an eye on them. Sorry. We did. It's okay. Just be careful from now on. I don't want any of them to be missing when your boss comes back. I have a hard time explaining it. Although Xiaomi said so, everyone knew that Xiaomi was really worried about them, so they didn't say anything else. Kong Mingyang looked at Huang Yuxiang, who was still trying to beg for mercy, with a warning. "Xiaomi, thank you. We will change some of our previous ideas and practices in the future." "Sorry." Xinyun looked at the heavy atmosphere and the panic of Huiningshuan and Quming, and said hurriedly, "Okay. If we don't eat it, it will get cold. Shichi, what are your plans for the future?" With Xinyun interruption, everyone stopped talking about the previous things and looked at Xiaomi, waiting for her arrangements. "Let's not go out and improve our strength first. I'm afraid that the zombies will also upgrade soon. The weather is getting cold now, and we don't know what will happen next." In fact, Xiaomi is still worried about something. When she was about to cross before, she experienced 2 months of acid rain, which reduced their zombie army by 2/3 of zombies. She didn't know the situation of humans, but that acid rain happened after the weather changed drastically. Now, in just half a month, the temperature has dropped from 40 to 50 degrees to more than 10 degrees. The gap is too big. I am afraid it will be even colder in the future, and there is a high probability of acid rain after that. According to the similarity between this life and that time, Xiaomi has a strong premonition that it will be very similar. Even the acid rain will be very similar. Therefore, she must improve everyone's combat effectiveness in the shortest time and give everyone more protection. Well, okay. It will be another devil training later. Woo woo. Then I have to eat more. Otherwise it will be too uncomfortable. After Huiningshuan finished speaking, he took 2 skewers of pork belly and started eating. Others also hurried to enjoy it. Chu Ming held Xiao Siyue and fed her egg custard. But the aroma of the barbecue was too tempting, and Xiao Siyue kept looking at the barbecue. "Sister, it's not delicious. It's very unpalatable. You see, your brother won't eat it." After Chu Tingsu finished speaking, he ate the buns in his hand obediently. With Chu Tingsu words, Xiao Siyue smiled. "Yeah, then I won't eat it either." Chu Ming touched their heads. "Why are you so cute?" "Great. Compared to the relaxed atmosphere here, Chu Machan and Qinshan were not so relaxed." Gu Haoyu looked at Qinshan with a wrong look. "It's all your fault." "Oh, my barbecue and wheat juice. Woo woo. It's your fault. You smiled so badly. Goodbye." After saying that, Qinshan ran straight to the front, leaving Gu Haoyu behind. It has to be said that Gu Haoyu's physique is really poor. Chen Chen is faster than him even with a load of 20 kilograms. Chapter 159, Seeking Cooperation? Xi and Zhirong looked at the documents that Tan Lin placed in front of him. His face was unclear. What do you think now? After the voice fell, Tan Lin and Mao Chung both lowered their heads and did not speak. Xi and Zhirong rolled his eyes. Okay. I know what you two think. And I didn't decide to disband casually. The situation on Chu Machen's side is too weird. No one knows what's going on now. Our current supplies are not enough to support so many people. The remaining 50 people are also to ensure our own safety. In fact, Tan Lin wanted to leave. He didn't want to stay any longer. He still had a wife and children to find. But he thought that his current position was obtained at the expense of dozens of colleagues. He couldn't leave so irresponsibly. But he was already very sorry for his wife and children. When he left, his wife was only 2 months pregnant. He couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to go back to see them. But he didn't dare to show it at all. Xi and Zhirong looked at Tan Lin's expressionless face and asked in a deep voice, Tan Lin, what do you say? Listen to my elder brother. Mao Chung didn't wait for Xi and Zhirong to ask, and said directly, brother? Don't ask me. You saved my life. I will definitely not leave. Haha. Okay. Then you all stay. But we have to think of another way out. After saying that, he turned the Buddhist beads in his hand and looked into the distance. Mao Chung frowned and said softly, I think we can cooperate with Chu Machen and the others. Chu Machen is very strong. They didn't know that we were involved in what happened last night. So, I think it's okay. Brother, what do you think? Let me think about it. After a long time, Xi and Zhirong said, you have seen the venue over there. It is definitely not enough to accommodate all of us. Even if we cooperate, we can't be together. Now we have to think about how to cooperate. We are too far apart. Tan Lin thought for a while and suggested, we can build a house on the mountain. But it will take some time. In addition, if we want them to cooperate, the premise is that we can provide them with something. Otherwise, I don't think Chu Machen will cooperate with us. After Tan Lin finished speaking, the two were silent. Mao Chung actually still had some ideas in his mind. He wanted to find out the situation over there through cooperation. It would be best if he could recruit their people for his own use. If not, he would solve it. He didn't think there was any good way to cooperate. He didn't believe in the so-called cooperation. Xi and Zhirong frowned. It seems that we need to think about the future. Do you think cooperation is feasible? It's not feasible. But we have no choice now. Tan Lin didn't say anything. He didn't want to cooperate. But he obviously couldn't say that now. After so long, he also knew Xi and Zhirong a little. When he asked this question, he knew that he had decided to cooperate. Now he just hoped that Chu Machen would refuse to cooperate. Xiaomi didn't know about the things they were discussing yet, and was watching everyone absorb the crystal core. Chu Meng also stared at everyone on the side, fearing that something unexpected would happen. Xiaomi didn't find out that Xiao Siyue was sitting obediently in front of her parents, holding her doll in her arms, until 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Chu Tingsu opened his eyes first. He was almost at level 3 now, but he felt that he couldn't break through for a long time. So he stopped. Sister Chi-Chi, I can't level up. It should be a high-level crystal core. Don't worry. We find some superpower zombies later. You are now proficient in controlling your superpowers. Chu Tingsu nodded, looked at the people who were absorbing the crystal cores, and thought, Sister Chi-Chi, I go to the training ground to practice for a while. Well, go ahead. After getting permission, Chu Tingsu smiled and said goodbye to Xiao Siyue before going out. Xiaomi looked at Shen Yun, thinking that she should be about to finish. After all, her level was similar to Chu Tingsu. Sure enough, 10 minutes later, Shen Yun also exited the absorbing state. Like Chu Tingsu, she was stuck. The other people had not absorbed much before, so they were still absorbing. Then Huan Ningxuan and Ouyang Qi finished absorbing. After the two finished, Xiaomi stopped watching the others and handed it over to Shen Yun. She went to fight with the other three to train their physique. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening. Hao suddenly found a drone. Host. There is a drone in the manor. There must be someone outside. I know. I go out now. After saying that, Xiaomi stood up. Chu Meng, take everyone to the basement. The others prepare to deal with the attack. Kong Mingliang and I go out. After saying that, Xiaomi ran outside, On the way, he took out 2 guns from the space and threw one to Kong Mingyang. Deal with the drone first. Okay. After the two saw the drone, Xiaomi fired a shot directly at the drone. Mao Cheng, who was controlling the drone outside, looked at Xi and Zhirong awkwardly. Boss, they must have discovered it a long time ago. We definitely can't use this method. How about using the drone to make a call? After Tanlin finished speaking, Mao Cheng nodded to Xi and Zhirong. Boss, I think it's okay. Okay. Then use the drone to make a call. And fly another one out. Quick. Don't let them take out the mortar. Xi and Zhirong waved his hands anxiously, directing everyone to release the drone quickly. The 2 people in charge of the drone quickly released the drone, and even released 5 drones directly to prevent them from being shot down, thinking that even if 2 were shot down, there would be people who could pass on the message. It has to be said that the 2 of them are really true. As soon as the drone appeared, before Xi and Zhirong could speak, Xiaomi and Kong Mingyang shot down 2 drones. Just when the 2 were about to continue fighting, Xi and Zhirong said anxiously, No. Let's talk properly. Lady, we have something to discuss. After hearing the voice, Xiaomi frowned and did not shoot. He turned his head to look at Kong Mingyang. See what he wants to say. Yeah, I think so too. You should pay attention at any time. Go back and let them start attacking if something goes wrong. Kong Mingyang nodded. The 2 pointed their guns at the drone above their heads, and Xiaomi said coldly, What do you want to say? Xi and Zhirong looked at Xiaomi cold eyes on the screen, and his heart trembled. We are outside the manor. If you don't mind, let's have a face-to-face meeting. Stop talking nonsense. What's the purpose? Mao Cheng said hurriedly, Cooperation. We want to cooperate with you. Yeah. Yes. Xi and Zhirong echoed. And Tanlin said nothing on the side. Xiaomi and Kong Mingyang looked at each other. And then Kong Mingyang stepped forward and whispered in Xiaomi's ear, Which gang should it be? We can listen to it. What do you think? Okay. But they can only bring in 5 people at most. So many? Well, 1 or 2 still need to be discussed, which is troublesome. 5 can basically make the decision. So there is no need to ask questions back and forth. After listening to Xiaomi's words, Kong Mingyang didn't say anything else. He shouted directly at them, 5 people come in. There is no need for us to talk about 1 more. Xi and Zhirong shouted, We will only bring in 3 people. Don't worry. Don't worry. Xiaomi raised his eyebrows. It seems that these 3 people are the ones who make the decision. It's okay. They are more honest. In this case, I don't mind talking about it. Chapter 160 The Mystery of Life is about to be solved. I open the door. You go in now, and let Chu Ming and the others go to the basement to avoid a fight later. Kong Mingyang nodded, turned around and ran quickly inside. Xiaomi walked towards the entrance of the manor. She was enough to deal with any accidents that might occur. So after Kong Mingyang left, Xiaomi walked towards the entrance of the manor. When Xiaomi saw a group of people in black at the door, her temples jumped a few times. If I guess correctly, these people should be some kind of black forces. Kong Mingyang was right. But Xiaomi didn't know what the purpose of these people coming here was. After going out, Xiaomi swept a cold look at the people standing in front of her through the fence. But she didn't see the shock on Tanlin's face at this time. Mao Cheng saw that Tanlin had been staring at the woman inside, frowned, and was very curious. Tanlin no longer cared about his condition causing suspicion from others. His mind was full of Xiaomi's appearance under the moonlight. After Xiaomi opened the door, he looked at the middle-aged man in the lead. Those people come in. They can come in now. It had been arranged before that the 3 of them would come in. There was nothing to discuss. Xi and Zhirong walked in first, and Mao Cheng looked at the stunned Tanlin. Second brother, what's the situation? Go in. The stunned Tanlin was pushed by Mao Cheng before he came back to his senses. He waved his hand hurriedly. No. It's okay. Go in. But Mao Cheng didn't think so. Looking at Tanlin, then at Xiaomi, the doubts in his heart deepened. After entering, Tanlin looked at Xiaomi back all the way. His eyes were full of disbelief, and the expression on his face was even more unpredictable. Tanlin's reaction was naturally discovered by Hao Hao. So he had already told Xiaomi about Tanlin's changes. Xiaomi was also very confused. But for a moment, she really couldn't remember what entanglement she had with this person. Suddenly, she remembered that she and her mother were 70% similar. Xiaomi was in a state of panic. No way. No way. It couldn't be what I guessed. Right? After making a guess, Xiaomi began to look at all the emotional changes of Tan Lin after he saw her. The more she looked, the more Xiaomi felt it was possible. But she still needed to investigate what was going on. Sure enough, after a while, Tan Lin took the initiative to say, "What is this lady's name?" Xiaomi. After hearing Xiaomi's name, Tan Lin's expression was lonely for a moment, and his eyes were red. Then, he asked again, as if he was not giving up, "How old is Miss Xiao this year? I wonder if it is convenient for you to tell me. This gentleman is very curious about my situation. I don't think you have any intentions towards me." Sir, Mao Cheng and Xian Zhirong on the side were very curious and wanted to know what was going on with Tan Lin now. They were more curious about why Tan Lin had such an expression. Tan Lin was very hesitant and entangled. He didn't know whether to tell his situation. After thinking for a while, Tan Lin decided to ask directly. Anyway, the network was paralyzed now, and it might not be so easy for them to know their situation. Miss Xiao looks very similar to my wife, but I haven't seen her for almost 26 years, so I don't know. At this point, Tan Lin choked up. After Xiaomi confirmed her guess, she was flustered and even a little afraid to face it. Therefore, after Tan Lin asked this question, Xiaomi chose to ignore it directly. "Let's talk about it after we go in. You have thought about how to cooperate." After saying that, she directly quickened her pace. If Chumachan was here, he would know that Xiaomi was escaping now. Along the way, Tan Lin's mind was not on cooperation at all. His mind was full of how to ask Xiaomi about her life experience later, and how to face the former lover who might meet later. Therefore, the four people were a little absent-minded along the way. After waiting inside, Xin Yuan and the others saw Xiaomi coming in with an ugly face. Just as they were about to say something, they saw three people coming in behind. Xiaomi knew that she needed to restrain her emotions. These were all things to consider later. Tan Lin's mind was not on this at all at this time. Without waiting for Xiaomi and the others to speak, he went directly to Xiaomi. "Child, I need to talk to you alone." Xian Zhirong and Mao Cheng looked at Tan Lin's actions, and their hearts tightened. They were afraid that because of Tan Lin, they would be executed by this group of people. But it was too late to stop Tan Lin. After all, Tan Lin didn't wait for them to speak, and went directly to Xiaomi. Xiaomi looked at Tan Lin, who was full of anxiety, and thought for a while. "Okay, Kong Mingliang, I leave the rest to you. You, come up with me." After saying that, Xiaomi took Tan Lin upstairs. When they got to the study upstairs, Tan Lin came clean. "Is your mother Yilen Long? Is she?" Tan Lin's expression was even a little pleading, which made Xiaomi's heart skip a beat. Then he looked at Tan Lin and said, "Tell me about your identity first, and about you and Yilen Long. After you finish, I will consider whether to tell you the truth or a lie." Hearing Xiaomi's words, Tan Lin smiled bitterly. He told the story of himself and Yilen Long, and then told his identity. But he didn't say why he came to the Falun gang. He didn't tell his true identity either. Xiaomi felt that he was hiding something, but it didn't hinder her judgment. According to what she said, she was almost 100% sure that he was her biological father. But she wanted to know what Tan Lin's identity was. "You don't have to hide anything. The end of the world now will not end in a few years or even decades. And there is no law in the end of the world now. I want to know everything." Tan Lin was shocked and even a little bit unacceptable when he heard Xiaomi's words. What do you mean? This zombie virus won't get better? Now these are not the main points. The main point is who you are. The reactions of those two people just now didn't seem like they knew you had a lover. Tan Lin lowered his head, very entangled. He didn't know whether he should say it or not. Reason told him not to say it. But from an emotional point of view, he should say it. Just when Tan Lin was still entangled, he saw the telegraph machine placed by Chumachan and others in the study. Tan Lin recognized the logo on it at a glance.